From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have made it to a Friday. We are live as always with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. Alec Medford is in for Pay today. And we got Ryan in the back hooking us up live on YouTube, Twitch, and the fan cam here on DFW Sports Station. Made it to a Friday. Was there anything to watch last night? You got the United States Women's World Cup team tonight at about 9 p.m. What did you do?
We try to get more of the house finished up. There's still now it's just about putting stuff away. We got most of the boxes clear. Most of the boxes are clear. And now we got to find new places for things, putting together little trinkets that we got for storage. But that's about it. For the most part, it was this was on the golf. They did a re-air of the golf last night. Watched a little golf channel live at the Open Championship with Brandel and Brad Faxon. So a little bit of that.
What's the story of day one, and where are we at this morning with day two?
Brian Harmon's your leader right now at 8 under par, but there's a ton of guys that haven't even gone off yet. Like the leaders from yesterday, Fleetwood and Lamprecht have not gone off yet. Wyndham Clark, the U.S. Open champ, is not teed off yet. Jordan Spieth is not teed off yet. Reed, Koepka, Scheffler, Schauffele, Matsuyama, those guys haven't teed off yet. But yesterday the story was the wind was not very strong, and today you've got it's really a wide array so far. I mean, Brian Harmon's 4 under today, but then you've also got guys who are near the top that are 4 over on the day. So I don't really know what to make of the conditions. It looks calm. It looks pretty calm. It doesn't look like it's whipping too much. You got guys out there in long sleeves, which is pretty customary, but it doesn't look too bad out there. No rain right now.
So is the way to watch this only like this on USA, DirecTV USA?
I think so. I'm going to go check. Maybe it's on regular USA. I would love it if it was. I don't know what channel USA is on the DirecTV.
Because right now we're watching 205, the Open Mix channel. I think USA is this, what I'm about to pull up. Nope, that's TBS, so that is incorrect. But I like, that you got 4 different screens up here watching everyone, but I'm not really focusing on any one thing.
Right. So, I'm with you. I would much rather have just a set channel to see it on as opposed to these 4 things. I guess it is on USA. So whatever channel USA is. I'll look that up.
I mean, I think it says 902 right there.
The Open Network simulcast.
There you go.
All right.
Hopefully this will work.
Let's do it.
Yeah. So go ahead and pay attention to that. We have a final giveaway during the Expressway, commercial-free, starting at 7:20 this morning. Our final tickets to send you to Jake Paul versus Nate Diaz. And then next week, Tim Collins gave us the green light of Post Malone. Speaking of movie, I don't know how Tim did this like once a year. Him and his wife would just pick up. I know that there's some tax purposes or some money-saving purposes, something with a loophole in the system. But Tim would just sit there, and I know his wife is a real estate, our assistant program director, moving every year. Pick up, move.
Every year.
Think about doing what you have done.
No.
Every single year.
No. Absolutely not. Now, it's like it may be easier if you're just moving into a house that's empty, whereas she was coming into the house that I already had stuff in, so we had to find stuff for her stuff, and then we had to find places like to move my stuff or which stuff we were throwing away. So if you're just moving in and it's easier, you have a blank canvas, I think that might be easier. This, I would not. I can't do this. I'm not going to do this again.
Alec, what's your living situation? You in a house, you in an apartment, what area of the Metroplex?
So I'm out in Grand Prairie over by Jewel Pool Lake with my parents, and we just moved in about a year and a half ago. This is my first time moving.
Do you know where Firehouse number 9 is?
Yes.
You just didn't want to come by and say what's
It was about 10 minutes from the house, but...
Oh my God, Alex.
I will make this a little bit better. I had to pick up a second job last week. Oh. So, I've been working 4 to 8 at this new gig.
What is that?
AM? 4 to 8 a.m.?
Yeah, 4 to 8 a.m., and then I come up here and work
4
to
KNC. 8 a.m.?
Yeah. I'll do KNC in the afternoons, or I'll do Ranger games, what have you.
What are you doing at the other job?
So I still have 1 semester of college left at UTA, and the government said no loans for you this semester, so I had to get a work-study program, so I'm working up at the school. Doing kind of like a revolving door of different jobs up there to pay off tuition. Yeah.
4 days. So what's your sleep schedule like?
I try to get a nap in. The morning show today is actually going to help because I'll be able to get the nap in earlier, get the nap in, get the workout in, and then I try to get in bed around 8:39.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's rough.
Bobby's been sitting there working 2 to 8 at his other job after this one.
I know why?
He's calling
What's
me.
going
He's
on?
like, yeah, I'm on the way home, picking up some beer. I'm like, it's 7:30, 7:45. What are you doing? And he's like, yeah, I got the other job, 2 to 8 p.m.
I'm stunned. Like, I don't.
And then this morning he's tweeting that he only got 90 minutes of sleep. He did get the REM. He did hit the REM, but
We'll see.
90 minutes.
Man, we fell asleep with the lights on last night.
Good Lord.
Which, we'll just lay in, we'll get in bed, we'll lay there, and all of a sudden, like, it's something, we were just tired. And next thing you know, I woke up, and it was 3:30 in the morning.
But why would you lay in bed with the lights on?
Well, just the lamp next to the bed.
Oh.
So just the small light, right? Not like the big light in the middle. So we just get in bed, we're just laying there hanging out, and I guess we just fell asleep because we were tired. And I woke up at 3:30, and all the lights were on. All the lamps. Like, not all the lights, that one lamp. And I was so tired, I was like, I'm just going to roll over and finish sleeping. I'm not even going to turn that down. I'm not getting up to turn it off.
Oh.
And she didn't wake up either. She didn't wake up either. Or if she did, she was like, same thing. I'm too lazy to get up and turn this thing off.
I've been binge watching Quarterback on Netflix. Alec, have you watched any of it?
Watched a little bit.
And?
I really like it. I love the behind-the-scenes stuff. Seeing Mahomes freak out on the sideline after the injury, that was fun.
Yeah, so yesterday I got through Mahomes' trash talk strategy, and this has to be very hard to do. Anytime he gets touched, anytime he gets hit, his strategy is good play, good play. He thinks subconsciously that will stop a defender in a do-or-die moment from pulling up on him a little bit. It happened on the sidelines. I think it was against the 49ers, but it was either Fred Warner or Richard Sherman. You got that sideline collision timing hit, and he didn't get wiped out. But every single time he gets hit, sacked, touched, anything, he's like, good rush, big dog. Good job.
Yeah.
Good job. Trying to subconsciously make them like him for that moment of impact, and the kill shot gets lightened up a little bit. Kirk Cousins seems to be, Alec, the big winner in this. A lot of people liking him. Why do you think that is? What's so likable about Kirk Cousins that you would explain to people when we're usually making fun of him coming up short?
I think it might just be the aspect of it's not what you really expected from a franchise quarterback of an NFL team. He's just so humble. He's so down to earth. Like, he seems like any guy I would meet at church on Sunday.
And he's trying hard.
He is.
He's trying hard. He's got brain therapy. He's got psychologists. He's getting the stretching done in his house that he learned from Santana Moss. And the pain, you can feel the rib pain that this guy goes through lasting out with these games. I just don't think he's got, enough as a top
Got to play at noon.
echelon quarterback. He did address that in the episode I watched. He's like, I got like 5 game balls in here from primetime games. I didn't think I was that bad in terms of that. So he did address that. He's very aware of the narrative. You know who I really like in this? I really like Kevin O'Connell. His head coach, and Kevin O'Connell came from where? Was it Cincy or L.A.?
I thought he was with L.A. with McVay.
He just has a great, perfect job. He's the guy you want when you're getting in a fight with your wife. He is an expert mediator, and Kirk's ready to blow up. He's ready to snap, and O'Connell just has this perfect, calm way of talking to him. Cousins caught an audible against Buffalo where he came up short before Allen fumbled in the end zone, and he wasn't supposed to call it. And O'Connell could have blown up on him and snapped on him, and he's just like, man, I could have got you in a better look. I could have gotten that moment of chaos and confusion. Kevin O'Connell, very good, I think. So those are some of my takeaways yesterday.
So how far into this are you? Are you done with it?
I think I'm 5 episodes in.
And it's 10 total-ish?
I don't know. I don't know how many it is. I haven't gotten to the injury part that you're discussing. But you get Mahomes and Cousins and, of course, Mariota. Mariota just got benched. He got benched for Desmond Ridder, and his wife was pregnant, and there's a question about him even coming back to the team. But Mariota's just really, really likable. He's just not good enough. But, yeah.
I saw a clip of him with a chef. He's got I'm like, dang, I want a chef.
And it's his boy.
Yeah.
That's his boy from back in the day making homemade pasta. I think it was gnocchi bolagnese.
Ooh, very
Had
nice.
some broccolini there as well.
So that's what you got to do. You got to take care of your people, and but you put them to work. You don't do what Jaws doing. You just hang them around. You get them there. You put them to work. Give them a sense of purpose, and you pay them a good salary.
Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Bobby has a pretty big update on Zach Martin. The sale has been finalized, but Dan Snyder, he could only leave one way. He could only leave looking like a piece of garbage. Jerry Jones comments on the new owner in the NFC East. And we got more speeding taking place in the NFL. And an Oklahoma college football player is in trouble in Cleveland. We'll get to it. It's a Wheels Off Friday. Glad you're waking up with us. Just getting started on Sean and RJ. We got some off-the-field incidents in the National Football League. Bobby Belt with, I think, a very encouraging Zach Martin update. At 6 o'clock is our Cowboys Insider. This is Sean and RJ Friday edition on your home of Rangers baseball. It'll be the Rangers and the Dodgers tonight. You heard Gavin Dawson talk about the G-Bag Nation being right out there at the stadium in Arlington. But we got more speeding. Jordan Addison was cited yesterday morning for speed and reckless driving. He is a rookie receiver from the Minnesota Vikings. They got him going 140. I believe Bobby said it was in a 55. He was not arrested, but the investigation is ongoing. Officer was traveling eastbound just after 3 a.m. observed a driver in a Lamborghini Urus traveling 140 in a 55. Yep, there it is. In Minnesota, drivers who are cited for speeds in excess of 100 miles per hour can have their licenses revoked for at least 6 months. Can an officer listening, I've always wondered, when you see these two cars clearly racing, or just one that's weaving in and out of traffic going 100 miles per hour, how often do those people get caught? Like, do you just let the two of them go? Like, or are those people putting the foot down with the pedal, just like not fearing any police officers whatsoever, just speeding like this 1v1?
I wonder if you're doing 140, if you just assume they'll never catch me.
Yeah.
But, like, police cars can go fast, last time I checked. Yeah, so I don't know. Like I was driving yesterday, and all of a sudden I'm like, I look up. I was kind of in, I was listening to music, kind of in my own little world. And I look up, and I get around this car, like, whoa, there's a cop. Like, not like sitting there on the side of the road, like driving in traffic. And I go flying by him, and I'm like, uh-oh. But obviously he wasn't looking for speeders. He was just kind of just driving, doing his own thing. I wonder how, what time of day it is. I've always been told, I got a buddy who's a cop, and he's like, yeah, you got to know what time the shift change is in certain areas. He goes, then you can really fly. If it's getting close to shift change, they're not going to come after you.
Shift changes? And
Yeah.
What time is that?
Well, like, so it's like in certain cities, it could be 6 a.m. So if it's like 5:50 in the morning, and the shift changes at 6 a.m., you may not find any on the road. They're already back at the station. You never know.
Perion Winfrey, a fourth-round draft pick out of Oklahoma, has been cut by the Cleveland Browns. Police listed him as a suspect in an aggravated robbery incident. A woman claimed that she and a friend knew Winfrey and had his number in her phone. When she saw him in a hotel lobby, she shouted his name. When he didn't respond, she called him the P word. Afterwards,
Called him Perion.
well done. He became upset, followed them outside the hotel. Noting that she became afraid, she started recording on her phone. Winfrey then went for her phone, saying, I'll smack the S out of you,
Whoa.
before striking the left side of her neck. The woman also claimed that during the incident, he pulled up his shirt to show a handgun tucked in his waistband. After he left with their phones, they called the police, which I don't know how they called the police when he took their phones, but he returned to the scene. He refused to return to the scene. Police were like, yo, come back here. He didn't do it. He left the phones on a crate in an alley.
Oh, my God.
For the police to retrieve. They say the phones had good video of the player and clear audio of his threats. Video did not show the gun. They also said the woman had a red abrasion on her neck. So the Browns are like, okay, dude, see you later. Because he's been in trouble in the past and here in Texas. Harris County, arrested in April, being accused of grabbing the hand of a woman he was dating, causing bodily harm, bodily injury. And he and Greg Newsom, the second, a corner, were robbed at gunpoint. You remember this incident at a club? 6 masked men robbed these 2 football players. He was one of them. Greg Newsom. Neither player was hurt. The suspect stole his truck. So 4th-round pick out of Oklahoma.
God.
3 incidents with the law. See you later.
They're gone. Yeah, and now it's like, okay, now what's the next step? You gonna find a job elsewhere? Is he done for the league? Is he done the league altogether?
I'm not picking him up.
No, I mean, how many? I mean, I've barely heard his name before. I heard his name maybe once or twice. So it's like, okay, is he good enough to put up with this? Aaron Donald does something like this. It's like, yeah, not good, but he ain't getting cut. I'll tell you that.
Jaguars assistant strength and conditioning coach Kevin Maxon comes out publicly as gay. The first known openly gay male coach in the NFL and in all of American men's professional sports. He told Outsports, quote, I don't want to feel like I have to think about it anymore. I don't want to feel like I have to lie about who I am seeing or why I'm living with someone else. I want to be vocal in support of people living how they want to live, but I also just want to live and not feel fear for how people will react.
Ooh, the great Sid Ziegler with getting the scoop. He's my boy.
Oh,
Sid Ziegler he used to come on every week. We were on the Michael Irvin show
from Outsports.
From Outsports, yeah. He was our gambling insider, one of our gambling insiders.
Is this the cover Michael did with like shoulder pads?
Yeah. Outsports, yeah. Sid's been at it for a long time.
So the age-old sports talk question that would ever come up if it came to this, if it came to a female coaching men, the standard, stereotypical question, and I want to know if this question is outdated and old now. Do you got to worry about the players listening to you? Is it possible to be coached up? We're seeing commercials with females coaching up men's soccer teams, winning championships. We know people are working on NFL staffs that are female, but this is the age-old question.
Oh, yeah.
Are players tolerant, or are they going to sit there behind the scenes and discredit this guy mentally or even verbally?
I bet you I bet you some player, and this is maybe different now than it was the last time. I haven't really thought about this question in a long time.
We haven't had to. It's the first time
right.
in sports history.
But when Nancy Lieberman was coaching the Texas Legends, the players really were cool with her. And there may have been one that wasn't. I got to name names. May have been one that wasn't. But for the most part, everybody was fine. She's also a Hall of Famer. When Jen Welter was coaching with the Arizona Cardinals in the preseason, the players apparently really, really liked her. I don't know about some of the other women that have been in the NFL. Haven't heard anything, but I think players today generally are just more cool than they would have been maybe 20 years ago or more.
Is the baggage claim video, damn it! It finally happened.
What?
Bobby and I, we got the year appreciated sweatshirt on. We're matching.
Uh-oh.
We're matching with the sweat.
Oh, look at that!
He has brought the carton of eggs for the scrambled egg competition.
What is that?
Look at that red pan. What type of pan is that, bro?
What is that? George Washington?
It's a nonstick pan.
George Washington.
It's a nonstick pan. Got salt and pepper here.
What's the cooking apparatus?
Oh, yeah.
Did it come from Amazon last night?
No, it's the one I've had for like 2 years, and it's the single burner. But we do have the single burner here, and I tested it last night. It does work.
Oh, man. So now, look, you got to return that Amazon one. There's no need for the double burner here.
Well, this one I keep at the other gig, and like everybody at work has been using it for forever, so I'm going to have to put that back. Because at this point, they've kind of claimed it, but...
We got to cook on electric.
Now, will smoke... I mean,
I know. You're gonna have this.
How are we dealing with the sprinklers and the smoke alarm in here?
Let's find out. Let's see.
Well, I don't know.
No, don't turn that on.
If you want it to happen, you want it to happen now at 5:52. I think.
What?
I think if you want it to happen, you'd want it to happen at 5:52 instead of like 8 that we're setting off sprinklers.
Well,
I don't want them to go off at all.
We don't want them to go off at all. My strategy for a Friday, even though it's more wheels off, I don't like to get in trouble on a Friday. I can deal with Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I don't want to think about something heading into the weekend.
I will say when I turned it on yesterday and it started kicking up, it did have the aroma of a space heater when you kick it on for the first time in the winter and it's burning off that dust. So I was a little bit concerned with that, but it seemed fine when I took it home and used it. So
what do you think RJ Spittle would say if we
set these sprinklers off?
No, we ask him, can we do this?
Oh, yeah, I think Spittle would be okay. Tim might not be.
Okay. I don't think Spittle. I think Spittle would be very worried, very concerned. Because if these sprinklers come down on all these computers, all this equipment,
it's all done.
We're screwed.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're screwed.
Well, it'll finally get us to replace all this old equipment we needed changed anyway.
Wow.
Man, the guy who got a talking to after his Shakira list is coming in firing just like that. We go in the hall, crosstalk yesterday, and Spittle hugs Bobby. He goes, don't ever read 100 names on the air again like that. As Bassick had to take his headphones off. He had to bail from the segment.
It was a hug, but it was very much a hug like, I know it was you, Fredo.
Yeah. All right. I think Roberto has a very positive Zach Martin update, Jerry Jones comments on Dan Snyder leaving, and everything else you need to know to get your Friday and your weekend started. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, and maybe the fire department. We need you, Firehouse number 9. You better hook us up, Grand Prairie. Alec Mefford is in from the GP this morning. Friday edition, getting started on the Fan.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Wheels Off Friday. It's usually a train wreck, so prepare for some laughter as we get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt already bringing breakfast. We're going to have two breakfasts with the Scrambled Egg Challenge here on DFW Sports Station. We got Alec and Rai in the back.
Should we probably text Gavin and have him tell us yes first before we do it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Did they say better to ask forgiveness and permission?
That's the Mike Bassick philosophy, right?
Or
it
easier?
smells the only thing that gives me pause is that space heater smell to it when I first turn it on.
Well, sometimes there's things like remnants of food when you turn on your burner, right, and it smokes off of that.
Yeah.
I don't know how sensitive these smoke detectors are.
Yeah, I don't either. Now, people are saying on the trucker.com text line.
No, maybe not.
Why don't we just, when we go to DeSoto to the firehouse in a couple of weeks, why don't we just cook it there on these amazing oven ranges they have there? And
so
I don't know. I generally think fire departments would have a good ability to put fires out.
And I feel like they would be, I mean, that's not a bad idea. I mean, I brought eggs. I'm making eggs this morning, regardless of if we're doing it on the air or not.
Yeah.
I'm making eggs. But if we saved it for the firehouse, that's cool too. Because then, I mean, the firefighters, I would imagine they're pretty good judges of breakfast.
Yeah.
And what's good. And they can tell you to your face how bad your eggs are. And you'll accept it from a firefighter.
Bobby, I have cooked eggs like twice in my life, and I am confident I will win just by the process that I'm going to use, which is called heating the pan.
All right. Like I said, even if we don't do it today, if I make them in the break and I bring them in here, I'll give some to Sean, and Sean will tell you, yeah, you have no chance.
And
these are the best eggs I've ever eaten.
And you have you cook in a non-stick pan.
No, I don't cook in a non-stick pan. I'm supposed to. I thought I was. This is apparently, I guess I should have known stuff that looks like stainless steel generally is not non-stick, but
Egg skin.
Egg skin.
No, there is
for
none.
Days.
There's none.
I'm
not
looking
when you do
forward
the
to it.
Gordon Ramsay method.
I'm looking forward to it. I confidentially tried to make scrambled eggs last week, and I'm like, I'm gonna show up, Bobby, and I just can't make them. I cannot make freaking scrambled eggs perfectly. It's
Daddy will
driving me
teach
crazy.
you. Don't worry.
Were they too like overcooked?
Yeah. What's your error here most of the time?
I don't know. If I knew the error, I would fix it. I have no idea.
Okay, not the error. What don't you like about them when they're done?
They're not like creamy enough. Well, they are a little bit. They are probably a little bit overcooked. But let's put it to the test. As Bobby brought us the breakfast sandwiches, and he'll cook these scrambled eggs a little bit later on. Now, Spittle's awake, and he heard that firehouse thing. He's going to say, yeah, just save it for that, hype it up. But I'll text him. I'm going to be like, you okay? Scrambled egg cook-off in studio. He might say do it on over there, but there's sprinklers in there as well in the prep room.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, give us a Zach Martin update as we get ready to fly out to Oxnard for training camp. Is Zach going to be there when we land on Tuesday?
Okay, so obviously things can always progress better than you expect. Things can go worse than you expect, whatever else. But just on the level of expectations, what is everybody expecting? How does everybody feel entering this potential negotiation period? My sense of it is everybody involved feels like this is going to get done relatively quick. And so I think that this is something that very easily could be done before training camp or very early on into training camp. When we talk about Dak needs a new deal, CeeDee Lamb's up for a contract, Trayvon Diggs is up for a contract. When we talk about those deals, potentially Terrence Steele, I think the likelihood is that Zach Martin will get his deal worked out and figured out before any of those others do. I think that's the likeliest scenario.
That's good.
Very good.
No, it is good. And I think that I get the feeling that the discussion that was spurred by Adam Schefter putting that report out there, I think that was kind of just a kick in the pants of, hey, we've been talking about this, but we're a week out now, guys.
Yeah.
Let's wrap this up. And so I think that they understand how important he is to them. I think they want to do right by him. I think they are motivated to, when they get in these tough negotiations with players sometimes, I don't think they want to enter that with Zach Martin. I think they have some deference and some respect for what he's done and how flexible he's been for them.
They're like, we'll let it get ugly with Diggs We'll let it get ugly, with some other guys.
DeMarcus Lawrence,
Randy, but not with Zach. It's always fascinating to hear Jerry Jones's response to Dan Snyder.
Which, by the way, would that not set off like alarm bells in the building? Like if it's like
the eggs?
No. Like I don't know. It's like you're showing preferential treatment to somebody, and then you're going to be tough with this guy, not with that guy.
No, I think what it is I think players would view it as, well, of course, that's one of our leaders. That's one of our elder statesmen at this point. I mean, Zach's been around. This is year 10 now that he's entering. He's 33. And so, I mean, he's a guy that I think a lot of the young players look up to and say, no, absolutely, get yours. Yeah, get him done. We need him.
It's like Dawson. Dawson's like, I guess Dawson's the Zach Martin around here. Like, we all just know Dawson's going to get,
more preferential treatment.
Some preferential treatment.
Yeah. I mean, more Tyron Smith with the back, but yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So the sale final, I'm going to take a lot of Dawson shots this morning. I'm just getting warmed up. I'll explain why with the audio clip later.
It went on longer than what they clipped for you, by the way. They spent a good 2 minutes on this taking shots.
Well, I need it.
I'll get it for you.
I need the full audio. Yeah. So Jerry, at the special owners meeting to approve the sale of the Commanders, said, yesterday was a great day for the league. Quote, I think it's going to be a great day for the NFL. Exciting. I think it's a hallmark day. And then he gave his usual Washington line, excited about going there and giving them some capital punishment. So, I don't know. I always think in the back of my mind is Jerry thinking, I shouldn't insult Dan too much. I shouldn't go too far because of what he may have in terms of blackmail and those Don Van Natta reports from ESPN that he is willing and able to put everybody on blast. So, I was expecting Jerry to be like, Dan was a long-term friend of mine. Sometimes these things happen. It's unfortunate. We wish him the best, and we want to welcome in this new owner. Instead of the quote being, I think it's a great day for the NFL. It's a hallmark moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. I mean,
Snyder's sitting back like, oh yeah.
Is that what this is? It's amazing. It's amazing the feeling of like relief that they have. It really is.
Yes.
Now, none of this is going to matter. They don't find a quarterback. I don't care who the hell the owner is.
Better chance of finding one now, though.
Maybe. Yep. Maybe there is.
Maybe listen to Jay Gruden, which we'll get into.
Yeah. But better chance. But and this owner's got a history of success, does he not? Like
in whatever,
the hockey
in other
sports.
Yeah.
I mean, his teams are doing pretty well, so he's got a history there of some success. It's a little scary. I liked it better when it was just Dan Snyder.
Yeah, it's not a little scary. It's a lot of scary because you're just going up now against a better organization by default. They have to be. This guy is arguably the worst owner that we have ever seen in professional sports in our 30, 40 years. Now, you can go back to the Modells, back in the day of the Ursays, back in the day of the Shots. I don't know as much, but Al Davis, James Dolan, Donald Sterling. Donald Sterling's probably one, and then Dan Snyder two.
Yeah, that one makes a lot of sense. I mean, there's a lot of people who would put Dolan up there.
He made the Sphere. He's good though.
Yeah, that's what he got. It's funny when you throw out Al Davis there. Al Davis's reputation just got destroyed the final few years. But a lot of people I don't think realize Al Davis was originally a coach. Like he was a football guy. He knew the game. He was
a pioneer.
He absolutely was. And so for me, Snyder is just the sigh of relief, the collective sigh of relief that the league let out yesterday was fascinating. And I think as much as Cowboys fans don't like it, it's not good for Cowboys fans. It's not good for anybody else in the NFC East. It's not a good day for any other fan of any other NFL team because a team got exponentially better just by an ownership change. But I think for the health of the game, it's better when Washington's not completely irrelevant like they've been for 25 years.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I grew up on that in that area, and you just remember the RFK stand shaking and the Hogs. I'm trying to think of another franchise who has kind of been displaced or forgotten. I'm not going to put the Commanders on a New York Knicks level.
I mean, the Knicks are on a worse level to me.
No, I mean in terms of like when they're good, it's great.
Oh yeah, no, but like it's
I'm trying to think who else is kind of who lost their luster for a while, but on that level of Washington with the league being better.
Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, you're right. The Knicks, the NBA is way better when the Knicks are better because, I mean, just look at the TV ratings for the playoffs this year when the Knicks were in it versus after they got knocked out in the NBA. It's like, all right, you're bringing in 10 million extra eyeballs a night.
Is it the Raiders? I mean, the Raiders have more cachet.
Raiders being good is definitely because there was, like you mentioned, the final years of Al Davis were brutal, and just it felt like they were hiring 2 coaches a year. Somebody would start the year, get fired mid-season. You'd have somebody replaced, and then they'd get fired at the end of the season. It was awful, and that's such a great franchise with a great fan base. That one's up there.
That Lane Kiffin firing press conference that Al Davis had, where he busts out the overhead projector with and like starts throwing. He has remember those little clear pieces of paper you write on with a marker.
Yeah,
and he's like, I fired Lane with cause. For lying to me, the Raiders, they're gonna stand for this, and I'm like, what is he taught? What is going on here? Like, somebody come get this old man.
Yeah, so I mean, Washington, I think in terms of an extended period, like it would be bad for the NBA if the Lakers were bad for that long. It would be bad if the Yankees were bad for that long. I mean, the Yankees were bad in the early '90s, like really bad, and then they bounced back. So that's probably one of those things. You know, the Tigers.
The Tigers.
Because the Tigers, remember, they were awful from about the mid-'90s up through those Mike Maroth days. Yeah. And then when they bounced back and were competitive going for World Series and stuff, I think that was better for baseball when Detroit was good.
Jay Gruden coached there, of course, from 2014 to 2019, and he's spilling all of it. Of course, he wants probably some revenge for his brother, collateral damage with the emails. So this is on the Kevin Sheehan podcast, Jay Gruden, quote, Dan Snyder wasn't experienced enough in this business to make those draft day decisions. He didn't put in the work. For him to pick a player in the draft is asinine. He didn't put the work in. He didn't watch the players. He didn't go to the meetings. He didn't go to the scouts meetings. Gruden said he doesn't necessarily object to an owner making those calls, Jerry. He just wants the owner to know what he's doing, like sit in on the meetings. And he gave Mike Brown in Cincinnati credit, Broadus's guy, for participating in scouting and film study before making any decisions. When I was in Cincy, Mike Brown, he put in the work. When he made a decision, it was based upon what he saw, what he took in from the coaches and from the scouts, so I respected that. I don't respect the guy that doesn't watch the film, comes in, makes the pick, tells you who he is signing in free agency. It makes no sense when we as scouts are doing all the film work, and all of a sudden he comes in and makes the pick. So I think it's going to be very beneficial for all the fans and the organization moving forward.
He's a great example, Snyder is, of trying absolutely every method, but just being so toxic that none of it mattered. He tried let's go out and buy all the veterans. He did that with that 99 team when he paid Dion, Mark Carrier, Bruce Smith, brought in everybody, and that didn't work out. That was the team that was supposed to go 16-0. He tried the drafting the quarterbacks at the top of the draft. That didn't work. They've tried the different, let's bring back the legend. Let's hire Joe Gibbs, and he'll revive this thing. Snyder tried every single angle possible, and it just showed like they could not rise above his toxicity no matter what.
And our boy Don Van Natta, who's been reporting on Snyder, reporting on Jerry, he was on Rich Eisen. Is this new guy going to come in and rename the Commanders and change them for a third time?
Yes, I think there's a pretty good chance of that, to erase any part of the Snyder legacy, to have a complete do-over. I would not be surprised at all, Rich, if we see a name change and a complete rebranding soon.
Woo!
Wow.
I'm in. I know I was mad at LeBron for switching back to the jerseys and screwing over the fans. I think any fan would support this. Just purge it. It's like the breakup.
What are you going to go with? Bandits?
Better than Commanders.
I mean, somebody has bought all these names already. The websites.
Get everything out of the house. No leftover pictures, no letters, no hairbands. Get it all out.
The 33rd team, and I'm sure other people had this yesterday, but the 33rd team tweeted this graphic. During Dan Snyder's tenure as owner, Washington had more team names 3 than playoff wins. That is an awful stat. But I mean, honestly, if they were to change it, I kind of gotten used to Washington football
team was fine.
I know we all made fun of it, but and then the outfits the uniforms kind of being like the NFL version of an Alabama uniform.
they're
I
fine.
kind of liked it.
I had no problem. I had no problem with the being called the football team.
Meanwhile, one of the most entertaining guys in college football says things are a complete disaster. What RJ Choppy has in common with Lane Kiffin, if you ever see RJ out in public, we'll explain it to you. A little college football kegger with a Friday edition next.
It's 105 Through the Fan, brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hi, I'm Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door and proud partners of the Texas Rangers. Call us today for your free estimate at 469-909-0956 or visit us at TolbertGarageDoor.com.
College football!
And this segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
The booming, energetic voice of Alec Medford here on Sean and RJ. He's in for Pay. We got Ryan in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and your boy Lane Kiffin making a lot of headlines yesterday.
Yeah, where do you want to start? Do you want to start with Lane Kiffin talking about his doppelganger or Lane Kiffin getting destroyed by Paul Feinbaum?
Let's talk about the state of college football. He said it's a disastrous state.
Yes, he said that college football is really in a bad spot right now. He talked about NIL, the problems with the NIL, the problem with the transfer portal. It's very difficult to build your roster. He called it, quote, a disaster. He just said it's a disaster, and that the pay-for-play system where players follow the money and the teams with the deepest pockets get the best talent. It's basically, in a nutshell, what he said yesterday. Man, I love. You could go to any media day you want. Man, it's next year. It's going to be fun. There is nothing like SEC media days. These coaches are out there. I'm watching press conferences. They're fun.
Yep.
They're fun. They're laughing. They're joking. SEC media days is where it's at.
And they'll be in Dallas next year during All-Star break for Major League Baseball.
Yes, they will. So Lane Kiffin was talking about the disaster that is the current state of college football. Now, you remember Lane Kiffin, though, may have tried to switch jobs before. I do distinctly remember a day in January of 2009 or 10, whatever it was. I remember it well, obviously. That Lane, in the middle of the night, just decides to leave Knoxville after 1 year, after 9 months, really, and just head to USC. I remember that.
Yep.
That happened before.
Better job. I mean,
yeah, I'm not going to kill you on that one. It is.
Rank the villainous moves of that with Kiffin, Saban, Petrino.
Petrino's one. Easy to me. Petrino didn't say goodbye to the players, left notes in their lockers. He was awful.
Yeah.
Had lied about 3 days earlier he was going to take the job.
And Saban, you talk about when he left Miami?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he realized, this NFL thing ain't for me. I would put Saban third, probably.
Yeah, Saban just realized he couldn't psychologically bully adults the same way he could children.
Very, very true. Very true. So, Lane Kiffin, though, but he has a history of leaving jobs, to which Paul Feinbaum had to remind him of that.
He may be right, but talk about hypocritical people.
Amen.
Does anyone remember who was negotiating with Auburn last year toward the end of last season while his team, once ranked in the top 10, imploded and lost 5 straight games, including the Egg Bowl, the biggest game of the year? That was Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin leveraged that dalliance with Auburn for about an $11 million deal. So, he may be right about the state of college football, but when it comes to hypocrisy, Lane Kiffin just retired the trophy.
Woo!
Damn.
That's a body bag. There's no comeback for that.
Oh, they have a little history, too. I remember Lane going at Feinbaum on set.
Yeah, they've had a history before. And look, Paul's cantankerous, man. He'll go after you.
Here's the question, because everybody was all about the kids getting paid. 95% of everyone said they should get compensated. If we could go back and do this again, how would we fix it? We could go back and do NIL over.
I would start it. I would still do NIL. I would start it, though, with they just said, they basically what they did is they went to the court, they opened it up, and there was no rules. They were not prepared for rules. So it's the Wild West. You would start it with some kind of parameters in place, rules, cap, salary, whatever you want to do, however you want to go there.
Here was the problem. The NCAA was so cocky and self-confident about how they were going to be able to take this to the Supreme Court and win. And then when they lost, they were completely unprepared to do anything. So the way you do it different is you don't have the Supreme Court tell you what you have to do. You 5 years earlier get in front of it, realize this is where it's heading, and we need to get the infrastructure in place to make this work.
And then you have the transfer portal.
Send Clarence Thomas a ring.
Right, absolutely. The SEC championship ring.
SEC title ring.
And then, like from the transfer portal perspective, you started out by putting, okay, look, you could transfer, but you could transfer one time without penalty, which I think is what the rule is. But then you put a window in. So just like if a kid has a bad Saturday and doesn't get any playing time, it doesn't transfer on Monday morning.
That is that's something they could probably do now that would help some of this, is that they could put some additional transfer parameters in place. Yeah, like some additional rules limiting some of the aggressive. I'm happy he's in Texas. I hope he has a great year. You're hearing all the great buzz about Quinn Ewers. Everything that went down with Quinn Ewers going to Ohio State, leaving for Texas, that's ridiculous, and that only happens because of NIL.
Yeah, kids change their minds really, really easy. Like, you have the contract, you sign the contract, you play there for the whole year. You don't transfer in the middle of the season.
And then Lane Kiffin was addressed by a reporter who says he gets confused for Lane Kiffin.
Mm-hmm.
We got to get this guy's name. We got to see if this is actually legit. Listen to the back and forth exchange between this reporter, apparently a Lane Kiffin doppelganger.
Do you get called Daniel Tosh too? Okay. I get that actually too. Like I'll be walking through somewhere and somebody will be like, "Are you Lane Kiffin?" I'll be like, "No, I hate that dude. He sucks." It's really cool because the conversation's like over and you can keep moving. So, and it's run down to my daughter. She does it now. Like, she's like, "I don't like all the attention, because the last name." So people be like, "Oh, are you Landry Kiffin?" And she's like, "Nope, I heard bad things about her." And then so she's kind of learned that same trick too. So I'm sorry that you get paired in with me. So I would embrace it. I would just go with it.
So his name is Nick Brooks.
Okay. Yeah, so Lane Kiffin does look sort of Daniel Tosh-ish.
Yeah, he does.
This guy looks more like Daniel Tosh than he does Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
So it's just
That
it's
doesn't look
slight.
like Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, I don't think so either. That guy's better looking than Lane.
Yeah, I mean,
what's up with Lane's hair?
Man, Lane looked like he rolled out of bed.
Yes.
Lane looked like he had rolled out. He had a tough one the night before.
I dealt with Lane after he rolled out of bed one morning. It was awesome.
What happened?
He wasn't a jerk at all. He was a total jerk, is what I'm saying. He came in for Conference USA Media Days, and he rolled in and just did not want it. Told everybody not to speak to him until the interview started. He was a douche.
Here's my favorite sentence from any of the emails last night from RJ Choppy.
All right.
I love this. I tried to incorporate that at times, and it just never came off well, I don't think. So I stopped the practice. What are you referring to?
When someone would say...
Are you referring to getting recognized?
Yeah, when someone would say to me, "Are you RJ?" I'm like, "No, never heard of him." Or, "No, I'm not."
Okay.
Like, must be really hard for you.
No, I did that like twice, and I was like, "Man, that's just not coming." Sarah got mad at me one time. She said, you sound. It doesn't. I say. She goes, I appreciate the attempted humor, because what I do is I always say, "Yeah, no, it really is me."
Oh, okay.
Like, so
so you weren't like trying to totally blow them off.
No, I was just trying to like mess with them a little bit.
Oh, okay. That is kind of funny.
Yeah, and I was like, but she's like, I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to mess with them, but like sometimes you let the bit go on too long, and it makes you sound like kind of a jackass. I was like, okay, yeah, I get that. So I would always eventually say it. Like, yeah, this is me. I'm just kidding, man. So I tried that initially, and I just didn't. Yeah, it didn't come out right.
My stunning lack of confidence in when I've ever seen a celebrity out somewhere, even though there they are standing there, you can clearly see them. I just way too frequently go, "That's just somebody who looks like them," and I'm not going to make a jackass of myself going up and saying, "Are you?" and then be told no, and then like slump off like a moron. So that I never feel confident that any famous person I see out is actually that famous person.
It's the Tony Hawk thing. The Tony Hawk, when he was at TSA pre-check one time. He tells a story how the pre-check guy was like, "Hey, you look like that skateboard dude, Tony Hawk." He goes, "Yeah," and the guy's like, "I wonder what he's doing right now." Until he's like, "He's doing this." He's in TSA line right now.
Wow. Speaking of which, are we believing that baggage claim video? The bags?
Dude, that looked awful. There was this video of baggage handlers, and obviously it's too visual to play, slamming, and I mean slamming these bags down, chucking them across the way. And I like they're doing like medicine ball slams.
Yeah.
Like they're in a CrossFit gym or something.
There were Gronk gifts going around last night.
And I'm thinking to myself, like people pack glass, breakable stuff in their luggage. I know I do all the time.
I remember that was you remember all the Got Milk ads in the late 90s and stuff like that. I remember one of them for chocolate milk was talking about shaking up the chocolate, and the whole bit for the commercial was the guy packed it in a box that said fragile, and then the post office and everyone just recklessly handled it and shook up his chocolate milk.
Now there's some people saying that this is fake product placement. There's a Red Bull sitting right there. I don't know what Red Bull would get out of that.
Should have been a C4.
Yeah, should have been.
C4. So that's the bags just getting hammered and thrown. Do any of us really think, though, that the bags are carefully picked up and lightly laid down?
No, I don't.
We're getting 115-degree temperatures with 4,000 bags that weigh 55 pounds. You really think they're just picked up and put down with a feathery touch?
I hate that they're always put on their face. I want them to be laid on the wheels, on the bottom part. It's like that's what the protection is.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
I haven't quite seen this. I have off the Cowboys charter had the crew sometimes toss my bag rather forcefully from this because it's a big plane, so they're like tossing it down because they don't have something to just slide it down.
Yeah, just be careful with the golf clubs.
Meanwhile, UT on UT crime. Are we going to set off a little fight between Choppy and Roberto with Vols head coach Josh Heupel talking about there's only one UT?
With Texas coming into the league now, which school has the real claim to being able to call itself UT?
There's only one real UT. One right shade of orange.
Right, baby.
That's not even that. You know what that is? That's Oklahoma Josh Heupel talking. That's not Tennessee Josh Heupel. That's part of it, but that is disdain from Texas from his years at Oklahoma. That's what that is my belief. But it's stupid. Whenever anybody says UT, nobody thinks Tennessee. They think Texas. Inside of Texas, outside of Texas, UT.
You've never lived outside of Texas, so you don't know.
Yeah, I lived in Tennessee.
And nobody in Tennessee thinks Texas.
UT is Texas. That's what it is.
When and where did you live in Tennessee?
Nashville from 95 to 97.
So when you were 3?
No, I was like 6 to 8.
Okay, 6 to 8. Yeah, look, we were around 90 years before you guys. You guys are not even a state without Tennessee, so just chill on that one, homie. Simple. We were around first. That's it. The school was around first.
Okay, Sean, you're the objective one here, coming from Maryland and not living in Tennessee or Texas originally, or not even you Tennessee originally. Who is UT? It's Texas.
It's Texas.
But it's not. You know, and the Supreme Court said you're not son either. So in your face.
You remember? And
I'm sorry. Did the Supreme Court rule on it? Yes, they did.
They are not.
They've ruled on Vols Longhorns.
Yeah,
they did, and they've ruled in favor of the Vols.
No, they ruled in favor of nobody.
Oh,
so we both used. If you notice, neither school can use the UT logo.
Oh.
Neither school is allowed to use UT.
Also, the whole orange thing, they are not the arbiters of color. You remember, these are the same idiots that started the color of the Gatorade controversy last year was Tennessee. So
Derek Holland gets introduced to this soft drink for the
the lemon lime. Is it green or yellow?
Yeah, that was them.
It's yellow, right?
Yes.
We don't even drink Gatorade in Tennessee. Powerade.
That's right. Hatred for the Gators.
Right.
Hatred for Florida. Derek Holland gets introduced to this soft drink by Bill Lambier. And why is the G-Bag Nation coming after us from yesterday's afternoon show? Audio next on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get
at 7 o'clock. Our final Jake Paul, Nate Diaz ticket giveaway, 7:20 during the Expressway, commercial free. Happy Friday from Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on 105.3 The Fan. You want to break into it?
Yeah, it's what is it right here? It's love the way you activate your hips and push your ass out, and then I can't rap what's after that.
Okay.
Tupac.
Could, but it'd be the last thing you'd probably say.
Catch him.
Did the Texas Rangers get it right yesterday with the All-Star game?
Man, they did. I think they did, or Major League Baseball did, whoever came up with the logo. But they unveiled the logo for the 2024 MLB All-Star game. We still don't know who the 2025 game is going to be. We know the 26 game is going to Philadelphia. Try to figure that one out on your own. But they unveiled the logo, and to me, and I'm a uniform junkie snob, and I'm a logo snob. Okay, and one of the things I wanted to see was what the logo looks like. Did they capture everything that they needed to capture for this? And I believe they did. So the logo has got some ribbon around it. It says Texas 2024. It has the outline of the state, and then it says All-Star Game written in the Ranger font. They didn't do any cowboy hat, horse, stuff like that. And we embrace the culture, but it is tired that everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, every time NBA on TNT comes here, I mean, they make it act like we're all sitting there and we just dip our water jugs in a horse trough and just go move our way along.
Yeah.
So they didn't do any of that, which I greatly appreciated. I thought it was great though. One of the things I wanted from the logo is I want to be able to look back 15 years from now and say, oh, that was the logo for this one. And you go back, you look, oh, the Philadelphia logo in like 96 had the Liberty Bell. You don't need to know where what year it was to know that game was in Philadelphia.
This looks fantastic. I love the blue. I love the ribbon. I love a little bit of the red. I think it looks fantastic. Yep. Well done, whoever did it.
It does look good. I am glad they're not doing any of the Texas, cliche marketing like Choppy said. But we all know that'll be left to Fox. The 2-minute promo that leads into that game will be
A-Rod and Jeter.
It'll be like
at the saloon.
Yeah, it'll be something like that. And maybe they'll even have Bochy voice something like an Old West shootout between the National League and the American. And they'll use all these different metaphors they can for the Wild West. And then with each metaphor, it's like, oh, here's the player we're going to show on the screen so you know who we're talking about. But yeah, otherwise the logo looks great, and the fact that you got the state of Texas in there, it's perfect.
And you know what? Those jerseys that they recently did ended up looking better than I thought. The ones with the different font recently, with the white
City
jersey,
Connect?
the City Connect, they ended up coming out better than I originally thought. I remember it came out during the show, and I was like, we're all like, But when I see someone walk in here wearing that hat or wearing that jersey, Corey Majors will always rock it when they're doing their show out there at the park. Better than I originally thought.
I'm fine. The hat, the logo on the hat, I actually do kind of like. It's got that
great.
Detroit Tigers. I'm not a fan of the red numbers are weird.
Yep.
I don't like that. And I don't like the black pants. It's just not my thing. Black pants is not my thing.
It's the dress pants that they were wearing in the All-Star game. Don't like those. And yeah, it's not just the red numbers. It's the font of the numbers just looks weird on everything else. It looks like an unholy mishmash of about 4 different jerseys, and I don't like it.
Laugh Out Loud video yesterday from the web team following Mike Bassick going across the street to get Derek Holland his very first big red. This was freaking hilarious. If you missed Crosstalk, Bassick came in here with
the strength shoes, those old Bill Laimbeer strength shoes.
Yeah.
And these are the ones that if you watch Seinfeld, you saw Kramer wearing them in the episode where he got his tooth filling. And he had a numb mouth and he couldn't talk, and he. But
was it Kramer? I thought George was borrowing them from Jimmy.
George was borrowing them, but Kramer wound up wearing them.
Okay.
And it was a mess. It was a funny episode, one of my favorite episodes. But Bassick's wearing these things, just walking around trying to get his calves to look a little bit better. I guess.
But yesterday he was doing exercises. He's walking to the McDonald's and he stops abruptly and does up downs on the curb and left right in the line. And he's just walking to the McDonald's with these stupid ass shoes. And he gets Derek Holland a big red And was it a blue red?
A big blue.
A big blue.
Mm-hmm.
And Derek, I guess, had never had them before. And then Mike was
he's been an athlete until about recently.
That's right.
You can't have a big red when you're an athlete. My gosh.
Yeah. My wife loves this stuff.
Big red?
Good.
Loves it. And then Mike brings it back in here. He hops, skip, and a jump back in here for the Derek Holland taste test.
Yeah, and then Derek was trying to toss the big red as a joke, and it broke and sprayed everywhere, which I'm trying to look and see how effectively they cleaned it up. I would not have known. Now that I know it's there, I definitely see a shaded spot by the door where they've cleaned it up.
He's like, I assumed that, the bottle was closed. Well, would that have been Derek who didn't close it tight enough? Because I assume he was drinking out of it for the sample. It was like half gone.
I think that the way Derek should spin it is maybe I should start pitching right-handed. Look at the velocity I got on this. I made the big red burst with my opposite hand. But
so he chose the big blue as the winner.
Yes, he said big blue is better. I did love, too, when Mike's at the gas station and he's buying them, he just starts talking to the clerk. He's like, you ever had a big red? They're delicious, aren't they? Like, he's just chatting, but he's so excited. I honestly can't believe, I know he played recently, but I'm stunned he didn't have a big red at any point in his life.
I've never had one.
What?
I've never had one.
Okay, now I'm going to get one for him.
You just commented on he can't have one
while
he was playing.
Oh, it's I know about them. Like I don't think I've heard of. I didn't think I heard of Big Red till I was like 30.
I know it's a very Texas. Yeah. It's a very southern drink. I get that.
Well, I was in Tennessee. I've been down here for like 25 years.
Y'all aren't south.
I've been down here for like 25 years. I just never had one. It's not my. I don't like. I was like Coke. I just like a soda. I don't like fruity drinks or whatever. So whatever my thing.
Fruity. It's like it's a cream soda.
Yeah, I don't like cream soda.
I'm getting one during the break. I'll bring it up here. You'll drink it.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com. Text on if you get a chance to watch a video. And by the way, whoever does like that editing, I don't know whether it's Carter. It's genius. I love all those clips. There it is right there. It's on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Workout.
The way he stops doing the little workout.
My favorite is when he does the 1 foot here in a sec, and then at the end of it, he just points like, yeah, nailed that.
But whoever the web person is who does the zoom ins on us and cuts over to everyone's faces, all the things on the Instagram page. It's all the little video clips on the Instagram page. Well done. It's fantastic. That video is amazing.
Ryan Cottrell and Carter Freeman, both of them doing that. Doing great work. Yep. Yeah, Ryan does ours.
So like that zoom in and da-da-da. Very well done. Very well done. What was not well done was this G-Bag Nation segment. What were they talking about here to set this up?
So this is Lucius's segment, LA Live. He always kicks it off with every day he'll go on Facebook and Twitter and he'll ask a question of the listeners and he'll ask the fan text. And yesterday his question was, what doesn't impress you? And, of course, my head went to the Shania Twain song, That Don't Impress Me Much. That's what I wanted to say. But he was just reading off answers. And somebody on the text or in his Facebook comments decided to take a shot at Sean Sharif.
What doesn't impress you? Sean Sharif's barbecue picks.
Whoa.
There you go. Dude, you got to eat Sean's barbecue, and then it'll impress you.
I'll tell you what's impressive about Sean is he is not afraid to call you out for not having good barbecue picks. He's not a complimentary guy. Like, he ain't gassing you up on that.
Well, he thinks knocking people down will make him bigger. I think is what that is.
Wow.
Yeah, probably a little bit. Yeah. I haven't seen him win a barbecue competition. Have you?
That is true.
I have seen him lose one.
A couple. It was a couple.
Oh, it was more than one?
Oh, yeah. He's lost a couple times
he's
to
lost
Dawson.
A couple?
Oh, Dawson's beat him twice.
I thought it was just the wings. What else did you win? Tore him up in the rematch.
He
called for a rematch.
We did it at the Texas Motor Speedway on a day that was like 28 degrees, I think.
Why is he challenging you in your wheelhouse? I don't know why he did that. I think he got gassed up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, first off, Broadus, you cost me that one. He conveniently left this out. He was like my sous chef here. He made me mix these sauces. I flew in a sauce from Maryland for the rematch.
Well,
I flew it in.
You flew in a sauce?
Flew in a sauce.
Well.
I got my brother to go to the restaurant, pick it up. It's the best sauce I've ever had for wings. Flew it in. Well.
You can't bring a foreign sauce onto Texas soil.
Meanwhile,
Maryland sauce, not Sharif sauce.
My guy Samir said, take this buffalo sauce. So I had Samir's wing sauce, and then I had the Maryland flown in.
That's your problem.
And
that's your problem.
And Broadus goes, mix them. And I was like, what? And he's like, no, mix it. I'm telling you, it tastes best like that. Go ahead and mix them. And I mixed them, and I ended up losing to Dawson in that rematch. So Brian needs to throw himself under the bus right there. He cost me.
That's your issue. That's your issue. You should have just gone with Samir.
Brian, it sounds like, is the guy, not even the guy, is the child who at the restaurant walks up to the soda machine and goes, pop, 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 and mix like 8 drinks in there. Goes, it's better. Yeah, I like this. This is my own drink that I make.
That's
Why
right.
would you mix the sauces?
As for Dawson, like I almost don't even need to go back at him. I'm trying to think of someone.
Well, you can't.
In life or entertainment that he's like the David Tyree of barbecue. He had one moment.
He pins those orange magic to his head.
Yeah, Texas William, get there. Put Texas William, please put an orange magic chicken wing on Gavin Dawson in a David Tyree. He like a one-trick pony. That's it. And as for whoever made that comment, it's probably this freaking loser troll on Twitter.
Which one?
I put out the pictures, but I also insult myself. I'm like, just letting you know this came out a little bit dry. One of the benefits, sometimes I'll get some of these seasonings and sauces sent to me, so that's a good thing. And I try to put them back out there. Meet Mitch in Kansas City. Meet Church and my boy Matt Pittman. Suckle Busters. Putting this stuff out there, and I admit when I overcook it, or I should have adjusted that. And but Dawson, I mean, I've never seen this guy cook any a red meat in his entire life. The last barbecue photo from him is a spatchcock turkey, November 2022. And Dawson used to be.
How do you remember that?
I looked it up.
Okay.
I just went and did my research.
All right.
I just went. I said, "Where's his barbecue photos?" He's a poultry guy. He's a one-note David Tyree. He had one moment, this little orange magic. And the guy he used to be fun. He used to cook. He used to drink, and now he's got his broken back yoga in his driveway coaching.
Coaching girls soccer, man.
Rodney Dawson field over here.
Rodney Dawson. That's right. There you go. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, that's probably you start coaching, little kids soccer and you lose your way.
Yeah.
He lost his way.
So
he lost his way.
At least I put myself out there. The guy undercover here, I have a problem with.
Chiafalo, man.
Thank you.
Chiafalo. He's doing dirty.
Thank you. Why do you say that?
Well, because he's talking about that he saw you lose at least one competition, and then the food picks.
Yeah,
and then the food picks. He loves to post the food picks on you.
Chiafalo is kind of like becoming my new target. I thought we bonded at the roller rink. I thought we were bonding at the
everyone's at
skating
this
rink.
roller rink except for me and Alec.
Well, the next time you invite us somewhere, we'll make note of that too. Don't be one of those Tony Kornheiser complainers.
I don't go anywhere.
Now I know.
Yeah, right.
Now I know for future reference, RJ wants to come solo to a 9-year-old's birthday party. I know.
I won't bring my kids at all.
No, he doesn't want to go. He wants the invite.
Yeah,
he doesn't
I don't
give
want
a
to go.
crap.
Well,
but he don't want to invite anyone else anywhere.
We don't go anywhere.
Yeah,
you've been in Flower Mound like 3 times in the last 2 months, and I've not gotten one call.
It's not with.
That's a very niche area for you to call me.
See, Chiafalo is so nice, but he's so agreeable. So he's gonna along to any conversation. So I saw him in the video here being like, oh yeah, like Chiafalo's your best friend. No matter when you're talking to him, he's agreeing with you. A little bit too agreeable.
Yes.
Yeah.
He walks around with a bit of a wooden spoon too. Like whenever these things are going, he's like, how can I stir this up a little bit more?
Yeah, but so nice.
And he'll just go like, yeah, he's like, I mean, gosh, it's like when they were taking shots at us. He loved our prep for the Bonds prank. As soon as they all started turning on it, he's like, Bobby's got to be better.
Yeah.
He loved going, all right, let's throw in some of these.
Yep, exactly.
He's a pot stirrer.
He's laughing right now at the gym. He's laughing right now power cleaning.
He's gone a little. He's in the cardio machine.
He was blown away in amazement, and then when it blew up in our face, he was like, yeah, layered. That was his word. That brought us using that word layered. That was Chiafalo's word. He's like, man, this is really layered in depth. Well done. And then brought us like layered. And Eric's like, yeah, right. It's not layered. That's one note, like Dawson's barbecue.
He's gaslighting mofos.
Wow. Gaslighting mofos. Let's get you set for the heavyweight series tonight. The Rangers and the Dodgers on this radio station. The U.S. Open is taking place. Choppy will get you a live update on that. Women's World Cup Game 1 and our final Jake Paul, Nate Diaz ticket giveaway all next right here on The Fan.
Our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Headlines. This is your radio sports page to get you ready for your Friday and your weekend here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for waking up with us. Your home of Rangers baseball as well with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. And tonight, and this has been sold out for a while, it's the Rangers and the Dodgers in Arlington. 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock. Choppy, set us up for this one with the Dodgers in town.
Yeah, Dodgers in town, and this is a mega, and I mean mega series. The Dodgers, they bring a great crowd. They don't come here, all the time, and I can't wait for this one. You're going to have good pitching matchups. You got Gonsolin on the hill for the Dodgers this weekend, and then obviously the Rangers are going to sit here and try to win another one. They've already won 6 straight out of the break. This is it's not a measuring stick. We're way past the measuring stick aspect of this. But the Dodgers, think about it this way. We are so happy with how the Rangers have played. And the Dodgers, it seems like they've been a forgotten team this year.
Yeah.
Everyone talked about Arizona to start the year out west. The Dodgers kind of, have done a nice job. They are first in the NL West. So you have Gonsolin and Heaney tonight. We have talked, like we said, we've talked about so much of how the Rangers have played. The Dodgers are so forgotten. And this is going to be another year where they sit there and, look, they're in the NLCS again.
They've won 8 out of 10, and they're 2 games up in the National League West over the Diamondbacks and the Giants. Meanwhile, the Armpit won yesterday, so the lead over the Astros is 4.
Real quick, one other thing to note. The Dodgers have only been a dog in 18 games this year.
Wow.
And they're 14-4 in those games. 14-4. That's remarkable. First of all, it's remarkable. They only been a dog in 18 games.
Yeah.
That's one aspect.
So Rangers, Dodgers tonight, 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock. We already talked about the All-Star logo being unveiled. Zach Martin update, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
Yeah, so this is something where, as we know, the report came out from Adam Schefter that said there's a chance that Zach Martin will not show up to training camp if he doesn't have a new deal or some new money. I think that after talking to some people over the last couple of days, I think this one will get resolved pretty quickly. And this is not an instance of bad blood negotiations. I think everybody's pretty motivated on both sides to let's hammer this out. So if it does go into training camp, I don't think it's going very deep into training camp. I don't think Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, Stephen Jones, I don't think they want to sit up there and take 20 straight minutes of Zach Martin contract questions for their opening presser.
Yeah.
So I would lean towards it's done before they even do their press conference. But if it goes into camp, I think it'll just be the first couple days.
But this is not something that just came out of the blue because Zach and his side leaked this, right? They've been talking about this, you think?
I think this is something that the Cowboys have been aware of. I don't think this was the first time the Cowboys heard of it. I think they were aware. They were trying to figure some things out. And my guess is this is something that was a little bit of a push to the Cowboys. Like, hey, let's throw this out there. And meanwhile, what a wingman Dak Prescott's been. I've seen him share 4 different pro Zach Martin items to his Instagram story in the last couple days. So he's out there caping for his guy.
Meanwhile, the Commanders no longer belong to Dan Snyder. Josh Harris takes over yesterday. Jerry said it was a great day for the National Football League. And on the way out the door, Dan Snyder gets slapped with a $60 million fine with this investigation saying it concluded the Commanders withheld approximately $11 million in revenue that should have been shared with the other teams. The investigation also found that Dan Snyder sexually harassed a former team employee, and the Commanders failed to fully cooperate with her investigation. Dan Snyder fined $60 million.
All right, so let me ask you this. If you're Dan Snyder, like if you're, getting fined by the commissioner, you're already leaving. What's going to force him to pay this fine?
I mean, I would guess there's probably contractual language with the league or whatever else that says if they imposed a fine here, if they imposed a penalty, he was going to have to do it, especially if it's about revenue sharing, because that's withholding money that the league is probably due. So that's a legal case at that point that I would guess would be there. But I do think it's funny. I wonder, Snyder had to have known, right? Or were they this calculated? Because it was 15 minutes after the announcement of the sale that then the league announced, we've concluded the investigation, he's getting fined $60 million. I wonder if he knew that was coming, or if they decided, let's drop this on him just as soon. We'll give the results of the investigation right now as he sells.
The fine represents 1% of the sales price.
Oh my God.
Think about that to put it in perspective.
Wow.
He sold for $6 billion. Got fined 1% of it.
Wow.
But there's no way he's going to pay it.
Oh, you don't think he pays?
No way. He'll fight it or get dragged out forever.
He'll put in the legal process for years and years and years.
I'm guessing.
And then he'll die.
The NFL spent $25 million to drag their face of the league through the court system so that they could have the right to suspend him. I think they would definitely spend money to fight Snyder in court over this.
Meanwhile, who is J.C. Treader, and why is he in a little bit of hot water?
He's one of the heads of the NFL Players Union, and he is in hot water because he kind of, sort of, not really, but basically did hint that he wants players to start maybe faking injuries.
You need to try to create as much leverage as you possibly can in any situation. And that's the tough thing with the franchise tag or being restricted in movement, is it decreases your leverage, but then you have to find creative ways to build leverage elsewhere. I think we've seen issues. Now, I don't think anybody would ever say they were fake injuries, but we've seen players who didn't want to be where they currently are, have injuries that made them unable to practice and play. But you're not able to get fined and you're not able to be punished for not reporting. So there are issues like that. I don't think I'm allowed to ever recommend that, but or at least publicly. But I think each player needs to find a way to build up leverage to try to get a fair deal. And that's really what all these guys are looking for, is to be compensated fairly.
So,
wow.
I know, right?
That was with Ross Tucker?
That was on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. So my understanding is he's basically like, you're not going to necessarily fake injuries in the game, right? It's like they would fake injury at camp. So Saquon would report to camp, fake an injury, and that'd be his holdout?
Well, he said, I wouldn't recommend this. I know maybe some guys are doing this. Look, he's going to be very savvy about this. I think he's very much leaning into, it depends on what your definition of the word is kind of what he's doing here. But I was just looking this up because I remember he had gone to Cornell.
Yep.
He studied at the School of Industrial Labor Relations. So like this dude, I think knows exactly what he probably can and can't say. That's why he paused. So this is a technicality, I'm sure. But man, it's pretty, brash to just step up and say that.
Headlines continuing here on Sean and RJ to get you ready for your Friday on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What's going on? Round 2 of the British Open.
Yeah, the Open Championship, Royal Liverpool. Brian Harman still your leader. 4 under on the day, 8 under overall. The leaders from yesterday, Tommy Fleetwood and Christo Lamprecht, the amateur, or amateur as they would say in golf, out of Georgia Tech. By the way, this dude's 6'8".
Oh,
he's a massive human. Christo is 6'8". They have Christo just teed off. A lot of the big names have not teed off yet. Spieth tees off about an hour from now. Koepka tees off. Scheffler tees off. Matsuyama about an hour and a half from now. Patrick Reed, Victor Hovland are on the course. You see Victor Hovland yesterday, he got pooped on.
By what?
By a bird. He's getting ready. He's setting up for his shot. And he's about to be in his backswing, and all of a sudden he stops. He's like, oh, I got a turd on me. So he got pooped on. They wiped it off, and they laughed about it. It was a good little moment. Rory 2 under on the day through 10. He is 6 strokes back.
Meanwhile, why is Brooks Koepka getting hype with a reporter?
So obviously, the Open Championship is known for a lot of things, primarily the wind. Golf courses don't have a whole lot of protection or across the pond without some of the wind. So a reporter asked him about that. He was like, here we go.
Do you think there'd be lower scores today? Because it does seem doesn't seem that windy.
You go out there then.
Shoot underneath. But
there you go. You go out there then.
He's doing the laugh, I thought.
Yeah, there was a little laugh. There was a little laugh. He wasn't getting hype. Yeah. There was a little laugh, but it was like, well, yeah, you go out there then, man. Why don't you go try it?
Right.
I always love when I love it. Well, the course is easy today. Why don't you play better? Well, you go do it.
A huge night of soccer, the Women's World Cup, and the back-to-back defense is going to kick off at about 9 p.m. our time, and Messi in action tonight. I'm excited for the highlights. Not going to be able to watch it live with his MLS debut with Miami, but I will be waking up tomorrow morning to watch, but Women's World Cup, I think it's going to put up big-time ratings. It is exciting. It doesn't matter. Something like this, again, we always call it drive-by patriotism.
There it is. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah, World Cup watch parties when they get to the semis or the final, but they played tonight. They kick off tonight, and Messi in action as well.
Yeah, they're taking on Vietnam. The U.S. Women's team is taking on Vietnam. And then Messi, of course, will make his Inter-Miami debut.
And the United States, is 8 o'clock tonight.
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock on Fox.
Yes, 8 o'clock on Fox. And then Messi's opener, you can watch this on the MLS package through Apple TV. That's at 7 o'clock, playing Cruz Azul.
But the Messi financial impact, I can't get enough of these numbers. I can't get enough of these stats. So thank you to Miami for bringing him on over and making this happen.
It really is wild, the amount of money that they've been able to bring in through him.
Like, for someone like me, it just makes it puts the MLS on the map. It makes him interesting to follow, at least right now, for his debut.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, I don't have the package to watch it.
Go watch it at Reggie's place.
Does he have it?
I'm just certain he would. That seems like a Reggie thing.
To have the MLS package? Okay. Yeah, I don't have it, the ability to watch. I'm not, on a Friday night, I probably wouldn't either. I don't know.
I thought you don't go out anywhere.
Well, I have the kids this weekend. On Friday night, I'm not. That's a movie night. Watch some movies maybe. I don't know.
No way.
Yeah,
No. Friday is absolutely a go out and rage night. Friday and Saturday, the weekend, baby.
Friday and Saturday.
Saturday, no doubt.
Should I waste time going to you on this?
It's great. He's it's funny that I mean he's wonderful. He's brought a lot of excitement. The stadium was packed. I would have been more hyped if it was Mbop that was coming over.
It's Mbappe?
No, it's not.
You
It's
can comment
Mbop.
on the Women's World Cup. Your girl's going to get involved. You're now a WNBA advocate. You don't want to crap on them now because your one daughter likes it. So what's the difference with women's soccer?
Pass.
Exactly.
Yeah, pass.
Yeah, pass.
Yeah. I haven't watched women's soccer since Brandy Chastain.
Alicia Lehman, dude.
Don't know who that is.
Look her up.
Women's World Cup and Messi's debut tonight. British Open taking place right now. And next week, the giveaway is going to be Post Malone. Post Malone
Posty.
tickets during the Expressway.
Alec, you going to try and rig that for yourself since you're Mr. Posty?
I already got the tickets. I already bought them. So
Oh, Mr. I need a second job. For what?
I'm in the hole. It was a birthday gift to myself. I'm already in the hole.
Is he your one seed?
I'd say 1A.
What's the last concert that you've been to?
Ooh, last concert that I went to was actually Post Malone back in October.
Wow. And your number one genre of music? Are you a headbanger? Are you a mosh pit guy?
Not really. I used to be back emo Alec, like 14 years old. Yeah.
Emo Alec.
Oh yeah, I have pictures of the mohawk and everything. Yeah, it was rough back then. I'd say I kind of like a little bit of everything, just whatever's popular right now. I'll listen to.
How vanilla? I like whatever's popular.
Yeah, whatever's popular.
Just following the crowd.
I'll listen to
Alec.
anything. If I had to pick one right now, it would be R&B. But
I feel like you may have been in a band or thought about being in a band. Did you
absolutely.
What did you play? Or were you the lead star singer?
I was frontman, yeah.
We need to find these tapes.
What was the name of the band?
I don't even remember.
Yes,
he knows what it is.
You do.
Let me text my boy Justin. I'll get back to you.
You're on stage. You're the front man. You're on stage. Hey guys, everyone, we're the Flat Tops, and we got a record for sale here.
But the question is, do you really think it went that far?
No.
I know you had a band
That's why
name.
I'm here. That's why I'm here.
I know you had a band name, though. No one in the history of life has forgotten their band name.
The Ginger Snaps.
We had a few different names, so I got to remember which one stuck.
Text your boy. Text your boy.
Get back to us.
Let's hook you up with the final Expressway giveaway of the week. It's a good one. Jake Paul, Nate Diaz. We also have the Junk Drawer and Brandon Cooks. John Machota joined us yesterday from The Athletic. He said his number one video that he's anticipating is Brandon Cooks versus these Cowboy corners. Brandon Cooks explains what he's looking forward to at training camp as a new member of America's team on the home of the Cowboys next. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Expressway. This is commercial free for the next 40 minutes here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. This is also your home for the Tolo giveaway. Jake Paul versus Nate Diaz. And on Monday, we start hooking you up with Post Malone tickets. The way to win is the phone number at 877-881-1053. That also doubles up as the truckwreck.com text line. We have the junk drawer with a bunch of leftovers coming up here in a second. But first, Brandon Cooks. Where was this from?
Total Access. He was on Total Access on NFL Network last night.
Brandon Cooks on what he is looking to bring to the Cowboys training camp that starts in just a few days.
I think, just going into year 10, being able to have special receivers around me like CD, MG, and JT, not only from a production role that I'm expected, but also from a role to be able to lead. And so that's what I'm looking to bring. Obviously, I just want to get back to winning, and however that looks, I'm willing to do.
That's first off, I think that's interesting that elite receivers, and then he threw Jalen Tolbert in there. That was kind of an interesting one. But then you know who did not appreciate.
We don't want to exclude anyone. Like who was our last issue with that? Was it a Mavericks or no someone?
Justin Jefferson?
No, Kelvin
Joseph.
You took issue. They left Kelvin Joseph.
They left him off the tweet, right?
The corner tweet.
Yeah.
So you got to include JT.
I'll tell you somebody who didn't care for this take at all. This specific quote is a friend of the show, Landry Locker. He says, this dude didn't care about winning, was brought in to rebuild and drinking poison until his buddy Easterby left.
Wait a sec. Landry reacted to that comment. Landry, of course, used to be here and now is in Houston, and he has called out Brandon Cooks from the beginning of this acquisition.
Yeah.
We had him on.
Wow.
And what? Read that tweet again.
He said, this dude didn't care about winning. He was brought in to rebuild and drinking poison, or he bought in to rebuild and drinking poison until his buddy Easterby left. So, and he told us, he was like, look, Brandon Cooks it seemed like Landry thought he was a fraud. There's a lot of people who are big fans of Brandon Cooks. I think Cooks is similar in a way.
5 teams he's been on.
Well, I think Cooks is similar in a way to what we've talked about with Kyrie before, where the players like him a whole lot more than the people covering him seem to.
Oh.
And not that I've had any issue with Brandon Cooks. The couple times we've interviewed him, he's been great. But I think that he's one of these guys who's very popular with his teammates typically. And I know Robert Prince, the receivers coach, he had vouched for him when they acquired him and said, yeah, this is somebody we absolutely need in here. But yeah, there's some hurt feelings, I think, for some folks in Houston still.
And him versus Gilmore will be the top video to start off with the one-on-ones on the outside. Cooks Diggs, Cooks Gilmore.
The most viral thing I think we're going to see is when what you guys are going to love, what y'all are going to want to talk about is when we do see these one-on-ones and every DB that he's going against, he's running 10 yards past them. He is so freaking fast. That's the one that always, whenever we always talk about this on the beat, that the one thing that makes you step back in those sort of OTA practices and go, whoa, is when somebody's speed stands out. Because it's the NFL and they're all fast. They're all freak athletes. So when somebody is on the field running by everybody else, it makes you sit up and notice. And he kept doing that. He was running 8 yards behind DBs in these 7-on-7s.
Well, that's why he's always getting traded for in chances. One of the reasons. You can't teach that.
No. Production. He's a good route runner.
Yep,
he's fast. I mean, there's a lot to like about Brandon Cooks. They didn't trade for a scrub.
No.
He's been forgotten about in Houston, but I mean, this is somebody who's been routinely, he's been traded a lot, but remember, he was routinely traded for first-round picks. Teams were always, I think he was traded for first-round picks 3 different times.
6 1,000-yard seasons. Is it time for number 7, Brandon Cooks?
It's time to get back. But, a lot has to come with that. And at the end of the day, like I said earlier, we got some special guys throughout the offense and all the offensive weapons that we have. I'm just do what I can to the best of my ability. And when we look up at the end of the season, we'll see where we're at.
All right. So there he is.
You want me to translate that for you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's so I've gotten a look at how Mike McCarthy wants to run the offense, and as a vertical threat, I'm not going to get used at all. So I don't know that I'm going to get 1,000 yards. I think I'm going to have to, get a 90-yard gain on every catch.
Who sent this PFF clip?
I did.
Wow.
Oh, Billy. I can't believe you.
How fascinating. How convenient for a website that you absolutely trash.
I still hate them.
And go after, but you're like, oh, let's go ahead and pull this clip from a guy that no one's ever heard of. But what is it? Alec, can you read what this says on the cut sheet that you put together this morning? What does that say, number 13?
It says why he'd still take Dak Prescott over Jalen Hurts.
Oh,
wow. It's
wow.
amazing that Bobby found that.
It is amazing.
It was on Reddit, thank you. That's the only way that I saw it, and I grabbed it. You know why?
Wow, man, amazing.
We are in the desert. It's July 21st.
Oh.
It's the desert. It feels like the desert. And I was just, here's some people talking about Cowboys, and we can discuss it. I wasn't saying that this is gospel, but it's an interesting point.
What's this guy's name?
Brad Spielberger.
Brad Spielberger, PFF.
Follows me on Twitter. I don't follow him back, though, because he works for PFF.
Wow.
On why he'd still take Dak over Hurts.
I mean, I just think one of the better processors and just his pocket presence right now, like, can work through his progressions. Like, I think is an underrated, just like manager of a football game. And not using that in a negative way, like in a positive way. Like, I think he really sees a lot. And for whatever reason, there was this narrative early Dak, like the supporting cast is why he's so good. He can't do it without him. And not to take away from Jalen Hurts. They had the best offensive line in football last year. And had A.J. Brown, Devon, and Dallas Goedert and Miles. Like, it's like, I don't really know why he didn't get the same kind of early narrative. And then, he led the league in interceptions. Cool. Stafford led the league in interceptions. They won the Super Bowl. Like, who gives his interception rate over the last, his body of work is like lowest 10 in the NFL. Like the guy.
God, here he is.
Yeah,
I always say this. I always say this.
Yeah, like, and we do turnover-worthy play rate, which is like, dropped interceptions, stuff like that. We would count as a turnover-worthy play. He's way low on that list.
Ball king.
Yeah, no, Dakota does not get enough respect. And I think, dude, you get a healthy Michael Gallup, add in Brandon Cooks. Like, I'm higher on them this year. Like, I think they're a legit contender this year.
So I've always told you guys how much I love PFF.
You have no shame.
No shame.
No.
So
Here's the thing that I wanted to. I don't care about his little how we grade turnover worthy play. I don't care about their dumb little analytics or how he says
but you care when he has an opinion that supports your narrative.
No. I like that there was something that he said there that I don't think we've talked about enough. I don't think I've mentioned it very often. But I do think it's interesting that this idea of Dak is carried by his supporting cast, and that was the conversation about him this entire time. How come that wasn't more of a discussion with Jalen Hurts?
Because he's been in the league for 2 years. That's why. Dak Prescott has had this amount of help around him forever since he came into the league on this team, and Jalen Hurts had this amount of help for 1 season. They went and got A.J. Brown.
And they went to a Super Bowl.
So it's not the same, and he capitalized with it. It's not the same thing.
They have the 2 of the top 5 tackles. They had the running game. They had the receivers.
Okay, but then again, so did Dak.
They have but what I'm saying exactly, so did Dak. But what I'm saying is that same
Because
point
Dak
that he's making.
has
Why is that something that has been a common thing to throw at Dak and
because the
ding Dak
Cowboys
for?
haven't gone anywhere.
Yeah,
and the Philadelphia Eagles just went to the championship game and had a 90% chance of winning it.
Now they've got a better coach.
Is it? Well, hang on. Is it flimsy a little bit? Right? Like is it?
I was doing the Sirianni.
Yeah, I know.
The fact that yes, okay. The fact that they did go to the Super Bowl helps. Is that a great? Does it matter? Yes, of course it matters. They went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
but could Dak have easily gone to the Super Bowl in 2016? Sure. Easily could have gone. Easily could have gone that year. They could have gone to the Super Bowl.
Well, they didn't even get to the.
No, I know, but they almost won that Green Bay game. They're going to host the next game. They could have easily gone to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Like a few things break their way, they go. But the Eagles didn't. I mean, the Eagles crushed everybody last season. Like that's the difference.
Yeah, I mean they
crushed them.
They crushed them in large part because in such a way, in a context that the NFL had to create a brand new rule for how you add quarterbacks to your roster because they got into a playoff game and went, holy crap, we're having Gerard Johnson throw.
Well,
but that's part of it.
But I'm saying that
but what I'm saying is he capitalized on his opportunity.
And he had one of the best Super Bowl performances ever.
Okay, Sean Kelsey. Enough with that. That was Jason Kelsey's claim, remember?
He was tremendous in that game.
Or wait, you were not here for that, I don't think. Now that I remember that. Jason Kelsey made this claim, and we've already gone line by line why he's not even like a top 20 performance in Super Bowl history after Jason Kelsey said it was the best performance ever.
Okay.
You went and did a Shakira list for the 20 Super Bowl performances from quarterbacks.
No, we did not do that. But there was articles written about the best Super Bowl performances in a losing effort, and I thought he was number 1.
Congrats, he's the greatest loser.
You're impossible.
Matt Ryan had a great Super Bowl. He had one of probably the 10 or 15. I thought his actually Super Bowl was probably better than Hertz's or as good. But they were both great. They're both like top 20, literally all time.
You know who I really hope we get in Oxnard is Micah, because Micah is just Mr. Will Say Anything, and I want to be able to say to him, I'm going to be like, hey, Jalen Hurts is a fluke, right?
I didn't think I'd be able to find anyone that was as stubborn or more unwilling to move off a point than Choppy, but he is you and him are worlds apart. I mean, he has come along so far, and you are as bad as it could get.
15 carries for 70 yards in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
27 of 38 for 304.
And how many total touchdowns?
4.
We went through this, though, already. It doesn't measure up. It sounds great in a vacuum. When you look at other historical performances, it's not anywhere in the top 10. It's not. I'm saying it's not.
How pathetic your arguments are.
It's not.
I watched the game. I don't care what you say.
Well, I watched more football than
It was
you.
a fantastic performance. So there it is, Bobby conveniently finding PFF. I think Broadus has such a respect that we get into these Dak wars because he's legitimately scared of having Dak Prescott conversations now. He's legitimately worried about it. Now, I don't think he'd mind me saying it. We were talking about it on the phone the other day. Yesterday, I referenced the Dak Hive, but he's on edge and he's on high alert when number 4 comes up. Isn't he? Do you talk about it on the Love of the Star with him about this?
Yeah, that's what started the Dak Hive last time, was something he said on Love of the Star.
It was this.
He
said it's in Dak's and the headline. You know what? I don't want to get him mad that we bring it back up. I can explain it clearly, but people won't comprehend it like that. He said it's in Dak's DNA to throw interceptions. That as a headline sounds hateful. What he was trying to say is he's so trustworthy that he's going to rely on receivers over and over and over again to be in the right spots, and he's not going to be gun shy. He's too trustworthy in trusting the receivers, and that's where we're talking about these communication issues. But he got lost with it. It's in his DNA to throw picks. But he's on edge about it. I told him, we don't care. We don't care. We're gonna go at it nonstop.
I think that was the last time we did a very heavy Dax segment on the podcast. Was not that, but the very following episode where he spent 10 minutes explaining to everybody who had screamed at him on Twitter what he meant.
So there it is, a little inside the star on your home of America's team. We're going to be in Oxnard starting Tuesday night. First show Wednesday morning from the tennis courts right outside of where the players sleep. Yeah. It's Friday. Let's do this a little earlier. Alec, let's hook you up with the final Tolo giveaway. Turn it on, leave it on, reward for the week.
All right, Tolo's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see combat sports' most recognized badass Nate Diaz face off with global superstar Jake Paul in one of the most anticipated matchups of all time at American Airlines Center on Saturday, August 5th. You can get tickets at Ticketmaster.com or right now by being the 10th caller at 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
Thank you all for listening as always. You've got us caught up with the ratings with the other two shows. Finally, let's see if we can keep it going. And if you are responsible for that, let us know if you see us out on a weekend.
You're welcome.
And a little drink. Bobby's the reason for it. Bobby's the reason for it. That's right. All that likability.
Let's not talk about March.
All those Shakira. Next week, it's going to be Post Malone during the Expressway starting on Monday. Let's empty out the junk drawer right here.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Defend our state, RJ Choppy. Why are we being called the worst?
I don't know.
The worst.
The worst. I don't know, but we are. CNBC. Fake news, right? I don't know. They had a list.
Let's not go there out the gate.
Right. Well, this is fake news. I'll tell you that right now. This is definitely fake news. They had a list of the 10 worst states to live and work in 2023. The worst states they consider: quality of life, crime, environmental, and healthcare. You know, I don't see money on there. I didn't see money on that list. I didn't see cost of living on that list.
Property taxes. Thank you, Greg Abbott. I love you, Greg Abbott. Please let the property tax thing stick.
So, the 10 worst states to live and work. Number 10, Florida. Number 9, Arkansas. Okay. Number 8, Tennessee. Number 7, Indiana. 6, Missouri. There's a tie for 4, so they skip 5. Alabama and South Carolina.
And this is the worst.
These are the worst. Number 3, Louisiana. I believe that one. Number 2, Oklahoma.
Dang.
And the worst state to live and work.
Our whole region getting slaughtered.
2023. Texas.
Wow.
What a crock of BS.
And did they do any more write-up on it?
Why
is everyone coming over here then?
Exactly. That's the thing. I don't know if CNBC is aware, all right, but people are moving here in droves. They just proved they didn't pay attention to the entire world because all these states they listed, by the way, are like, I don't know, the states that everyone's moving to. What's the fastest growing state in the U.S.? It's Florida. What's fourth? Texas. What's third? South Carolina. They're all on this list. Everybody's moving to these states.
We need OWN's list to balance this out.
OWN? Like Oprah's network?
Oh, no.
No.
OAN. Like, you know, who's smarter, the people who are flocking to these states or the elitists at CNBC voting for this?
Mm-hmm.
You know, every industry and its people are lining up to move here. Lining up.
I don't think it's difficult to see what a lot of these 10 have in common. And this is probably in large part is related to labor laws and things like that. This sounds like a very political list is all I'll say.
So here's the here's what the write-up is on Texas.
Do they have the best states, by the way?
I'll tell you, Vermont, Oregon, California.
I know, right? How could 200,000 college-educated workers moving to Texas each year possibly be wrong? It depends on how you look at it. With the nation's highest percentage of people without health insurance and the second lowest number of primary care physicians per capita. All those new Texans are arriving to find a dismal healthcare system. I got a doctor's appointment like yesterday, right away. Just right away.
For what?
Just physical. My annual fit. Do you guys get a physical blood work?
Yeah, I do.
year?
But how many doctor's appointments do you have a year?
This is the physical. That's my blood work.
Yeah, okay.
This is my yearly blood work. Okay, you got to do it. But called up or texted in, able to get it right away.
I wouldn't know. I'm the in denial hypochondriac. I don't want confirmation of the illness that I think is killing me, so I refuse to go to the doctor and be told I'm right.
Yes. Okay, we did have a bad incident take place here in Texas with this heat, though.
Dude, this is so bad. The mother of a construction worker, Gabriel Infante, is about to own, I think, a construction company out of San Antonio called BCom Constructors. So back in June, Gabriel Infante passed away of heat stroke while working for a construction firm in San Antonio, and his mother has filed a lawsuit against the employer. Here's the problem. This is something that, according to the lawsuit, he started exhibiting these heat stroke symptoms, including confusion, altered mental state, dizziness, loss of consciousness. A friend and a coworker began pouring cold water over him, trying to cool him down. The foreman insisted that they call the police because Infante's bizarre behavior had to be due to drugs. And the foreman pushed for a drug test when emergency medical services arrived. So they show up and they're trying to treat him, and he's like, get him a drug test. This guy's clearly on drugs, and he ends up dying due to heat stroke.
Oh, gosh.
That is so bad, and that sounds like that family's going to own that company, is what it sounds like to me.
So they already did like the medical study and there was no drugs?
No, this is 100% heat stroke. He had a recorded internal temperature of 109.8 degrees.
What?
That will kill you.
Yeah. 109.8?
Yeah. And it's always wild to me, like when you see construction workers, and I know a lot of them say it's because of the burns and stuff, but as hot as it is, they'll wear long sleeves or like hoods up and stuff like that. And it's wild to me that they do that, but it's just
like you had in your car this morning, having the hood up.
Yeah, but it's I do that when I'm in the car and I'm blowing the AC at like 55 degrees. So that's why.
Yeah, the amount of people on the text every day that ask how you two wear hoodies in July blows me away. I'm not surprised.
Built different.
I ask the same thing every day too. Like, how are you guys wearing hoodies?
Built different, bro.
Must be, absolutely.
877-881-1053 is the chartwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo, and congratulations. Alec just got the winner, Mason in River Oaks. Mason in River Oaks winning the Diaz Paul tickets.
Breaking news. Tony Bennett has died.
Oh.
Legendary singer. 96. My gosh.
Get a Tony Bennett song, please, Alec.
Classic. Peyton would have no idea where even to look for a Tony Bennett song.
No idea. Alec, you know who Tony Bennett is, though, right? You do know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I left my heart in San Francisco.
Classic.
Yeah. You say if you would have said Tony Bennett, Peyton would have been like the former number 1 overall pick by the Cavs.
Yeah.
Anthony Bennett.
Or wait, wouldn't he also think the college basketball coach?
Yeah.
Was he Wisconsin or something?
All right. If you are traveling today or this weekend, you need to know about skip lagging.
Yeah, skip lag. This is a great hack, but it is a practice that will get you banned. So a North Carolina team by the name of Logan Parsons, 17 years old, was detained at an airport in Gainesville, Florida, before boarding a flight to New York that had a layover in Charlotte. Now, why was he detained? Because the airline noticed he employed a trick called skip lagging. You know what skip lagging is?
No.
I'll tell you what it is. So let's just say you want to fly to Salt Lake City from DFW, but the flight to Salt Lake City is $1,000. But you could fly from DFW to Los Angeles connecting through Salt Lake, and that trip is $200.
Okay.
You book that trip, and you just get off the plane in Salt Lake. You don't even take the other leg of the flight.
Okay.
All right?
What's wrong with that?
I mean, theoretically, nothing. Now, the airline has a big problem with that.
So you can get off the plane, right, for the connect?
For the connect, yeah, you get off the plane anyway, right? You know, like you land at the gate, get off.
They don't know what you're getting off for.
They have no idea. They don't know who you are.
So then they notice that your seat is empty for the second leg of the flight.
Right.
So you can't prove what I've been doing. I could have had a medical emergency.
Exactly.
I could, anything could have happened.
So
I could have passed out.
He was planning to use this ticket but they stopped him because the gate agent, took Logan to a security room to be questioned after noticing that he had a North Carolina's driver's license and suspected he would not continue to JFK from Charlotte.
Did you say questioning?
Yeah, he got detained. He has been banned. Sean.
What? This is a crime?
This is something they've really put restrictions on. And you know what started? It wasn't even the domestic flights.
No.
It was international flights because people were booking flights to like Tel Aviv, for instance. And they would then at the layover in Paris, London, Frankfurt, that's where they'd get off. And it would be, you'd go from maybe a $5,000 ticket to a $1,000 ticket.
And you get first class. I mean, look, it's smart.
Good for them.
I mean, the airline obviously,
But it shouldn't be illegal.
So here's what
it's like card counting. They're just going to throw you out, even though it's not technically illegal.
In January of 21, American Airlines announced this policy. Purchasing a ticket without intending to fly all flights to gain lower fares, which is called hidden city ticketing, is a violation of the terms and conditions outlined on our conditions of carriage agreement online. So they banned him for 3 years from flying American Airlines. He's banned.
3-year ban?
Yeah, 3-year ban.
That is a lawsuit. I'm sorry. That's got to be a lawsuit. How can they prove why you got off? You may have had to run to the bathroom. You had a horrible issue, and you missed the flight taking off.
What if you booked a hotel, and they can go back and find you booked a hotel the week before?
I'm not committing a crime. Someone didn't.
Well, it's an airline restriction. It is an airline restriction.
That's BS.
It is.
I agree, it's BS. I mean, look, if I'm if I'm taking the time to find the cheapest way to get there, where do you care whether I get off?
It's like because of those crooks at Spirit, where I hope their whole business burns to the ground. I had to book a flight for my friends that I wasn't on in order to use the points, the refund that they screwed me out of in 3 months.
Yeah.
Oh, you got 3 months to use this. So I had to pay for it. What, are they going to come investigate me at my house and prove I had no intent of ever getting on the plane? Like, you beat the system.
Yeah, now I'll say this. I get it because, you can't have, if you're checking bags, obviously it's a problem. You can't do that if you're checking bags because your bag will just continue on to the next city. Right. And they also, from a safety perspective, they don't want bags flying on planes where people aren't on because it's easy to, just throw something.
There is that, like you leave something on the plane and then you get off here and then there's something not good on it for the remainder of the flight. Yeah, it's a security issue too.
Well, that's why you have security. That's supposed to be taken care of going through the metal detector.
I mean, you saw how they're throwing our bags. They're not checking.
Man, that upsets me. Skip lagging. Who's the other airport simp?
The other airport simp is the guy who...
First, we had the guy lay down on the floor so that his miserable wife or girlfriend could have all 3 seats to lay down in. So this simp laid on the floor. Who's the other one?
This other one is a woman desperate to protect her carry-on luggage. So she has this designer bag, and this is a girl who posts on TikTok often.
Well,
apparently, she revealed in this viral clip that she told her boyfriend, they're at security, take your shirt off and cover my bag with it. So this poor guy took his shirt off, had to go back into his luggage, get another shirt, took his shirt off to cover her bag with his shirt.
And what was the purpose of covering the bag?
So it didn't get scratched. Because it's a $300 designer bag. Guess what?
Nowhere near as simpy as the other one.
No, but guess
it's
what?
Gonna get
all
scratched.
luggage is $300. I mean, go find me a luggage that's at least $200.
Did he have an undershirt on, or is he walking around like
no? He's walking around without a shirt on.
Bare-chested in the airport. Okay, that's a little much. Although that historically has been considered a big check mark in favor of your character, is if you are the guy who will give your shirt off your back. That's what he did.
A code here. In my jacket. Nowhere near as simpy as the
Not
first
as simpy. Not as simpy. But, I mean, you get this poor guy. This poor guy's having a disrobe to put his shirt, First of all, it's a small shirt. It's a small bag. It's a small shirt. Okay. Disrobe just so she can keep her bag. Come on, man.
Patrick Mahomes is catching a little bit of heat. And I've been binge watching Netflix, The Quarterback. I'm on episode 5. And this is Mahomes in the Celebrity Golf Pro-Am turning down a kid's autograph. So you're going to hear this father trying very, very hard to get Mahomes to go ahead and just sign for my kid. See if you can hear the back and forth.
Will you send my jersey when you got here? Oh, you can't. You can just make one kid happy out of 100.
I'll make 99 sad.
That's all right. 1 out of 99. That's at least it ain't 0%.
First of all, what's up with Mahomes' voice?
Always like that.
I mean, that's not very Kermity.
Very gargly. Always like that. And he's like, I can't sign for one. And the dad's like, actually, you can. And he's like, well, then I have 99 other people to support. This sucks. This is a no-win situation. And I think I grew up around the master of this, Cal Ripken. Cal Ripken would always stay. He would always sign. But no matter what, you're not going to get everyone. Someone's going to get cut off. Someone's going to, run out of barbecue while standing in line. And it sucks. It's a no-win situation. No matter how many you sign for, you're always going to have someone make, come on, please, please, what about me? And Mahomes, he didn't want to open up the autograph line.
He didn't. I get it. He did the right thing. Mahomes is, anybody criticizing Mahomes here, I think I don't get it. What are you criticizing him for? He can't sign for everybody.
I think the only time you can kill an athlete or a celebrity like this is if they're a jackass, unnecessary jackass, and shutting you down. If they try to do it in the nice way, or maybe not even acknowledge it, that's better than giving the stiff arm or saying something rude.
And I don't have a problem with the dad. The dad just, he was trying to get something help for his son.
It wasn't harassing.
He's applied a little pressure, not a lot, just a little.
Didn't cross the line.
But also, hey, Mahomes is playing a golf around here. Yeah. He's not signing autographs. He's in the middle of something.
Right.
I do have a problem with the dad here. He flips on the camera, and then he starts pushing the kid forward, and you can make 1 of 99 happy, better than 0%. This is very Karen behavior of this guy. So I actually do have a problem. This is emotional blackmail, and I don't respect it at all. I think, and Mahomes, by the way, he is somebody who, I was out at a workout he was doing back in it was right after he won his first MVP the following offseason. He was out there working at a high school field it was like Benbrook or something. And while he was out there, some students had seen that he was out there, and he waited in the end zone after his workout and told them they could bring the kids that were in the building outside, and he'd take pictures with them. He's not a jerk at all. He's very giving of his time. It's just also, I can't sit here at this golf event and all of a sudden stop down and sign for all these kids and make people upset.
He's literally about to take a shot.
Yeah.
He's getting ready to hit.
Yep. Yeah. So, all these stories are right in the middle, except for Bobby, who is putting the hate on Pops. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Choppy, give us an alternative to spanking those kids.
Spanking, though, the alternative is have them carry water jugs.
Listen up, Keith Olbermann. Wheezy.
Yeah, I know, right? It sounded a lot better, though. So this father saw that I can't spank my kid anymore. So the kid hit his mom. Okay, the kid hit his mother. So what the father do? He just videoed him punishing his child, but without spanking. They had a big backyard. So he made him carry gallon water jugs across the entire property, back and forth. This is like a 3 to 5 year old kid lugging these giant water jugs instead of spanking, because now he took it and he made it all Gen Z. You guys have forced it. I can't teach my kid like a man and spank him and beat the crap out of this little kid. Instead, they're going to make him walk back and forth with these water jugs. I actually love this. Just give him something heavy to carry, and there's nothing a kid wants to do less than take time away from playing to go outside 178 degree heat and lugging 40 pounds of water across a yard.
Is this really what you want, though? Do you want this kid lugging gallons around and become this 220-pound jacked unit at 15 who's I'm going to challenge the old man now, this jerk who's been awful and filming my punishments for social media for 10 years. I'm going to kick his ass now.
When do y'all think your time is coming with your oldest sons?
He is 120 pounds dripping wet. He's got 10, 15, 20 years.
When's your time coming? If he wanted.
I was 15 with my dad.
15?
15 was when we first fought.
How'd that go for you?
It was good.
Was it?
Yeah, it was on Christmas.
First time fought or first time you won?
No, we just fought the one time.
Okay.
It was neutralized because it was Christmas, and I was trying not to make it super awkward.
My youngest is about to be bigger than me, so who knows? Now, I still got about 100 pounds on him, so I think he'll be all right for a while.
You think he could hold his own in a fight?
No.
Too pretty.
No, he's not too pretty yet. No. But I'll tell you, like he's like they've started him young now with like working out. Like he's getting strong. Like he's getting strong. But no, it's I got 100 pounds on him.
You've seen Jacob. Jacob's lean. Jacob's kind of cut a little bit.
Yeah.
But he's not got the bulk to fight an adult man right now.
877-881-1053, chartwreck.com text line. When did the first battle? When did you overtake Pops? When you knew you could go ahead and win it straight up.
When is it too old to spank? If you spank, like I've got, like my 13-year-old, I don't think he's like he's an adult now. Like, he looks like an adult. I don't know that I'm a spank you. I would spank my 10-year-old still. I think 13's a little.
Yeah, 13.
You're getting too old.
I spanked Ollie a couple weeks ago, and man, it had zero effect.
Oh yeah, they don't care.
It terrorized me.
They don't care.
He was in the midst of it. I mean, he humiliated us. This is the July 4th incident, and I spanked him. Nothing. And she's like, it's probably because the diaper. And I was like, yeah, you're right. Too much padding. I need to take the diaper off.
we always, my mom, her preferred spanking tool for some dumb reason was a plastic hanger. And it didn't hurt at all. It had give. It hit you and it just give. And there was no resistance. But we had to pretend like it was the most painful thing in the world so she'd continue to use it. So we all would oversell like, oh, it stings so bad. And it didn't hurt a bit.
Man, trucker.com text line. My dad told me at 16, if I ever wanted it, he was ready. I might win all the rest, but I would not win the first. Well, that's you ain't going to win the first one. You may win the rest.
I would think the one that you would win is the first and then lose the rest.
No, as the
old
dad?
man's strength. Yeah, you'd win the first one as the dad.
Yeah, that's what the dad said. The dad was like, I'm going to win the first.
I'm going to win the first.
But you may win the rest of them.
Yep.
But I'm going to win the first one.
Absolutely.
And that's like, okay, that's a little scary.
That's a big psychological play there to hold. It's basically like, yeah, you will get to a point where you'll kick my ass, but you got to be willing to accept the first one whenever that comes.
Yeah.
That first one's going to be tough, man.
I always say, I might lose, but you're going to hurt too. I might end up losing, but you're going to know you were in a battle. You're going to know you were in a little tussle, a little fight. So there it is. Leftover junk drawer here with Sean, RJ, and Roberto on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got some trade predictions for your Texas Rangers. The experts out there are saying what's going to happen with the baseball trade deadline. Would any of these trades be a home run for your favorite baseball team who is getting set for the Dodgers tonight on this radio station? We'll go around the diamond on your home of the Rangers with some possible trade ideas next. But first, let me go.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. They're going to be back in action tonight at 7 o'clock against the LA Dodgers in Arlington. 6:30 pregame on DFW Sports Station. Shout out to my girl Brooklyn. Ollie's big sis is in the car. She's the only one. I know her parents don't listen. She's like, Mr. Sean, why don't you ever say my name on the radio? I'm like, I got you. So let me know when you're listening, since your punk parents don't do it. So shout out Brooklyn. Thank you for being a junior Tolo, Brooklyn, and taking care of Ollie. All right, we got some trade predictions and ideas for the Rangers to make something happen.
Yeah, this would be a disaster. If Bleacher Report's predictions for the MLB trade deadline come to fruition, this would be a pretty disastrous result for the Texas Rangers. So here's some of the deals that they have up here as their predictions. Number one, the Astros get some pitching from Chicago. They acquire Dylan Cease. Would not love to go up against Dylan Cease down the stretch for the playoff run with the Astros hard charging. But it's like, okay, all right. You know, Lucas Giolito's still out there. Maybe that's somebody that they would pursue. And Bleacher Report's got Lucas Giolito getting traded to the Atlanta Braves. So it's like, no, crap. Okay, there's two of the stud White Sox pitchers. The Rangers do make a trade with the Chicago White Sox.
Cease this year as a 4.18 ERA.
Here's the thing, and he's the same thing as with Evaldi. People talk about him like in the holy stuff category. Like Evaldi, I always thought Evaldi was like AJ Burnett. Like when he's on, like he's the most filthy. When Burnett was with like Florida, he just filthy stuff, right?
Yeah, you see a lot of 8K, 9K, 10K games.
Yeah, Cease got, his peripherals, like, they love his spin rate. Oh, they love this, they love that. Velocity.
You'll see the 8Ks, 10Ks, and then you'll see 4 BB. Yeah, he will walk a lot of guys. He's led the majors in walks twice, I think. Yeah, twice.
His career ERA is a 3.67. His ERA is 5 years in the league, 5.79, 4.01, 3.91, 2.20 last year, and this year it's a 4.18.
You're looking for him when you get him. You're like, I could fix that because he has things that you can't teach. He's got that. He's got electric stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he's somebody who I think generally, even if there's a gap between the ERA and the FIP, which we've talked about before, field and independent pitching. Is that if that FIP is below 4 for your career and you've been in the league now 5 years like Dylan Cease has, I feel confident about trading for that guy. And that's where Dylan Cease is. For his career, he's a 3.89 FIP. So that says that the things that he's in control of, walks, strikeouts, giving up home runs, he's generally in pretty good command of. Texas does get a pitcher from Chicago. It's not Giolito. It's not Dylan Cease going to Houston. It's not even Lance Lynn.
Lance?
Joe Kelly.
Not even Joe Kelly. Kendall Graveman is who Bleacher Report had him go for. Here's the thing. You look at Graveman, great. He's got a flat 3 ERA. He's somebody who, the last couple years, a 3 ERA this year, 3.18 the year before, 1.77 the year before that. That's all well and good. Again, when we look at the peripheral statistics of it, the fielding independent pitching heading into last night, he had a 5 flat. In a bullpen like Texas's, which is as bad as it is, he would have the worst fielding independent pitching in the entire Texas bullpen if they acquired him. So there's a regression that's to be expected when if they were to acquire Graveman. And I mean, he's 32 years old. He's in the bottom half of the league in terms of average exit velocity. He gets hit pretty hard. And so that would be really disappointing if you get to the deadline, Houston makes a big move for a guy like Cease, and then Texas gets a relief pitcher from Chicago that has some really troubling peripherals.
Man, like his whip is entirely too high for relief for me, entirely too high for relief pitcher his career. I don't want to a 1.3 whip relief pitcher. I mean, that's a little bit higher than somebody I would want to trade for. I mean, you could get away with it. I don't want to trade for that. If I have it, fine. I don't want to go out and get that. I mean, something like a 1-1.
His home runs per 9 innings allowed is the highest it's been since 2018. His career strikeouts per 9 is under 7. His career walks per 9 is 3. So these are some troubling things that he's in control of outside of what the defense does behind him.
But he is those numbers are up this year. Like his strikeouts per nine's up this year. His whip is better this year than career-wise.
The walks are also up. The home runs are up.
Yeah.
Those are two things you don't love seeing. And that's why there's expected to be a regression to the mean. He's hit a lot of guys this year, too. He's hit 5 batters already this season. And so a little bit of some command issues there. But those would be the troubling ones. Now, Bleacher Report does project that the Dodgers trade for Jordan Montgomery, the Cardinals pitcher. They think that Scherzer and Verlander both get traded in a Mets fire sale. And then the Los Angeles Angels decide
Scherzer and Verlander both.
Yeah, they didn't project a team. They said teams could, but they ultimately, that's their projections. They think Scherzer and Verlander both get traded.
Wow. Okay.
Which honestly, I don't think is a bad idea. I understand you want to invest and everything like that, but those guys are 40. Like they're not going to play much longer.
Right. No, but they are I believe they're a Dallas Cowboys mindset.
Yeah.
Steve Cohen I don't know Steve Cohen like that, but I would think he operates like Jerry in that every year we're in a situation where we need to try to compete and not totally blow it up.
Correct. I think the issue is that, and they would know better than anybody because they're there with them every day. Yes, they want to compete next year. Are Scherzer and Verlander done?
Right.
If they think they're kind of like, they might be done,
yeah,
then you move on from them, get something for them, and then you start. They're going to try to compete next year anyway. How are they going to do that? Steve Cohen's going to try to get Shohei Ohtani.
I do have a slight pause when there's a guy like Scherzer who has some of his worst statistics that he's had in his entire career this year. It gives me some pause when that coincides with the introduction of the pitch clock, and he's been very vocal about how much he hates it. Because that's like, okay, well, is this you're declining, or is this you just cannot adjust to this pace and you can't adjust to this pitch clock, and this is the reality now?
Verlander has not given up 4 runs since June 26. He went 5 innings against Milwaukee, 0 earned. 7 against San Fran, 0 earned. He went 6 against San Diego, 2 earned. 5 against the Dodgers, 3 earned. And then the other night, 8 against the White Sox, 1 earned. Wow. So his ERA is a 3.47 for Verlander.
And in their predictions for Bleacher Report, they have Artie Moreno and the Los Angeles Angels doing the hold and hope strategy.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to trade Shohei Ohtani, and we are just going to pray to God that he will re-sign here. But we can't give him up. You can't trade a generational talent like that.
Which Brett Boone the other day with us is like, I don't think we're talking enough about him just outright re-signing with the Angels.
Look, he chose to go there. Like he likes it. I mean, he may like it there. We're taking this stuff that he says where he says, I want to win.
Yes.
As him saying, I want to leave.
Yes.
And that, I think we're making a big mistake. Him saying, I want to win doesn't necessarily mean he wants to leave. It means he wants to win.
You know, when you mentioned earlier, we were trying to figure out who else is equivalent across sports, that it's just as bad for the sport that Washington, the Commanders, have not been good for 25 years. It's been awful for the sport, a consistent talking point of why have for 10 years you've had 2 of the best players in baseball and you can't win.
Yes.
And you're in a market like Los Angeles.
Yes.
So the Angels would be one of those ones like that. The thing is just, I think that there's a comfort, obviously, in Los Angeles for him, just that he's gotten used to the media out there and the coverage and everything else. I wouldn't be stunned if he stayed there, but that's why all this chatter, I think, leans towards the Dodgers. He needs a reset, but he also doesn't want to reset so much that he leaves that city.
Yes. Is it a comparison to say that the Angels are covered like the Nets?
I would say no. I would say the Angels have a much bigger.
Like, no one cares about the LA Angels, basically. Like, they're like it's Ohtani highlights. They're the stepchild there.
I don't think that's a bad comp, the Nets. Just in general, they are always going to be little brother to the Dodgers. That's just always going to be the case for them.
Maybe it's the Clippers.
Clippers, that's another one. Now now obviously the Angels have historically had more success. They've won a title in the last 20 years or whatever it was.
They won a title.
Yeah, but they won one.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Mikey Bassick is announcing on social media he's out on a potential trade target.
Yeah, he is out on Marcus Stroman. He said last night, I saw him, he was on Twitter, and he said, guys, this has not looked good for him the last couple times, and I think I'm out. In fact, what he said specifically was, he said, I just watched Marcus Stroman. He said He had some bad defense behind him, and he wasn't sharp. He hasn't pitched that great lately. If the Rangers are scouting him, he's ready to check out. I am in on another Cubs pitcher, though.
Well, let me stop down there for a second. What do you judge here? Do you judge 4 games versus an ERA under 3 the entire season? He's gotten blown up this month. He's got a 6.2 ERA. He's given up 5 runs, 4 runs, 1 run, 4 runs. Before that, Choppy, it was a 2.17, a 2.87, a 2.76. What do you judge?
You gotta find a way to judge all of it, but
He's got a 3.09 ERA for the season.
You judge the current.
He's had 4 great months versus, or 3 great months versus 1 bad one.
So you got to judge the current if velocity is dropped.
Yeah,
and he'd have to go in and look and see. All right, is something different mechanically? Is there an injury? Whatever. Because I would judge the 75% of the season to date as opposed to the last 25%. Now, if I was going to trade for him, I may try to use the last 25% against him, and say, we'll give you a little bit less. I mean, he has a pitch great, but that's, for sure, no doubt, I would use if his velocity's dropped, I'd use the most current.
He's a really good pitcher. I would take him here for sure. The amount you're going to have to give up for him, though, I don't know that I would want to make that play. Look, as good as he is statistically and as consistent as he's been throughout his career, I mean, he is for his career a 3.5 ERA guy, like over the course of basically a decade. You look at, there's some troubling stuff on the side. His walk rate right now is the highest it's ever been of his career. The strikeout rate is the second lowest of his career. So he's not missing a lot of bats. He's missing location. He hasn't looked great yet. The guy I kind of wonder about, and I know, Chop, you're usually out on the guys who are weak pitchers, the guys who are throwing barely enough to break glass. I would be a little more interested in seeing if the Cubs would move Kyle Hendricks.
Wasn't he a former Ranger farmhand
back in the day? Yeah, I think he was part of that Matt Garza trade.
Look, Hendricks gets guys out. I get it. I'm very, very. What's it? Is it bearish? Is that bad?
Bearish is bad.
Bearish is bad.
Like all my stocks.
I don't like guys who can barely break a pane of glass, man. Like I'm not in on that.
Meanwhile, the Rangers booth has been ranked.
It has.
Major League Baseball.
It has. Awful Announcing ranked the local broadcasters around Major League Baseball, the television crews. They did it 1 through 30. Now, they've done this going all the way back to 2014. They've done this. Detroit, again, getting the worst ranking in the league. They are 30th.
So you're telling me someone gets the baseball package and watches all these announcers?
No. So what they do is like they have basically they do the average score. They're voted on by the readers.
Or is it like the Marconis where we just tell you we're good and
they
just
give
tell
you the
award?
That's what it is.
Must be nice.
The readers of Awful Announcing do it. They basically, you vote on your own team, the ones you watch the most. So the ones who are more homerish are like, or the ones that hate their announcers are going to vote them bad. Detroit goes 30, Oakland 29, Nats 28, Colorado 27, St. Louis 26, Kansas City 25, Yankees 24.
Nailed it.
Astros 23, Pittsburgh 22, and the Rangers at 21. Now their most common grade was given a C, which is odd because there are other teams behind them. Their most common grade was a B. Like Yankees said, the most common grade was a B. Astros was a C.
But I'd grade them higher if Dave Valley ever called me back.
Yeah.
Is CJ even working anymore? Who do we judge this off of?
Well, there you go. A lot of the teams, if you notice, towards the bottom of this list, right? The bottom third, they've got like 78 announcers. There's not the consistent every single day. It's the same guy. They do list as the announcers, Raymond and then CJ with David Murphy. They don't even list Dave Valley.
Load management.
Yeah, so they don't even list it. This is the highest grade they've ever had, though.
Oh.
21. So this is their high. Previously, high was 22 back in 2014. Dave Raymond was not the guy then.
All right, there it is. A little round the diamond on your Homer Rangers baseball against the Dodgers tonight below the belt at 8:40. But we'll get you an update on the British Open round 2. RJ will take the big red test, and Choppy's going to try and save ice cream for all kids during summertime next.
But let's get you over.
That's soda and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
All right, child, let's get an update. Round 2 of the British Open.
All right, it's Brian Harman. Man, what a day for him. A 6 under par, 65. He is 10 under, 5 clear of anybody else. And that anybody else would be Tommy Fleetwood, who tees off about 30 minutes from now. Christo Lamprecht, the amateur who was in the lead, tied for the lead after day 1. He is already +3 through 4. He is tumbling down. Jordan Spieth, even par today. He just teed off. He's just gone through number 1. He is 2 under par for the tournament. And then you've got coming up in about 20 minutes, Matsuyama, Cantlay, Koepka. That's the next pairing. And then Scotty Scheffler. They're all 1 under par along with Xander Schauffele. All still to tee off later on this hour.
See, I feel like I haven't been able to enjoy any of this. Like, I'm not. The first 2 rounds are going to be completely lost on me.
Because of the time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I thought I would have preferred it during our show, but
it's hard. I mean, I can't really keep up with it either. It's much more difficult. Like, usually on a regular major. So yesterday and today, I would just go home and just turn the TV on and just watch. Now, I wouldn't be like, oh, my God, edge of my seat. It's just on, right? I'm just enjoying it. It's on.
Yeah. Like, tomorrow it'll be on when? Like, this same time, this early?
So, let's see. Weekend, right? So, the last tee time will probably be around this time tomorrow. They'll probably tee off around, 1, 2 o'clock out there. So, around this time.
So you were not a fan of the primetime major, right? So which at this point for you is preferable, the primetime or the early morning one?
So tomorrow you're saying the final pairing will tee off at this time?
About this time, yeah.
Primetime. Primetime over this.
So, but that means it'll be over by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So you could wake up, you could watch it in the morning.
Yeah.
You're not going to wake up at 5:30 to watch the early pairings on a weekend.
I would like the rounds to start at 11 a.m.
That's what perfect. I like. Yeah. Usually on most tournaments, CBS will have their coverage starting around noon.
Yeah, it's like waking up for Wimbledon and, they're in the 3rd set. I'm tuning into the championship at Wimbledon. By the way, thanks to Tolo Jeremy. Also, I need to shout out Tolo Diego, who's been sending me a ton of stuff this week, as always. Magic Johnson, new minority owner for the Commanders, said the team will consider a name change after the season now that the team is officially out of the hands of Dan Snyder. So we're about to go right back into renaming the Commanders.
They should change the colors.
The Washington Magic. He gets them named after
him. That's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
The Washington Magic. Go back to the football team.
I like the football team. I thought that was.
Is that too much for one area though? To have Wizards and Magic?
Oh,
are you dabbling in the dark arts too much?
A lot of dark arts there, yeah.
All right, Chop. Let's open this up. So yesterday, because of the tremendous video from Carter Freeman, Ryan, and our web team, Mike Bassick hopped across the street to get Derek Holland his first ever Big Red, also Big Blue. And Holland chose the Big Blue. RJ Choppy, 25 years here in Texas, has never had a Big Red himself. So Bobby went across the street and got one.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. I mean, I've come across them and I just looked at the side and it says 72 grams of sugars, including 72 grams of added sugars.
Oh.
So, I mean, it's 145% of your daily sugar just in this one 270 calorie bottle.
That's an interesting looking bottle, too. That's a different type of bottle.
It is, and I do like the bottle.
Okay.
So the little textured bottle at the top.
Yeah,
it's good.
the textured bottle. Bobby shook this up for me. Ooh, nice little sizzle.
Now, are you a fan of Dr. Pepper?
Yeah, I can drink it. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's not my favorite, but I generally just like Coke.
Coke over Pepsi?
Pepsi's fine, too. Like that, but that soda, that flavor is just basically, but I don't really drink either one of them. So I've never dabbled in the Big Red. Never appealed to me. I saw the red color and I was like, Probably not something I would drink.
Okay.
Let's give it a shot.
Man, so he says never had Big Red, not a fan of Dr. Pepper, and the real UT is Tennessee.
When did I say not a fan of Dr. Pepper?
He said he'll drink it.
You'll drink it, but you're not the biggest fan.
Well, yeah, because I don't really drink any sodas at all. Like tea, like unsweet tea.
Unsweet tea.
Yeah, unsweet.
Just like Jerry.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
All right, here we go.
Let's take it down.
Oh no.
Oh, come on.
I think I have COVID. I can't taste anything. It tastes very like chemical. You know, that chemical taste.
Yeah. Second sip
maybe.
going down.
Okay, I know what the problem was. I was expecting, because of the red color, I was expecting something fruity.
Yeah.
This is not fruity at all. This is very creamy.
Smooth.
You're going back for sip 3.
Well, I've got to really get it down.
Yeah. That's why these barbecue
Yeah.
competitions, they do one
bite. Yeah, you can't.
It's so stupid.
You have more than that.
It's so stupid.
This is not for me. It is smooth. It is. I'll give you that. It is smooth. I don't like I'm not the cream soda kind
It's
of
not
guy.
very carbonated.
It doesn't feel like it's carbonated. Maybe it's a flat one. It doesn't feel carbonated.
Overly sugary and sweet?
It's very sugary. Very sugary.
Okay.
Honestly, Big Red. Now, the biggest mistake I've ever made with a Big Red was when I was a young, inexperienced drinker, and I was testing different mixers with things.
So what are you now with the way you drink?
An effing pro. No, but I had froze some Goldschlager, and then, gives it that syrupy consistency. I used as a mixer Big Red. And Big Red and Goldschlager tastes like Robitussin.
It tastes like diabetes.
I would definitely use this as a mixer.
For vodka or something? Something a little neutral?
No, I was thinking more like Everclear. If I was going to mix Everclear, I would
Some trash can punch?
Yeah, that I could see absolutely working with like Everclear.
Alec, are you a Big Red fan?
Never had it.
What is going on in this building?
We need to pour him some.
Because we're not all diabetics, Bobby.
Well, when you grow up as a kid in Texas,
150% of your sugar daily intake.
Ryan, have you had Big Red?
He said no because he's a diabetic.
There you go.
Well,
yeah, Big Red. Well, you probably would keep one on hand.
Yeah. In case that blood sugar drops. Go ahead and ratchet it back up.
I'm
pretty shocked.
Mike is somewhere punching his steering wheel driving in. There are all these people who have not had Big Red.
Wow. There it is. Tolos. You're not in the same boat, right? Where do you put Big Red next to Dr. Pepper in the Texas importance?
Come on. It's not even in the same ballpark.
Dr. Pepper is the official drink of this state. So now what I'm curious to Chop, would you prefer Big Red the soda or Big Red the gum?
Isn't Big Red that cinnamon gum?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I could get down with that.
All right, let's move on. Another diabetes topic. Choppy is on a crusade to save ice cream.
We need to come together, man. CNN had a tweet. America's age-old love affair with ice cream is winding down.
Ooh.
And there was an article about this, how America fell out of love with ice cream. Consumption of regular dairy ice cream, which does not include frozen yogurt, sherbet or non- and low-fat ice creams, have been falling for years, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The average American in 1986 ate how much ice cream per year?
Like in pounds?
Yes.
12 pints.
4 pounds of ice cream a year.
What's a pint to pound? I don't know.
18 pounds.
Oh, my gosh.
By 2021, that was down a third to just 12 pounds per person per year. So ice cream has been dwindling. I refuse to believe this. I love ice cream. Now, again, they're saying frozen yogurt doesn't count, so maybe that's part of it.
All right, so that's basically 18 pints, I believe, by my internet math. So, one a month and then, 6 more.
Just 6 more on just a really sad night.
Yeah, on a really sad night.
What was it?
Which my wife must be having some sad nights lately, man.
Wow, really?
Yeah, she's like, she walks into the room with the ice cream, and I'm like, you're not supposed to be eating that because you got some lactose issues. And then my hand is like, fine.
It's just not big enough.
My hand is like sticky at some point, and I'm like, why is my freaking hand sticky? And I'm going to sleep, and I put my hand over by the pillow, and there's the top of the freaking cookies and cream in the bed sheets. And I'm like, no more. This is disgusting. And she's like all ashamed and, head down.
Because you're in the bed getting sticky.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
So-
Eating in the bed all the time.
So my girls, they're going to boost these numbers. They're going to juice these numbers up when they start contributing to this because the ice cream is their default. They love going to Brahms and everything like that. That's where they want to go. Is Ollie an ice cream over everything type of kid, or does he prefer other stuff?
No, more like cake, icing. He'll eat some ice cream, some dip. We introduced him to Dippin' Dots the other day. He's obsessed with that, but he's not crazy about ice cream yet. We took him to Dairy Queen, his first Blizzard experience, Mr. Misty, whatever the heck it's called. But my mom was always a Klondike bar house.
What would she do for it?
You don't want to know. I can't say it on the radio. But no, I was
Heard they'll do anything for a Klondike.
we were never a big ice cream house, but going to Ocean City, then I guess I can't sing that song anymore. Then that song get canceled. The ice cream truck song.
Oh yeah,
Roll Up. It brings back the memories. It did, right?
It got canceled?
Was
that? Yeah, now they've got a different one. They've got a different ice cream. I think it's a different ice cream.
But those
song
are childhood memories, Ocean City, waffle cone, but I've never been I'm not a big sweets person anyway.
So the ice cream man, you'll hear we'll get a neighborhood Facebook post. Hey, ice cream man's on his way. Once a week or whatever, and all these kids flock.
Yes.
And they're just flocking down, chasing this.
That's a nice neighborhood thing still.
Dude, that's exactly it, because it's not as common as it once was. It is not as common as when I was a kid that they would have the ice cream truck going around the neighborhood or whatever else. So Kristen hates it, but every time I hear the ice cream truck, I call the girls' attention to it because I want to see them.
Nostalgic.
I want them to. That's like that's what do they call it in the movie Inside Out? It's a core memory. Chasing the ice cream truck, going out there. There was nothing more fun than being able to look at that little panel with all the stuff you could buy and trying to decide. It was so great.
I feel that the
with Big Worm in there selling.
Yeah. I feel that the ice cream trucks today aren't they're not selling. It seems like more like ice pops now than ice cream.
So the one that comes by us does ice cream, does the bomb pop still, and they'll do the fudge sickles and everything. But I want to keep that going.
Yeah, but if ice cream is really dropping, you have no idea how good you have it. I remember when cookies and cream came out, it seems like, and it was like, oh my God, it's the greatest thing in the world. I mean, they got ice cream flavors for everything.
And look,
we're in a golden age.
I'm not the biggest Dr. Pepper fan, but Bluebell's
the best.
It is the best.
There's no such thing as non-Bluebell vanilla ice cream. It doesn't exist. If it's not Bluebell, it doesn't exist.
The Bluebell cookies and cream taste so wildly different from any other cookies and cream you get, and it is so much better. It's genuinely, there's nothing overhyped about Bluebell.
Give me all that Listeria. I don't care.
Yeah. All the Listeria.
I don't care.
All right, so there it is, trying to save ice cream during the summertime. Sheltery, and you ever get in a phase where you're making your own milkshakes? Do people eat milkshake? Take down milkshakes anymore? Who doesn't love a great milkshake? You ever order a milkshake when you go to a restaurant or a drive-thru, or no?
An adult one now. Whoever invented the adult milkshake, you're a great American.
I love milkshakes. Now look, here, part of the thing I discovered when I started doing soda and I was having to cut out some of this stuff was I realized that a lot of skin issues that I had, some irritation, I think I'm lactose intolerant slightly. So, because anytime I have a milkshake, the one time I had a milkshake when I shouldn't have, my face got entirely red and flaked.
All right, we continue. Friday edition here on your home of the Rangers and America's team. A new list ranking the top offensive coordinators in the NFL is out. Did the Cowboys upgrade from Kellen Moore? That's next in Below the Belt right here on Sean and RJ.
Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Don't panic. Don't panic. A French Montana lyric, and also the Cowboys' approach to Zach Martin. More on that in just a second. First, Pro Football Focus, my new favorite outlet. We're going to be reading articles from them every day now. Pro Football Focus recently put out the top 10 offensive coordinators entering 2023. Now, I think this one is actually, I'm more interested to see what they say here than I would normally be. Because offensive coordinators, they do not grade them. They don't have their silly formula of like, well, this is what we determined to be a successful play. This is what we have, this and that. So they can't grade it like they would a player. So I'm more interested to see the variance because they don't have a company line that they have to follow with PFF's grades. So this is Sam Monson, notorious Dak hater, and he's ranking the top 10 offensive coordinators in the NFL. And we'll see if the Cowboys show up on this list and if Kellen Moore shows up on this list. Which direction would you guys like to go? 1 to 10 or 10 to 1?
Let's go 1 to 10.
1 to 10. Number 1, Ben Johnson of the Detroit Lions.
Oh.
It says Detroit's Ben Johnson is doing such a good job with the Lions that he has people believing in Jared Goff again. Wow, shots fired at RJ Choppy.
Oh.
A quarterback whose salary dump was once used as a make weight for a first-round pick in a trade is all of a sudden putting up elite-looking numbers, but his PFF grade, a throw-by-throw accounting of his individual performance, remains very close to his career baseline. That difference highlights Johnson's performance as the play caller. He is a very good coordinator. He's somebody who will get a job. I mean, honestly, when you look at Detroit's offense last year and their personnel, they have some good players, but they perform above what I think you would normally expect from their personnel.
Well, what is Amon-Ra? What category you put him in?
Man,
Because he balled out.
I don't know why. Maybe it's just he seems smaller. I see Steve Smith.
Steve Smith. So I had talked to somebody in the NFL when he was coming out that compared him to Golden Tate. And Golden Tate was like, a very precise route runner and more of a slot guy, but had some flexibility to go outside. I think that's why he's not talked about and given more respect. These slot-only guys, even when they put up big production, look at how we've talked about Cooper Kupp getting slighted the way he is at this point. And that's in large part because he plays just pretty much in the slot. I think Amon-Ra St. Brown doesn't have the same sort of big name or big brand because of that. But, I mean, he is very, very good.
Yeah. I mean, look, they've got a great offensive line. They got a quarterback who's on time. Good player. Nothing great. They got wide receivers who are good, but not great. Their thing is like they don't really have any holes in their offense.
Yeah, it's solid, and he makes a lot with that group of players, though. Number 2, Kellen Moore of the Los Angeles Chargers, the number 2 offensive coordinator in football. And so we already know, even if Brian Schottenheimer ends up on this list, we know that PFF is telling us, or at least Sam Monson is telling us that the Cowboys downgraded this offseason. He says Kellen Moore has been hired by the Chargers to finally answer the question of whether Justin Herbert has been held back by his coaches in Los Angeles or whether he skews toward more conservative play than somebody with his talents should. Herbert has had the lowest turnover-worthy play rate in the NFL for the past 2 seasons and one of the lowest average depths of target. Dak Prescott was significantly more aggressive in Dallas with Moore running the offense, and it's a system that wants to rely on the quarterback as much as possible. Moore's reputation is already high, but unleashing the best version of Herbert this season will only enhance it. Make no mistake, if Justin Herbert has a career year, Kellen Moore will be the hottest name in coaching circles next year.
Yeah, 100% he will be the hottest name, but let's be fair. Quarterback, correct me if I'm wrong.
Wrong.
Quarterbacks decide where they throw the ball, right?
Yes, but
so if he throws it short, it's because of him.
There is the route structure does have certain progressions.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, the read may be you're only going to have limited time to get the ball out. So if it's one of the earliest progressions, it very much increases the likelihood that it will go short if that's what it is.
For sure. But, if the quarterback's dumping the ball off, like it's no surprise that when a backup quarterback comes in, they're throwing checkdowns and short passes, because their backups aren't any good.
Always take a profit. That was the biggest thing, honestly. And to just turn this into a sidebar briefly about the Cowboys and some of our questions about what their offense is going to look like this year, that is the biggest thing. Because you remember we were out at training camp in 2019, and John Kitten is out there on the practice field talking about Mike Martz taught me to rip it. you need to trust what you see and throw it. It is designed that way for a reason. And he said it freed him up, and he wanted to coach that into Dak. And that is exactly when you saw Dak turn more aggressive, was 2019. And so now it sounds like they're trying to rein that in. Everything Mike McCarthy said this offseason sounds like he does not want him to do that. He wants the standard coaching line of always take a profit. If that 4-yard gain is there, just check down to the 4-yard gain. Do not take the YOLO ball over here. And I wonder how much that's going to be. It's been an evolution for Dak. I wonder how much of it's going to be a difficult transition to potentially kind of step back and go back to what he was doing 4 or 5 years ago.
But I'll go back to what you said. This all has set up. It could not have been set up more perfectly for Kellen Moore PR-wise right now.
Yeah.
Because McCarthy is going more conservative with Schottenheimer. So the Cowboys statistically will probably take a step backwards. And the Chargers have been middling. We keep waiting. When's the Charger leap? And it's there. It's all set up both ways, with the Cowboys maybe statistically going back and Herbert finally taking another step forward, and Kellen Moore will be the big winner.
I mean, honestly, it's a great career move, even if Justin Herbert doesn't improve, because he'll have worked with Dak Prescott.
Because he improved quarterbacks.
But I'm saying he worked with Dak Prescott, put up a lot of numbers there, and then if Justin Herbert even maintains, he would have to regress, I think, for it to damage Kellen Moore, because look at the reputation Bruce Arians built over his career just by being there when Peyton Manning was playing, or Ben Roethlisberger was playing, or Kurt Warner was playing, and he got all of that credit and was considered a quarterback guru. So I kind of think it would be a similar effect there for Kellen.
But it also, we're very fickle with who we give credit to. Why does one coach, it's like, why does Sean Payton get credit for developing Drew Brees, but Jason Garrett doesn't get credit for developing Tony Romo
or Dak?
Because people like Sean Payton. He's got good PR.
I mean, it is that, but you also got to remember the name you just threw out there in Romo, who fought for him to be signed here? Sean Payton. Who was working with him during his developmental years? Sean Payton.
Use Dak.
But I'm just saying that, and Dak, I think it's because Jason Garrett had been named the walk-around head coach. They didn't want him involved in play calling or anything else. So I think it was easy for people to put him out of the mind as he's not the one directly working with your quarterback.
Yeah,
here.
but it's funny. It's like, Sean Payton could go this record with a backup quarterback. We conveniently forget Jason Garrett went 13-3 with a backup. That was Dak. No, but Dak's not a backup. He's the starter now.
Yeah, exactly.
But he went 13-3 with a backup.
Things change.
You give credit to who you like.
Things change. And so that's what it was. Number 3, Bill O'Brien with the New England Patriots. That's a lot of generous. I think that's pretty generous from PFF to give him a ranking that high, given some of his issues that he's had in the past and the fact that he's solid.
The Bill O'Brien criticism has been about being a GM.
Yep, exactly.
And personnel.
Well,
not for coaching.
He went to the playoffs with 3 different quarterbacks in Houston.
No, I know, but I'm saying that in general, he was somebody who the star had worn off of him. Again, we're talking about a guy who, this is one of our innovative offensive coordinators who it was as a personnel guy, but thought enough of the run game and David Johnson to go acquire him in exchange for DeAndre Hopkins.
Personnel, GM, and also to RJ's point, not a likable personality. Bill O'Brien is known as, a Belichick type gruff jerk.
Number 4, Shane Waldron of the Seattle Seahawks. Said Shane Waldron was initially hired. The focus was going to be to unlock the best play from Russell Wilson. As it turns out, he was to preside over a breakout season from Geno Smith instead. Number 5, Ken Dorsey, the former Miami Hurricanes great, the offensive coordinator for the Buffalo Bills, stepped into the offensive coordinator role last season after the departure of Brian Daboll. Clearly the foundation laid by Daboll and the personnel were already good, but the offense kept on trucking with little sign of change. See, that's interesting to me that Dorsey would get that much credit for that, or enough to just have them assume, well, it just didn't regress. Okay, but if Daboll put things in place and you just kind of continued that, I don't know how we fairly grade you. I'm not saying he's bad. I just don't know how you fairly grade him. Number 6, a very interesting name. Eric Bieniemy, Washington Commanders. I don't know how you're supposed to fairly grade him.
Yeah. So far in watching 5 episodes of Quarterback on Netflix, I have not seen much interaction between Mahomes and Bieniemy at all on the sideline. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alec. I don't know if you've gotten further along than me, but it's all Mahomes and a lot of Matt Nagy. It's Nagy and Andy and not Bieniemy with Patrick.
Yeah, I've only seen him really in the tense moments, just kind of calming Pat down. Like he's like the emotional support. I haven't seen the actual like in-game work done with Bieniemy and Mahomes.
I don't know how you grade him either. And quite frankly, I don't know how you grade him this year either.
Yep.
I can't grade a coach. Like, let's just say Sam Howell is a bottom third quarterback in the league.
Yep.
I don't know how you grade a coach got a bottom third quarterback.
Sure, but you know you'll be able to grade him right if Sam Howell produces like a top half of the league quarterback.
Yep.
So,
sure.
I mean, it's just, I don't think you can condemn his ability as a play caller and offensive coordinator if it doesn't work out this year, but you can definitely, I think, learn things about, okay, this answers questions if Washington has success. Number 7, Todd Monken, new offensive coordinator with the Baltimore Ravens. Monken is another coordinator who has stints in the NFL and college levels already. He returns to the professional ranks to take charge of the Baltimore offense and present Lamar Jackson with his first new offense at this level after enjoying so much success under Greg Roman. I know there's been a line out there that Greg Roman limited, Lamar Jackson and kept him from being the stud passer that everybody said he could be. How much are we on in terms of with Lamar Jackson? How much are we potentially on Russell Wilson watch for him? Not he's a better player right now, but the same sort of thing of, remember, the line was always Seattle held him back. And then when he got out of Seattle, now everybody's going, maybe Pete Carroll just knew his limitations.
Right.
And I think that we at least have to be aware of that with Baltimore this year. Number 8, Matt Nagy from the Kansas City Chiefs, who we just mentioned. Number 9.
Nice job in Chicago there, Matt.
Number 9. Best name in football, Jim Bob Cooter.
Oh, go Vols.
Of the Indianapolis Colts. One of a number of offensive coaches to temporarily unlock the best of Matthew Stafford when he was in Detroit. Cooter was also part of the huge growth shown by Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville last season as the team's passing game coordinator. And then number 10, Brian Schottenheimer of the Dallas Cowboys. He says this will be Brian Schottenheimer's 5th stint as an offensive coordinator between the NFL and college football, and his first since he was let go by the Seattle Seahawks. With Kellen Moore departed from Dallas, the Cowboys and Mike McCarthy clearly have defined ideas about where they want this offense to go, and Schottenheimer has always leaned toward the run game, in part seemingly in search of the magic number 53, which is a theory that he uses apparently in terms of the keys to the offense in the NFL. I'm trying to remember the exact what it was, but it was basically the combination of pass completions and runs in a game is one of the biggest predictors of victory. And so it's some combination adding up to 53. But there he is. He's number 10.
Well, he's got a boring reputation. That's bad news.
R2P2.
It's very interesting to me how Mike McCarthy keeps talking about Kellen wanted to score. We're going to run the damn ball. We need to change some things, do this and blah, blah. And John Machado mentioned it yesterday. Brian Schottenheimer, in 3 different media availabilities this year, has stressed there is not a lot to fix here, guys. This was a really good offense. It's not going to be a ton that you're going to see shift. And so I think it's funny that Schottenheimer, who's designing and installing, has it a certain way or is talking about the offense a certain way, and McCarthy, who's calling the plays, has it in a different way. Now, Mike McCarthy, if he is to get his wish that they are going to run the damn ball and not score so many points, because God forbid, they're going to need Zach Martin here, who, of course, Adam Schefter reported that Zach Martin was considering a holdout from training camp. We've mentioned it in the show a little bit earlier, but everything I'm hearing talking to people is that the Cowboys are not panicking. Zach Martin is not panicking. They all feel like there's a willingness and a desire to get this done on both sides, and they will figure something out either before training camp or pretty early into it. That is the expectation right now.
Below the belt. Every single morning at this time here on Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys, and we are taking off for Oxnard, California on Tuesday. First show Wednesday morning. And how about Derek Holland as a part of the station coverage rolling on out with KMC?
Yeah, is he coming out with us same day or what, later, earlier?
So because it was later in the day, I know he was booking like a separate flight from everybody else. So I don't know when exactly he's getting there yet.
Another person has said, yeah, that's why I invited him to the team dinner so someone could pay for it. Another person has said the Rangers are the number 1 fit for Shohei. And RJ says, be careful. Let's use last year to judge how any Ranger trades would work this year. We get you ready for the Dodgers as we start the final hour fist pump time around the corner on Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to 8.
DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, YouTube. Alec Medford getting it behind the glass. We got Ryan getting us on all the video. Unfortunately, focusing on Bobby Bell. RJ Choppy, I'm Sean Sharif. This is your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. And tonight, LA Dodgers in town. 6:30 pregame, first pitch, 7 o'clock. Does this feel much, much bigger than taking on the Rays, even when the Rays were red hot to start the season?
Oh, by a wide margin. By a wide margin. This is the Dodgers, man. The Rays are the Rays. The Rays, nobody says, man, guess what? I'm going to the ballpark today to see the Rays.
Right.
I'm going to go see. And it doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter what city you're in. If you're going to the park, a lot of time now, if it's a regular game, you go to see your team. Sometimes when there's a big dog in town, you're going to go see that other team. Even if you're the Dodgers, even if you're like the Red Sox or the Yankees, when another major team comes in, it's like, I'm going to go see that game. I got that thing marked down on my calendar. Dodgers are one of those teams.
Back-to-back series in Arlington with the only two teams to play in the World Series in this stadium. Because it was the Rays and the Dodgers in 2020.
Yeah, I was there. Look at that.
Yes.
I was there.
Oh, what a flex. You were there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, star power for the Dodgers these days, even though you said, and I agree, they kind of haven't been talked about as much. Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, J.D. Martinez, Clayton Kershaw. I mean, they still got all the names.
Oh, they still got a ton of names. They're still a big dog team. They have flown under the radar, yes. There's no doubt about that, but they are still one of the big dog teams. And look, I think they made a lot of moves. They didn't re-sign Trey Turner. They didn't bring Scherzer back. I think they made a lot of moves to get ready for this offseason to make a run at Shohei. But they're still a great team. They still got tons of names, tons of star power, tons of reasons to go watch this team.
Okay, speaking of Shohei, Bobby, another list putting the Rangers right up there as a target?
Yeah, this was CBS this week. The Shohei Ohtani trade destinations ranking 29 possible landing spots based on who's best positioned for a deal. So, they have different tiers here. Will Brinson, take note here of what a tier is. The first one, no point in even trying. By the way, I just want to mention this one because I want to point out the Rockies were in no point in even trying. So the Rockies owner probably was right to reply the way he did and was like, wouldn't that be fun? But yeah, there's no way in hell that he'd resign here. But they break it down into contenders. It doesn't get there. It doesn't get to an interesting list of like real serious contenders to trade for Ohtani until you get to the top 5. Number 5 is the Reds. Number 4 is the Dodgers. Number 3 is the Rays. Number 2 is the Orioles. And then number 1 is your Texas Rangers. And here's the write-up on it. It says, the last month has not gone smoothly for the Rangers. This is 2 games into their post-All-Star series. But the last month has not gone smoothly for them, who nevertheless sit in first place in the AL West. Jacob deGrom will miss the rest of the season following his second career Tommy John surgery, and while replacing deGrom is basically impossible, Ohtani's one of the guys who can do it. Ezekiel Duran has been very good most of the time DH, but he's no Ohtani. And frankly, Duran is exactly the kind of player the Angels should seek in an Ohtani trade. I doubt the Rangers, who have a farm system capable of putting together a winning offer, even without including Duran, would take him off the table. Texas has been so aggressive trying to build a winner in the last few offseasons. You don't spend all the money on DeGrom, Seager, and Simeon, only to hug prospects during Ohtani trade talks. The AL West rival thing is a complicating factor, but for my money, Texas makes the most sense for a Shohei Ohtani trade.
Okay.
To what part of it?
Just
why did your voice go like that?
Because I had a thing like get stuck in my throat.
Not in the rent game. Not in the rental game.
I'm struggling with what to do.
Oh, you going back? You turning on me?
No, I'm with you. I that's to me the smart play.
And again, I keep wanting this question answered. The Rangers with Ohtani as their ace are what as a contender? They go from what to what? How are we judging him as a true playoff ace?
Well, I don't think,
because that's to me what it's mainly for.
But I mean,
you can outscore people, but what is he as an ace?
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is that it's not just the question of what is he as an ace, but it's also, again, you do have to factor in the batting portion of it in terms of like what he contributes to the run support of your team heading into the playoffs. He makes your offense better. Like despite what some coaches here in the DFW area might say, you want to score as many points as possible.
True.
So you can do that with Shohei Ohtani. And then the fact that he is not a DeGrom level pitcher. He is obviously a much bigger factor as a hitter than he is as a pitcher, but he's still a really good pitcher.
He's still a good front of the rotation guy.
And he makes Evaldia too, which is good.
He's your best. He's your best pitcher.
He's your best pitcher. So I mean, MLB on Fox did a mock trade. Leiter, Owen White, Duran, Aaron Zavala, Foscue, and Emiliano Teodo.
That's a much more realistic trade, I think, than what was thrown out by ESPN the other day, where the highest prospect they gave up was like Leiter.
Like, what makes the Rangers more dangerous? Justin Verlander as a pitcher or Shohei Ohtani as a pitcher?
As a pitcher?
Yep.
I mean, I think Verlander.
I agree. So I'm saying you factor in everything it would take, not having control. Is it worth it to get, the other side with the bat? I mean, and what was that? What was that package again?
Leiter, Owen White, Duran, Zavala, Foscue, and Teodo.
That's a significant group of prospects. Leiter, obviously, you're buying low on. Owen White's the top pitching prospect in the system, with Wyatt Langford coming in now. He's the third overall prospect in the system, but White's their top pitching prospect. Leiter is the number 6 prospect. Some people still have him as a borderline top 100 prospect. Foscue he's knocking on the door of the majors right now as a middle infielder with an OPS consistently over like 900 the last couple of years. He is a pro-ready hitter, and then Duran is the same. If you could put Duran and Foscue in the middle of your infield for the future, I think that would be intriguing to the Angels.
Does that include an AL West tax that I would be applying if I was Artie Moreno? I'm taxing you in the West more.
Yeah, it probably. I assume it does. This is a big haul. This is a big haul for Anaheim if they were to do this trade. Yeah, because Fox did all these trades. They did one with Dodgers, and they did one with Boston, New York, Baltimore. For the most part, a lot of these teams are giving up at least, they're giving up a current major league player. Somebody that could step in today and play.
Yeah.
And that's and there's Duran. And that would Duran would fit that bill. Now
let's look at last year's teams in a similar position and see how it worked out for them.
Not well.
Oh no.
This article really killed my buzz.
Don't you rain on my parade.
It killed all my buzz. Because I was thinking, all right,
for the record, are you in on trading for Ohtani?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely do a rental. We've seen in the city the difference for a team that's very similar at this point in the season to the one from 2010. We saw the difference that Cliff Lee made.
He did. And now he ain't Cliff Lee.
Cliff Lee had a 4 ERA during his time here in Texas, leading into the playoffs before he hit it. Ohtani is the combined what you're getting out of him in both outputs. I think is just as impactful as what Cliff Lee does.
Though the year before was dominant in the playoffs.
Yeah, Cy Young Award
with Philadelphia. And that's what he was. He was there. He was also a Yankee killer, and they knew they needed to beat them to win.
Wish he was a giant killer.
There you go. So I went back and looked, and ESPN did a good job looking back last year's trade deadline deals. And a lion's share, this is where it really gets scared of me. And we have always heard, I've always been under the belief that analytics tells you this, buying is almost always bad and selling is almost always good. If you just go back history, you want to be a seller. You never want to be a buyer in the market. Just sell, sell, sell. And some of the great teams, the Rays, do this all the time. They both buy and sell the deadline. Right? They'll buy, but then they sell to recoup their farm systems. It's like you want to keep your inventory set, but you also want to buy, right? You want to be doing both at the same time. So I put them into 3 categories. You either got better, worse, or you stayed the same. Now, sometimes there was like a 3-team trade. So last year there was a 3-team deal where it involved 2 teams that sold. So the Phillies bought from the Cubs and the Angels. They bought David Robertson from the Cubs. I'm sorry, they bought David Robertson, for the Cubs, and they bought Brandon Marsh from the Angels. Okay, they bought both. Philadelphia was the only team who bought whose grade got better.
Oh.
Okay, so of all the trades, and I excluded one of them, the Cardinals-Yankees traded a current starting pitcher for a current center fielder. They both bought and sold. right? So it kind of canceled each other out. They were both traded major leaguer for major leaguer. That was it. They weren't buying a big-time prospect or big-time player for prospects. Of all the teams and all the trades, the only one where the buyer is happier today than they were then was that Philadelphia trade where they got David Robertson and Brandon Marsh. The Padres got Josh Hader. They were given the same exact grades. They stayed the same. That was also a win. There were 9 buyers at the deadline. 9. 7 got worse.
Oh.
1 got better, and 1 is the same today. Of the teams that sold, there were 10 sellers. Because remember, one deal was a 3-team deal. They had 2 sellers. Of the 10 that sold, 7 are better off today with a better grade. 3 are worse.
Wow.
That scared the crap out of me. It scared me. Now, I'm still a proponent of, look, you don't know what's going to happen next year. Sandy Alcantara can't pitch his way out of a paper bag right now.
Yeah.
All right? You'd never know. You might have Corey Seager having a career year. You might have Josh Young having a career year. You might have Jonah Heim having a career year. They may, Heim and Young might fall off a map next year. Yeah. You don't know. So, strike while the iron's hot. Take your chance. Maybe you steal one. So I'm still a proponent of going for it and trading some guys. But this scared me.
Well, and doesn't that speak to what you're just talking about there? If you don't know what they're going to be next year, doesn't that further emphasize or open your perspective, Sean, at the idea of a rental specifically? Well, somebody that would just be for this team.
I thought we all agreed that they're just starting their run.
They are just starting their run. Yeah, and I'm not saying going for a rental. Like, you obviously you want to try to re-sign.
I just mean Ohtani specifically. Yeah, that where it's likely he's not likely to end up here. Now, I don't know. Maybe he comes here and he realizes, hey, this is perfect. I like the Metroplex. I don't have the same media attention. Maybe he buys into all of that. It is interesting when you look at some of the biggest, like I just had this article from CBS, some of the most impactful trade deadline deals we've seen in the last 30 years or so. And you look at how did it impact them. Astros acquire Randy Johnson. They lost in the NLDS.
Yeah.
Dodgers acquire Manny Ramirez. He was great. They lost in the NLCS. Braves acquire Fred McGriff. They lose in the NLCS. Beltran to the Astros, lose in the NLCS.
The McGriff Braves one though, that did work.
It was a great trade. Yeah, it was a great trade. It's just even some of the best deadline deals we've seen, it has not consistently added up to you winning the World Series with them.
Tolo Gabe, can you imagine getting him in a trade, signing him, and he's here when DeGrom gets healthy and back to full speed? Can you imagine what that lineup and rotation looks like? You absolutely take that chance.
Yeah, the issue is you got to be able to re-sign him. You're going to give up. That is a lot to give up for a rental. If the guy's got 2.5 years of control, I'm giving up a lot. Soto had control, right?
Tolo Trey. Last year? If we're going to buy and sell simultaneously, we may need to just see what we can get for Perez. So there's Tolo Trey Evans chiming in as well.
Bag of baseballs?
Yeah, I was going to say, what could you get some BP balls or, I don't know, maybe a new water cooler for the bullpen, something.
Because, look, I mean, I'll tell you, if I'm Anaheim, and you want Shohei Ohtani, you're going. I'm not saying no without Josh Young. If I'm Anaheim,
look, maybe this is something where maybe this is why ultimately the Angels don't make a deal. Maybe they would be motivated to. I don't know. Maybe there are enough buyers out there who look at it and say, I don't want to do this without assurances that I'll sign. And if Ohtani won't give assurances to anybody, the Angels may not be able to move him because the team that's receiving him may just refuse to go in on it.
There it is. Little Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers. 6:30 pregame. 7 o'clock first pitch. Rangers, Dodgers tonight. Let's let Ocho Cinco get you ready. Dating tips from Ocho for the hot date that you have this weekend. And do you have anything that still embarrassingly connects you to your parents? Because now we have something in common with Micah Parsons. We'll get you ready for your date with Ocho and Micah and the Mom Bill before KMC Crosstalk next.
Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
All right, let's get you ready for the weekend with Ocho Cinco. If you're going on that hot date, we'll crosswalk with KMC at 9:40. What is everybody doing this weekend? What are we going to start off with that has an entertaining social life? Choppy's not answering, so that means moving boxes.
We got kids this weekend and moving. Not moving, but, still putting more stuff away. Setting stuff up. I got to get the water, the lawn watered out there with my hand watering. Still ain't fixed.
Not fixed, the sprinklers?
Still ain't fixed, the sprinklers.
I got to go ring shopping today.
Well, what's her name?
Shan. Because I still don't have my wedding ring. Last night, she was like, when are you getting that ring, by the way, before you go on this Oxnard trip? I was like, well, I tried them on yesterday. The old Chia Follow Bobby trick with the spare wedding rings. And, of course, they were all too big, way too big for my hand. So now I have to go to some place and not try to spend too much time or too much money to go get a wedding ring. And then tomorrow, a little birthday Nobu dinner. And then Sunday, hopefully nothing, because I don't like going out on Sunday.
Tonight, I'm going to the Rustic to get drinks with a couple of listeners.
Wow.
And then tomorrow, I'm going to Yard House in Las Colinas. Tomorrow I'm going to Yard House in Las Colinas to get...
He has a family.
No, Kristen's going. So I'm going to Yard House in Las Colinas to get drinks with other listeners, the Tuolos specifically. And Sunday, I think... It was initially planned. I don't know if it's still on. I think Brian and I are going over to Holland's for lunch.
Broadus?
Yeah.
Well, why didn't we lead with all this? You're meeting with Tolos today and tomorrow, and then you're going over. Is Derek cooking?
I think he was going to grill. Yeah, I think that was the plan. No, he considers himself a bit of a pit master. So
yes.
Yeah, he absolutely likes to show that off when he gets a chance.
Not according to Gavin Dawson, I'm sure. He's an insult on all the rest of us.
Well, I mean, Dawson's never beat Holland's cooking, so I mean, I guess he can't claim that.
So you and Broadus going over to Holland's. Okay, Alec, you got anything going?
A whole lot of hosting here on the Fan, yeah. I'll be with Will Chambers and Chris Arnold tomorrow, and then live at Globe Life Field on Sunday with Chris Arnold. So lots of baseball going on.
Very nice.
This man gets into Globe Life Field, gets credentialed access. I don't have credentialed access to Globe Life.
You don't?
Take that.
I don't think so. Maybe I do, and I just don't know.
You just got to go down the hall and pick up your press pass.
Oh, fun.
Okay. So let's get you ready for your date with Ocho Cinco.
I got to be honest. This is the only time this week out of however many segments we do during this week. This is the only time this week where I've gone, man, I wish Peyton was here. So Chad Johnson is getting roasted a little bit on the internet because he was doing an interview with the Talk That Shh podcast, like it is just shh, apparently.
Oh.
But he was doing an interview with them, and the discussion of how much money to spend on a first date came up with the notoriously cheap Chad Ocho Cinco Johnson.
I think I said Peyton Russell.
What is a good amount of money to spend on a first date? A lot of girls feel like I got to spend a minimum $300. $300 what? $300.
American dollars?
Dollars.
Please. On who? On the first date?
Yo, Chad.
For what?
You're considered a high value man. So, ladies, this is this. You got money?
I think high value is based on stream of income, revenue, but I am extremely cheap and financially conscious, so I don't consider myself a high value man.
And you have a lot of money.
Yes. Yes, and I'm going to save it, which is why a $300 date ain't never happening. Because what am I paying for actually? Is she an asset or is she a liability? Because anybody need a $300 date off rip is nothing but a liability.
My Lord.
I love how matter of fact he is about. This is not the first time he's gotten criticized for being cheap.
No, he's in love with McDonald's, even though he smokes cigars. Peyton's going to have an 85 jersey in here, no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
He'll 85 is actually like the cents he leaves on the tip.
Yeah.
It is.
Not his football number.
Chad's right, though, in a sense. Like,
300 is too much for a first date.
So there's two kinds of girls. Girls who eat that up and they want to be shut, and there's girls that see right through it.
Yeah.
Like, I know what you're trying. Like, don't try to overdo it. I'm not dumb enough to fall for that.
There's no girl in that category.
Oh,
there's no girl that would not prefer a $300, $200 champagne.
You're insane.
Steak, lobster. There's no girl that's saying, no, I really don't like it.
If I tried that on Sarah, she would not have
because
gone
she's
a second
over the
time.
top frugal. Because she's like an accountant.
No, because she's a normal functioning adult. The only guys who do that are insecure with nothing else to offer other than their money. And the only girls who fall for that are shallow and have nothing in their lives going on at all. They're dumb. The smart ones they're too smart to fall for that. That's all you got.
I do agree with Sean that I think that it's kind of both and. Like, I think they want the date regardless. I do think there are two women, like I think women approach it as, oh, I love this and eat it up and this is so great. And then there are others who roll their eyes at it a little bit. But even the ones who roll their eyes at it, I think go, but it is a $300 dinner.
Yeah,
so
of
I mean,
course.
like this tells me everything I need to know about the guy. So I guess I'm out on him, but I'm going to take advantage of this. I love this. So I think it is sort of both, that they would still prefer the $300 dinner. They would just make snap judgments about it. But what is the first date cost? Like, to me, in my head, I just go, it's got to probably be around or at least $100.
Look, you go and you get
drinks,
a bottle of wine if you want, or 2 or 3 drinks apiece, an appetizer, your entrees, a dessert. Whatever that costs wherever you go. You know?
Yep.
It's like Amanda Carter, friends with me. Now, again, how much do you appreciate food? I like dining experiences more than Choppy does. So she's like, calls her friends, oh, we got 2 appetizers and a bottle, not a glass, a bottle of wine. So mine was going to be, more expensive, but I like going out to eat like that. So I don't know. I can't fathom the Choppy way of someone thinking that it would be exposing yourself. But Ocho, I mean, what are you setting the bar for? He's going to be sitting there counting his money with anything that you try and go out and do. If you go on shopping, he gets the alerts. Do you get the alert every single time that your bank card is used? I don't. No. We're on the same credit card, but I don't get the alert every time. I'll check it when it's time. Like today, when I look at the direct deposit for the bill, and I'm like, okay, what has been spent? But there's some people, bam, 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 bam.
Every time.
My sister-in-law, oh, man. I went home for the first time while dating Amanda.
I love any story that starts with your sister-in-law.
Yeah, and my mom was listening earlier, but so turn it off now, Mom. You too, Jeannie.
Everyone else, turn it on, leave it on.
And she, my brother's like taking us out to eat. We're going to a wing place, all right? We're not going to a steakhouse. He pays for it. Bam! The text message from the wife. Oh, nice lunch there you paid for.
Oh, my God.
I'm like, we're out for the first time. I came home to visit with my new girlfriend. Relax, chill out. But bam, just like that.
I never get the... I mean, the only time I get it is when there's a fraud thing. I've got it set for like fraud, right? If did you when you first land in a new state and you all of a sudden pay for something, it's like, did you make this purchase in Denver?
It's a little annoying sometimes, like when it blocks something that you're trying to urgently buy and it's from an online vendor or something like that. Like this actually happened one time. My license had lapsed right before I went on the air with you guys for my 720 hit last year. My license on the Comrex app that I had lapsed. It's a company that's based out of Europe. So I'm trying to hurry and renew the license and pay for it. We're 5 minutes out from the hit and the bank wouldn't let it go through. They thought it was a fraud purchase because it was something from Europe.
Alec, you got the girlfriend or the wife? Or how are we looking these days?
Single.
Okay.
And after going to Austin last weekend, I am staying single.
Wow. Why?
What happened?
I saw the true colors of some strangers.
Huh?
Wow. Oh, so it wasn't a girl you went with?
No, it was people that I met there, and then it was okay, so what are we on here? Oh, I got a man at home.
Oh.
But you weren't acting like it.
Oh. So do you think that Peyton's... I'm trying to think of the Mexican restaurant. You think that Peyton's fajita date was impressed with him?
Impressed?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I don't think
one margarita piece and no queso.
No
guacamole.
I don't think she was impressed. I think there's no way they had fun.
Oh, shots fired at the personality.
Yeah, like you can't. I don't think you can have fun. Like you were there.
Can't have fun sober, kids.
Yeah, you can't have fun. You said they were there for a couple. Because I was out that day. They were there for a couple hours.
Yeah, a couple hours.
You can't have. Who has one margarita in a couple hours? Like, what are you even drinking it?
No, I mean, yeah, 3 hours for a margarita. That's not going to work. Yeah. Look, like I mean, you guys see me. I'm the one who just chugs vodka sodas.
Yeah.
So one margarita over 3 hours certainly is not going to get it done. But there's no way she enjoyed that, where it's like he has like a reaction to any suggestion of avocado because of the $1.25 upcharge.
Yeah, no.
He can't do that.
Right, you got to go to, I think like the best ones are like where you bounce around. Go here, dinner, get another drink at this spot, get another drink at that spot.
Yeah.
Then you're up to $200-$300 at that point.
Right. Now let me admit to being cheap, and I thank Micah Parsons for this. Micah tweeted, and again, the internet gets mad at Micah for some reason for being frugal, but he's like an understudy here to Ocho. Micah tweets his mom still pays for his phone and Netflix bills despite him being in the NFL. Micah responded saying his mom lives in a $1 million house and they have mutual respect and love for each other, and they're not counting each other's favors. I want to know how many people, and I'm raising my hand, are still on the parent cell phone family plan. I think this is a brilliant job of these cell phone companies to get you and never let you leave.
Right.
This is the only bill that I don't pay for, and it goes back to high school or whenever we first signed up. And I've never, because I'm always thinking, and they're always telling me, no, it's just cheaper to stay on a family plan. My wife, same thing with her parents. It's just cheaper to stay on there. And every year I'm like filling out taxes and trying to write things off. And I always have this embarrassing message I have to write to the accountant. Hang on, I'll get my cell phone bill for the year for my mom. Hang on a second. And it's just that's my one embarrassing umbilical cord thing that weighs me down, because I was striving for financial independence, so my dad couldn't have the control factor over me. And I've reached it a long time ago, but that dang cell phone plan with the family has still got me.
What if that, like, whenever we figure out what the exact standard is, what if that's your bet payoff for Aaron Rodgers? You have to get your own cell phone plan.
Stupid idea.
I'm saying, if it's that uncomfortable for you, my dad never paid for a thing. I was I was paying for everything as soon as I turned 18. There was nothing that, in fact, like, this is how it goes for me.
My dad will still send me, I'll get this credit card in the mail, and I'm like, yo, man, they sent this to the wrong house. He's like, no, I just want you to have a family card just in case. So I have like 3 family cards that I haven't done, like the code where you rip off the
credit cards?
Yeah, like
the
sticker.
yeah.
He said, just
Activate
in case you lose your. I said, Dad, I have a credit card. I have a debit card. I don't need a family card, but I haven't activated. I got these 3 cards just sitting up there. And he's like, no, just in case. I want you to go ahead and have it. My brother still uses it real quick, but I still got it left up there.
A lot of people in the Trucker.com text line are with you.
Yep.
That they're still on their parents' plan.
I think it has to be something the phone companies are doing.
Yeah, 28. My parents still pay for my car insurance. A lot of people, my parents pay car insurance. My mom pays the streaming. Been on my mom's phone plan for 30 years. I'm 47. Me and my wife are on my parents' plan.
Yes.
I'm on my grandparents' plan because it's a military discount.
Yep.
So I have my own now, and I had my own for a long time, but now I've got the kids. So I'm the family plan now.
Yes.
There's nothing worse than that.
Yeah.
There is nothing. It's great when you're not when you're the family plan guy. Now you're responsible for the money. Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah, my mother-in-law's on our cell phone plan.
See?
So yeah, it's the reverse. They're on ours,
and we all steal each other's upgrades. It's an upgrade game. My brother's always taking my upgrade. I'm trying to go into the store, and no, someone's eligible for it. And then everyone's got to remember the same password. And then you text in emergency. They're at the phone store. What's the password for this? These are the cell dramas that take place. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up. So there's Micah Parsons saying, yeah, I got our $1 million house. I can be on our cell phone plan. It's all good.
Yeah, as soon as I started driving, I literally was on my own insurance. I didn't even get the time on my dad's insurance.
We got about it. You were raised in the street.
You came out of the womb with responsibility.
You had newspaper wrapped on your feet. We get a hard knocks life.
Not everybody.
The opposite of dad.
Not everybody knows what it's like to grow up on the mean streets of Farmers Branch. I'm sorry that you come from Baltimore or something.
No,
Where is that?
Hell no, not Baltimore. No, Eastern Shore.
Oh yeah, Dorchester.
90 minutes away from the Bullets.
90 minutes.
Why'd you move to them now though?
Oh, well, yeah, a cheaper house. I'm inside the gate. I am inside the gate. In the Bullets, inside the gate. All right, let's crosstalk with the fellas and close out the week strong. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next on The Fan.
When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
All right, it's the Mike Bassett Crosstalk.
Right.
Brought to you by Southwest Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Cleburne. Brought to you by Men's Tea Clinic, 5 DFW locations, and Soda Weight Loss, and eventually Big Red, which would not make sense by saying Soda Weight Loss and then read how many grams of sugar are in that.
Look, it says total 72 grams of sugar.
And what's the percent on that?
145%.
That video, by the way, was amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, thank
Great
you.
job, Carter. Great job, Ryan and Mike. That was fantastic.
Yeah, Carter just picked up. He was like, okay, let's go.
Corey had the idea. I can't remember exactly how it all came about, but then it got to Big Red.
I said I didn't like Oreos, and I threw Big Red in there in a drive-by. And then you were like, what? And Derek was like, I've never had one. And that we were like, Mike, you got to go now. You got to go. And Mike was like, I got this. It was hilarious.
And by the way, Bobby was so awful in crosstalk yesterday.
He's left.
His punishment is to go make us breakfast in the kitchen.
Because of the list?
Yeah.
So you know it's interesting.
Did you see Spittle yesterday afterwards? He gave him like the Fredo hug, and he said,
"Oh no,
you broke my heart. Don't ever read 100 straight names on the radio again."
So Bobby better not stop at a toll booth or anything like that.
Yeah. So Bobby's in there making his Gordon Ramsay eggs for crosstalk.
That's how Mike and I both make the eggs, by the way.
Like that?
We both seen the video, and I watched it, and I was like, this is the way to do it.
With a fork.
Yeah.
And so you keep it's slowly scrambling. I have it on medium heat. I don't want to take forever.
So you don't get hard eggs.
And then adding a little bit of butter. Sometimes chefs, I've seen Bobby Flay, he'll add like a soft cheese at times to it to add like a saltiness to it.
There's no way Bobby Flay's real last name is Flay, right?
Why not?
And he's a chef?
No, it can't be.
Yours is choppy. Couldn't you be a chef?
He's not a swordsman.
It'd be cooler if he was like a helicopter helicopter news guy.
I have become very egg snobby though. Like I won't eat those Holiday Inn eggs. Like I can't do it. They're horrible. I mean, they're powdered eggs. I get it. Like to serve the masses, I get you have to powder egg it, or I get when you're having to serve a lot of people, people will really hard cook their eggs. I mean, just throw the flame on blazing hot, cook the scrambled eggs as fast as you can.
Are team eggs like watery ones or legit? Like if you get a breakfast team spread or dinner, I know you're probably not eating breakfast.
In the major leagues, they're legit.
They're legit. That's what I was asking.
So these are not cage-free farm. These are sweatshop eggs. These aren't cage-free farm sweat. These aren't pasture raised.
Chickens were wearing Nikes.
Those eggs. I'm telling you, have you ever had like a friend who's like, "Hey, my chicken just laid some eggs. Want to take them home?" Have you ever had that?
No, my dad bought chickens though for that.
They taste different.
How are the eggs?
He loved them, and the chicken would drop the egg every morning, bring it up to the back door, and drop it.
That's awesome.
He trained the chicken?
Awesome.
To bring the egg?
I don't know. The eggs were there. My mom got rid of them one day when he went to work, but he bought a peacock and some chickens. Yeah. He's a moron.
Oh, I was going to say he sounds awesome.
That's cool. Peacocks lay eggs?
No.
No.
He just like
They do streaming service.
I would
Peacocks just got to fly.
How do peacocks,
streaming?
They stream their babies?
Oh, easy. Yes.
Peacocks have to lay eggs. They're birds, right?
Do you think all birds lay eggs?
Yes.
I think yes.
I do.
See if you can make a Hulu joke next.
Is there birds that don't lay eggs?
I don't know, Mike.
I think all birds
Well,
lay
you
eggs.
sounded like I was a moron for thinking peacocks have to lay eggs.
All birds lay eggs. No,
and
he was saying
dinosaurs, which are also
peacock
birds.
because that's a network that streams.
It was a
Mike.
stream joke.
Yeah,
It was
I
fun.
know. But I got it eventually.
Barry Bonds at 10.
Okay. So I have a little bit of a bone to pick
no.
with the Sean and RJ show featuring Bobby Belt. Is today you guys were talking about one of my tweets last night. So I was on the Peloton, and on MLB Network were the Cubs and the Cardinals. So I watched that game. And Marcus Stroman was the pitcher, and that really kept me engaged because there's rumors out there that Marcus Stroman could get traded. He could get traded to the Rangers. So I'm like, well, heck, let me watch a Marcus Stroman start here and see how he looks. And so I tweeted this out after he got taken out in the 4th inning. Just watch Marcus Stroman pitch for the Cubs tonight. He had some bad defense behind him. I'll stop right there. If he would have had normal major league defense, I wonder if he would have been hit as hard as he was, because then the innings got extended, and as the innings got extended, he got hit pretty hard. He didn't have great command. He got behind on hitters too much, especially some hitters that you wouldn't want to get behind. Goldschmidt, Nolan Arenado, totally get. At times getting 2-0, 3-1 on those guys, you have to be careful on perennial Hall of Fame players. But I said he wasn't sharp. He hasn't pitched great lately if the Rangers are scouting him. So I'm not out on Marcus Stroman. I felt like Bobby Belt was like, Mike Bassick is out on Marcus Stroman. I'm not out on Marcus Stroman. I just watched him pitch his game against the Cardinals last night and was not impressed. He didn't pitch well. He also didn't have help behind him. It doesn't mean I don't want Marcus Stroman. I will say there's things that irk me about Marcus Stroman. To give you an idea, before the game starts, his jersey is totally untucked. So he's warming up, throwing in the outfield, going to the bullpen, and he's like, look at me. I got my jersey untucked. You know, I'm a rule breaker, right? Stroman is a big time rule breaker.
Am I hearing a TV somewhere?
Oh yeah, I hear it too.
Okay.
Not the big rules,
Was it
but
that
he's
loud?
a rule breaker.
He breaks team rules?
He wants to make sure that everybody he would say everything's old school. He wants everything new school. And he's going to do things that I know don't really do anything for him, if that makes sense. Like untucking your jersey, that's just to really throw 2 middle fingers to everybody. I get celebrating a strikeout. I get fist pumping and walking off the mound. I get celebrating a home run. But to be like, hey, watch me. I'm going to put my hat on backwards and I'm going to take my jersey out just to show the world I'm not a rule follower.
Well, let me ask you this.
But that being said, I'm not out on Marcus Stroman. He does do things, though, that irk me as a former player.
So how do you judge 3 months of sub-3 ERA versus this month of over 6? Opposite of like Scherzer, who's been blown up. Like you got 3 months here of evidence with the season ERA at 3.
That's a great question. And so I texted my buddy Mike Koploff. He is a scout for the Philadelphia Phillies, pitched in the major leagues. And I asked this question because I don't know how things are today. It used to be, and I'm just talking about 10 years ago, let's say when you were trading for a Cliff Lee or trading for somebody, you would send a scout in the month of July to watch every start that guy had. Let's just specifically talk about pitchers. That scout can only report on what he saw that night. He cannot report on what you did in April and May. Now, I'm going to give you an example. The Rangers got screwed over a little bit in 2017 because as scouts were at every game Yu Darvish pitched in July, he was below average every game he pitched. Now, as a scout, like me and you are sitting there, Sean, let's just say you're a Cub scout, I'm a Cardinal scout, and we're scouting a Ranger, and we're scouting possibly to trade for a Ranger. You can only report to your team what he did that night. You can say, hey, his fastball was not well located. He didn't have good break on his breaking ball. He got behind on hitters. I can only report on that. I can't report on April and May. And when you're renting a guy like a Mike Minor who didn't get traded because he didn't pitch well enough to even get traded, or when you're trying to scout a Yu Darvish, when it's a rental pitcher, you are now renting a guy to say, hey, I'm only going to use him for 2 months.
Right.
July matters a lot because he is going to my team based off of July. Now, does July mean you're going to pitch bad in August and September?
Right, yeah.
It doesn't, but it gives you an idea. So if a guy is destroying it in July, it doesn't mean he's going to be an ace for you in August and September. But as a scout, I have to go on the most recent thing, especially on a guy that I'm not trading for a 3-year contract. I'm trading for Marcus Stroman to be a great pitcher tomorrow for me. If he's not great now, I don't care what he's going to be in 2024 or 25 or what he did in April and May. I like April and May, but I need to know right now, can he help me win a championship right now? And right now, the Ranger scout following Marcus Stroman can't have good reports going back to the Rangers.
And I went and looked, because when a guy all of a sudden has his numbers get worse, I'm like, all right, did he have a velo drop or something? He hasn't.
Yeah.
Like his velocity is basically the same as it was in May and April. The difference in the speed of his fastball and changeup is the same. Fastball, so it's not like he's got a smaller gap and guys are timing up a little bit better. This it makes no sense why he's dropped.
Well, he's never beat you by I shouldn't say never.
He's only
Earlier in his
92,
career,
93,
he beat you a little bit with velocity when he was with the Blue Jays. But now he beats you with unbelievable movement and location and changing of speeds. And last night, there were times where, I even felt like he got away with pitches. Like against Jordan Walker, first pitch, 92, trying to throw the ball down and away for a strike to a 6'6" dude, and he throws it middle, and he fouls it off. And I'm like, so that's pure luck. So sometimes when they say, I only made 2 mistakes, well, look, he just made a major mistake. He threw a fastball right down the middle that he wasn't trying to, but young kid Jordan Walker didn't take advantage of it.
Bobby has brought his eggs in. Now, you said you cook them the same. Is this how yours look?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think, Kevin?
They look good.
Are you a scrambled eggs fan?
Yeah, I like.
Now you saw I only took 1 bite.
You seemed like you liked.
You already
it,
salt
though.
and pepper them.
They're phenomenal.
Yeah. They look like risotto.
It
looks like risotto.
That's the way they tell you to
I could tell
that
looking
we
at them.
We harden our eggs too much in the United States of America.
I could tell looking at them, they were perfect. They're seasoned perfectly. Try a bite, Kev. See what you think. And
They
then
just
we
kind of melt.
RJ Choppy. We're just taking 1 bite, so I'm passing. Bobby,
One bite, everybody knows.
they're
the rules.
so good.
Thank you.
They're so good. I think
Don't go double dipping, Mike.
I think they're incredible. Right? Is that how
Great
yours
job.
are?
You
Great
can
job.
touch it? It's not that hot?
Great. No,
Great
it's
job.
not hot. Great.
No, it has good flavor. It has good texture.
I can't make them like that.
There's a moisture to them, which people cook out all the moisture of an egg and make them taste
Tastes good.
like
I don't
a,
like the texture,
a
but they taste
fart,
good.
pretty much.
What?
The texture's one of the best parts of it.
It's
too.
You heard me.
it's mushy.
Creamy.
Yeah, I don't like that
That's
texture,
the
but it
point.
tastes good.
That's the point.
I'll throw
Yeah.
my sister-in-law under the bus.
Oh my gosh.
When we have family things and she's like the egg cooker, she throws it on flaming hot, scrambles the eggs into obliteration, and they are rocks. You are eating soft rocks pretty much. And I'm like, I can't eat these.
This is amazing. This is incredible.
Between eggs and orange magic, I don't know how you're going to go on.
Oh no!
Just enjoy food. Just enjoy it.
Now,
The great thing is I don't think that's hard to do.
No, it's not. I mean, literally, if I can do it, anybody can do it. It's just, I don't think a lot of people
just have
realize
to-
the process you're supposed to do.
Medium low, butter, and then you take a fork and you're scrambling with a fork constantly.
Not in a one of those cellophane pans or like the ceramic.
But who would ever think put it in the pan cold, not when the pan's hot, and then on and off and on and off and on and off and this and that.
So it doesn't stick. Yeah, man.
Doesn't stick.
Hit it with the jalapeno sauce now.
Jalapeno
It
sauce
doesn't
is
even
good.
need
Where'd you
it.
get that?
It's too good.
Well, all right.
Cody.
Well, Corey, what's coming up on our show? What superstar do we have today?
Awesomeness. You know what, Mike? Just for you,
Barry Bonds?
Barry Bonds again.
Yes. Yes.
I don't even know what time. Just
We have a
don't worry
daily
about it.
now with Barry.
You all
Good.
suck, except for Kevin this guy. Get out.
All right, coming up next
gosh.
for 4 straight hours, no commercial breaks.
Oh,
If
my
you-
gosh.
That's actually
I don't think that's
Well,
going to happen.
I mean,
You don't have any commercials. You know how you
yeah.
can hear
Let's
breaks.
see. This is the last
That's a
commercial
good
break I know
point.
about.
That's
We'll
a
see if
good
there's
point.
another one.
That's a good point.
KNC masterpiece.
Unless it's Slater.
Starting off with a segment
Oh, my God.
next on the Fan.
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is indeed a shout out Friday. If you want to get those shout outs in via Twitch, YouTube, or you just want to text them in, 877-881-1053 on a shout out Friday. Now, there are a variety of Texas Rangers players that we could shout out. So let's go with, I say, cut 3.
And the opener's first pitch to Tavares is sent out to right. That one is not coming back. Way out of here. And Leody Tavares, who has been struggling of late, to solo home run to lead off the bottom of the third. And the Rangers are on the board. They lead 1-0.
So we can focus in on any number of different players. And that was one of the great things about this team, especially Mike the other day when you said this is feeling like it could be a special season, is because you don't focus in necessarily just on this guy or this guy. It can expand out to so many different players. And so when I was looking at the highlights, I was like, man, that's a tough choice.
Yeah.
There are several different viable candidates here.
It is really fun to follow this team. I mean, I'm freaking rewatching games in the morning, not the whole game, but moments. I'm watching other games right now on MLB Network because there's a possibility of specifically Marcus Stroman possibly becoming a Ranger. So I'm like, heck, this is great. He's pitching on MLB Network. I can watch his whole start here and see, how he's looking right now. And I just wonder this because I was thinking about, man, this season feels magical. Like something awesome is going to happen. And then I thought about the San Francisco Giants a few years ago that somehow held off the Dodgers and won like 107 games.
Yeah.
And still lost in the first round.
Yeah.
And so there's something about this is a magical season. I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer or whatever, but I'm wondering, like, am I getting too, like, it's something great is going to happen? Because 2010, 2011 are very memorable. It's almost like we wipe out 15 and 16.
Yeah, 15. Yeah, for sure.
And you're just like, gosh, that felt really good going into the playoffs too. And it didn't work out, Then you did get to a game 5 in one of them, but the other one where you had the best record in the American League, you got swept. So this is great. Keep it up. I'm just concerned about the regular season, but it made me think just because you do something special in the regular season doesn't mean it's going to happen in the playoffs. The playoffs are a whole new animal, and that's why I do think Chris Young is working very hard right now to figure out how do I put together not only a team that wins this division, but how do I put together a team that in a 5-game series against Tampa or Baltimore or Houston Astros can beat them in a 5 or 7-game series.
Yeah, and also somehow knowing how that guy, I don't know how you do it, but knowing that guy will fit into the clubhouse and won't be something that is like, oh man, he really walked into the clubhouse and just set a lot of people off the wrong way. Like Aroldis Chapman is an interesting person. I'm told he's the best dressed dude in the clubhouse all the time. So like, but it's an interest, like everything he brings into the place it's kind of interesting to see how he's getting along. The guys love him. When they see him throw 102, 103, they're like, man, this is great.
I only got to see him in obviously a public setting somewhat, and that was in Washington when I was in the clubhouse. I know I can go there today too, but I have to get there. Like, I'd have to just leave here and just do work straight for like 14 hours. I'm not doing that. I'm going to go home and relax for a second. But he seems to be very quiet. And it seems like to me, the guys, now this is, it just takes maybe time to warm up to a new teammate, seem to be a little bit in awe of him.
Yeah, I can understand that.
In a way.
This is a giant. He is a giant man.
I mean, how many guys that are right now in that clubhouse that are, let's say, relief pitchers kind of looked up to him? Like if you're Grant Anderson, if you're now Spees, who just joined the team. Dude, when you were a kid, you saw this dude for Cincinnati throwing 105 miles an hour and dreaming about being a guy like Aroldis Chapman, and now he's on your team. Like, that is, I think, just a guy that you might be like, gosh, this dude's a 10-year vet, has done a whole bunch. I saw him win a World Series with the Cubs. Like,
I was hoping the version of Leclerc that we saw the other day, Mike, was because of Chapman. That he was like, you know what?
Like confidence rubbing off.
The confidence rubbing off. And maybe he was talking to me. He was like, dude, just throw your effing fastball, man. Watch me. I'm going to do it. And, I was hoping that was the case, Kevin. It hasn't quite fixed itself yet. But it's okay. We got Spees, who we don't know exactly where that fastball
so
is gonna go.
after one, you're like, nah, we got him. Don't even worry about it.
You got the rest of the season to figure that out.
Would you guys like to focus in to start? But we can go other directions as well on the team in general.
Okay.
On Tavares, Jankowski, Lowe. Where'd you like to go here?
I'm interested in what you're going to say about, I'm going to combine these two guys, the outfielders, Tavares and Jankowski.
Okay. Now, Tavares is the only Rangers player with 10 or more stolen bases and 10 or more home runs. And I think the fact that he already has 11 home runs, I know that's not like on its face an impressive number, but wasn't the concern like, hey, can we get him to be an average offensive player? And we'll be like, let's go. And if he's got a little pop in his bat for he also has an OPS of 802, a batting average near 300. He has had a hell of a year. And I want to say that again and again and again.
I always thought last year, if he could have an on-base percentage of getting on base a third of the time, whether that's by bunts, by just hitting a little dinker over to the left side that he beats out for a hit, getting a little Texas leaguer over the shortstop's head, whatever he had to do, just get to first base, because you're going to score a lot of runs with your speed, with the ability. It's funny, last year the Rangers were still in bases left and right, but it didn't lead to winning baseball. Bochy obviously has a different perspective on how much you should run as a team in general. Because if you remember last year, wasn't it like Simeon had a 25-25 year? I'm pretty sure Adolis Garcia had a 20-20 year. You had Bubba Thompson come up and almost steal like 25 or 30 bases in a short amount of time. Leote was stealing, and Bruce Bochy, I think, said, hey, when opportunity presents itself for a no-doubter, we're taking it. But
Bubba had 18 last year, but even still in a limited amount of games.
Right, so it just felt like, oh my gosh, like we are running left and right. And it's kind of just a different philosophy from Boch on how much he wants them to run, especially with Leote when he gets on base. Most likely Simeon and Seager are coming up to bat and doesn't want to give a free out, but he's getting on base at a 334 percentage right now. So he's right at the number that I said, man, if he could just figure out how to get on base 33% of the time.
And you've seen the outcome of that, and that's been tremendous.
He's been great.
128 stolen bases last year, and at the moment, it appears, Kevin, that
For
we're
the
at
team,
52.
I'm assuming not Leote Tavares.
That was all Leote Tavares.
Oh my gosh,
128 last year.
I feel like we should
be
talking about how much he's dropped.
The whole team got 128 last year.
So
They're
we're
at
going to
52
be
right now.
We might be the only team
who falls back,
that falls down in stolen bases from last year to this year, and that's not a bad thing. It just means that Bochy has a lot of trust because of what we've done offensively, the Rangers, that I don't need to try to get into scoring position. We are in scoring position when we're on base. We can hit the ball into the gap, and you can score from first.
I do want to talk about that a little real quick, Kevin. when Bochy was talking about that, and you've been talking about the bunt situation, and you've been just burying people that are cheering during bunting to move the guy over from second to third. I do wonder when it comes to, we talk about approach all the time, and that's what your plan is as you go to the plate. And I do wonder if Bochy was like, guys, these are the 5 rules, and nobody knew, or maybe some guys didn't know. Oh, this is what I need to do in this situation. Situational hitting is important.
Yeah.
And I wonder if like his rules or whatever, hey, here's what we do in these situations is changing a lot of that for these guys.
I can only go back to, it's a good 6 years now, if not a few more, at the ballpark in Arlington / Globe Life Field, right? Or Globe Life Park. They would have a sign up in the batting cage underneath, and it would be like, and I can't remember, somebody could text me that's maybe listening that is a clubby or something like that. There was like 14 different ways to have a quality at bat, like to get a point for an at bat.
Okay.
And so I can't remember them all, but I don't know. I don't know if that carried on to the next manager and the next hitting coach and the next hitting coach. So I don't know if, like he said, look, there's 5 ways to get a guy over there, and had a meeting in spring training about that, or there's a sign up in the batting cage in the tunnel that says, hey, man, these are our 5 ways to get a runner over to third with nobody out. Remember, if there's 1 out and you get a runner to third, it's not that big of a deal. It can help. You can get a wild pitch. You can score a run, but it's not a positive. You're not giving a guy a high five. A guy does not feel good about getting a runner to third base to make the second out of an inning.
Because, Kevin, it's better to have a plan when you go up to the plate.
Sure.
Like, we can come into the show, and we could do a show without a run sheet. We absolutely could.
I think that option's out there in the radio world.
But it's better. I think our show's better because we know what the plan is.
Sure.
And then there can be different philosophies in different innings. I love what you're saying, and maybe I'm taking up too much time here, but like Adolis Garcia, in the second, third, fourth inning, let's just say Nate Lowe gets to second base with nobody out. He hits a leadoff double. I don't want him trying to hit the ball hard the other way. I want him trying to just hit the ball hard.
Yeah.
I'm not trying in that situation. Now, 7th, 8th, 9th inning, tie game, down by 1, stuff like that. Maybe even up by 1 run to get that extra insurance that makes it feel like, hey, they cannot hit a solo home run here and tie this game or take the lead. A different situation, but maybe, I don't know this, maybe they go, we never ask Adolis to drive the ball the other way. We're just asking him to hit the ball hard, where, Simeon and Seager have a little bit better bat control. They can control the bat a little bit more. Guiding the ball sounds bad, but they can hit the ball hard to different parts of the field.
And knowing what pitch to look for, too, to create that. Certain pitches allow you outside. Hey, go ahead and take one and drive it the other way.
And a lot of times there's freedom, too, in the game where Ezekiel Duran, I know that said, hey, man, just hit the ball hard the other way. You just hit a homer hard the other way against the best left-handed pitcher in the American League right now. So we trust you to do that again, to hit the ball hard the other way. It didn't happen, but sometimes there's freedom from a manager to say, if you don't feel like you can take the ball the other way, or as a lefty, you can pull this pitcher, then bunt it. If you feel like you're more confident in bunting in this late inning situation to get him to third, then do it. I want that guy to get to third base, because if we can get him to third, I trust the next guy to knock him in, and we're going to win this game.
I just wanted to make sure to shout out Travis Jankowski. When me and Wolchuk were doing the alternative broadcast for the Rangers show. Yeah, a lot of fiery political stuff. Actually, some words that maybe you wouldn't say on air is Travis Jankowski came up a lot among people. You talked about the stolen bases, leads the team with 14 stolen bases, but he has hits in 9 straight games. That is tied a career high, and then has also reached base in 22 straight starts, which is 2 off his career best. So when we're talking about career year, and Travis Jankowski, man, his batting average looks like an outlier to the 1980s or something like that with how well he's been playing.
I don't know if this is going to give him 6 full years in the majors. You can go back. He has played in 6 years. I don't know if his service time qualifies him for free agency at the end of this year, but he made himself a nice pocket of change throughout this year. In fact, looking at this on-base percentage, which is just huge for him because he's not a power guy. He has a home run on the year and 9 doubles.
I believe he is a free agent after this.
Okay. His on-base is 424, which leads the Rangers. Next is 408 from Corey Seager, who's batting 346.
Love a Corey.
So when you look at Jankowski, he's the guy that is getting on base the most out of all of these guys, the 5 all-star hitters that you have. Jankowski, kind of, you still see him maybe in your head a little bit as a utility guy, sharing with Grossman, but he's really not. He's really playing mostly every day. Is the guy that gets on base most for the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, he's been absolutely phenomenal. And then
in his hair. Is that
how
what
much
you like?
does that factor in?
Every time one of my kids walk through the living room while I'm watching the game, they're like, "Who's the dude with the hair?" And I'm like, I don't know. He's like Thor's little brother or something, man. He looks awesome out there.
Hulk Jankowski.
Yeah, he's awesome. It's a lot of fun. I really did, by the way.
Travis Hogan.
I thought he was gonna
brother.
I thought he was gonna beat out that
all
chopper.
His hair.
I thought he was gonna beat out that chopper the other day. I really did think he was gonna do it, but that tag being out of the baseline and everything, that was a lot of it. He's fun, man. He's a blast.
And we need to keep starting him too, because if you do, I think he might be able to win a batting title in the American League. There might be not enough time left to make up the gap.
I'm not sure if Seager qualifies right now. He's really close to qualifying, and Seager has 260 at-bats to Jankowski's 148, so I don't think he's close at all to qualifying. So
that's a shame because
Seager's
on-base percentage, he'd be at the top. Batting average, he'd be at the top in the American League.
He would need right now 120 more at-bats right now to qualify.
Put him at leadoff. Time to put him in the leadoff spot. It is, in fact, a shout-out Friday. All kinds of awesome ones coming in. From the 469, can I get a shout-out from my daughter Landry, whose birthday was Tuesday? She just turned 3. Happy late birthday. Hope you had an awesome party, or maybe you're having a party this weekend. From the 469, shout-out to the KMC Masterpiece for being so badass. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to everyone who's been listening. Y'all have helped make this last year so awesome.
And if you're new to the station,
that's right.
Thanks for hanging out
with
us.
Give us a shot. Hopefully you enjoy. From the 682, shout out to my 8-year-old daughter, Paisley. She's a junior Tolo, and Mike is her favorite.
Yes!
It's because
congratulations.
It's got to be the shoes, Mike.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
My calves didn't hurt too bad yesterday.
Nice. And if you haven't,
did you dunk though? That's the
no,
question.
I didn't
one day.
even go. I just got 45 minutes on the Peloton yesterday and watched TV.
It feels too early to ask if he's already dunking.
Who knows?
If you haven't checked out the video, Instagram, Twitter,
about 60,000 people have.
Yeah,
so.
105.3 The Fan. Mike and Carter created some magical hilarity. What we'll go.
If I watched that video 30,000 times, do I count as 30,000 views, or is that 60,000 different
That's
views?
what my wife says about YouTube videos. I'm like, hey, look, it has 17 million views, and she goes, how many of those views are you?
Is that one little kid that just keeps watching it over and over?
Yeah.
I get it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, and coming up next, who's the most important player on the Cowboys offensive line? We'll do that next right here in The Fan.
This is the KNC Masterpiece.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
3rd and 1. And they're going to keep it, and he's going to throw it on the right side to Steele! And Steele's got a touchdown!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. That might be my vote right there. Who is the most important player on the Cowboys offensive line? Now, this pops to mind because of a couple of different things. Obviously, the Zach Martin potential contract conundrum. I was reading a variety of different opinions on DallasCowboys.com. They all had different answers because originally it just felt like it's Zach Martin, right? Because he's the best. And that's probably why he got a 99 on Madden and why he wants a better deal for this year.
So you think he's the most important?
But then I changed my mind.
Okay.
The more I started to think.
Hold on. That does seem easy, but
yes.
Tell me why you changed your mind. Yeah.
I decided to go with Terrence Steele because the combination of those two on the right side felt like it was super, super top notch. It felt like your offensive line discernibly got worse when Terrence Steele went out. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm sure anytime Zach Martin gets injured, you can probably look at it.
Barely even notice.
Yeah, probably not.
Oh.
I feel like you would notice a lot. So I understand that answer for sure. But one of the people Nick Eatman went with Terrence Steele from DallasCowboys.com. And I think I'm with that and I think he's the most important because he's coming back from injury. Like, I feel confident one way or another they'll get the thing figured out with Zach Martin, right? And he'll still be there, and he'll still be awesome, and hooray, hooray.
Did you hear Bobby talk about that this morning in Below the Belt? He basically said everything he's hearing is both sides are not panicking.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, no, we'll make something happen.
Yeah.
I like your use of Terrence Steele here, and I think him coming back and potentially being the right tackle is why Mike McCarthy is so confident that they can run the damn ball. You know, I think that his confidence in I can do this is because he knows what he has in the combo block on that side. Now, what if we get to a point where we don't need to combo block and it's just those two taking on, and now we're opening bigger holes. So that's
I feel like your team will be very good.
I like where you're going with that, and I guess because I think that your right tackle position, especially if you know you can go to the right and not worry about it, that's when opponents hate it the most. I have something you can't stop. Guess what? I'm going to do that thing. You know it. You can't stop it. That's when opponents are like, we're broken. We can't. What else are we supposed to do? So I really do like that answer. But my answer is this.
No, was this a compliment sandwich? Are you telling me, hey, here's all the good things about what you did. Here's why you're wrong.
No.
Okay.
No, this is a conversation. This isn't a competition.
Okay.
Like this show, I think we established a very long time ago. We're not trying to win the conversation as much as we're trying to have a conversation.
Just felt like I got tricked into a compliment.
I understand that, Kevin, and you're a great guy. You're a very good dude.
Oh, no, this is a compliment sandwich.
No, I'm just going to go with whoever is the worst offensive lineman is your most important. Because if your worst offensive lineman can be good enough to be close to your next worst offensive lineman.
You're only as strong as your weakest link.
Valid fact. Yeah. And I'm dead serious about this because in today's NFL, they will find out who your weak link is and say, that's what we're attacking. We're going to attack that all day long. And you saw it happen against the Atlanta Falcons with Dak Prescott. Your weak link was Chaz Green.
Yeah.
And that led to a record 9 sacks or whatever. It was dumb. And so that's where they said, we don't care about anything else. We know we're going to win here. And this is what football really is where's the mismatch? If my slot receiver is better than anything you can put in coverage in the slot, I got a mismatch I can win all day until you adjust by pulling a safety in, and then I'm beating you over the top. Just like with the offensive line. If your offensive line can all be about good, then you're in a much better position. So, Kevin, if you're saying it's Chuma or if you're saying it's the left guard spot, whoever is the weakest offensive lineman is the most important to me because I need them to be serviceable.
Because otherwise you say Biotish, right? Like, let's say they went Tyron and Tyler on the left side. Then you say Biotish?
Yeah, I would say I still have my concerns about Steals, just coming back from injury. I want to make sure he's good. But, man, Biotish actually grew up last year a little bit. So yes, that would be he's the lowest on the group, and I feel pretty damn good about it.
I'm not saying it's going to happen because either A, it just won't, or B, the Cowboys are set in their thought process and it wouldn't make a difference. But I would love somehow, some way for Chuma Edoga to be the talk of camp, and everyone's like, it'd be really stupid not to start him at guard.
And then Mike's over on the other side of the room going, God, that must mean that Mozzie's not that good.
Yeah.
If Chuma's this good, obviously.
It's always the thing against practicing against yourself is which one is good and which one is bad, and then which one do you just want to be positive about or which one do you want to be negative
Yes,
about?
I do always think that, but I would love for him to be the talk of camp, and they're like, okay, well, and we still need Tyler to play, so I guess Tyron does go back to our de facto swing tackle. That's what I would love to see play out. Mike, who is your most important Cowboys offensive line? There's already a few votes for Tyron.
Well, I'm going to go with Tyler Smith, and I'm assuming he's going to be healthy for 17 games. I know you can't predict anybody's health. I know Tyron Smith is going to miss at least 4 games, and that would be a miracle season for him. I mean, the miracle of all miracles is that Tyron Smith plays in 13 of your 17 games. I'm expecting him to play in 8, so I'm going to go right below 50%. So I don't want to make him so important because 50% of your games, you're going to have to play without Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
But Tyler Smith might be a fluctuating player. Maybe I'm wrong about this because you just mentioned a guy at guard that could steal the show. But Tyler Smith might have to do the swinging back from guard to tackle as Tyron Smith is in and out of your lineup. And it's honestly better when Tyron has a major injury.
Because then
Because then Tyler gets to concentrate for a month or 2 months on one position. And then as Tyron's coming back from rehabbing his bicep or hamstring or back or whatever it'll be this time, is that then it's like, all right, I know that this is my last game, my 6th game in a row to play tackle. I know now my next 2 games, most likely, I will play at guard until Tyron Smith gets hurt again. And then I'll pop back out there, but I have the experience of the last 6 games.
But if it's a week-by-week scenario,
Right, if
you
it's
might be like, I don't know.
And then what do you do with Tyron Smith? And I understand why people say he's the most important, because when he never practices. Throughout a season, he can't practice anymore.
Yeah, and
his body cannot practice during a week. So then do you tell Tyler Smith, keep practicing at guard because we think Tyron's going to be ready on Sunday, but we're not sure. So bump out there for 20% of practice just in case.
Yeah, and whenever that happens, Mike's dead on here. Whenever that happens, you want offensive lines, you hear McCarthy say it all the time, to play together. You want them to practice together. You want them to do things together because they need synchronization.
Yeah.
Come off the line at the same time, know what you're supposed to be doing, know that his tendency is that if his right foot's like, those little things. So whenever you're rolling out, Josh Ball or Veletsko or whatever, and in practice, whenever you're hitting each other, that's one of those, former Cowboys that I was talking to the other day was so adamant about. And he was just like, look, man, whenever you're just putting these guys in these different random spots, it doesn't help you in practice. Not at all.
And I guess that's why I still don't entirely understand the Cowboys' philosophy. Like, I know how good optimum Tyron Smith can be, but you see it from the 214. Tyron, if he can stay healthy. From the 817, T. Smith Sr. I like the way they did that. Is Tyler Smith is T. Smith Jr. and Tyron Smith is T. Smith Sr.
I like that.
If he can stay healthy on DallasCowboys.com. Nick Harris, health will be important, which is why Tyron Smith is my answer to this question. That feels like a little bit of madness to me. Is, hey, if Tyron Smith can stay healthy or this or that or whatever, I don't understand why you wouldn't just be like, all right, he's not going to be healthy for the whole season based on factual evidence in front of you. Or I guess I should say, based on the past that we've seen the last several seasons. So why not have him as the most badass swing tackle in the league, especially since you set up his contract that way? Unless, of course, I was not privy to these conversations, they made the deal that way because they were like, you're going to get a shot to start. And if that's the case, that makes sense why he would take that pay-for-play deal as opposed to, hey, you get $4 million and we'll add more for every game you play, but you're going to be a backup.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of different ways that, you guys brought us this question, Kevin, today during Crosstalk at 1:40 with the G-Bag Nation. You might get a completely different answer because we've talked with Broadus for years.
Yeah.
We used to have him on during the No Shirt 9 on Wednesday nights. He'd come in, he'd do his thing. We'd do basically the Power Hour with Brian Broadus. It was awesome. But what was when he was talking about drafting, when he was talking about building a team, he would say quarterback, the guy who gets to the quarterback, the guy who blocks protects the quarterback. Like that left tackle blocking the blind side in Broadus' mind, very important. Broadus also understands the importance of protecting up the middle. So what's the most important thing? Is it the guys that are protecting up the middle, or is it the guys that are protecting on the edge? It feels like for mobile quarterbacks, up the middle is important because you don't want somebody coming, being right in your face.
Yeah.
But if you can take a step and move and slide a little bit here and there, then it's a little bit easier on the edges. If you're like Romo was great at that. He was like, look, I know if somebody's coming off the edge, I can take that. So, but protect me up the middle.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is a shout-out Friday from the 254. Shout-out to Daniel Jackson, longtime Tolo out there working in this heat, listening to y'all every day. Y'all make his day. Well, whatever you're doing out in the heat, I'm sure you help out a whole lot of people as well. From the 254, shout out to my little brother last night for winning $335 at bingo.
What?
I've always wondered what the prize levels are for bingo, and I'm sure it depends on where you go, how much you put in, everything like that. But what's the most somebody has won on bingo?
Like my mom used to host a bingo night with all her friends back in the day.
Did she shake her friends down?
Well, it would be like they would go rotate houses, so they'd go to grandma's every once in a while, and Jeans and Jans and whatnot. But there was literally a sister combo.
That makes sense.
But they would play for prizes. So
Yeah.
I've never gone and sat down at a Choctaw and been like, I'm playing bingo tonight. But are you a good bingo? Can you be a good bingo player, or is it all luck?
I don't feel like there's skill involved.
You have to listen.
Yeah.
So
Mike would not be great at
if
bingo.
they say B72 and you were on your phone and
B72?
B4? I don't
there
know.
you go.
072?
Yes. You don't. Hold on. What? Do you not know the basic structure of bingo?
I haven't
Wait, how
played
many
bingo
people
in,
do know the basic
multiple
structure of bingo?
decades.
B is 1 through 15. I is 16 through 30.
Yeah, but Kevin, you're the type of person who would notice those structures within the game.
So I'm the weird one here?
No, I don't think so. I'm also in that place. I just wonder if that's as universal as we would kind of think it is.
That's a good question.
069.
You can make a bingo
Nice.
card any way you want.
That's a fact.
I would like to play bingo at Mike's house, and he's like, "Yeah,
Here's your bingo card. You have to spell bingo correctly. We can't change. We can't change the letters. I guess you could. You could just take the 5 letters, put them anywhere you want.
We're playing Myco.
And then you just put numbers. You have 16 or 20. Is it 20? 20 boxes you have to fill?
25.
25? And you just
I'd
put
like to
in
see the 20
25
box
random
bingo.
numbers, and you've made your bingo card. Let's see how lucky you
Don't forget
get.
about the free space.
Nothing's free with
But
Mike.
I'm surprised. I thought
The
Mike
middle?
would be like N. Fartschmo McGee or O. Zeke or something like that. That's good. That's good to know.
We did Cowboys bingo last year.
Yes, we did. We'll bring that back this year. But now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
How a water cooler ended a season. Next.
Coming up in the next.
105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here.
Kevin knows a lot of crap, is what I was saying.
He
knows a lot of crap. Yeah.
That was a compliment. At least he didn't say anything bad. It is a shout out Friday from the 972. Shout out to my 12-year-old daughter, Bailey Mini Tolo. She started her own small business scooping up dog poop a couple months ago and is going to go see a client right now. Industrious. I like it. Now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Baschek.
All right, so let's talk about this pitcher who might be available on the market. He struck out Jared Kelenic in 9 pitches, and he had unbelievable stuff and struck him out, and they met afterwards. Somehow this pitcher went into the Mariners' dugout after, and his name is Water, last name Cooler, and they met, and Kelenic was really upset with the way that he pitched him, and he felt like it wasn't fair. He felt like especially the 9th pitch wasn't fair, that he was able to dot a fastball on the outside corner that he took for strike 3. And he said, all right, Water Cooler, you take this. And he kicks Mr. Water Cooler as hard as he can. And Mr. Water Cooler says, you know what? You might have dented me, maybe, but I'll be fine because I'm not even a freaking human being. And he broke his foot. And so Water Cooler not only strikes out Jared Kelenic the other night, but he also breaks his foot because the man is made of pure plastic.
Did you ever attack an inanimate object because of baseball?
Oh, my God, yes.
I was about to say 100%.
I could destroy things when things didn't go my way.
What was your favorite thing to just whatever was in your way?
I remember this was one of my first ones I can remember in professional baseball. It's 1997. I'm in Columbus, Georgia, playing in the muggiest place in the world. And it's right next to a freaking river, too. So they made sure bugs were everywhere. And well, it was. And our shortstop was horrible. I mean, just horrible. I think I've told this story before. And he's screwing me over. He can't make a play to save his life. And he used back then, and I don't know if you can still do this in low A ball, you could use a bat called a bomb bat. It is a wood bat, but it's a composite wood bat. So it doesn't break as easy as a natural wood bat.
Because bats are expensive, Kevin.
It doesn't hit the ball further, but yeah, it saves a little bit of money for a low A ball team on bats that, hey, you can use a bomb bat at this level as you're trying to get used to hitting with a wood bat opposed to in high school and college, the metal bat. I don't know if they still do that or not, but anyways, bomb bats are tough to break. But this son of a gun just kept making errors all season for me. And so I went back into the clubhouse. Our clubhouse was behind right field, and I took one of his bomb bats, and I took it into the shower, and I destroyed that MFer.
The shower or the bat?
I kind of hurt the shower a little bit too, but I made sure that bat did break.
Was the shower like cinder blocks? Like, is that kind of that's how I imagine like old showers in the minor league system are all cinder block walls.
It's I won't say cinder blocky. There are like the mini white tiles or whatever,
okay, all right.
You know, very high schoolish maybe type of shower room or whatever. But yeah, I could throw chairs away from the club or away from the dugout. So nobody would see me do this unless it was the clubby. And he's like, oh my God. But yeah, you know, take off my shoes and then throw them as hard as I can into a wall and say, F this S.
Wow. Did you ever have a conversation with that shortstop outside of the bats? And
no, we found out the next year he got released from baseball completely because he was giving his friends the signs from shortstop on hitting the ball.
What?
Yeah. So
wow.
Just to make it worse. Yeah.
Did you then go find his bat and hit him with it?
No, I
okay.
didn't. I didn't know that until a few days after he got released in Kinston, North Carolina, that he decided that it would be good to show his fellow friends, I will say, the signs to try to help them out to further their career.
That is crazy.
So it can happen. Now, the one that I always will remember, which really stunk for my buddy Tyler Yates, I believe his brother is still in the major leagues today, but in 2003, I want to say is the year, we're in Indianapolis and we're in AAA. It's like, let's say August 25th through August 30th. I mean, it is really close to September call-ups when you could call up 7 or 8 guys to expand your roster to like 32 or something. Tyler Yates is a guy who threw back then 98 to 100 miles an hour, which is more common today. It's still not common, but it's more common today than it was back then. I mean, the dude could throw the crap out of the baseball. He has a bad game in Indianapolis. He maybe has one more appearance in AAA. Maybe one more appearance before September 1st, and he's going to get called up. He punches the water cooler with his right hand, breaking his right hand, ending his season, and ending his approximately $50,000 money that he would make in September for getting called up to the major leagues. So it can happen. Now, I know I'm making fun of Jared Kelenic. He was interviewed yesterday, and he was crying in the dugout because he knows how stupid it was to kick the water cooler and for his emotions to get the best of him. That being said, you can't take it back. It's over and done with. His season is pretty much over and done with. If you just look at the date and you look at, it would be very tough for him to come back. The other thing, too, is by the time he comes back, like you'd probably want him to get some at bats in the minor leagues. Or I guess if you're totally out of it, you're like, I don't care, get your last 5 games in here and just give him. But, he's a guy that struggled with confidence for his major league career. He's a top 10 prospect in all of baseball from the Mets, traded to the Mariners in a deal, and he was supposed to be a can't miss guy. It just goes to show you during this trade deadline, there are guys that are top 10 overall prospects in all of baseball, not for just their organization, but they are a top 10 prospect, and they really struggle to figure out how to be a major league player. And Kelenic looked like he was figuring some things out this year.
So while we're talking about Kelenic, and then you mentioned the previous example of somebody right when they're about to be called up, do you ever get the vibe, or do you know from people that teams start to be like, I mean, he's a good player, but sometimes, I don't know, he does dumb things. And so I don't know how much push we can put behind him. You know what I'm saying?
It seems to be common to lose your emotions and anger in baseball.
Sure.
I think in all sports, but I can specifically talk to being behind the scenes in baseball. I mean, when you have a bad game or you're having a bad week or a bad season, you can see guys lose it. Usually more privately than in the dugout. You'll see it every once in a while in the dugout, but I don't think they worry about that in a weird way. I don't think they want to say it's a positive, but it shows how much they care. Because sometimes they'll go back to the dugout, and sometimes managers will wonder when you're, let's say, 1 for your last 30 and you seem to not be affected by it at all. Then they start questioning, is this good because he's on such an even kill, or is this bad because he doesn't even care how he's doing?
Yeah.
And so, like for an example, I'll use a little bit of Josh Hamilton, a great Texas Ranger. That's what their problem was with the Angels. They're like, I don't even think he cares anymore. And we're paying him a whole bunch of money. We brought him over here to bring us to a level that we can't get to at that time. In 2013-14, they're struggling to be a winning team again. And they're just like, dang, we think Josh Hamilton's the answer. And then they felt like he doesn't even seem to care if he does good or if he does bad.
He made his money.
And that was the tough thing. And there's been other guys that I've played with that, they can get way too emotional. And then they're like, hey, you gotta be able to rein it in a little bit. I understand that you care and you want to do good, but at the same time, this isn't making you better. Sometimes, in a weird way, going to the dark side, going Star Wars on you, it does help. Now, this is the tough thing. I'll just give a personal example in second half of your life when then sports is over. People in your life can't understand that. And you're like, well, when you're competing against the top 0.1% in the world at something, sometimes anger fuels you to be better. Sometimes it fuels you to be worse. That's where a guy like a a Donnie Cockstein, my buddy Zach Sorensen with the Atlanta Braves can try to help you out and go, let's break this down on, is this helping you or is this hurting you? Instead of going to that state. And so in baseball, it can help. And then in life, sometimes it can hurt. And I'm not saying it helps you every time in sports, but then you have to deal with, can your spouse handle this? Can your kids handle this? Can your employee handle this? You know, stuff like that. When it comes to the second part of your life, and really the majority of your life you're going to spend as not a baseball player. So it's a good question, and I think it's different for different guys. But obviously when it takes it to you hurt yourself, as in you physically hurt yourself, then that can't be a good thing. So next thing, I saw this from Twitter. I'm sorry I don't have the person who tweeted this, but it's just an interesting tweet just to say how tough it is. I don't want anybody to give up on their dreams. Go for it. If you're in Frisco right now and you're listening and you're part of the Rough Riders, you're so dang close. You are one great month away. You are one possibly great start away. You are maybe one season away from possibly reaching your dreams and your goals to become a Major League Baseball player. The smallest ballpark in baseball is Progressive Field in Cleveland. It only seats 37,000 and change. If you put every major leaguer, dead and alive, from when Major League Baseball started approximately, I believe, 125 years ago, you would only put 23,000 people in that stadium. It would only be 61% full.
Wow.
So from the history and the beginning of, we've made this game called baseball and now we're going to make it professional. This is going to be considered the professional league that we're going to keep, stats on as much as we can. You would have Progressive Field in Cleveland filled up 61% of capacity. Approximately here, there's about 38,000 for a sellout here in Arlington. You would have less major leaguers all dead and alive than you did at Wednesday's game versus the Tampa Bay Rays. And I just found that somewhat to be astonishing. Me and Derek tease each other, obviously, and I was like, yeah, you were better than me. You can look at the stats. You were way better than me. But I'm one of 23,000 people that has ever been alive to be able to compete at that level. And it's such a tough level. And that's why guys at times do stupid things, is you are so used to dominating. And then all of a sudden, you can sometimes even dominate at a minor league level. Kelnick's numbers in AAA and AA were really good, all-star level good. And then you get to, this is it. We are down to the best 40-year-old is still around. The greatest little young 20-year-old has made it up here, and everything in between. And you got to compete with about, I guess my number might be wrong here, but you got to compete with 500 people born that can play this sport at this high of a level, and you got to figure out how to beat these guys on a consistent basis.
Man, that is a wild way.
So as much as I make fun of, Dwight Powell, for example, in the NBA.
He made
Dwight
it.
Powell is for him, he's going to be a 10-year guy, totally vested. You start going to totally vested guys, so.
How do you feel, Corey, about shout-outs that will get somebody in trouble?
Oh, let's do it.
For the 806, can I get a shout-out from my friend Eddie? Not sure if we should say his name, Eddie. Because we were playing hooky to play golf, and his boss, Eddie, is a Tolo. Wouldn't want to get Eddie in trouble.
Hold on. Is Eddie the Tolo or is Eddie going golf? Both of them are Eddie?
No, Eddie's boss is a Tolo.
Eddie's boss is a Tolo.
And Eddie is not at work.
Let's shout out to his boss.
Yeah.
His boss is a badass,
Thanks
man.
for being a Tolo.
Yeah.
If you don't fire him, we'll let you come up to the studio?
Yeah, for
Is
sure.
that the
Hey,
answer?
yeah, absolutely. Just think about this, man. Eddie's boss is a badass for saying, you know what? Mental health is great for my employees.
But I think that's the thing. I think he doesn't know.
It's good for him to be, hey, he's going to need a day,
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Kingpin Boxing, DeAndre Ayton, and the USA Network. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. Plus more of your shout-outs. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is a shout-out Friday. Can I get a shout-out to my daughter, Kendall? She turns 6 next Wednesday. Party this weekend. You're growing up way too fast, and your daddy loves you.
Remember when Kindles were things?
Oh, like a Kindle, like the reading device? And I think it's Kindle.
I thought he was saying Kindle.
It has a Y. It could be Kindle, and I apologize.
Wait, what has a Y?
That's it. Kindle.
I'm very concerned.
It's
We'll get to Kendalls a little bit later, actually. Is it?
I have a friend named Kendall.
Kindles had to lose money, right?
Like the reading device?
Adrian has 2 of them.
I think that's
never
probably
used them.
Yeah.
I don't know that Amazon was looking for the Kindle to make a whole bunch of money.
What were they hoping out of it?
Loss leader, baby.
I guess they probably made tons of money. Probably made it in a foreign country for like $4 and then sold it for $100.
By the way, Kevin, did you get the 940 shout out here?
No.
For the I want to do this one.
Oh, go
Can I
for
get a shout out to my amazing wife Kelsey in Murphy? She's helped me all week organize football equipment for the upcoming high school season, and they said go Panthers. It sounds like Plano East coaching.
Plano.
Oh, dang it.
Plano.
I thought we were talking about Duncanville.
Yes, absolutely.
Good luck to the Panthers this year, man.
And for Plano, I always thought it was weird, and then we'll get to Forgiveness Friday.
So did
Because
I.
there's Plano East, Plano West, and then Plano Senior. And they had shirts that said Plano, no direction needed. And on the one hand, like, I see
we are
where
the
they were
direction.
going with it. But then I was also like, I don't know if that's the total slam dunk.
We already
that
know
you
the
think it
direction. That's
is.
what they're saying.
Middle Plano.
One time on the radio, I heard somebody call it Plano Central, and it infuriated me. It's time for Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Do you need to ask forgiveness? Now, I'm going to start this off with Kingpin Boxing, because there's a lot of stuff happening here since we last talked about this. Now, you recall, last weekend, Daniela Hemsley, the boxer who won and whipped up her top, and she was topless, and the one camera guy was staying right on it, and then the hard camera was like, hey, let's zoom back. No, let's zoom way, way back.
Right, yeah.
So,
because she's married to Thor.
There's a variety of opinions going around here. Is one says that Kingpin Boxing suspended her for doing that. She says she's not suspended. She's just taking some time off from the injuries and everything. And then also, she said that her nipple tape fell off. And so it was supposed to be covered up, and she would just be like, doo-doo, and it would still be kind of covered up. So do we blame the tape? Do we blame Kingpin Boxing? Do we blame Daniela?
I think she's lying. Did she use double-sided tape where, oh, man, it stuck to my shirt? Not that I haven't seen whatever happened, but, the tape fell off.
Well, it would make sense that after a fight, after she's sweated, like she had the tape on before the fight, she applied it
off.
Much like Jennifer Lawrence with the blue suit mic that you were asking about yesterday. She applied it, and then during the fight, the sticky wore off.
But that's her fault then for not thinking that through,
absolutely. Right? Just like it was it Janet or Justin Timberlake's fault? Which one?
Oh, it was Justin's fault.
Yeah, I mean, he did it, right?
I don't know whose plan it was. I mean, they both went out
God.
there playing.
Wow, that happened so long ago. All right, so
you can thank having YouTube for that.
Why I
brought it back.
Yeah, we wouldn't have YouTube. No, that was the reason why we have YouTube.
It wasn't Lazy Sunday? Okay.
Nope.
It's so weird how we get so upset about that.
Yeah.
What, nipples?
Yes.
Yeah.
Even Corey got nervous when I said that.
Yeah, there's something Colby said to me a long time ago that's just ingrained, and I got nervous. So yeah, it is weird how we get up that we're like, nope, can't show that, can't be in, nope. But the guys, that's okay.
But also, like, can you shoot somebody in the head?
Ours are fine because they don't produce milk.
I mean, that's technically correct.
So that's why
I think so.
That's why we can't.
I think
that's why we can't see them.
Yeah, ours don't make anything
because.
I like that he said that like it's just like it's a country that doesn't produce enough GDP. It's like, you know what? These ones just don't make things.
So don't look at them.
Okay, I guess.
I think it was Justin Timberlake's fault.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's gonna be me.
Oh my God. I should have known that was a setup to something else.
Kevin, are you going to shout that out from the 214?
Oh, maybe I didn't see that one yet. Shout out to nipples.
Thank you.
I mean, sure, they were important in feeding.
I guarantee you, some famous actor or actress is going to call their kid nipples at some point. We're going to go, there's Apple and nipples.
Pilot inspector.
Those the other two are real names.
That is from the 469. I would never complain about seeing those. And who
yes,
calls?
you would.
Who picks the phone up and calls and is like, "Hey, did you see what just happened on this TV show?"
And I bet they didn't even see it. I bet they heard about it after the fact. And they're like, I am going to be outraged for everyone.
Sounds like how most outrage happens.
Yes, I actually agree with that a whole lot. All right. Does the world need forgiveness? Because this is what DeAndre Ayton said. No matter how you put it, I feel like I have no fans out there, and I can feel it because the whole world is saying it. The whole world is hating on him, and his goal over the summer is to change the narrative. Does the world need to ask for
DeAndre Ayton
forgiveness
said this about himself?
About himself.
I'll be his fan. Come to Dallas, dude. You shouldn't have taken the deal from the Suns.
He tried to go to
not. Pacers,
he tried to leave.
Yeah. Dude, we'll totally be your fan. That's fine.
But only if you come to the Mavericks.
And win. Like, if you suck, then we're going to be like, nope, not his fan anymore.
I just wonder this. Now, that being said, obviously I was not a big fan of KP because if they would have gone over totals the way that, I can't remember if it was Paul Pierce, whoever brought that up, maybe it was Jalen Rose, who's like, hey, we should just go over point total that you scored for a season, not average points per game, because so many guys are missing so many games now. That's where I made that thing about KP before somebody even brought that up. I'm like, KP's actually only averaging this because the games that he misses, he gets 0 points and 0 rebounds in those games. But what my point bringing up is, I think a guy like DeAndre Ayton or Clint Capella, we are going to be so in love with, and I'm going to bring up an example. We were so in love with Tyson Chandler. Yes, he was very good for one whole year with the Dallas Mavericks.
But he was so much better than what we had,
He
right?
was so much better than Eric Dampier and Sagana Diop.
Yeah.
So his comparison from a Mavs fan was we had Eric Scissorhands Dampier trying to catch basketballs, and he was fine. And then like right before that was Sean Bradley. So when Tyson Chandler came from the Charlotte Bobcats, which he wasn't even a very good player there, they weren't impressed with him. They gave him away for nothing. But his comparison for Mavs fans was we've had, for the most part, Sean Bradley, Eric Dampier, and Sagana Diop for a decade. We've watched play this position next to Dirk Nowitzki. And then Tyson Chandler comes in, and I was like, this is the greatest center in the history of basketball. Was he? No, he wasn't, but he was way better than what we saw. So I'm just assuming if we got DeAndre Ayton, he has flaws, and I don't think he's going to be a Maverick anymore. Or if we got Clint Capella, which there's like a 10%, maybe even up to 20% chance that still happens in this offseason, we would go, oh my God, Clint Capella is the greatest center in the history of basketball because of the comparison that we've had to go by since 2011 Tyson Chandler was on the Mavericks.
I think you're probably right.
It's like if you eat hard eggs your whole life, and then you taste the Gordon Ramsay eggs, you're like, hold on, why did we?
You didn't want to taste them because they weren't cooked as hard as you like them, right?
That is in fact not why I didn't want to taste them.
Oh.
I didn't want to taste them because this text 214, the morning show needs forgiveness because they failed to prank y'all. You
thought you were being pranked again. Wow.
I did.
You always trusting son of a gun.
And also, if I probably watched too many TV shows or whatever, when the one person is like kind of investigating this other person and they think what they need to do is show up at that person's house, and that other person has no idea that they're like on the trail, and then they make them tea, or they're like, would you like a lemon square or whatever? And then they eat it, and then they end up passed out and tied up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's on you.
Wait, what was that, Corey?
Don't go to the person's house who you're investigating and drink a drink of them. So the morning show failed to prank us, and they're like, oh, hey, we just so coincidentally made this food at the end of the week. No. Pass.
Wait, did you think you were gonna like pass out and then wake up like 5 hours later?
No, I know I combined those in a weird way.
Okay.
I thought that was more of a Corey, what he said situation.
I didn't eat them because I didn't have a fork. Otherwise, I would. But I like the way you're thinking, Kevin. I just watched Secret Invasion right now on Disney.
Yep.
And there was a scene where they drank some Pappy Van Winkle together, and he put liquid GPS in his drink, and they were able to follow him. Amazing. I can't wait to see what else the government has.
So I bring my water bottle with me. I know where it was. That's all.
Is that why you don't use the water bottle that Mike gave you, or you're afraid?
Did I give you a water?
Oh, sorry, Corey.
Oh,
gave you the
yeah.
water bottle. Sorry, Corey.
No, that one, that's a whole different story. We'll probably talk about that.
Oh, so you just don't like
He
Corey,
said it didn't fit. It was too big.
Okay.
To fit into the cup holder.
Okay.
That's true.
That clarification.
I don't know why
Sorry,
people.
my apologies for
I don't know
leaving
why
that part out.
people make cups that they know don't fit in standard cup holders.
Yes.
That's why they make that mini part at whatever, like a quick trip or a racetrack or whatever, because they're like, we need this to fit into a standard cup thing. And when they don't make them, when they make them bigger, it doesn't make sense to me.
So the way you've got your cup now,
You're supposed to hold it.
I like that the smaller part goes a little bit more, because sometimes on those cups, it feels like the smaller part is like half an inch. Yeah. And you're like, if I hit a bump or anything, that thing's going to go flying. All right, let's talk about golf, because there is a major going on right now. It is
I'm here.
It is the second to least important major from what I understand.
Dude, Merle Harmon's killing it.
I don't think that is
Is that his name?
No,
Mike.
I don't think that's correct. But Corey, you brought this to my attention. Did you see why the
Brian Harmon,
the Open, got preempted yesterday, or they just cut off coverage on the USA Network because it was time to show the original Fast and the Furious?
Absolutely, it was.
I think it was the original Fast and the Furious.
People got really mad about this.
Yeah, dude, you're watching a major, and they're like, but right now it's time for a movie that came out 22 years ago.
Great movie. Yeah, I mean,
I'm not disputing that.
I remember going to see that with my dad on my birthday, because my dad was like, my parents had just gotten divorced, so they were trying to figure out how to handle me. I was out, graduated high school and everything, and they're like, hey, we don't really know what our relationship with you is. And Dad was like, what do you want for your birthday? And I was like, pair of brown shoes and go see this movie. And I was like, all right. So, Kevin, this is a movie everybody should see because it starts the series. How are you going to get it fully invested in the series and family if you never watch the first one?
Let me ask you this. What do you think is the crossover audience for middle of the weekday golf and Fast and the Furious?
I think more of the people that are watching TV during the middle of the day are going to want to watch Fast and the Furious.
Okay.
It's just my thought here.
See?
There's
USA is like, our ratings went up 17. They didn't say that, but what if they're like, our ratings went up 17% for cutting away from golf for Fast and the Furious? I don't know.
Just my feeling on that. USA, isn't that like supposed to be a network of entertainment in some sort?
Well, NBC Sports, they got rid of their sports-specific network, so they use USA when they're like, we don't want to put this on big NBC.
They still show silk stockings on that show? You never saw silk stockings?
I think that's been a long time.
That doesn't sound like a real thing.
Reggie.
Okay.
You have to go watch Silk Stockings.
I mean, I don't think I do, but that also doesn't sound real.
It was a procedural show with some cops, but they were always tracking down like the murder. It felt like the murder of a prostitute or a strip club worker or something.
I think they went to like Playboy Mansion once, and they were like, all right.
Yeah, and if you watched it
Here's
when
your
you were
silk
like
stock.
14,
I feel like the whole show should be a Playboy Mansion.
You're like, oh my God.
Yeah, at 14 years old, you're just like, this is as close to,
That Playboy guy was a horrible person. If you watch the documentaries on
my
him,
understanding is yes.
He was not a good person and treated those women very badly, somewhat. Well, I won't use that word, but bad. Very bad.
That's very good. Great word to use there.
Very bad. They might have not had much freedom.
Yes. From the 817, it is also a shout out Friday. Can I get a shout out? I'm going to my first Rangers game ever tonight.
Me too.
That's not true.
It's your first one.
This is from Tolo
First time
Troy.
I've ever seen the Dodgers, I think, play the Rangers.
Me too.
Okay, well, that is true, and that is to be celebrated. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Sure.
But this is their first Rangers game ever. That's super cool.
What's
Hope
their
you have a
deal?
blast,
Like,
Troy.
what's wrong with you? What is
What?
how, Troy? How old are you?
Okay.
And you've never been to a Ranger
Let me
game
just
before?
see if I understand.
like that he's trying to collect information.
Yeah, they have approximately 40,000 seats available for 81 games a year.
Google
what have you been
pays
doing?
Billions of dollars. Texts in because they're listening to the show.
Yeah.
They're a fan of the show.
Mhm.
They're in on our bit. They
Accurate.
texted that they were a Tolo.
Yes.
And they're going to their first game ever tonight. And your question is, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Mike? Why would you do that?
Plenty. Okay.
I mean, he's admitted this many times, Kevin. I don't think
I'm going to have to get on some sort of drugs to fix my situation. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's okay.
That is okay.
Here's the deal, though. Like,
my
I
gosh.
think it's a valid question. Mike's just trying to figure out, like, why have you never been to a Rangers game before? That's all
But
he
that's
asked.
not how he phrased it. He said, "What's wrong with you?" instead of "What's your deal?"
I guess I'm going to have to learn how to phrase my questions
That's
better.
right. You understand. His intentions were good.
Yeah.
The 817, shout out
You
to
can
Mike.
ask it in a different way.
Shout out to Mike for those 3 seconds of radio silence to come up with the word bad.
Man, that was amazing. He circled all these words
see
and
it
he
in his
goes,
eyes, too.
nope, bad was the best word. We're the KNC Masterpiece
I
right
didn't make
here.
a 15 on my ACT for nothing.
Oh my gosh. Coming up next, more of your shout outs that hopefully Mike won't crap on. Also, it's time for Masterpiece Theater. Are you in on Barbenheimer? Or do you even know what that is, Mike? We'll do that next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Franklin & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com. Or you can call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the phenomenon that people have been talking about for weeks, if not months. It has finally arrived. It's time for Masterpiece Theater to talk about, are you in on Barbenheimer? Do you even know what that is?
Welcome to another edition of Masterpiece Theater, where we discuss theater with you. And now, two guys who know absolutely nothing about theater, Corey and Kevin.
You're
the thing that's funny
watching on the Twitch or the stream that it's Mike doing the DX crotch chop.
But Carter was like, hey, let's take it away from the 4-camera shot and go to the 1 camera on Mike's crotch.
You saw that video Carter made. He knows what hits.
So I look up and Mike's standing here smiling at me going, yeah. And then I look over at the monitor and it's just Mike's crotch.
One thing Carter doesn't know is what day it is. So
he's like, it's July.
Carter is in on the Barbenheimer phenomenon, and that is the combination of Barbie and Oppenheimer, the two giant movies being released on the same day. However, Carter might need forgiveness for buying a ticket to one of them at 10:35 today, when he is, of course, working as part of the show, as opposed to he thought it was 10:35 in the morning tomorrow.
What's wrong with you?
Well, he told you. He said he did the same thing with the Rangers game.
He did.
So the question is, Carter,
does he
what's
have a
your
calendar?
deal?
Yeah. Do you have a calendar?
He is confirming that he does indeed have a calendar.
You know how to use it? Okay, evidently not, is what we're seeing here.
Now, a lot of people are super in on this, and both of these movies are going to make a lot of money. It sounds like Barbie is going to make a truckload.
Don't most movies lose money now, it feels like? I feel like every time I'm reading something, maybe it's just because it seems like they flash out like a Disney movie loses another $150 million again. I don't.
For some of the bigger movies, like, it's weird because Little Mermaid seemed like a giant box office hit, but it ended up losing money. And so, like, that is the weird phenomenon with the box office. Usually the rule of thumb is twice as much as the budget is what you need to break even because of marketing costs and then money you got to give to the theater and everything like that.
And appeal to the people who have money, I get, right?
I mean, I don't know if I do think that's the case. I think it is exactly the opposite, which I know is somewhat confusing. But last week, 20,000 people bought tickets for both movies in the same day per AMC. By the next day, it had doubled to 40,000. And I'm sure it's going up and up and up. And so people are super in on not only seeing these two movies, but seeing them on the same day.
Yeah, this line, Kevin, from the story I sent over last night is intriguing to me because I'm curious about this. The movie industry is about to take a long, deep breath this weekend as this unfolds, either a breakthrough moment for the way audiences engage with movies or just an internet fad proven null and void. The internet has told us that Barbie is going to be a huge hit.
Sure. Well, it's not even just that. Like, I think one of the things about this is the idea of it being a breakthrough moment feels weird because it kind of feels like a throwback. When was the last time you felt a movie get this kind of blockbuster promotion?
Yeah, because it used to happen all the friggin' time.
Every year you'd get at least one or two that had this level of blockbuster promotion. That felt like it had gone away, and Barbie is getting that kind of push. I mean, think about it. Even that, I don't think that
was that not.
No, I think Endgame is true, but again, that was in the before times, right?
Yeah.
Like, because
is that how you refer to it?
Yeah,
the
sometimes
before
I
times.
do.
Okay,
there's a clear cut separation here is when COVID hit in 2020 because that trickled over some people longer than others, but that destroyed the theater business. I remember we went to go see, what's the Pixar movie where they like bring their dad back to life?
Onward.
Onward.
Toy Story.
Yeah, is not that. is so we saw that on spring break when it looked like everything was about to fall apart, and the people in the theater were like, I was like, has it been dead? And they said almost no one's been here.
I will tell you what's tough now with movie theaters. I get how expensive things get. The other day, and I shouldn't say the other day, a few weeks ago, I took our two boys to go see one of the Marvel movies. I think the one with Chris Pratt. What is those called? Guardians of the Galaxy. It's a good movie. Liked it. It's $120 to go see that movie for four. Because we went to Alamo Draft House, but just
and
like
you got food and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's approximately $17 with taxes and fees for each ticket. So you're looking at a little over $60 for 4 tickets to go see a movie. And then, somebody's ordering a pizza or a cheeseburger or popcorn. And, you just get 4 meals at those places because now you can have a meal with your movie. And then at the end of the movie, they present the bill and it says, here's $120. What would you like to tip us? I was like, golly, it's so expensive. Like, it has to be at this point. It's not a casual outing anymore. Even if we say, hey, we're going to not buy any food for this movie, I'm still having to pay approximately $60 to $70 for 4. And if my daughter could have gone, now I'm looking at more like $75 to $80 for a family of 5 to go watch a movie at a movie theater with no drink, no popcorn, no food. You're looking at an $80 outing for that. And that just starts getting to the point of, hey, should we just pay the $20 or $40 to watch it on Amazon Prime or whatever and not go to the movie theater?
And that's why this push is to the story that Corey brought up so important. This is the same thing with Top Gun 2, because somebody brought that up from last year, is they made it very clear, only in theaters. You used to never see that. And it was like, hits theaters July 28th or whatever. But now it'll say like only in theaters because you see new movies that will be streamed the same day or they'll come out only on streaming services and everything like that. And so the fact that they're both coming out on the same day is a throwback to how it used to be, especially in the summer. You would see like every other week there would be some kind of battle. Maybe not this big, but it would be like, hey, is it going to be the G.I. Joe movie or this new romantic comedy?
Transformers, because they've come together to join forces.
If it was the G.I. Joe movie, it was definitely the romantic comedy because the G.I. Joe movie's stunk.
As it should. But like, you used to see that all the time when you're like, man, I don't know which movie I'm going to go see this weekend. And then it became, hey, maybe a real movie you'd want to see in the theater will come out every 3 weeks or something like that.
How come they don't have discount movies anymore in Dallas, Fort Worth? I tried to Google this the other day so our listeners can try to help me out on this. When we go to Oxnard, I am going to watch these movies. There's a movie theater in Oxnard, and it's not a bad movie theater. It's not the nicest in the world, but it's not bad. On Sundays, it's $5.50. Any movie on Sunday, $5.50 at this movie theater. And I'm just like, I couldn't find a discount movie theater.
There are a lot of them, Mike, but they phrase it in a different way. If you buy their subscription service, you can get movies for as cheap as $2 a time or whatever.
You can go to a movie theater for only $2?
Well, but here's the deal, is you have to buy the subscription pass that's $20 a month. But they're like, and you can go see up to 10 movies a month. Or I think Alamo now might be unlimited. AMC's got the same thing. That's what they're trying to do, is they're like, hey, if you want a good deal, just buy our service every month or buy our overall service and you'll get cheaper tickets and you'll get those discounts that used to just be there.
Alamo Draft House from the 214, they work there. $7 tickets on Tuesdays.
Okay.
All right.
And it sounds like that's the same thing. AMC says Tuesdays for the stub members, that's the club, is $5 on Tuesdays.
I know we're
Cinemark. Did you just say that?
AMC and Cinemark's $5.75.
Okay.
I know we're kind of in this vein, but did your parents have like all of the discounted stuff lined up throughout the week? Because my parents were always like, Wednesday night is El Phoenix because we had the cheap enchiladas.
Yeah, $4.99 for 2 enchiladas, rice and beans.
I just remember like being like, every night I knew what certain things were because my parents were like, how can I get a deal? And it was wild.
And that's why those coupon books feel like they used to be such a big deal too, right? Like that kid from the high school or middle school is like, hey, it's $25
now.
or
It's a card now in Plano.
I saw that. And so the early tracking on these movies is that they're going to both be big, but the Barbie is going to be freaking ginormous. So Barbie last night, because you know how they do the thing where it's like, it came out today, but realistically it came out, I don't know, like 7 o'clock last night or whatever the case is Oppenheimer made $10.5 million last night, and Barbie made $22.3 million last night. So the thought is that Barbie will make between 100 and 140. 100 feels low based off of that number.
On opening weekend?
Yeah, on the opening weekend. So just today, tomorrow, and Sunday, and that Oppenheimer will be kind of in the $50 million range. And that's cool, I'm sure, for everyone involved in the film industry to see two different movies, both putting up a $50 million debut.
Will there be 20 Barbie movies in the next 20 years?
I don't think so.
I think there will be another one. It kind of reminds me.
I have no clue how this one goes, so I don't know.
Just based off the trailer, it reminded me of the Lego movie to a certain extent. So I wonder if there
Lego
could
movie
be
is
more.
so much fun.
Yeah,
Lego
exactly.
movie's a
And
blast.
people went to go see that in freaking droves.
Yeah.
And it feels like there'll eventually be like a Ken spinoff and all this. It feels like you can still put out a few of these movies.
Yeah, Adrian has no interest in Barbie. So it's like, if we're going, it's because I want to go to see Margot Robbie. That's
Does she
kind of
know that though?
Probably.
Okay.
But she also thinks that she's gorgeous too. So
Okay,
she's
great.
like, yeah, I'm fine with that. But like with Oppenheimer, I think I have a problem here. I am a huge Peaky Blinders fan, and
Cillian
I
Murphy's
think
the best.
Cillian Murphy is fantastic. And so like I can just see in his eyes, he has a very similar look that he has in Peaky Blinders. So I'm very interested to see how different the characters are. But Kevin, do you follow actors sometimes where you're just like, that's a great actor, I got to see this movie?
And Cillian Murphy might be one of those guys. One of the things that will hurt Oppenheimer at the box office is, first of all, it's like let's just say an original movie. I know it's based off of a real person in a real situation, but also it's 3 hours long. And that's not to say it won't be a really good movie, but that just hurts your turnaround time on theaters, where I think Barbie's, I don't know, an hour and 50 something
That is
like
correct.
that. Yeah. And so you can flip that theater or have, like, let's just say one extra showing a day or whatever the actual number, I guess it'd be more than that. But you can have more showings in each theater for that movie.
Or here's what you could do. Pause it in the middle of the movie.
Get out of here.
Let
All right,
people
end the
go
segment.
do something
Stop
and
the
then come
segment
back
now.
later, and you can just keep flipping it. And they're just going to have to be multiple watches.
For everybody who says these are the two biggest movies ever released on the same day, I do want to say no.
Okay.
I take you back to June 8th, 1984.
I was 3.
Where Gremlins and Ghostbusters was released on the same day. Were released on the same day.
Those were massive movies. Like,
Yeah.
I know
Oh, yeah.
I watched them, but I don't know.
And I feel like I don't know if stood the test of time is right, but I feel like people still remember those movies.
They've made like 6 remakes of Ghostbusters since then, haven't they?
Wasn't it just one?
How many Gremlins have they
Yeah,
made?
the female version too. And,
Two, but that was the remake.
oh,
right?
that was? They haven't done another one? I just remember the cartoon show.
Oh, I
dude.
think they did another one. Yeah, with Slimer
Yeah,
and
the
everything.
cartoon was
Absolutely.
awesome.
Maybe they did have 2 remakes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is it a make or break season for these players? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
If you're within 10 years of retirement, listen up, because I know you're seeing what's going on with the stock market and you want answers. This is Sean Sharif sitting here with Jeff Jr. of Trades and Wealth. Jeff, is there anything we can do to offset our losses?
Well, you might be surprised that there is. If your goal is income in retirement, you may qualify for an upfront bonus of up to 25% for opening an account and guaranteed growth of up to 10% per year for income. That'll certainly offset some of these market losses, but keep in mind it's designed for income in retirement. So if you like the thought of getting a check every month that you can't outlive, this could be a great option for a portion of your assets.
I can get up to 10% per year guaranteed?
That's exactly right.
If you're within 10 years of retirement and want up to a 25% bonus just for opening an account and up to 10% per year income growth, call Trades and Wealth today. Call 469-579-3500. Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Paid advertisement.
You know what that sound means? That's right. The Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine Shop, new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Shotgun snap to Jones with a four-man rush. Throws it to the end zone. Open Henry, sliding grab. Touchdown, Patriots!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 469. Shout out to all the mailmen that have to deliver in this heat. And then they said like themselves. So shout out to themselves as well as all the other mailmen in the world doing their work. And then from the 817, shout out to their daughter Kenzie. She turns 17 on Monday. Early happy birthday. Hope it is an awesome weekend and awesome birthday. Now, time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dots?
Okay, we're getting somewhere.
I don't know. Something.
Dippin' Dots are awesome.
Are they?
Yes,
Dude,
they are.
We have
Somehow this guy has no flavor for ice cream. They all taste the same, but Dippin' Dots is the thing that gets them over the
better
top.
than any Bluebell ice cream that's ever been
That's
made.
absurd.
That's
That is
a fact.
That's asinine.
That
I
is
can't
a
believe you said that.
fact.
He loves
to
the
me.
He loves the
That is
chemicals.
a fact to me.
That make sure the dots don't stick to each other.
It was just like, we made ice
they don't
cream,
cream
we put it
together.
in little dots.
Oh my God. Nope. No.
That's what
We're
ice
not
cream
doing
is.
this again. We're not doing this
I wanted
again.
to talk about it, but I can't now. So, nice job, Mike.
They're balls that don't
I don't know.
come together.
No. We're not doing this
There has to be a
again.
chemical.
No.
What is ice cream?
Does that mean there's chafing involved with
This
this?
is ice cream.
It's-
Let's just say it's ice cream.
that is ice.
Let's all move
Mike
on with
is
our
right
lives.
when he says this. Like,
How have they been the ice cream of the future for 50 years?
Yeah.
Tell me that.
Because they're always.
They still can't sell it in stores.
How come we went to the moon in 1969 and we still haven't been to Mars?
Nice.
These are things I can't explain.
So
yeah, in your face, Reggie.
the Walgreens in our neighborhood has a big thing, a Dippin' Dots thing.
I love it.
And the kids, every time we go, they open that thing and they're like, "All right, we're getting Dippin' Dots." And
And it's like $9.99 for a pint.
I don't. Well, it's just a little cup, and it does feel like it's $6 a piece for them. But I'm like, always,
you gotta
every
pay for
time I do
quality.
it, I will not always say get Bluebell, but I will always let Lucy get Dippin' Dots.
Now,
You're part of the problem.
I love it. I was reading an article and it said 8 prominent NFL players that this is a make or break season for them. Some of them I don't really care about. I'm just going to skip them. But one of them that I just played right there is Mac Jones. Now, we have talked about this before. You go back but a year and Mac Jones, hey, rookie of the year. That's the guy. That's the guy. And then all of a sudden, within a year, he's competing with Bailey Zappi. Everybody thinks you've already seen his ceiling. Do you feel like, and the Patriots are floundering as is, do you feel like this is a make or break season for Mac Jones?
Somewhat. And I also think this isn't fair to Mac Jones. He is faced with the Brian Griese situation. He is faced with the following Dan Marino situation. And I'm not saying all those guys were good. I'm not saying Brian Griese was good as an NFL quarterback. What I'm saying is it's almost like the rebound quarterback of a relationship when you have a person of that stature. It's rare to get the Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers situation. And so I think that for Mac Jones, his rookie year was tremendous. And it looked like, oh my God, are we going to have that Green Bay situation here?
Yeah.
And then it just took 1 year to go, oh, he's just average. We think he's the worst quarterback ever.
Okay, and so one of the names that popped up on this list, you were talking about Green Bay. I think this is a little crazy. Jordan Love is on this
With all
list.
the playing time that he's had, you'd think he'd be better at this point.
He's thrown like, what, 14 passes or something?
Yeah.
I understand where they're coming from, though, because he's in year 3 or 4.
3. And to go along with that, Mike, like when Aaron Rodgers got his opportunity to play, he was ready. So Green
Right.
Bay Packers fans expect the guy to take over for the next guy. hey, that's just the way it's going to be, bud.
Yeah, Mac Jones has some experience. He has had good moments. He has won quite a few games in a short career. Obviously, Jordan Love's done absolutely nothing. But because he's in year 3 of his career, I think you look at it and go, hey, he needs to prove it now. We don't have time. The way contracts work, especially with a quarterback, he has to either prove now or he doesn't prove it, and we have to now draft another quarterback to change our future.
Now, what about Chase Young? Chase Young we've discussed this
This
before.
is a great one.
You go back a few years ago, like his rookie season, you looked at it and you're like, oh.
No different from Micah
no.
Parsons.
Yes.
They were the exact same type of player with the exact same hype. I always remember Corey, was it the Inside the NFL where, sorry, I'm drawing a blank. The head coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike Tomlin is like, I'm happy that we never are bad enough to draft a guy like you.
Yeah.
Because he was dominating that game all over the field, and he was just like, my gosh, this kid can't do anything, or he can accomplish anything on this field right now. And that was a fun little clip of audio. And from his rookie year, it has just been a bag of nothing.
His rookie year, he had 4 forced fumbles, 3 fumbled recoveries. Since then, none. 7.5 sacks. Since then, in the last 2 years, 1.5. Now, they already declined his option. And I'm sure, let's say it doesn't go well. I'm sure some team will give him a shot and they can hype him up. But is this his last stand as a legit starter without having to go through a whole bunch? Because if he gets picked up by another team, it's going to be like a low-level situation.
I think it is. I mean, this is actually could be very similar to Clowney's whole thing that I was saying. Is it could be like that where it kind of goes that way. But I think there will be teams that they need to see something from him. They need to see that he's somewhat close to that player. Otherwise, why would you pay any more for him?
Won't there be enough coaches, though, around that say his rookie year, where we had him evaluated as one of the best pass rushers in a draft? And I just think there'll be a dozen teams next year that will be bidding for his services. I'm not saying he's going to get $20 million a year, but I think your Arizonas, whoever's a really crappy
even
team.
Even if he has a weak year?
He needs if he has a weak year.
I can sell this to the fans. Let me ask you this. Next year, the common fan of the Dallas Cowboys say we're getting Chase Young. What is the common fan going to, right? They're going to be like, oh my God, Chase Young and Micah Parsons on the same team? Or they're like, hey guys, let's just look at what he's done these last 3 years. And this isn't the Chase Young his rookie year.
Who's he with now? Who's his defensive coordinator? Right. It's Dan Quinn. He'll get the best out of him.
And look what Dan Quinn has done with Fowler or,
So hold on, you're saying we're going to get Chase Young for $3 million next year?
I think that's what he's worth, but
I just think there'll be enough bidding on him that he'll get $8 or $9 million based off of the talent is there. Washington's a horrible organization. We're going to get it right with him.
And Mike, I think you've kind of seen this enough in sports where it's he's young enough where you don't want to just say 1 year prove it deal. You want to kind of give him, you want the fruits of the labor to pay off for you too. If you give him a 3-year deal at whatever rate, then you're going to get you're hoping to get something good out of it.
If he does go back to his rookie year, he is looking at a 4-year, $60+ million deal, and I might be low on that number.
I think you might be right about that. I think that team might end up writing that deal. And then Justin Fields. I still think he's got at least another year of them building around him, but I know obviously they took some steps to try to help him out.
I think they'll be good enough not to have a top 5 pick.
Okay.
How about that? And so if they're in that situation, I think he'll be tough to replace immediately because they're not good enough to say, let's go get, I know Jimmy Garoppolo is a bad example, but let's go get Jimmy Garoppolo and win 11 games next year. I don't think they have that type of team around Justin Fields where they can feel like he was the failure of a good team.
Yeah.
But I could see them going, dang, we don't have a high enough pick to really get Caleb Williams or a couple other guys that will probably shine in college football this year. So let's roll with them 1 more year, but they've already started the foot out the door. Kind of in the Daniel Jones situation, maybe in New York, where it's like, all right, we don't really believe in you, so let's see.
Now, there's a few things here, and I know this is a tune-out subject for you, Mike, but it's done and we're moving forward. Is the Commander sale got done, but did you see that the NFL fined Daniel Snyder another $60 million on his way out the door?
Awesome.
What's amazing...
Although I do think that he could be charged even more.
Yes, I could see that. They picked that number, I believe, for a very specific reason. $60 million knocked the sale price down to $5.99 million. It just felt very intentional to be like, oh, well, it was almost $6 billion. Now it's $5.99 billion. And so they have fined him. And now all kinds of discussions have started about what Corey said. Could there be other things for Daniel Snyder on the legal front? And then changing the name. Magic Johnson, who's a small part of the ownership group, said everything's on the table. We'll see where we are with the name, but we'll get to that. We have other stuff to do. There are multiple people suggesting that this team could change its name again. I don't know if it would go back to football team or what.
The Lakers.
That would be awesome.
Like if they were the Lakers and they went with purple and gold, like that would
hate
be like
them so much.
Yeah, because I'm sure the Buss family would be happy for them to infringe
Yeah,
upon
they'd
that
be like,
trademark.
no problem. Knock yourself out.
Especially all the way across the country too. It's not in the same city. We're like, yes, it's a 6.5 hour drive to see, or sorry, flight to see both of our Laker teams play.
Are there any lakes in DC?
I'm sure there are.
I don't know. I
mean,
never
there's
lived
the
there.
Potomac River.
You just went there. That's
It's
a river.
That's not a lake.
I know, but that river might lead to. I'm sure it leads to the Atlantic Ocean. I'm assuming, but
I'm not sure you've ever been to Washington,
Geography.
D.C. now.
I was wondering this. Forbes, do they just do it like, hey, we know that these teams are worth $1 billion more than we evaluate them? Because we do look at the Forbes list, especially at the Cowboys, because they're always number one and they're valued at least, I think the last one was $8 billion.
Yeah.
But we know that the Cowboys would probably sell for $12 billion. I'm just going to guess double of Washington. How come they don't evaluate them based off of, this is, if they're up for sale, this is what people are going to pay for this team. Because that's what they're worth.
Is it possible to anticipate like the bidding war that happens? Because I imagine that some of that drives up the ultimate sale price as well.
I guess because I feel like Forbes, Reggie, has never been right on the evaluation. Whatever team it is, the Clippers, the Suns, now the Washington Commanders. I just feel like every time they evaluate them at a much lower level than what they sell for.
There are no lakes in DC. There are reservoirs, lots of reservoirs, but no lakes.
I know the difference.
The Washington Reservoirs.
That don't. I guess you could.
That's not bad. And have a dog on their helmet. Reservoir Dogs.
Have you ever seen that movie?
Are you gonna make
It's
it
so
through?
good.
It's a great
It
movie.
Stuck
in the middle.
I don't know. I don't know if
Is it
Mike
like
would like it.
German
That's where
Shepherds
Kevin,
or what kind of
clowns to
dogs
the
are
left
they?
of me.
You'd be
Joker's
surprised.
Drugs to the right, here I am, stuck in the middle with you.
That's how Kevin feels every day.
I don't know if you would like that movie. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
You don't know
I
me.
guess. Right here. Fine, Mike, go watch the movie this weekend and come back with a
Let's watch
report.
it in Oxnard
I
together.
don't have time.
You'll have time in Oxnard. Hey, did you say Melvin Gordon just reached an agreement with the Ravens?
How much?
$3.1 million on a 1-year deal.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, back to the Rangers. How much fun is this series going to be? And what's the fan split going to be like? Because I'm a little worried. Let's talk about it next right here on the Fan.
Miss any shows? and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is indeed a shout-out Friday from the 817. I would like to give a shout-out to my middle son, Lincoln. His birthday is next Wednesday. He will be 2. Happy early birthday. Curious if you do the party the weekend before or the weekend after. And from the 214, shout out to my wife, Judy. She's singing tonight and tomorrow night in Brownsville and Saturday on South Padre Island.
I'm a huge fan of that place.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We've made some mistakes there?
I don't think so. I'm trying to think.
I just feel like as a spring break destination, sometimes people will be like, yeah.
No, so I've never gone on spring break. I went when I was a child. My family would go for like vacations. We'd all pack like 15 people in a Chevy S10 Blazer and drive down there. And then, I guess we went 2 times on my birthday in the last 4 years. And family had really good trips down there. So it's awesome.
Very cool.
Met some Tolos while I was on the beach, by the way. Because they're everywhere.
There in Albertsons?
Tom Thumb.
Tom Thumb.
Oh, and AutoZone. I'm AutoZone famous too also, Mike.
And they're at funerals. I didn't know what to say to this when Jess texted me yesterday. Is one of her friend's parents died. Very sad. She texted me and said, hey, there were several Tolos here too. And I didn't want to be like, tell me more about that, instead of being like, I'm still really sad for your friend and for her family and everything like that. So I didn't ask about it until she brought it up again. But she said there were people who knew her and the show and us at the funeral. And I mean, I'm glad people are listening. I wish.
Was this person wearing a Tolo shirt underneath like the dress?
I don't think the person who passed away lived here. So maybe not them, but all of the other people.
All right.
I don't know. I didn't ask.
Kevin, this segment started out really fun. We were talking about all the living Tolos out there. And
no, the Tolos are still living. They just attended the funeral.
If you're a living Tolo, 877-881-1053, text Kevin. If you're not, also text in.
Are you also saying that being a Tolo helps you live?
Oh, that's something we can get behind.
I feel like that violates some FCC rules, or it feels like a threat, right?
What?
What? Doesn't it?
How did you take it there?
Listen, or you're gonna die.
If I'm like, you could live longer if you're a Tolo. That feels like
I didn't say that.
It just helps you live life to its fullest.
What? That is not what you said.
What do you mean? Hold on, we added that because you're saying there's some legal problems that we were dealing with there. So we wanted to make sure we got the right approach to this thing, Kevin, because you're trying to kill it.
What was this segment supposed to be about?
So let's go ahead and play cut number 4, because I still believe in this segment and that we can get it back on track.
I believe too.
Cut number 4.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with the hard slider. So Margot strikes out, and Gray indeed works himself around a couple of the hits to start the frame. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 men are left.
We're going to talk about the Texas Rangers and how much fun
Why are you blocking me out?
Because you're looking at me with this big old smile on your face, and I'm just waiting for you to be like, hey, better than being dead, huh? Like, I'm just waiting
That's just
for
Mike's
something
Friday
like
smile
that.
face.
Yeah.
Mike's just happy to see you, man.
It's Friday. He's excited.
I love looking at you.
He's looking forward to Oxnard.
What's next? What's it? You hit a John Gray. Are we talking John Gray? Are we talking Robbie Margot?
How much Margot Robbie how much fun is this series going to be? And then what is the fan configuration going to look like? Because if you talk about fans that will travel or fans that are everywhere, this feels very much like the Cowboys of Major League Baseball in terms of their Dodgers fans everywhere.
I was talking to a buddy of mine, and he sold his tickets to the World Series. This is going to be really weird because the Dodgers celebrate this place tremendously. In 1988, they won the World Series. In 2020, they won this World Series in Arlington. So it's a place where they look at and kind of go, man, this is a really cool place because this is where we won our COVID championship.
Yeah.
And so I think going back to that time, people were Dodgers fans buying those tickets at 4 times face value. because of how many Dodger fans there are, how important it is to them. There's a lot of Dodger fans that do live here in the Metroplex, and it's a historic team. I'm going to say, as great as the Ranger fans have been, this is going to be a 60% Ranger fan base and a 40% Dodger fan base for this series. It's all sold out. These tickets were bought. A lot of these tickets were bought before the season started, before the Rangers were good at baseball, before you knew how good they could be. So I'm looking at this. When they do the Let's Go Rangers, that's the Dodgers chant. If you go to Chavez Ravine, if you go to a Dodgers game
next Sunday,
that is their deal. Let's go Dodgers. And it is all the time. They don't need the music. They don't need them to help them out. They are doing Let's Go Dodgers a lot during the game. And so when they do that, Ranger fans, just know 20,000 people at that game are going to be rooting for the Dodgers and rooting hard for the Dodgers, and their Dodger chants are going to drown out the Ranger fans that aren't into the game. And so I think you're going to actually hear, at times you're going to go like, I think there's more Dodger fans here than there are Ranger fans. That's not going to be the case, but they're going to be more passionate about their team because a lot of these Dodger fans aren't flying in from LA. They live here. This is one of their opportunities to watch their team play where they live. So they are going to be very passionate about their team these next 3 days.
Is that...
And there's nothing you can do to Mike, like Mike's talking about. Those tickets have been sold.
Yeah.
Rangers fans can't go, well, I'll change that tonight. I'll show up there and I'll be rooting louder. You got the tickets are sold. They're sold out.
Does that... Okay, make sure this question makes sense. Is whenever we talk about home field advantage, I get the fans are a huge part of that, but a lot of times you hear players talking about, hey, I'm able to like sleep in my own bed and go through my own routine. How big of a difference is it knowing that instead of like your usual, let's say 90-10 split or whatever the case is, it's closer to your 60-40
And I also have another question to kind of go with that. Do all baseball teams stay at the same hotel when they come through Arlington?
I assume 90%.
Okay.
Every once in a while, you'll have teams that stay at a different hotel than the one that the teams usually stay at. I won't say which one just because I think it's pretty commonly known, but I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't care about that, don't listen, and then you don't want all those people to know where the visiting team stays. All right, so that being said, it actually brings a lot of energy to even the home team that during this game, there's going to be a lot of chatter throughout the game. So the quiet moments of the Ranger game are actually going to be loud moments for the Dodger fans. So there's going to seem like a lot of action. And actually, in a weird way, this is how to activate a home fan base that sometimes isn't as active into the games at all times, is to have the other team cheering, if that makes sense. To have people near you that are going crazy for the Dodgers actually makes a person go, I should maybe cheer a little bit more for my team because, man, these Dodger fans are really cheering on their team after a strikeout. I should maybe cheer on our team after John Gray gets a strikeout tonight. You know, like, and I know John Gray's not pitching tonight, but you just look at it and you go, okay, it's going to be, from a player standpoint, so much electricity and energy in the building. This is going to feel like a playoff environment. The Tampa series was great. A lot of people showed up there, but I was there Tuesday night. It didn't feel like a playoff game.
Yeah.
It felt like a very well-attended regular season baseball game with good energy. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, this is going to feel like playoff baseball to the players. You're not going to manage it like a playoff game, but the energy in the building tonight is going to feel like a playoff environment, which is going to really energize the players. It doesn't mean they're going to play better or worse, but they're going to feel the energy of that crowd tonight.
Now, the Rangers have won 6 straight, which that's a good winning streak, right? But not a change the world winning streak or anything like that, just to show how great this season has been.
Not where Chris Pratt led him to like 20 straight in Moneyball.
Yes.
Scott Hatteberg as the first baseman. Ignore Eric Chavez and the MVP of the 2001 season, Miguel Tejada. Ignore all the pitching that they had. It was Scott Hatteberg.
He did it all. This is the longest winning streak the Rangers have had in 4 years. And that just shows you
6 games?
Yeah, 6 games. That just shows you how bad it's been. And I realize 2020 was shorter, but this is the first time since 2019 you've been on a 6-game winning streak.
I'll make it even crazier, Corey.
Do it.
The Oakland Athletics has had a longer winning streak than the Rangers this year.
Son of a
Oh
biscuit
my
eater.
gosh, that's true.
Dadgummit.
Is that crazy?
That is crazy.
I mean, I hate saying it because the Oakland Athletics, they're getting paid major league money. They're on a major league team. But the Oakland Athletics somehow won 7 games in a row this year. And the thing is, if you win tonight, Tony Goslin is a very good pitcher. I know he's not having his best year. But if you go and you beat Cleveland, who was winning that division, and then Tampa, who was winning that division, and the Dodgers, who right now, Arizona's struggling. So it doesn't look like you can knock the Dodgers out even if you beat them all 3 games here because Arizona's just not winning enough.
San Francisco had been playing really well.
Yeah, San Francisco is playing well. I just look at it and go, what a winning streak, too. It wasn't against Oakland and Kansas City. Like, if you played Oakland for 4 and Kansas City for 3 and you won all 7, I'd be like, well, dang right, you won all 7. You have more wins than both those teams combined do. So this is a tough 6-game winning streak.
And then something, Corey, I wanted to throw in as well is, have you started actively rooting for Shohei Ohtani trade for a totally different Rangers-related reason?
Yeah, Mike, my feeling here is that if Shohei Ohtani gets traded to the National League, we'll be fortunate, and that Corey Seager will have a chance to win American League MVP.
Oh, I never thought of it that way.
Because and I think that Shohei might even not be eligible for the National League MVP because Acuna is the front runner there.
Yeah,
but he wouldn't have spent enough time in the National League to accrue that. So I kind of want Seager to get a shot.
If I'm a voter and he gets traded, let's just say on July 30th, so he would have another approximately 10 days to rack up a few more stats, I might still vote Ohtani MVP. And I know that sounds bad because you would have August and September. He wouldn't even be in the league. And at that point, let's just say he has 35 right now, I believe, home runs. Let's just say he hits 2 more home runs. He gets to 37 home runs. And his pitching stats would stop where they're at right now. I still might go, I can't not give him he deserves an MVP this year, right? And Acuna deserves an MVP this year too. And I'd be like, for Corey Seager, can he do enough in these last 2 months to still take away the Ohtani MVP if he does get traded to a National League team? I never thought of it.
What if Seager got to 25 home runs, 100 RBIs, 340 batting average, and a 1.0 OPS?
I hate saying this.
Oh,
I do.
My God.
That is great. I still think I would vote Ohtani if I had a vote.
Holy smokes. So, Corey, we were looking at the USA.
Who would you guys vote? Just if you just gave those stats. And
if he just went away, I would vote for Seager.
And he went to the Mets or whatever.
I would vote for Seager just because I thought the only way I would not vote for him is if he got hurt. Well, if he is not putting these stats together in the National League, it sucks, but I think I would vote for somebody else maybe.
Yeah, I'm voting for Seager for sure. Just because I don't want Seager to win. I like Corey's.
I understand this. That's like when CJ Nikowski asked me who's going to win the American League Central, and I said, Cleveland, they drafted me. And he's like, that's your best reason? And I'm like, I don't have a very good reason here. I'm not a big Cleveland's a good team or Minnesota's a good team.
So on the USA Today MVP ladder, they have, of course, on the American League, Shohei is first, then Bo Bichette, then Luis Robert. But 4 and 5 are Texas Rangers. Corey Seager is 4th, and Adolis Garcia is 5th. So, again, we've talked about what a great season this has been for the Texas Rangers. They might have 2 top 5 MVP candidates with Adolis kind of sliding in and maybe taking the spot that Marcus Semien previously occupied. So, go Rangers. Can they possibly sweep a first-place team for the 3rd straight series?
I'll lean no.
Yes. Hold on. He said, can they?
Can they?
Of course they can.
Yeah, can they? Well, yeah, anything can happen. It's a game.
Will they?
Can they win or can they lose? One of those things is going to happen.
What about that one All-Star game?
Yeah, well, and I guess we found out there's been random ties in regular season games too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Combo Platter. We're going to celebrate National Fortune Cookie Day, so give us a sports opinion, and then What is the best piece of advice you have ever gotten? 877-881-1053 plus more of your shout outs. All of it next right here on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we didn't get a chance to hit it, but yesterday was National Fortune Cookie Day. And so we're going to do a combo platter here. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is the best piece of advice?
Oh, I thought you were going to say our favorite fortune
No,
cookie. Now, if you think ice creams all taste the same.
Yeah, I do think all fortune cookies that I've ever had
They do.
taste the same. What's the best piece of advice you've ever gotten? So sports opinion, and then what is the best piece of advice that you've ever gotten? Who would like to start this? Ooh, fancy music right there. For the
Sounds like
sports
it
opinion?
could be from the A team or something. Is that what it is?
No.
Oh, okay.
From the 817, Rangers will win. Oh my gosh. This is good and bad. 2 World Series
this year
before the Mavericks or Cowboys
Like the NBA's doing now.
win their next championship. And best advice, never settle.
Like never settle down? Like keep
No.
getting up and leaving?
No, just never settle. If you're like, that situation's not good enough.
With a significant other?
It could be for other things too. I feel like that could be a job thing too, right?
I don't know. I'm not the one that got this advice.
Okay.
I'll ask
But
them.
you never heard that advice before?
Never settle for less. And that most of the advice I get is from commercials.
Okay.
That's an interesting way to live your life.
From the 903, I think Baylor replaces TCU this year in the college football playoff. Best piece of advice they've ever gotten? If you ain't first, you're last.
Hey, real quick. It's just still 4 this year for football in college?
Yes.
When does it go to 8?
The next?
All right. I forget. Like, that's one of those things where I care about, but I don't care about enough to retain the information.
Until it's there. Like, once it's here, we'll all know about it and talk
It's
about
kind of
it.
like UT in Oklahoma. It's this year they're still in the Big 12. I know that. Is it the next year they go to the SEC? Okay.
There's so much advice.
What is your sports opinion?
Sports opinion.
Take your time.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
There's a lot of thought I'm trying to give to this one because I want to get the
From
piece
the
of advice right.
4-3-2, the Rangers will end up as the number 1 seed in the AL. I could see that happening.
You know the Orioles are now? Right now the Orioles are the 1 seed, Rangers are the 2 seed, and Tampa has now moved to the 4 seed.
And if you have a problem with me, text me. But if you don't have my number, you don't know me good enough to have a problem with me. That is interesting. That is somewhat of an offshoot of the best advice I've ever gotten. But let me ask you a question, Corey. I need a one-time allowance. Instead of giving a sports opinion, could I play a clip of audio?
Absolutely.
All right. Let's go to...
And I think the Tolos need this.
Let's go to the audio marked voicemail. Somebody called my phone yesterday at 2:57 p.m. I did not pick. It was not you. It is somebody that I do not know. They called my phone at 2:57 p.m. and left this voicemail.
Jay, don't call this telephone number anymore. You call my number 100 times a day. I'm sick of you. Keep waking me up. Do not call that number anymore. And I mean it.
He means it.
Did you call him back?
Why are you calling him?
Did you call him?
I decided to check on this.
Let's call him live.
I didn't call him.
No.
Okay. You should not. I didn't call him because I have a theory about this. So I went to my call log. This is the first time either he's called me or I have called him.
Oh, the scam number's been using your numbers?
I have never called this number. You might be right. And then my wife said, what about text? Checked. We've never had a text interaction. This is the first interaction in the history of our 2 phone numbers. Now, Reggie brought up something, is the scam number calling from my number. My theory was if I called them back, the guy might be like, yeah, you have been making a mistake. by not getting these great deals or whatever.
You think this is a reverse scam?
Yes, I do.
All right, you're being too vigilant.
That did not sound like a reverse scam.
Call
He's
them
being
back.
too vigilant. Now, you remember earlier it was with the eggs. Now it's the phone number. Now you're just like, you're paranoid.
You are
Kevin.
very paranoid. This is
What
smart
helps
though
with
on your
paranoia,
part,
though?
huh?
What helps me be less paranoid?
Drugs.
Who told you that?
I think the reverse scam's
You guys
possible.
have that skit planned out or something? That looked like you guys like knew each other's sentences.
No, I
right
knew
there.
what he was going to say, though. I had a good feeling what he was going to say.
Like, was this back on KNC Masterpiece at night? You guys did a whole skit together about being paranoid?
We just rolled that one out for the first time. So we were working with Mike.
It's like, at what point is what you talking about Willis going to happen?
Well, my advice, the best advice I ever got is don't take criticism from people you'd never go to for advice.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a trap I fall into all the time on fan text or social media or whatever. If somebody gives you like a well thought out criticism, it's like worth acknowledging or thinking about or whatever. But sometimes people are like, oh, your show is trash, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes I get caught up trying to like, I don't know, change that person's mind. It's a giant waste of time. I would never go to that person for advice. So why would I care what their criticism is?
I am ready.
Okay.
I am now ready for a piece of advice.
All right.
And maybe sports opinion.
Maybe
What?
sports opinion?
Maybe
Do
sports
opinion first.
Well,
unless you have
you
a
want me to go
voicemail
first?
to play.
it's not my opinion, but I did hear that one nighttime show that is carrying on the torch has made comments. Is it the white cornerback or just white NFL players in general?
All right, so
Reggie?
I'll let you know how this came about. So
Right.
at some point, Kevin Gray, who is my co-host on the Get Right, 7 to 11 p.m. every day, every evening on 105 through the Fan when the Rangers aren't playing. And he was making the joke about, Bill Belichick really loves those white wide receivers. And I was like, I don't think it's about love. I think it was just a market inefficiency because all these other teams looked at these white guys like they couldn't play wide receivers. So Bill Belichick was like, oh, I'll take these good players that you don't want to have. And I said, while we're on that subject, why is it that NFL teams refuse to let white guys play cornerback? Why is that?
Yeah.
Because
we're slow.
But that's the thing. I don't believe that. I believe they're fast white guys. Y'all just don't believe in yourselves. Or that people don't believe in you. You're being held down, my white friends.
Interesting. Can we save that as a drop?
I really do want to add that around.
When you might, like, if ever something happens.
Yeah.
All right.
So again, that wasn't my sports opinion, and I don't know if Reggie was going to use that today.
No, you can use that. No,
but
I have a different sports opinion.
I
So you
wanted to
believe-
know more about that.
So you believe that white people could perhaps excel
Absolutely.
at cornerback and perhaps even other positions? This might be another market inefficiency.
That's right. You're telling me Danny Amendola couldn't then play cornerback?
We need to go get more Jason
I don't know
Sehorns
if Danny
in the league.
Amendola had that dog in him, and that's what I'm.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's my
Okay.
concern about Danny Amendola. But I love that. I love the question and the hey, let's check in on this. Let's see what's going on, and the fact that Reggie uses the market as a way to wage it.
I mean, I'm not following every college football team by far, but are there
That's a good
white
question.
cornerbacks in college to draft?
Not outside of the state of Iowa.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's a ton. I'd have to go back and look into that.
Like I feel like when I
it's a
watch
larger
UT
conspiracy.
versus OU, or you're watching A&M versus LSU, I don't feel like I'm watching any white guys lining up to cover any of the wide receivers.
This isn't an opinion. This is a question.
Encourage
for
the
one.
kids to play cornerback.
And Kevin, I like this from the 830. The Cleveland Browns will never win a championship as long as they still use that horrific helmet logo. Best advice: a lion doesn't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep. That is my. That is very close to my like best advice given.
I'm a sheep.
Let it go.
Who does sheep listen to?
Let it go is great. Like
shepherds.
And you and I talk about this all the time. I can let
Love
things
their
go
pie.
so easy now. I for a long time I was very, very bad at like being able to just like I would get wound up in something.
Yeah.
You know, something would stick with me. Kevin would say something, and for 3 days I'd be ticked off at Kevin, and he didn't even know. And then I have to figure out how to have the conversation, all that. And I was having conversations in my own head that he wasn't even thinking about. The other one is,
Oh, I do that too.
it's
yeah.
already forgotten about you. It's kind of the same thing. Let it go. If you like, there are a lot of things that you can not sit there and just pine over all night long. You can enjoy your life a lot more.
And there's a lot of people circling around kind of that same idea. There's variations of it, and I like a lot of these from the 817. Well, I love this part. Rangers beat the Giants in the World Series. And advice, if you allow somebody to make you angry, you're allowing them to control you. And they're taking up more time than they should in your life. So we're celebrating National Fortune Cookie Day, which was yesterday. Sports opinion, best piece of advice you've ever gotten.
All right, so for my sports opinion, this isn't going to be very opinionated. I can't figure out what the Rangers are going to do in the next 10 days. I know that they're going to make another trade. I would be shocked if they don't make another trade. Like, even for what I'd consider a nice bullpen piece, but like nothing super special. Like, oh, they didn't get any of the Pirates. Okay, fine. I get that. Like, that's going to be tough to do. Or they didn't get Dylan Cease or Luis Giolito. I look at this Ranger team and I keep going, man, where can I have this hard opinion on? They're going to get Shohei Ohtani, or they're going to get whoever it is, or they're going to get Stroman or Lance Lynn, or they're going to get Bednar. Like, I can't put my finger on the team or the person they're going to trade with, but I just know they're going to trade with somebody.
I think in the last 6 days, you've seen the profile of who they might or will trade for has raised. We talked about this coming out. You have played two good teams. And I know Tampa's better than Cleveland. You have two more really good teams right in front of you. And let's still say, if you win both those series, you'll have gone through that 12-game stretch that we talked about in the break. Like, oh my gosh. And you might be 10-2 coming out of that stretch or something like that. Right now, you're 6-0. And I think the Rangers are showing, hey, if you want to go and get a higher level starting pitcher, who says now's not the time?
Yeah. And just, I guess all the articles are pretty much pointing towards, because they're the Shohei Ohtani articles, the Rangers can pretty much win any deal for any player. Do the Rangers want to win the deal for that specific player?
Maybe
Whether
not.
it's
Yeah.
Dylan Cease, because yesterday we brought it up for a second, but the Houston Astros seem to be very interested in a Dylan Cease. And you don't want your rival that you're trying to hold off, that you're going to compete with still for the next few years. You don't want them to get a piece that looks like it could make you better too if they win that deal. So just think of the Cliff Lee deal. If you don't know this, the New York Yankees thought they had him done. Think about the playoffs. First of all, you don't even beat Tampa, but second of all, Game 3 was the game that changed everything, that Cliff Lee was pitching for you instead of the New York Yankees. So I don't know exactly who the Rangers are going to trade for. They are going to trade for at least one, if not like up to 3 guys to add to this team. The best advice I ever got is a lot, but I will always look towards Brad Kaminsky. He was my manager in A-ball. I've told this story before, but he said, Mike, everybody gets effed in this game, and you're getting effed. But you have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Because if you deal with it the way you are dealing with it, your career is going to end, and you're never going to get past this stage of your career. And so that was probably the best advice I ever got, is you're getting effed, but guess what? Everybody gets effed in this game. And he brought up like guys like Roger Clemens and Ken Griffey Jr. This is 2000. Like, they probably don't get effed. You know, like, there are a few people. You just have to be that good not to get effed in this game. So that was it. And then the other one was my grandfather saying, eat it and talk about it later.
Man, that's a good one. That is a good one.
You still follow that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You don't follow it. There's no way I could tell you in Oxnard, just eat it and talk about it later.
Nope.
Will you try something new in Oxnard?
Maybe.
Heck no.
That's a lie. He's not going to do
Mike,
it.
No, man. When we were in
One thing.
Arizona, I tried zucchini
Yeah.
that you'd made.
That's right, yeah.
And I thought, these are pretty good.
And then did you add it to your
Yes.
to the
Yes,
pork?
I did.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Look at that
I
growth.
still to this day eat zucchini.
Yeah. So, Mike, I think we need to come up with one thing that we know that he might not like from that, like, would be a California type thing where he could find it fresh and good.
Fish?
I am kind of trying to
don't like
consider
fish,
if we
right?
could get him to take one sushi roll and see if we could get that to happen.
Ooh.
What fish do you like?
Oh yeah, you don't get to choose.
You like
which
fried
one.
fish?
It's just we're gonna
And I
one
feel like
thing.
that would be the best shot.
He likes filet-o.
I don't think I've had a lot of
So
fish.
if we took him to Spencer McKenzie's, the
Great
really good
place.
like
Oh,
fish
man.
taco
I love
place
that
or fish
place.
burrito place.
Broadus took us there last year. It was awesome.
Okay.
That was where Woolchuck went on that
I'm
date.
nervous about how many things.
You like fried shrimp though, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I
so
think
we got him like a fried fish from Spencer McKay.
We'll
Obviously,
figure something out. We'll figure something out. I think
Corey
this is
said
a
I
good
don't
plan.
I want to
Okay.
do something that we think he might eventually like. I feel like sushi's taking him way too far down a path he'll never go down.
Corey was right. I tried the zucchini. I still like it.
Yeah,
right?
but that zucchini.
Okay, that's a big step for me, though, Mike. You can't go off of your palate.
What was
For
your
me-
favorite vegetable
What
before
I'm telling
that?
you is I'm agreeing with you. Just look at me in the eyes right now. I'm agreeing with you, Kevin.
Okay.
What I'm saying is we should probably give him cooked fish and even fried fish over raw fish that hasn't been cooked.
I apologize, Mike.
That's where I'm saying zucchini is great. Like
Yeah.
I'm trying to take you down a path of if we could get him to like a
tempura
fish.
roll. What about a tempura roll?
roll? That is
That is a
Thanks for the
lightly
469.
battered
Piece of
fish
shrimp.
that
Yeah.
is in sushi, but the fish is cooked in the sushi.
Yeah, that could be a good entry. That could be a gateway drug right there for you.
Okay. Reggie, you said you had another sports opinion. What do you got?
We talked about this extensively last night, again, on the Get Right. And I look at the way that this Cowboys roster is built, and I understand that they hired Brian Schottenheimer, and Mike McCarthy's been out here talking about how they're going to run the damn ball or whatever. I think that he's lying.
Oh.
You have 3 wide receivers that should probably be on the field at any given time. You haven't really gone and, fortified your running back. I think they're going to throw the ball and be pass happy, actually.
Scooney.
Okay.
Right? Like, you look at the way that this roster is built, I can see a whole bunch of 11 personnel, a whole bunch of tossing the football. You think about Mike McCarthy when he has Aaron Rodgers, and I understand Dak Prescott isn't Aaron Rodgers. When he was calling those plays, he had them throwing the ball around.
You know what McCarthy really likes too is the screenplay. And Cowboys historically have stunk at that. I don't know exactly what the reason is, but Andy Reid loved the screenplay, and Mike McCarthy's always loved that. And I think that could be a lot more of the screen out of the backfield is a very effective play.
Has the draw play died in football in the NFL?
No.
You feel like there's a lot of draw runs?
It always feels like the
I don't
Jason
feel. Do
Garrett
the Cowboys do it?
Give up. Well, the Cowboys feel like they do it in give up
3rd and
situations.
30,
Yes.
just draw,
Yeah.
just run a draw. You knew it was happening. So
I guess I feel like Bill Parcells. I saw a lot of really well-designed draw plays and screen plays.
Dude, Mike, I know you have a couple months until you get Netflix, but on the quarterback show, Patrick Mahomes does talk extensively about how they come up with plays when the lab is what they call it.
Right on Mondays.
Yeah, they get their chances to really work on plays together and kind of create their own. And just seeing like the way Mahomes, like, I thought about this play all off season, and then we finally got it in a game. So it's really fun to see that. So, and there are other versions of draw plays coming into the mix. Sorry, a bird was coming at me just now. I just saw it coming at the window.
What
and
inside?
Yeah, I know. It was like, it's like an Aroldis Chapman's fastball. I know there's a net. I'm still ducking.
You're like Shane Buechele and Patrick Mahomes at practice. They saw the B. I get it. What is the best piece of advice, Reggie?
I have a friend that says something, and it's really burrowed into my head. There's only one rule. It just has to work. And that's helped me out a lot. It's like sometimes you're looking for a perfect solution, and sometimes like, look, man, does it work? Let's roll with it, and make your life a little bit simpler, because I can tend to overthink things from time to time.
I appreciate that very much. From the 903, the Mavericks will miss the playoffs again this year. Best advice was actually from having a beer with Dan Marino. 15 seconds of being an a-hole gives someone a lifetime to tell people you're an a-hole. That is, especially for somebody that famous, I could see that. And then, I don't know if he's still in the room, from the 940, Jason Kidd's going to do more than just sit and watch games this year. And the best advice came from Lucius's advice: stop trying to find yourself in other people. That is a great recommendation, because there are a lot of people who do that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's also a shout-out Friday. I hope I'm getting this name right. Shout-out from Shanae. Can I get a shout-out to my girlfriend, Clarissa, for being awesome? We're on vacation in Oregon for my birthday right now and on our way to Olympic National Park listening to The Fan. That is awesome. Shout out to you guys for being awesome.
She's explaining it all.
Yes, that is true.
Shanae?
No.
How did Shanae become? How? Her name was
wasn't even the first name.
Because it was from Shanae.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay,
you
sorry.
lost him after that. Once he heard that, and I hope I got that pronunciation correct. Now it's time for who knows where we'll go with Mike Likes It. We might start talking about it in living color. I don't know.
So I was looking at past Rangers, and it was interesting to me because recently Rougned Odor, during this week, he got released, designated for assignment from the San Diego Padres. This year, Rougned Odor is batting .210 with 4 home runs and 18 RBIs for the whole year. And so it made me think once again, I just remember kind of the 2019-2020 situation of like, let's see what Mazara, Odor, and Gallo do as they move away. Because I think a lot of Ranger fans felt like we're giving up on these 3 too quick. This is the pillars of the Rangers in 2018. There was kind of this big push on, hey, we're going to really promote Odor, Mazara, and Gallo in any order you want to put. But this is the future of the Rangers. These are the 3 guys in their mid-20s who are going to push the Rangers to their next run that we saw from, let's just say, your Michael Young, Ian Kinsler, I guess Josh Hamilton core. I mean, I know, or Elvis, whoever you wanted to also put there with Moreland and Beltre comes in later throughout the process. But so I just gave you Odor. He has been designated for assignment by the Padres.
Wow.
.210 batting average, 4 and 18 for his homers and RBIs. So I look at Joey Gallo, who, do you guys remember that Joey Gallo got off to a good start this year?
I think I do.
So he got off to a very good start. If you can look up, I only looked up his numbers for this season, Corey, what he did in the month of April, because a lot of people are like, he just needed to get out of New York. He just needed a change of scenery, and he is going to be great for the Minnesota Twins.
It's going to take me a minute. I never know how to find months.
Okay, it's on Splits.
It's Splits, yeah. On
so, yeah, he for the year is batting 180 with 17 home runs, which 17 home runs isn't bad, but 180 is.
236 batting average in the month of April, March, 7 home runs, 14 RBI.
He has 31 RBI for the whole year. So he had 14 in the month of April.
Yeah.
So he had half of his RBIs in the first month. He was batting 236, which is a huge number for him. I mean, that's from a guy who swings the way he swings. His approach is he's batting 180, 17 homers, 31 RBIs for the whole year. Just think of 31 RBIs for the Rangers. Like, that's nothing.
Did you say what his July numbers were?
No. Is it bad?
118.
Oh, my gosh.
Like, that is poor.
Remember, you just have to live off those 2. He's going to have 2-week stretches where he is unbelievable. And one happened early in the year, and there could be another time at some point for the Twins, and the Twins are in a battle to win a weak division, that Joey Gallo will have a 2-week stretch where he bats 500 with 10 home runs in 2 weeks. And it is amazing.
And then he'll hit a
when he does
moonshot that you're just like, wow,
And Nomar Mazara has not played a game in the major leagues this year. He has spent the whole season in AAA for the Washington Nationals and does not have anything to write home about when it comes to his numbers in AAA. So he will not be getting at 28 years old. Nomar Mazara is 28 years old. Last year, spent 55 games in the majors for the San Diego Padres. This year has not made it to the major leagues. He has 47 games in the minor leagues. He might have got released and I just don't know, or he's been hurt for some time this year. But in his 47 games, he's batting 266 with 5 home runs and 22 RBIs.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing for these guys?
Wow.
That they're not 34 or 36 years old. Mazara is 28. Gallo, I believe, is just a hair above 30 or right around 30 years old. And Odor is a young 30. They're in their prime. They're supposed to be in their prime.
I guess then my question is, were they not as good as they were pumped up to be? Did they not get developed appropriately?
I don't think you can blame Texas for all. I think there's a pie where you can blame certain things, but ultimately they just weren't talented enough to survive in the major leagues.
Yeah.
That they had major flaws. A lot of their major flaws for Gallo and Odor is they don't have a 2-strike approach. They don't have a 7th inning approach. The approach is the exact same approach every time a bat is in their hands. How far can I hit a baseball by pulling it?
Yeah.
And that is a bad approach for most guys. You're going to fail at the major league level if your approach is, I'm trying to hit the ball 500 feet to the pull side.
Yeah.
Because like Corey Seager, great hitter. Corey Seager pulls the ball a lot. Corey Seager's batting 346, but he's not trying to hit the ball 500 feet every time.
Yeah.
He's trying to hit the ball hard on a line. He's not trying to see how much he can elevate the ball out of the ballpark.
And you
so,
said something the other day about his swing, about how long his
Stays
bat's
in
in
the
the
zone.
zone. And that is true. The more you watch him, you're just like, man, he can hit it anywhere.
So the longer you keep the bat in the zone, the more flaws you can have because, I've mistimed this by this 0.00 of a second, but my bat stayed in the zone long enough that it still caught a fatter part of my bat and it still got a line drive and it still found a hole somewhere in their defense. So my next Mike Likes It topic is I might have bought a stupid thing yesterday on the internet. Okay?
I'm so intrigued.
And then I'll go back to baseball. I bought a thing called the Pillow Cube. Have you guys ever seen the Pillow Cube? So it is a square or rectangle pillow.
Okay.
And it makes sense. It shows the alignment of the neck and everything. I cannot find a good pillow. I've never been able in my life to find a pillow that I am happy with. Well, we're about to go to Oxnard, and obviously most hotels you go to do not have the best pillows.
Yeah,
right?
Corey and I are doing the same thing. Like looking at the angle your neck would be on.
Doesn't
there.
look comfortable. To
Okay,
me
so I might have gotten.
You might nail
taken.
it. This might be perfect.
I might have nailed it. This might be the stupidest thing I've ever bought. But I decided to go down the path of buying the Pillow Cube, which I will be bringing to Oxnard.
Oh goodness!
Because
did you get the 10-incher? Which one? How big are you working with here?
What are you doing right now?
I think it's 5 inches in height.
Oh, okay, my bad. That's 10
You're
degrees.
looking at
my
width.
bad.
You're looking at width, right?
No, I was looking at the 10-degree colder. My bad. That's not inches. That's degrees.
But they do have the different sizes of pillow, how high the square goes up or the rectangle goes up, and they have. It says for somebody that's like 5'4" to 6'3", your standard size 5 inches is what you should use.
Right.
So I spent money yesterday on the Pillow Cube. Have no clue if this is going to be a good pillow or not. This might be the stupidest purchase I've ever had. But I purchased a Pillow Cube to see if the Pillow Cube is the pillow for me.
I love that they have a skeleton you'd see in science class, Kevin, and they're like,
Yeah.
they lay it down, and the skeleton's like, I love it so much. Like he
But it
loves
makes it
looking
feel
at
like
this
because they're like we couldn't get a human here, so
What's the stupidest purchase you've ever made? This won't be the most expensive. It was $70, then you have to pay shipping and handling for this Pillow Cube. So it's not like I'm gonna be out $84 or whatever if this
Scuncy
doesn't
steamer. Now the thing is, me and my roommate were sitting at the house on a Saturday, imbibing, and we were watching. What's it called? What are those long commercials?
Infomercials?
An infomercial on the
love the
Scuncy
infomercials.
steamer.
Trailers.
Dude, they were cleaning the tile grout. It's heated up water and sprayed it. And it was like, oh my God, we can clean the tile grout. And they were like, now watch this. We'll clean your patio. I was like, we can clean the patio. You could get wrinkles out of your clothes. I was like, this thing is amazing. We got it. It worked. Never used it. Like, we were just like, it went into a closet somewhere.
Is it worse if it doesn't work or if it works and you just didn't use it?
It was on us, definitely. We just were like, this is going to change our lives.
what if it could theoretically work, or maybe you would start to figure out a way to make it work, but you were too young to figure it out? So when I was a kid, I kicked a hole in a wall.
That sounds like Kevin.
I did it a couple of times. And it was one of those days where I think my mom had to go to a financial planning meeting, which she came back around and was like, those were real. And so I kicked the hole in the wall right before she was about to leave. She was gone she was going to be gone like the whole day. I was, I don't know, 11, 12, whatever. I sat in the hallway in front of the hole until my mom left. Because what I did was there's a Home Depot about a mile away. I walked down to the Home Depot, bought a little thing of spackle and paint, and thought I would just be able to
How old were you again?
Like 11 or 12.
This is impressive.
But not really.
No.
Because I thought in my mind, oh yeah, these are the things.
Mm-hmm.
And like I could just throw it up there and paint it over, and I would have it all fixed and everything like that. And then I just didn't really understand the intricacies of what it really took to kind of fix that up.
So you think that was a dumb purchase?
It was a dumb purchase because I had no idea what the hell I was doing.
Okay, all
I
right.
should have, like, I don't know, because you couldn't, like, just YouTube it at the time. And so I couldn't figure it out. So I spent that money for something I had no freaking clue how to do.
What if the pillow cube is the way we all should be sleeping? We should not be using the pillows that we've used for 1,000,000 years.
How many pillows do you sleep on?
3 sometimes.
Okay. I have 2, and
I have 2 as well.
like I've always slept on 2 pillows and with a body. I've started sleeping with a body pillow because of Adrian. It's awesome. But I've always used 2. Basically, all Mike's doing is buying a pillow that's already stacked up twice. Like that's what you're doing is you're creating the shelf for your head to lay on and your.
I'm
shoulder
a
to be
side
comfortable.
sleeper. They're
Yeah.
saying this pillow cube is for side sleepers. I know there's a zillion different pillows out there, so I don't think anybody's actually figured it out. But I'm going to see if a cube is the thing I should be sleeping on.
Let me tell you something.
Have you seen the bed that has the slots you can put your arm in, so you like your arm can stay in a slot?
No.
And you can how it's tough to cuddle like that with your arm under people because your arm falls asleep. They can be on top and you're still touching them.
It's so weird how I sleep so much better on a couch during a random nap I'm not even trying to have than sleeping in bed from somewhere between 10 p.m. at night and 7 a.m. in the morning.
It's a tough time to sleep.
I will guarantee you this. If the pillow cube works, they better do an endorsement with Mike because he will talk about them
all the time.
Glowing.
Absolutely.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Shout Out Friday. You're going to like this one, Mike, from the 682. Shout out to my wonderful wife, Shannon, and I just started a new job today. Mike, you are hilarious.
Yes!
Wait, can I also shout out? Is that how this works?
Yeah.
Shout out to my nephew's boss, Quincy. Big time Tolo, and just wanted to put that out there.
Okay,
Make sure you're nice to my nephew.
Any chance he played quarterback?
I'm not certain. I'll
Quincy Carter.
Former president?
Oh, that's a possibility.
I like
John Quincy Adams?
He's dead as a doornail.
You don't know that?
Yeah.
Like his
y'all see him die?
If they didn't burn his body is so like done.
What if it was
It's the
cryogenically
world.
frozen?
Yeah, the world has kind of decomposed his body tremendously.
Proud of yourself for that, Corey. Coming up next.
You think worms get in caskets?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. You've heard the song. They play Pinochle on your nose.
All right, what's next?
What?
They eat your eyes. They eat your toes. They play Pinochle on your nose.
It's time for the C Block. God help us. Starring Corey
9 is the
Majors.
lowest card on that, I think.
Coming up next, guys.
Right?
I
It's
got
only face cards and tens and nines.
Stop talking and let him do his tease.
Gotta update our Guinness World Record conversation from yesterday. Also,
Pinocle's a weird
this
word,
Pat
too.
Mahomes thing was weird. Next on the Fan.
The Rangers are back in action tonight in Arlington, hosting the
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a couple of amazing shout-outs here. First, double shout-out involving Ruben. He has a fortune in his wallet.
Let's go steal it, and then we can go spend it.
No.
He said he has a fortune, Reggie.
Look. No, like the fortune from the fortune cookie.
Then why does he work here?
And it says, you will soon witness a miracle. And I think that's really cool. But also, it's his dad, Ruben Sr.'s birthday today.
Nice.
Holy crap. His dad is Ruben Sierra?
No. Ruben Sr., and he's Ruben Jr.
Sierra.
No.
Do you think they like
Portillo,
Do
right?
you think they like the Reuben sandwich?
I will have to check with him in the next break. And then you'll like this one. This one's really good. I think it speaks to a whole lot of people from the 903. Shout out to myself. Depression is a bad thing. No matter how many times I've had bad thoughts recently, I've kept pushing forward.
I like it.
That's an awesome message right there. Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Also, I would like to go with this from the 254. Kevin, this is a shout out to us. Shout out to you guys because it never fails. Every single day, you guys have me laughing my ass off. This is the best show on radio ever.
In
Mike,
your
you agree?
face, all other radio shows ever.
Most definitely.
Nice. Reggie,
get right.
Your thoughts.
Yeah, in your face, Reggie.
Jealous.
I love this station, guys. I really do. I really enjoy working with all you guys. All right, so I'm trying to decide. I do have an update, Kevin. Update to yesterday's.
You need to start with this one, yeah.
Update to yesterday's conversation about what you would want to break the Guinness World Record in. Because yesterday we had some dumb ones compared to this guy.
Yeah.
There is a man out there who is the world record holder in bra removing. Now, I have no clue I haven't done an extensive research on what the record is here, but there's a video on TikTok of a man who walks behind a bunch of women and men, because there are a bunch of people just wearing bras for this occasion.
Okay, but they're aware this is going to happen.
Most of them are women, yes.
Okay, because don't just go around removing people's bras. That's going to get you in jail.
Yeah, consent is necessary.
And all of these people are either not wearing a shirt, that's what the dudes that are just kind of there to be part of it, and or the women have a hole cut in the back of their shirt so that the world record breaker bra remover can go by very quickly and undo their bra so that he can be the world record guy. Now, my question to you guys is, that's always seemed to be a difficult task. Like in movies, they're always like, oh, it's so difficult to take the bra apart. When did you learn how to do that?
I never really thought it was difficult.
You didn't?
Like, it's just, but again, that
Okay, stun on us now.
No, I'm serious. But that's also because of the, sad robotic way in which I live my life. And I was like, this is a simple process of, just, exactly what to do. You just need to follow the logic. And then I was able to figure it out.
Yeah, and from the 214 bra removal, is it Joey from Friends? That was one of his bits that he could magically make that happen. I had a friend that used to hang out with us all the time. He was much younger than us too. This was very bad, Kevin, but remember old school Wet and Wild?
Yes.
What was your favorite ride there? The body flumes, the bonsai?
My favorite was the Geronimo until they changed it that you had to go head first, because the very first time I went head first down the Geronimo, I saw one of those little rafts just laying on top of the rocks, and I thought, somebody died there, and I got really nervous, but I wasn't going to do the walk of shame back down the ride. I know the walk of shame has a different connotation, but you've seen it at the water park. That person had to walk of shame.
They got scared, turned around.
Or their sibling made them go down or whatever. So Geronimo.
Mine was, I want to say it was the Geronimo as well. I really enjoyed, this is not Hurricane Harbor out in Arlington. This is the old school one that doesn't exist. I really enjoyed the lazy river that they had kind of thing that would take you to different pools. That was always fun. But we had a friend who was about 6 years younger than us. So we were 10. He was about 4 or 5 years old. He was good at this. And he would do it in the wave pool to women that were like swimming.
Oh,
and we would always be like, he would get us in so much trouble all the time. And we'd be like, just because you know how to do this doesn't mean you need to do this.
Yeah.
Only if they consent to a world record should you be doing something like that. But I did want to update that.
Were you impressed?
There's a world record?
Yes, Mike. The beginning of this segment was about the guy who broke the world record by with bra unsnapping.
Joey from Friends?
No, we already went through this.
He's catching up.
Yeah.
Piecing it all together. I'm sorry. You know, you miss one or two sentences and everybody's up your rear end again.
I feel like that speaks from your regular
Speaking
life
of
too,
Mike,
doesn't it?
Mike, what was it that Josh Young told us in spring training?
Don't do that.
They were shoving it up his rear, but he still got called up to the majors, right?
Yeah, since the Rangers, since the All-Star break, the Rangers have been doing that to us because all of us were kind of predicting things weren't looking good at the going into it.
Yeah.
And then since then, Josh Young was like, I'll show these guys.
Somebody did ask if you're doing it one-handed or two-handed.
Just one-handed.
Yeah.
This dude was just walking by, pinch and snap, pinch and snap, pinch and snap.
Exactly.
That's the way to do it.
Y'all are playing it real fast and loose on a Friday, guys.
Okay.
I'm not saying, again, I just said.
Back to sports.
Consent. This is world records, Kevin. These are all sports.
That's a good point.
Patrick Mahomes was at a golf tournament, and this video was recorded while somebody was asking for an autograph from Patrick Mahomes. And I think Mike's experienced this many, many times.
Trying to get an autograph from Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah.
He's trying very hard right now.
Does Mike sound a little like this?
Will you sign my jersey when you're done?
I can't make everybody real quiet.
No, you can't. You can just make one kid happy out of 100.
I'll make 99 cents.
That's all right. 1 out of 99. That's at least it ain't 0%.
So that is Patrick Mahomes being asked during a golf tournament. He is getting ready to hit his shot.
That's the dad talking.
Yeah, and the kid said, "Hey, Mr. Mahomes, can you sign my jersey for me?" And he said, "Oh, I'm sorry, kid." And then he said, "Now this line I'm like, I would find a different line maybe." But he said, "You can't make everybody happy." And that's where the dad was like, started trying to guilt him into it. No, you can make 1 out of 9, all the rest of them. And it's just like, come on, dude. How do you react? How should you respond? 877-881-1053 when you are turned down for an autograph request, Mike. And the way Mahomes did it, I feel like the timing was right. Dude, I'm about to hit this shot. I'm in the middle of this golf tournament. I'd like this video goes up. You heard the guy, dude. He put that video out there for a reason.
I think that video makes that guy look like
when people try to cancel. I don't want us to go out there and start trying to cancel guys for those.
What if Patrick Mahomes would have been jerkish by him, said, you know what, you're right, and signed a kid right next to that kid's autograph, and then said, I made one kid happy.
Yeah.
And now how ticked is that dad? How much does he think Patrick Mahomes is the jerk? Because he did exactly what the dad said. You can make one kid happy today. Mm-hmm. And he made the kid next to your kid happy. How unhappy is your kid that he decided to only sign one autograph? There's no way in autographs. I love autographs. I think they're very cool. I sign as many as I can. But there's times where you just can't do it. The other day in the bleachers, I'm sitting down in the 6th inning. I'm putting on the headset. We're coming back in 30 seconds on the air. And a person was like, Mike, with this kid, can you sign a ball for me? And I'm like, I can't. I just shook my head. No, I can't even talk right now. We're having talk back in our ears, stuff like that. Now, that being said, that person then came over to the set a couple innings later to the pre and post game set and said, hey, can you sign this for my kid now? And I could, and I did. But at the time he was asking you have to do this now. I can't do this now. Maybe I can do it later in the day. Maybe I can't, but I can't do it now. And its other thing too is then how many people do I bring? I know I'm Mike Bassick, not Patrick Mahomes. If I sign an autograph right there on the set, how many people are now going to think, now let's form the line and everybody, and it's like, dude, I can't do this right now. I'm preparing or I'm on the air. So it's an interesting thing for Patrick Mahomes, people like Michael Jordan. It has to be very tough.
Oh, dude, I can't even think like his status, like how where that is and how long that line gets, how quickly that line can start to form too.
Yeah.
Because it's Patrick Mahomes, dude. People see it, they start gathering very fast, and that line's going to be very long. I
just don't like when dads do that, when they try to guilt trip you.
Yeah.
And it actually turns us off more. Not that I am not Patrick Mahomes, but if people are trying to guilt trip you into an autograph, it goes, no, now I'm really not doing it.
Yeah. And the other thing, too, is, this is one occasion. Kevin, we're about to head out to Oxnard. We're about to have a blast. Yeah. We're going to have so much fun together.
Get so many autographs.
No, you're not, Mike.
On the tennis
You're not going to get autographs on the tennis
Every
courts.
time Joe Trahan brings a guy by, I'm going to have a special something for them to autograph.
But whenever we go out there, Kevin, you've always admired that every single day there are, 4, maybe 6 players, 3 to 6 players that have been assigned for that day. And it's their job to go around almost the entire facility
Sign so many
and
autographs.
sign autographs until hey, this is part of it, man. And they know what they're there for. I know DeMarcus Lawrence, he's got his family out there. They're already there a few days early to make sure they're all squared away. I like that. I appreciate that. But he's like, look, while I'm here, I'm focused on being a Cowboy. And part of being a Cowboy, I got to sign some autographs. And you see him do it. Jerry goes and takes part in it sometimes too. So I've always admired that.
Yeah, sorry, Corey. It is super cool because I know people will say it's part of the job or whatever, but they also do it you've seen people stay out there for a long time because they want to get around to everybody. That ain't part of the job. Signing some, I get that, but they're like, no. Let me try to get all the way around these fences for everyone who's stuck around, watch us practice, support the team, and I do appreciate that. I've seen it. Like I said, Cole Beasley the other day. I don't know. He's like Cole Beasley. He was always out there signing autographs for people, and I have a respect for that for sure.
I do want to ask you this too. I remember you telling me that after Dirk's Heroes game, Brandon wanted to stick around and wait for Dirk.
Yep.
And listen, we've all run across Dirk. Dirk's one of those dudes that it just seems like he never says no. He's just a kind guy.
I can see that.
But
I'm sure he would if he was at the free throw line.
Yeah, probably so. You're probably dead on about that. He's not the time.
If he's playing tennis and it's not I guess Patrick Mahomes was probably at somewhat of a charity event. But
it was a charity event, yes.
I don't think Dirk plays golf at all, but he does play tennis. And so if Dirk is on a tennis court and you ask him to sign things, and there's a lot of other people around that he knows if he signs one thing, then that opens the door for everybody. Dirk's gonna be like, hey man, I'm about ready. I'm finishing this round of tennis. Is it a round of tennis? I don't think it's a round of tennis.
Like a set
of
match.
A match. Yeah, I'm trying to finish this match of tennis with my friend or whatever. I might sign later, but I'm not signing now. That doesn't make Dirk a jerk. Dirk's like the nicest superstar of all time.
I was kind of curious, though, Kevin, from your perspective, when Brandon waited, and how long did you say he waited?
It was a little bit, but
if Dirk had walked out and said, sorry, no, would you have been like, you know what, maybe next time? Or would you have said, hey, Dirk, please? Or
see, I view it as a bonus, not something that's getting taken away from you, right? Because it just sounded like in that setup is the dad's like, you're taking this away.
You never had it.
Yeah, from my son. Instead, I just thought it was cool that he stayed and signed all those deals. And I hope that kid is like, oh yeah, I got to talk to Patrick Mahomes, or he talked to us or whatever. I view it as a bonus, not something that got taken away. And just for the record, for everybody who let's say we stayed out there for 45 minutes and you didn't sign your thing, but also how many people's lives did he really perk up in that moment for those 45 minutes that maybe he put off seeing his family or her family, depending on who the athlete is, or put off dinner plans or whatever to try to help out.
Kevin, when we go out to the ballpark,
just reminded me of real quick the punked. The Dirk thing where the kid kept bringing random equipment to get signed.
And Dirk was so nice, he just kept
wouldn't say no.
He's like, hey, sign this bicycle.
He's like Bobby Witt Jr.
When we're out at the ballpark or whatever and people come up after the show, we try to try to talk to as many of the Tolos until they're gone, and hey, they're going to their seats now, and we're like, okay, now we can leave. That is usually something we try to do. We try to talk to Tolos during breaks and everything. That's part of it. I'm not Patrick Mahomes, though. I don't know that. And that always sticks in my mind, too.
And the other thing, that his autograph, like he does know, his autograph is about a $200 autograph.
Yeah, that goes back to that moment where I saw Emmett turn somebody down, and he was like, this is not the time or the place for that. And I was like, I didn't understand it at first. But then and Emmett was like, I will take a picture with you. That's a moment that you got personalized. Yeah. But me autographing, that guy's probably going to go turn that around for a profit. And he said, and this is my charity event. I don't want people coming and trying to do that. I'll take a picture with you, though. And I would see people turn down a picture with him and walk off with their helmet because they wanted to sell that helmet. So I understand that part, too. By the way, from the 469, how much is a Mike Bassick autograph worth? I learned this week that it's worth at least $20. We had a Tolo drive up to the stadium, parked, paid $20 for parking, and wanted one thing only, and that was to get an autograph from Mike Bassick.
I think I accidentally signed 2 things for him.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Because
so
he gave me
$10.
He gave me the wrong ticket. He gave me like the ticket where it says like, here's your receipt ticket.
Yeah.
And it says sign here. And I just signed right there.
Like he was this waiter or something.
And then he had a game ticket, and I signed the back of the game ticket. So I was like, I know you charge $5. And I was like, I just tease about that. But
he did come over to us afterwards, and he was like, Mike can never say his autograph's only worth $5 now. It's worth at least $20 because I paid $20 to park.
That is a great point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the U.S. is trying to achieve history, so how locked into the Women's World Cup are you? Plus, I got to tell you about this bet. It's incredible. And Masterpiece of the Week. It is the fastest segment in all of radio. Good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
One out, full count, payoff pitch. Margot goes, swing and a miss. The throw to second. The tag. They got him. Strike him out, throw him out, double play. Welcome to the big leagues, Alex Speeds.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a little bit. But tonight, the Rangers on a 6-game winning streak start their series against the Dodgers. 7:05 first pitch, 6:30 pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's also Shout Out Friday from the 903. Shout out to Canton PD for letting me off with a warning. That is always a delightful feeling.
Dude,
right there.
It really is a nice feeling of they're like, hey, look, man, it wasn't that bad, but just don't blow by a cop. You know,
yeah.
Don't go that fast whenever you see a cop. I appreciate that.
This is another, not that they're not all great, but this is another really next level shout out from the 214. Shout out to my mom, Christina. She was diagnosed with breast cancer last year, but she is fighting it and getting better every day. The only downside is that she will be feeling some pain on her right arm every now and then for the rest of her life, but at least she's going to be here with me longer. That is super cool. Now, we talked about this for just a second yesterday, but I wanted to go a little bit more into it. Is the United States is trying to do something historic. No one has ever won 3 straight Women's World Cups, and that's what the United States is going for. So, y'all, Reggie, our listeners, how invested are you in the Women's World Cup? Because the United States, they play tonight, right? Against Vietnam?
They do. I need to double check on the time. I believe it's 8 p.m.
Okay. Or 7. One of the reasons I know that, too, is they're preempting SmackDown and moving it from Fox to FS1 to broadcast the game. So it might be at 7, but you might be right.
And then they're going to show Fast and Furious in the middle of it or something.
Probably. And this has led to...
I think they preempted for the pregame, but the match
starts at 8. Okay. This might be the craziest bet I've ever seen. All right, I get it. The United States should trounce Vietnam this evening, right? Did you see the bet somebody made on this game?
No.
Somebody bet on the money line $70,000 on the United States to win this match.
All right, let's go.
The profit
Gotta get rich.
$350.
What?
You said $350,000?
$70,000 to get $350,000.
Sounds like a competitive game.
In profit, yeah.
Hold on, $350,000
No.
in profit.
No, $350.
300. Well, you keep saying this wrong. I believe
I am not.
That is a stupid bet. Who would do that? I mean, I guess you're winning $350.
Somebody at DraftKings. Yeah, it would be like, I know people were talking about Norway and everything. Like, it would shut this tournament down if somehow it was even a draw against Vietnam, let alone a loss this evening. So the United States is clearly a humongous favorite, but $70,000 to win a profit of $350.
It must be they are laundering money. That's what's happening. They are like, we need a place for the money, so just put it on this for the time being, and we're gonna get it back, but then we'll just keep exchanging. That's got to be it. I can't get a rush out of that. There's no way the $350 isn't worth it. No, they're laundering money. That's the only excuse.
That's fair. I'm kind of anticipating something like when the women's national team played Thailand in the last World Cup and they beat them up 13-0. Like, that's what I'm bracing for.
Okay, which makes sense given the payout that you see for this. Now, there's a whole lot of positive stuff for the United States going into this. Is they are the betting favorite, and they're, as you probably could have guessed, they're a pretty heavy betting favorite to win the World Cup at plus 225. That's 2 times better than England. And then you have England, Spain, Germany, and France behind them. And then Alex Morgan is the betting favorite to win the Golden Boot Award given to the player with the most goals in the tournament. Right behind her is her teammate, Sophia Smith. So you have the top 2 candidates for most goals scored from the United States. The favorite to win the tournament, the United States. No women's team has ever won the World Cup 3 straight times. This would be history for the United States.
I think today is Brandi Chastain's birthday, by the way. I think it's her 55th birthday.
Not sure you said that right.
It's an old Dave Crome thing. Rest in peace. But yeah, it's I think it's her 55th birthday today, and there was a time on the KNC Masterpiece where she said that she too takes part in the no shirt 9 o'clock, and that's a very awesome moment in life for us.
I
was explaining that to Avery this morning.
Do you care about this at all?
I think I do.
He likes nationalism.
I am a big fan of nationalism.
He's a huge patriot.
In sports. I need to make that very clear.
I was like, oof.
In sports, I probably shouldn't have set it up like that.
Yeah,
like,
I wouldn't have.
I apologize for that. I really like the Olympics, and I really like these kinds of competitions where your country is competing. I think it's super fun and interesting. The one match I'm probably going to miss is against Portugal, since that's at 2 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a good chance.
So you're going to watch this over the Dodgers and Rangers tonight?
You can watch this and listen to Dodgers Rangers.
Or you could have
here.
multiple TVs.
You'd rather watch soccer over baseball?
I can bounce back and forth.
I'm 1,000% in on the Rangers tonight for sure.
Yeah, they're going to beat Vietnam 20-0.
Okay, well, I can bail on that game super quick when they score 3 goals in the first 8 minutes. And I'm like, well, that guy probably was smart to spend his money on that.
You can do what Reggie does. Have 2 TVs.
He has, is it 4 now?
It's 3. I almost bought a 4th one, but I was like, that's irresponsible. Stop that.
I do. I love I do like streaming services for this purpose. This laptop has a pretty good screen on it.
Oh yeah,
I can set this TV up, this right in front of the TV, and keep an eye on both things. Can't watch it at the same time, Mike, because that's impossible, as you say. But I can watch both back and forth and not have to flip back and forth on channels.
I have a super controversial take on the Women's World Cup that I will not share on the air because I don't think people can handle the conversation.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, with that in mind, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's happening, fellas?
Hey, Reggie.
Hello, Reginald.
Masterpiece of the Week is a segment that we do every week on the KNC Masterpiece, in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this program.
Did you ever eat pork brains with milk gravy?
The milk gravy is the thing that's really throwing me off.
It popped
Cream
up
gravy?
on my Amazon.com list,
White
and I'm like,
gravy?
I've never ordered this.
Milk gravy. I think you're saying cream gravy.
It says milk gravy on the can.
All right, next.
On the can?
Ew.
What's
This is
the
canned
audio?
food?
Go to the audio.
Like spam.
Maybe this is the question. I don't know. I'm not going to set it up. I'm just going to play an audio piece. Deal with it.
How big is that?
2 inches.
Damn, Mike.
I don't remember what we were talking about.
I
don't
don't-
either. I don't
Yeah.
either.
If I play it one more time, will it help?
It'll make me laugh.
How big is that?
2 inches.
Damn, Mike.
Yeah.
You're doing your hand like
yeah, that's right. And it's an audio medium. And I didn't think anything of it, but now
that.
that
I can't remember
hear,
what you were.
Yeah.
Why you were wanting me to guess this right here, but I guessed.
Now that I hear it back, it's not
It's like
great.
2 knuckles.
Uh-huh.
2 knuckles is 2 inches. That's how Miss Mangum taught me in elementary school. I love her.
I feel like I just need to save this part for use all the time.
Damn, Mike.
Yeah, that is very true.
Speaking of, this is very much a damn Mike moment.
But when you get to see it live, you are seeing all the balls.
Yeah. I supported you on that, Mike.
Home run derby. I want to go to it next year.
Okay. I'm in.
Should we keep putting kids out there in the outfield?
No.
Okay.
That is the stupidest. They got like 47 kids running into each other. One kid got smoked in the head because he couldn't catch the ball. You see him laying on the ground crying. You can't stop the event because there's a kid on the ground crying because he missed the ball and got hit in the head. You just see the gates open while the home run derby's going on and the kid walking off the field.
Just slide him out.
I'm like, what are they doing? Hey, these kids have the opportunity to catch a major league line drive, or they won't. Like that could be the next contest. How many kids can you take out? You're not trying to hit it over the fence. You're just trying to hit rocket 112-mile-an-hour line drives and see if these kids can actually catch the ball.
No, it might be difficult for you to understand this from his tone. Mike is in favor of protecting the children.
Yes.
I just don't want you to misunderstand.
I think it's a dumb idea to have 47 kids in the outfield running over each other in T-Mobile T-shirts. But they've decided that's a great idea.
I guess more Mike.
This jock smells pretty good. Oh, yeah, it's what you collect.
What?
Yeah, you wanted to be like, you have a random collection of things because Broadus collects cups.
Uh-huh.
And then we turned it into, the whole jock with the cup in it.
Yep.
And that would be amazing, I guess, because, you'd be the one person who's like, at the end of the year, I get all the jocks that guys used, and they're not taking those home.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, all right, well, we shouldn't wash them. You don't want a washed jock because, you don't want the 92 Olympic jerseys being washed. That's what makes them cool is they just took them off, threw them on the ground, and Karl Malone never washed them. So I'm guessing you don't want to wash a jock either to keep it really authentic.
How cool would it be to see, let's say somebody slides into home for a game winner in the World Series and you get that jersey somehow and it's still got the dirt on it.
Yeah.
Like that's a cool story to be like, this is, look at it. That's the dirt from the game.
I agree.
I'm still laughing at the.
Yeah, me too.
I can't believe we never discussed that after the home run derby, by the way.
Just the kid
so
getting hit.
that was the first time we even mentioned it. We just didn't get to it.
That's sad. I don't know where to go because I wanted to play a Kevin clip. He's got something really funny, but he had to take a
He
call
stepped
real
out
quick.
for a moment.
Yeah. So I'm going to try and hold off, hoping that he comes back and we can make fun of him to his face. Until then, Mike said stuff.
All right, guys, are you struggling to peel off the visceral fat or you're looking to put on muscle mass? Or mass. You can put on math, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes muscle mass right there gives me an issue. I don't know why I want to say math over mass.
What are the words that trip you up the most, Mike?
Literally. At times, I did say it right there.
You
but
nailed that
sometimes
one. That was
literally
impressive, yeah.
Can be a word that messes me up.
That was really good. That was impressive.
I guess I have a little bit of a lisp at times, and math/mass will give it to me.
Okay. All right. Yeah. No, that was but I like how you do that in the middle of those commercial spots,
Yeah.
you'll just start talking to yourself and like
There's
nobody's
else to
listening
talk
out
to.
there.
It's
You're
me
just-
doing the commercial, so I have to talk to myself and be like, "Hey, you screwed up, moron. Get it right."
I've always enjoyed that part of it is just you kind of having we'll figure it all out in just a second.
My buddy Zach Sorensen says 84% of the time we have negative thoughts. We talk to ourselves negatively, and he's trying to get that to 50-50. But I'm like, I think, Zach, I'm talking way more than 84% to myself in a negative way.
You were over there playing golf the other day. You were putting, and you were like, "That's me." I'm telling you, listen to Patrick Mahomes talk to himself during games, man. That dude, he is hyping himself.
He's got to
up.
be the most annoying person to play against because on the top of him being really good, the way that he talks trash, he's got that voice and he just repeats himself over and over again.
That's me. That's me. That's me.
It's
And
like,
you're
all
like,
right, we heard
"Stop
you.
it, dude."
Yeah. I wonder how Derek talks. Our friend Derek Holland, he's making the masterpiece of the week with this right here.
I don't know if we can do that because they're still kind of in the mix.
Oh, yeah. Because of
That's what makes it hard.
Yeah. No, that is true. Let's go ahead and mark that.
Yep.
As well.
Woo-wee.
All right.
Make it hard.
Oh, he didn't have to go that much further
That's
with
the
it.
thing. I don't get why he does that. Whenever we catch him in one of those moments, he stops down and he's like, I will accentuate the fact that I said something weird.
Did you not realize I am in this moment and I want to stay here?
I voted for Derek before, but that wasn't strong enough.
Okay. All right. I got you.
Okay. Maybe this is strong enough from Kevin.
He's just in the crowd and he just takes his pants off. And he's like,
I don't know what he's talking
I don't know
about.
why.
Somebody was in the crowd. They took their pants off.
And they went deedle-deedle-dee.
I don't know. I have no clue if that's a sporting event.
I don't know. Was he was it Steve Lyons that slid it back to first and then took his pants off and
Yeah, he was
dusted
trying
off?
to, and then he forgot that pulling your whole pants down isn't the best plan right now.
Yeah, that was the one. I like that one. I like when Kevin makes funny noises with his mouth. That's sometimes the best times.
Agree.
Are we voting?
Sure, let's vote.
Yeah, let's go ahead and vote.
I'm voting for the 2 inches because of you saying, "Damn, Mike."
I had that as my vote too.
how big is that?
2 inches.
Damn, Mike. You nailed it. I think that's what I was saying. I think that I was saying damn Mike because he got it right. Like I was very close for.
Oh, so it wasn't even for the other thing.
Yeah, it was more like that's impressive, man. I'm proud of you. I'm gonna go with Kevin and his and the pants off.
He's just in the crowd and he just takes his pants off. And he's like,
I don't think you can do that.
Right?
Yeah,
well,
I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to be able to do that.
crowd. Yeah, usually you can do that at home. So that's where we are, Reggie. What's your vote?
I will also vote for Mike, but I'll vote for Mike talking about something else entirely.
But when you get to see it live, you are seeing all the balls.
yeah.
There you go. That's the 3 options for right now. You can text in your vote for which one of those should win Masterpiece of the Week. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
All right, guys, let me tell you about Southwest Chrysler.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time for our D&M Leasing Crosstalk with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you doing, and where is you doing it?
Sir, we are doing great, and we're at the Globe here in Arlington, ready to rock and roll.
I just like seeing Zach Wolchuk's face whenever I do that, whenever I kind of play with that bit just a little bit. That's awesome.
Love it. It's funny.
The one place
What's that?
where Gavin Dawson will eat onions is at the Globe.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. On a Hurtado Burrilla taco. I think they're the best tacos in the world right now.
Do you think the other day I recommended to Dave Valley, do not put barbecue sauce on it yet. Try it without barbecue sauce and then see if you want barbecue sauce on it.
Yeah, I don't think you do. I would imagine you don't want barbecue sauce because it's just it's exploding with flavor, and I think it's the fat in the brisket that gives it kind of a texture that's almost like a condiment on its own. It's like a natural beef fat condiment.
I think they also do a great job of the taco shell having a great flavor too.
Yeah, anytime you can get the kind of the grease to seep into the taco shell, I think is a good call.
Absolutely. Good gosh, so much.
What happened to Heggie? Did he get laryngitis again?
Again?
I think there was an emergency he had to step out.
Oh,
for.
okay.
Sorry about that.
How bad do you feel
for
making a joke about it, Brian?
Not bad at all. He's a teammate. Now I learned something
Just
today.
Blip yourself up there, Brian.
I learned.
I really don't think it's that, like, if I was to say it, it's that big of a deal, but I didn't ask him before he left. So
was he going out for a fish meal or something like that?
Yeah, it was something along fish. Something like,
yeah.
Hey, we are going to take him to Spencer McKenzie's brought us. That is something that you took us to last year. It was awesome. We're excited about doing that again in Ventura and Oxnard for Cowboys camp this year.
I think I actually sent him a text. I think we'll find something for him that he can enjoy.
That place is absolutely delicious. Corey, I also think what might be a good video bit is at the media party at Nobu. I don't know if there's anything there he would naturally eat. We get him a plate, and we just have him sample everything and get the Hagee 12-year-old palate review.
Is it safe? Is it safe to assume that Hagee will be in attendance?
Oh,
here?
he better be. He's not pulling a Bobby Belt.
I got two things here. One,
what the hell?
One, can we shoot a video in there? Is that a legal thing?
Me and Walchuk shot a great video together.
You do shots if you can't shoot a video. Yeah.
Everyone's so liquored up there, man. I don't think anyone cares.
Okay, all right, yeah, and it's the good liquors too. The other thing is Kevin has only been to one of those parties.
So you're saying there's a chance?
He and I got into a very significant fight that night.
If he were to wear shorts, it'd be great if he showed up.
Physical or verbal?
Just shorts.
It was
Heggie hates shorts, but if he wore shorts at an event where he shouldn't wear shorts,
that might make him want to do it.
That
just out of the
fun.
rebellious factor.
Yeah,
that's not a bad bit.
There is a host in the DFW Metroplex that showed up in shorts and sandals there.
That's the way to do it. So I told him, I said, look, man, there are two significant nights where you got to take part because Kevin, he's one of those guys. It's like I got a lot of work to do. I got to get the show ready and everything. And I'm like, all right. But I said family dinner and then the media party. Those are two significant nights I think you should be there for. So hopefully we'll get him to go to both.
What if he bailed on family dinner because he was going to Vegas to cover the Errol Spence fight? Well, I mean, what would that do?
Whew. Is he doing that?
Would that be okay? Would that be a pass?
Yeah, I think it's okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Heck yeah, Walchuk. Then you're good, man.
You guys do? Is that the plan now?
Walchuk wants to hop on a bird and go cover Errol Spence.
Yes.
He wants to go be our boxing correspondent. He wants to bring friends along with him, and he wants to just dominate all the Cowboys coverage and the fight coverage that you could ever fathom.
Somehow I got very lucky. I get to join Lucius, and we're gonna G-Bag Nation takes on Vegas to cover Errol Spence becoming just the best boxer in the world after he beats the crap out of Bud Crawford.
Dude, I will say this. Kevin and I got assigned Mayweather-Maidana 2 in Vegas, and we went there for that trip. That was awesome. It was the coolest environment I've ever been around, man. It was so much fun. Gavin, I believe you guys, didn't y'all go out there for Mayweather-Maidana 1?
No, we were there for Mayweather-Canelo and
That's
then
right.
Mayweather-Pacquiao. But they didn't let us in the arena for Mayweather-Pacquiao. They just had us in like a party room watching it on TV because the tickets were so hot.
That might have been preferred.
Yeah, it was
awesome fun. We were with the former UNLV quarterback who smokes weed and is fun to talk to. What's that guy's name?
Randall Cunningham?
Said UNLV?
UNLV, yeah.
Was
Yeah,
it UNLV? Who's that guy?
Yes.
He's a
Is it
Seattle
Jake
guy.
Plummer? Are you thinking Jake Plummer?
He went to Arizona State.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did, but I
Gavin,
don't know
help
if
me out.
Mike's not sure if it's UNLV.
Gavin, who's the dude who played college quarterback, who's a funny guy who was on ESPN for a long
Is
time?
it Booty?
And he joined us on Radio
South-
Row out
Yeah,
of
he's really
Prairie.
not. He's really not known as a quarterback. Like people would be shocked that I think he played quarterback.
Jay backed up Randall Cunningham. What was his
And we
name,
can't
man?
think of his name right now.
This is
I'll
heartbreaking.
get it. I'll get it in the next 2 minutes.
Promising for the
Yeah.
start of our show.
By the way, Giants are signing Cole Beasley, sources say,
What?
according to Mike Garofalo. He reunites with Brian Dable, his former offensive coordinator with the Bills.
Take that, Saquon.
And that's what their goal is. Hey, instead of being able to hit all these little short passes to Saquon, we'll just throw him to Cole
This
Beasley.
is a Jalen Smith signing
Is
that
it
kind
Kenny
of makes
Mayne?
him.
Yeah, Kenny Mayne.
It's Kenny Mayne.
Yeah.
It's Kenny Mayne.
Of course. Yeah, we talked to him about that he backed up Randall Cunningham.
Oh,
Wow, dude. Yeah, Kenny Mayne
That's
is
crazy.
He is a member of the G-Bag Nation.
Yeah.
Should have known that.
he told me about this ankle brace to get to in Minnesota. I should have got it. Maybe my hips wouldn't be hurting so bad.
Probably would have been a decent idea. What do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Yeah, Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. Yes. Did run into Tim in Carthage in the parking lot. He had some gifts for us, so we're going to celebrate that. We are going to celebrate Woolchuck and Lucius's appointment to Las Vegas to cover the Errol Spence fight next week. That's going to be really awesome. But it's a Friday, so we'll have What You Drinking and What You Thinking coming up at 5:20.
Man, that's the way we did it today. We said just mail it in, get this Friday out of the way, and let's start looking forward to Oxnard next week. It was a great show today, Mike.
I'm going to the morning news front page and CBS Sports front page, and we'll just spin the wheel of topics for 4.5 hours. And then Rangers, Dodgers. We're counting down to the greatness that this team has become once again.
Y'all enjoy the atmosphere out there today, gentlemen. We will see y'all next week.
Salute.
There they go, the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece all week long with you, and now we're sending you off into the weekend. Y'all have a lot of fun. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
Always a welcome sign for this. our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a big day. It's a huge day in DFW sports and international sport as well. General at your service at ease. Lucius Alexander's back in the Pimp Cup there. Mass Control 75 and Fitzy. You got Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout and NFL executive, Emmy Award winner, the #1 influencer in Cowboys Twitter. It's Brian Broaddus down there, at Brian Broaddus on Twitter. Hey, Broaddus.
Hey, boys.
What's up, Bri?
Hey.
Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk. At the Globe with us as well today for the next 4.5 hours as we count down to Rangers-Dodgers, an incredible matchup. And you do have Carter Freeman, who's coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. But, yeah, guys, this is it's a big day. You know, a huge series. Not because you got to win all these games or you're done if you get swept or anything, but because of the opportunity we have here to make history. Coming out of the All-Star break, I don't know. Could you sweep them? Sure. You know, I heard KNC talking about this on the way in. You could. I wouldn't bet on it. But if it does happen, dude, if they sweep the Dodgers, can you imagine the party we're having on
Euphoria,
baby?
They will maintain their standard of being the only undefeated team post All-Star break, and at that point, they'll be sitting close to double digits, rocking and rolling, feeling fantastic, sweeping first-place teams like they're nothing.
So it's a Carpe Diem Friday and a Carpe Diem weekend here for these Texas Rangers. You know, they have a good opportunity here to get the job done. If you look at the pitchers the Dodgers are throwing out here, it's going to be Gonsolin, Miller, and Sheehan. The Rangers have Heaney, Perez, and Dunning, so they don't have their two best pitchers either. But, you know, if you can get solid starts here from these three dudes, I think this lineup is going to go out and have success against these Dodgers pitchers this weekend, Wolchuk.
And to be honest with you, Dunning tomorrow is maybe the one I'm most confident in. I mean, Dane Dunning has been absolutely sensational. And Andrew Heaney's a guy that knows this team well. He's a former Dodger, so maybe he's got some insight. You know, Heaney's a guy that we've seen it. I mean, he had 9 straight Ks earlier this season. He's had some dominant outings as well. And this team has had a lot of success winning behind him, even if he doesn't have a decision in the win-loss column, as he's 500 at 6-6. The team overall has a very good record with him on the bump. So, yeah, I think you got a really good opportunity to take tonight with Heaney and tomorrow with Dunning, and then we'll see with Martin. Martin Perez is kind of the wild card right now because he has been struggling a bit.
Okay, so pregame tonight at 6:30, first pitch shortly after 7 o'clock. There's a lot of interesting stuff going on this weekend, including Bobby Witt's going to be signing autographs in Autograph Alley tonight at 5:15. Oh, yeah. Sunday is $1 Bluebell Ice Cream Day. Now, if you're hearing this and you're like, dude, I want to jump on these things, too late. Yeah. Sold out already. Yeah. You're probably going to have to jump on there and pay a premium in a secondary market.
I'm not going to lie, dude. Bluebell, $1 Bluebell.
Yeah.
Is that's obvious. That's
Would
better
you go
than
standing
Dollar
room?
Dog. That's
is
better
that
than
getting
Dollar
you in
Dog.
standing room? I heard one of the guys walking in here that's working with the concession said standing room only tonight. So maybe you can get a standing room only ticket.
I don't mind that. You can probably be standing right here.
Right. I mean, that's probably going to go for the Bluebell Day as well. Is that going to get you in the door for standing room?
100% it would, especially when you consider the game, the matchup, the whole situation, going undefeated. Like I want to be live in person for that. But I think $1 Bluebell. I mean, it's not just $1 ice cream, generic. It's $1 Bluebell. I think that's better than $1 hot dog night.
On top of that, along with the $1 Bluebell, you get kids run the bases after the game.
Ooh, good. Burn off all the ice cream sugar. They just
bring the girls.
That's brilliant. They set this up perfectly.
Get
dude.
little my running the
That's
bases
a magical
down there.
moment. Running around on a pro baseball field. You kidding me?
Could you reenact
on a Bluebell high like never before?
The sugar rush.
Could we reenact maybe if there's some base running errors? Could the kids could we see some of that?
There's probably not a lot of dorking around.
Yeah,
no.
could you be one of those dads the Dodgers make a bunch of base running errors and kind of clowning them a little bit?
I think you
get your kids to get trapped in a rundown kind of a thing.
Yeah, and I think the people that coordinate the event probably would be disappointed.
Oh, they don't let you. They don't let you kind of do stuff.
But you can pull it off. Maybe all right, move it along. Because they got a long line of kids they got to get around these bases.
Yeah, but I think there should be some coordination amongst the parents.
Oh, absolutely.
Listen, let's take a shot at the Dodgers here.
Yeah.
They didn't run the bases too well tonight. We can kind of have some fun with them. You know?
I'd bring out my mini bat that I got at the shop and start doing fungos with them or something. You get me on a big league diamond, I'm going to make the most out of it, Brian.
You guys missed the day. It's luckily, you're not as old as me, when they used to give real bats when you showed up here. like real. Like,
That's awesome. I've heard about that.
Like you know, like when I first started coming to games in the '70s here, like it was like every night I'd go to a ballpark, they'd give you something, and you're kind of like going, "Oh,
jackets."
Every time I'm going to the ballpark, I'm gonna get something.
Yeah,
this is pretty cool.
It was great. It was a different time.
A full on
stadium
bat.
Bat is crazy.
Bat.
It's amazing what these owners could afford with a stadium that cost $200,000, though.
Yeah.
You know,
that's a good point.
They're playing in dumps.
Well, now it's probably more of a safety thing. They don't want people beating the crap out of each other.
I think one time I think there was a game where we had bats that were getting thrown onto the field.
Yeah, I could see that.
And then we had 5-cent beer.
We can't trust ourselves.
Bats, kind of thing.
It's a bad combination. Okay, 5:15 to 6:15. The New Era Alumni Alley on the main concourse, section 103 has. I'm sorry, I was misreading that. I wanted to bring to your attention in section 101, the Arlington Eat Stand is hosting Prince Lebanese Grill. All weekend long.
That's promising.
Ooh. So if you like that Prince Lebanese Grill, they're going to be out there in Section 103 this weekend. Rangers sent me a bunch of cool stuff, like these promotion things they got going on. There's something interesting all around the park. And they got this calendar now, too, where you can get John Gray, Mitch Garver, along with their wives and dogs. Saw Boach is in this calendar with his pet. He's got a pug.
Hell yeah.
Of
course he does.
That's an epic
All right, the
picture,
question
man.
is his pug more athletic than your pug?
No, I would be shocked.
Well, because yours is clearing. Yours like a hurdler.
My pug's in the upper 1 percentile. Okay,
Yeah.
and it's only confusion right now between the ears that's keeping him contained in the yard. He doesn't realize there's other places he could escape. He was so used to just going right over the gate where it swings. He doesn't realize he could take 4 feet to the right and jump over the fence.
Beautiful.
So we
Such
built
a
up
dumbass.
the gate, and he's not able to get over that. And for now, we're good.
That's awesome.
No, he's. I'm starting to think that maybe he is like an 8th Boston Terrier or something.
Ooh,
you know the Boston Terrier's tall with the smashed mouth.
Yes.
I think he might not be 100% because he's staying lean, bro. He's coming up on 2 and he is chiseled. This doesn't happen with pugs.
He's not thick. Yeah,
No.
I think the one seed for pugs for me has always been Frank from Men in Black. Frank the Pug.
Oh yeah. Now I don't remember what was he like a super dog?
Hilarious. Yeah. He was
in
an
the
alien
tuxedo.
Dog. Yeah, in the
Yeah,
tux.
because so he had a lot of he had some of those powers.
It's been so long since I've seen the Men in Black movies.
Yeah,
that
me
might
too.
be a rewatch.
Might be a rewatch. I'd like the idea of throwing on whatever this Bochy pug photo is. I'd like the idea of a Dawson bet payoff photo reenactment with his own pug.
Yeah.
And he's Bochy, and we have to do a calendar shoot sort of.
We know he can walk like him. You know, when
they have the similar hip.
They do. They have the same gait. When they walk.
I'll race him, and then our pugs will race, and we'll compile the scores and see which group wins. I wouldn't be surprised if his guys could get me, him and his pug, because I'm really slow right now. It's just unbelievable how much this hip and back situation is slowing me down. But Nugget, that's my new pug's name. He doesn't follow instructions. He will not play catch. Like, he has the most interesting pre-rescue story. I want to do a full-blown investigation into what happened, because he's a clinger, but he escaped, okay? He's super athletic and badass, but he doesn't know how to do any tricks. There's no tricks. There's no fetching. There's no catching. There's no wrestling, like with a little toy snake. There's nothing going on with this pug.
Despite his capabilities.
But he's just super
It's like
pug
untapped
capabilities.
potential with
That's
this
right.
dog. It sounds like.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I don't know how he got to the shelter, because he's a stage 5 clinger. He is on you, boy. That's why he escapes, because he hates being away from humans.
So he's going to find more human life.
Yes, he's like, dude, I got to get to a human ASAP.
Okay.
I need to be right up on him, just laying right there. And
I thought it was
he has extreme anxiety, so he escapes. But I don't know. Maybe he was neglected.
He kind of likes being chased as well, maybe a little bit. If he really sat down and talked about it with his therapist.
Oh no, they love that.
Sideline reporter.
Come on,
maybe
chase me.
Okay, we go to Oxnard next week, and so this is going to be a big week for Chief and I with the daughters. Getting that time invested in there around the house, and they're going to be calling you every 4 hours and crying on the phone about how much they miss you and all that. So we're gearing up for that, but we're also gearing up for Dak to turn 30, which he will early the following week. Dak's turning 30. What's that change for a quarterback? I know for a long time quarterbacks over 30 weren't winning it, but a number have if you go through the history of it. So maybe that was just like a sample size or a weird run on things. But a lot of the greats, if they're going to win multiple, they win their first by 30. You know, that definitely happened with Roger and Troy. So, you know, we're about what would you say, the midway point of Dak's career? You know, and is the second half going to go better? Are there limitations for a quarterback on the other side of 30? I would say for him, I would just suggest that maybe, you know, he won't be as good in the second half as he was in the first half of his career. We'll see.
I kind of feel like, though, with him, I think there's still things that he is so capable of doing. We'll see with all the changes, with the coaching changes. We'll see with the addition with Cooks. We'll see with this current tight end group. The blocking, you know, you guys have got me nervous about the blocking, you know, about what's in front of him kind of thing.
Sure.
You know, and so to me, everybody says, oh, he has to have this around him. I think he's capable of making big plays. I just worry a little bit about is this offense going to come right out of the gate and be ready to go, or is there going to be this, hey, Mike's not really, you know, the play calling hadn't been on point. Oh, you know, there's some things that we need to do. Is Mike thinking about now that Brian Schottenheimer needs? All those things affect Dak, you know? Yeah, I'm not worried, just talking to some folks, I'm not worried about Zach Martin. I'm not worried about that right guard situation.
Okay.
But what I am worried about is, though, that this offense doesn't come out clicking right off the jump. And I think that, and maybe it's not because of Dak, it's because of Schottenheimer, the new O-line coach, you know, new running back coach and all that. That's the thing that scares me the most going into the season that can affect Dak.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of veterans in the room when it comes to, I mean, Dak himself, and then there's a fair amount of veterans just on the roster. Mike McCarthy, Schottenheimer, these guys have been there, done that. So, I mean, it shouldn't be too ridiculous, but it does give me comfort. Not that year to year anything really translates necessarily, but you got by with this great defense, especially early on in the season when they were fresh. You know, with Cooper Rush at quarterback.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like you needed a bunch of offense early on in the season to still be able to win games, thankfully, for the defense. So hopefully the defense is still pulling up the slack, if that's sort of the case. But I am curious that you're confident in the Zach Martin situation.
Yeah, I am confident in the Zach Martin situation. I think there's just too many things, you know, pointing in the direction. Now, like, okay, we talk about the rattling of the sabers and stuff like that. You know, the Cowboys could find a way, just talking to some people, that could find a way to, maybe you can't make up $7 million the whole way, but you find ways to make up other things.
Perfect. Well, and they have tons of leverage because from what I understand, Brian, if Zach would retire, he'd have money to give back.
Absolutely.
Because of the way his contract was structured.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, if you want to be tough from the Cowboys front office, you can look at him and shrug your shoulders and say, we'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Yeah. I think there's things, he's got a lot of pride. He just wants them to know, hey, listen, I'm not good with this right now, but there's not a lot of leverage. There's not a lot of leverage here.
But Dak on the other side of 30, I think it's probably a non-story for now, but it is a sign of the times and a time to take account of how many years that he's been in the league. I think right now the age doesn't matter that much. 30, 31, 32, still enough in your prime. It's how does it age at 34, 35, 36 that I think will probably become very interesting, and we just inch closer to that a little bit.
No, it is interesting. I mean, Stafford just won. I think he was 34. I think Peyton Manning didn't win a Super Bowl until he was post-30 either, which is rather shocking.
Had a lot of runs at it, though.
He did, yeah. But with Dak, I think in the offense, what I'm most excited about is over the course of Dak's career, when he's been at his best, when do we think that that's been? It's usually late in the game, 2-minute offense, they're playing with tempo. And that was the thing that stood out to me the most, Brian, when we were out there at minicamp, and then during the offseason, we'll play the Brandon Cooks audio a little bit later at 4 o'clock during Cowboys Twitter. You hear Simi Fehoko talk about this. Dak's talked about it as well. It's the tempo, the speed. We want to get up to the line of scrimmage. We want to get the play calls in. Dak's setting everybody up. They want to play up-tempo more so this year, it sounds like, than they have in the past.
That's on McCarthy then. You know, I mean, Mike has got to find a way to find a rhythm with Dak and the way he calls the plays. You know, he has to be on his game, as far as not making Dak have to wait around for a call. Get him to the line, get him set, and then if he has opportunity to change plays and stuff. But that's going to be on McCarthy. He has got to be able to help Dak by getting him in and out of the huddle in a timely manner.
Yeah, what did they call them last year? The turbos. I guess they're going to be doing more of that. It seems like they've already been doing some, and they've been pretty good at it. Another story out there, Morning News headline, video shows why Cowboys Jerry Jones owe Oxnard neighbors an apology. It's a brief. G-Bag Nation presents You Make the Call. Don't know if you've seen the video. It's on the Morning News, but it's of somebody's backyard. You can see the VIPs going up the little staircase onto the platform. I don't know. It's 2 hours, like for 13 days. That's what you're looking at when these practices are going full blown. Those VIPs are going to be around. You moved into a condo that backs up to the Cowboys practice facility. You know, they've had the tower. Jerry and Steven cracking coldies up there. They've been able to look into your backyard since it was constructed. I don't think they owe anybody an apology here. You moved into a condo. It's up against the Cowboys practice facility. At some point, they're going to be raising and doing platforms, and it's such a small period of time. I think they're being noisy, and the media likes a story, so they're covering it.
Yes.
But this is a nothing burger, if you ask me, guys.
I don't think that ultimately it's going to amount to anything either. Just to put myself in those people's shoes, if you're living there, it would be a pain in the ass to have these construction people.
Close your curtain. You're going to be at work.
Early hours in the morning. I mean, maybe a lot of people are working from home now. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I do think there's a little something there. I just don't think it's enough to make it a big thing to where the Cowboys really have to apologize. They knew what they were doing, to your point, when they selected those homes.
I saw when a Cowboys staffer, she had it on her social media. Is it in the middle of the field? Where's the platform set
so
up?
Like that, it's behind where that back end zone is on the first field.
So it's in the end
up against
zone.
the fence.
Up against, yes.
So it's not along where people stand along the
end
fence
zone.
line.
End
it's
zone.
all in the end zone.
Yes.
On the south side. Okay. Because I was looking at it and I'm like thinking, okay, I can understand if people were complaining along the sidelines, but if it's in the end zone, I don't.
No, the only people that are being inconvenienced are the ones that are literally living in those 4 apartments or whatever it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Women's World Cup tonight, 8:00 against Vietnam. I'm dying to know what Mike Bassick wanted to say during the KNC Masterpiece. He said we couldn't handle the conversation. British Open round 2. We've had some promise of DFW guys being on the leaderboard and some, really great stories so far with the amateur from Auburn University. I love the Tommy Fleetwood story with him playing this event just 30 miles from his hometown, and everybody is excited for I call him old Tommy Fleetwood up over there. Even through 17 today, he's 500. It's Harmon taking control of the leaderboard. Brian Harmon out of Savannah, Georgia, dominating across the pond for us this afternoon, Brian.
Yeah, they just went out and shot a 65 this morning, and the conditions were ideal, but no one else is finding their way. They're finding their footing. Harmon has played really well here the last several weeks, and it's kind of a surprising name to be on the top of the leaderboard, but he has clearly put some distance between himself and the rest of the field, and the weekend doesn't appear like the weather is going to be ideal. So he's built the type of lead that if everybody goes out there and shoots over par, he's positioned himself to at least have an opportunity to walk away with that claret jug on Sunday.
I don't even see. I'm having a hard time finding the amateur from yesterday.
He shot 79 today.
Oh, my South African guy.
Yeah, he went 79 today.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
You predicted 80 yesterday, Dawson.
I did. That's crazy.
Yeah, he shot 79. So yeah, I think he's +3. And it sounds like right now when I was driving in listening to the tournament, it was +3. And ties were all going to make the cut. I don't know if that's changed here.
No, projected cut still is +3. You're right. 3 over.
He's sitting there at 10 under par. What a beast.
Yeah.
4 under, 6 under to head into the weekend. Brian Harmon is your leader at the Open. Coming up next, got the G-Bag of the day for you at 2:30. Is this now a deal breaker on the running back that some Cowboys fans have been wanting? It's next in the G-Bag Nation.
One of the G-Bag.
back. It is the G-Bag Nation live at the Globe here as we're counting down to Rangers and Dodgers this afternoon. Pregame at 6:30 here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to thank my friends at D&M Leasing for setting me up with my new truck. I love driving out here today.
Yeah, it is a beautiful one, man. I was following you out of the parking lot. That thing is super sharp.
Man, I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, truckwreck.com. Call 214 or 817-333-3333. Is this a deal breaker, Cowboys fans that wanted Dalvin Cook? I don't know how many of you are still in that camp today. Because the news it's unsettling, and he just isn't good enough, I think, to make you want to give a player a second chance. Maybe if he was 22 years older, if he was coming off an all-pro year, something like that. This might be the end of his career, if this is true. I should say that. But there's a report that he offered his ex-girlfriend $1 million to absolve him of wrongdoing after an assault took place, and apparently the team that was representing him in this attempted negotiation offered $800,000, then upped their offer, but she declined both. Allegedly punched and choked his girlfriend and brandished a rifle, made death threats. The ex-girlfriend claimed Cook physically assaulted her by throwing her over a couch and into a coffee table, resulting in severe injuries to her forehead and nose, which caused bleeding. So sounds like that sucked if it happened for her. I don't know how you wouldn't take $1 million, Maybe she is entitled to more, or there's going to be a lawsuit that comes along with it for damages. If someone, if that did damages to her head or nose, and there had to be surgery involved or something like that, cosmetic surgery, there could be much more damages. So that's the tough news for Dalvin Cook at a major crossroads in his career now. You're trying to get paid, obviously, to establish generational wealth for yourself. And, you got a payoff situation here happening. But just for the Cowboys, guys, I just do not think he's good enough. Like, when they needed Greg Hardy, they needed a pass rusher bad. That was a mistake. Getting Greg Hardy was a mistake. But at least, for them, it kind of made sense because he was one of the top 5 pass rushers, and they had, nobody but Tank. So they went with it. But, right here, I just can't imagine that any team is going to be lining up to take Dalvin Cook until this situation becomes fully resolved.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see. I mean, Michael Lombardi has been talking about the Patriots quite a bit. I definitely don't think it's the move for the Cowboys. I mean, I wonder if this brings his ultimate contract number down even more because teams are even less likely to want to give him as a respectable contract as he's certainly looking for. But yeah, he's nowhere near the player to that he was, and he's nowhere near the player that you would probably risk bringing in, with a story like this out there at this point.
I think he's still a good back, but I don't think the Cowboys have ever had interest, personally, in Dalvin Cook. I think it's always been, an AFC East team, whether it's the Dolphins, the Jets, the Patriots. Maybe this makes them take a second look at that. But, we've talked about it, man. Running back it's a young man's position. And the older you get, you're not getting any better. And that's why, for me, we've seen a lot of these guys, whether it was Isaiah Pacheco last year or Phillip Lindsay a couple of years ago is undrafted. You've got Tony Pollard. You're paying him $10 million. You need to go ahead and use all the tread on those tires. And I'm confident that you're going to be able to get production from guys like Deuce Vaughn and Malik Davis. We'll see what happens with Ronald Jones if he ends up making the roster. I think they'll be just fine at running back.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that mode right now where I feel like if they go get a veteran running back, they're going to bring back Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah.
That's just where I'm at. I don't think Jerry Jones, even though he's taken a step back away from some of the day-to-day operations of the front office with Will McClay and Steven, and Mike, I just feel like, though, if the questions keep talking about we need to do something at running back, if they don't trade for one with the surplus that I was talking about, then I think Jerry is going to push the front office to bring Zeke back. That would be how I think they're going to address if they have to go and go out and make a move for their running back position.
What's the most menacing creature you've ever seen in your neighborhood?
Coyote.
Yeah, probably a coyote or a bobcat.
Bobcats can be pretty imposing.
Yeah, no, it was.
I wouldn't want to tangle with
one. I definitely got one of our cats.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We had in Plano. We've had issues for a long time with that.
I've seen coyotes around. I'd have to go back to when I was a kid. There was like a mountain lion or cougar that was in the field around our neighborhood. There was like a 2-mile field on one side and a 1-mile field on the other, and it was all surrounded by trees and stuff. And it was great to adventure. But every now and then a cougar would come down from the mountains and be like setting up shop in the neighborhood. So they brought the game warden in. He brings you this big cage, trapped him. And I must have been 7 or 8 years old, but I remember riding my bike over there as they were loading this cage into the back of his pickup truck to drive away, and that was badass. Well, police in Berlin are warning residents about a lion that's on the loose.
Oh, no, now that's terrifying.
That'd be different. Police first issued the warning shortly after midnight after a pair of residents saw what they believed to be a lioness chasing a wild boar down a street in Kleinmachnow, Germany. That's a wild scene for a regular city. 2 police officers later saw the animal making its way through Brandenburg. The warning was then extended to Berlin suburbs. Authorities launched a massive search that involved 100 police officers, volunteers, hunters, drones, choppers, and thermal imaging cameras. The lioness was still on the loose as of late yesterday. He's telling residents this isn't the time to go jogging in the woods. Yeah, I can imagine, taking on most animals, no problem. Obviously, a lion's on a very short list of things that you just have to hope didn't want to kill you.
Yeah. Mine was a cougar. She was showing up at one of my favorite restaurants, and I knew if I hooked up with her, it would probably be the end of me.
At Sambuca? Legacy?
I was one of those, and she had this look about her
Yeah.
as she came through the door. It was definitely a cougar. And the young guys around me were all kind of, oh, hey. And I was kind of like, I know if I hook up with her, there could be some problems.
Yeah.
So it's a cougar by far.
You're a wise man.
Yeah,
No,
and one of my favorite restaurants.
Very
by the way,
menacing.
too.
Oh, I believe it.
don't show up
Yeah.
in one of my favorite places I want to go eat.
Get the hell out of it. Don't be tempting me.
You go somewhere else.
Yeah,
you go menace somebody else.
The
Don't
cougar
menace
can be
me.
very intimidating.
Intimidating.
She's been divorced at least once, raised 2 or 3 kids. She's not taking anybody's crap.
No,
Probably
not at
still
all.
smokes a half pack a day.
Not at all. Yeah,
Authoritative.
she is reaching in the bag. She's pulling out a cigarette. You're absolutely right about that. And if you tell her she can't smoke, she really doesn't care.
She blows it right in your face.
She doesn't care.
She was looking right at Bri thinking, I've had the young buck. I want some of the old mule.
I was trying to kind of warn my buddies. I'm like, listen, you guys don't want to.
Be careful with this one.
Be careful with this one.
The sage wise man Brian brought us part of the G-Bag Nation here as we broadcast from Globe Life Field in Arlington. In 4 hours from now, the pregame's going to take over with Peasley, and you're going to be in baseball heaven as they host the Dodgers. Time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, what's up, fellas?
Hey,
what up,
bro?
Hey,
Happy Friday.
hey, happy Friday, happy Friday. All right, G-Bag of the day. What do you say? What's the sauce you like to put on it, Dawson?
It's the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. It is the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
There we go. I like that right there. Okay, let's see. Our winner is a auto-tune baby. Auto-tune baby right here, singing his ass off by mistake. The baby had a mic. Dad or uncle had the guitar and the amp. It had a little auto-tune sauce on it. The baby was just making sounds, and it sounds beautiful.
That's weed. That's weed.
A fat ass sack.
Beautiful, man.
Yeah, it is beautiful,
Talented
bro.
baby.
Oh, what a
Put your lighters up.
hell yeah.
Put your lighters up. All right, let me get some vibes right, bro. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Best man. Anybody been a best man at a wedding before?
Way too much, Lucius.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Been a
sure.
groomsman multiple times. Never
Yeah.
been the best one though. You know.
Okay.
I don't think I'm reliable enough.
Yeah.
Best man usually has to do a lot of speeches. Maybe
Lot
one
of
at the
speeches.
wedding, one at the reception or whatnot. Here's the best
Lot of
man
planning.
with an epic punch up. This best man had an epic punch up at a wedding. Yeah.
I have a note from some of our friends that couldn't be here tonight. Dear Ryan, we're sorry we cannot be there today for your special day. Congratulations. We wanted to let you know how much fun we have with you, and thank you for financially supporting us and our families. Sincerely, the strippers.
Oh my gosh. I don't know how I feel about those, promiscuous type of jokes at a wedding.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when they're funny because they're true.
Right.
And then it's like,
This should not be
my
no,
God.
I don't know how much wine you've had. Maybe you're not used to drinking.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
you get into a good joke series about how wifey was a floozy in college.
Oh.
And bro's just sitting there like, honey.
Oh, yeah.
This got awkward.
It gets awkward.
They never
quick.
had the body count conversation.
Right,
Oh,
yeah. He's been
no.
trying to go out
And
of sight,
now-
out of mind on
Now
it.
they're being traumatized and baptized in it on their most special of days, bro.
You can't have the best night of your life after that.
That is awkward and cringy, and gosh dang it, it's good content when it happens.
Damn good. It was a damn good speech.
All right, from the F around and find out section of the internet, and we have a neighbor right here that accuses another neighbor of stealing her Chick-fil-A. Now, I think it's the neighbor's daughter going over there and beating on the door like you crazy and causing a whole lot of attention. She was wrong. She was wrong, and then she got that smoke.
Oh.
Whoa.
Beating on my door like you crazy.
Whoa, Chick-fil-A.
Losers, huh? Taking other people's food?
Uh-oh.
Losers. Dude, I'm gonna do something for them one day.
Knocking on my door, what you say you was gonna do to me? You was gonna do something else because we annoyed? Bitch, you said it on the you said it on the ring camera. You said it on the ring camera. You got your parents into this, baby. You got your parents into this.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to resolve this.
Now you want to apologize.
Your phone.
No, stop. Now you want to apologize. This is your second time.
Oh, it's the second time.
Got to be careful,
Don't
man.
be taking anyone's Chick-fil-A,
Man,
though.
it's good
Yeah.
food, though. That's good food.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A is worth stealing.
But better know that they stole it if you're going to accuse them.
Yeah. I just say go no accusation. No accusation policy. Even if they did steal it, they're probably going to deny it and might beat you up for it.
Right.
Yeah.
Just chalk it up.
And you don't
man.
want that
Chalk
awkwardness
it up
with
to
the neighbor.
Yeah, it's an $8 meal. Happens.
Hell, it's 10 now.
It would suck to not be able to DoorDash something and trust that it won't get taken by a neighbor.
Yeah, that would.
That'd be brutal.
Last one right here. Weatherman Pete Delkus. Let me put this respect on his name. Meteorologist.
There you go.
Pete Delkus and WFAA. They murked all of McKinney. Sure did. Murked them all.
Fort Worth 103, Denton 104, 105 in Decatur, 106 in Hillsborough, 100 in Terrell. Right now in Terrell and in
Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. The temperature, the heat index right now in McKinney is 10,000. What is that? 101,105. It's hot in McKinney.
Yeah, they mashed up the two numbers from two different towns. They didn't have them spread out far enough, so it looked like it was 6 digits of temperature.
Yeah, 100,000 plus degrees. I
What
believe
it felt
it.
like.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Pete Delkus, weatherman. Neighbor accuses another neighbor of stealing Chick-fil-A, which led to quite a confrontation. You don't want to be talking in front of those ring cameras about what you might do.
No.
Someone's recording that.
No.
Best man, epic punch-up. Baby Pink Floyd, that's your champion and your 3 nominees for this day. Oh, I'm going early, Lucius. That's my bad.
What's that mean?
It's 2:35. We good? Is it voting time?
Good, man. Yeah, it's
Okay.
perfect.
I'm going to go with Delkus then.
I'm going to go with the punch-up.
It's a good punch-up. Wow, that's a good joke. From remote, by the way. He wrote in for that one.
Yeah, that's good.
That's what happens when you're on, you're usually in the military.
Yeah.
You can't be there because you're on deployment. That's what that's called. Lucius, who you going with?
What just happened? Auto-tune baby.
Auto-tune baby. Yeah, that's what that is, right? You write in your speech at a wedding if you're on deployment.
Yeah.
Usually, you're that's the only reason you really miss a wedding. If you're out of town for work, you're coming back for your best
He was there though.
Oh, he
just-
was?
Yeah, he was there. He was writing in as the strippers wrote in there.
Oh.
That type of situation.
I see. Okay, Woolchuck, who you voting for?
We've got the music on now. I'm going to go with the Chick-fil-A. argument there with the neighbors.
We're tied at 1, Brian.
I'm
the
gonna
rare
go-
four-way tie.
Yeah, I got to vote for the strippers today.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's on brand, baby.
Score a 2-1, 2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's the best man punch-up joke. Okay, Brian, where are we going
Let's
next?
go,
Yeah,
Rangers.
what is the long-term health of your NFL team? We'll talk about that next.
Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on The Fan, and it's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king himself, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Hey, thanks to Tim and Carthage again. Like, that beef jerky, where do you get that beef jerky there, man?
I'd say Buc-ee's.
Yeah, that's
Is that a
Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's?
That's Buc-ee's jerky right there. Tim from Carthage is not messing around.
He is not messing around.
He sniffed around and realized it was not only about to be camp week for us, but also Wooly Bully birthday week starting Monday, but really probably starting tonight, right? Aren't you boozing hard tonight? Aren't you?
No,
or is that tomorrow?
Tomorrow. I might try to get. I'm hanging out with some friends, but I think there's a Twillo gathering, and I might try and merge the two together.
Look at that!
So I can. I'll
We're
be
here
able
at
to
the
hang with the
ballpark?
Twillos. No, I think something's going down in Las Colinas, right by Lucius's neck of the woods there.
Oh,
so that's gonna be epic. And listen, I would love to attend the Walchuk birthday festivities tomorrow, but in lead up to the training camp situation, I got to squeeze all the juice out of the family time.
Girls can't come?
Yeah.
Come on. We'll start them early.
They were asking.
They can do some haircuts.
They were asking. I was like, I want to go to Walchuk's birthday. She did say that, but she's thinking Chuck E. Cheese. She's not thinking, butt chugs at the
Well, we
at
can
the
go
grill.
get some pizza for dinner and for the girls, and then we'll head over and start boozing.
All right, we'll talk about it.
All right, I'll make a plan.
But thanks, Tim, because he hooked it up
Yeah, he
birthday
did.
style.
No, he's a
training camp
sweetheart.
style.
Yeah, thank you for everything.
We got a nice little Lucius care package that'll make an appearance Monday in the Pimp Cup. That'll be exciting. So, yeah, he's hooking it up all the way around.
Well, that is some good stuff, man.
He told me I can't be negative about the Cowboys anymore. I can only suggest and recommend.
That's right.
Suggest and okay.
He said if I ever fix my lips to say I'm a full-blown Texan again, I better remember that I can't be critical of the Cowboys. I was like, wow, I didn't know that was a rule, Tim. But hell of a guy, man. And salute to Tim and Carthage. I imagine we'll be hearing from him later and what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
Absolutely. When you talk about being critical and all that with the Cowboys and stuff, do you think a lot of the fan base would like for us to be less critical, or do you think that they think that we're fair about the Cowboys?
I think it's about 50-50. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I think there are a number of fans out there that are frustrated and have had it and want us to constantly be killing them.
Yeah.
And then others who are like, man, I'm here for sports to have fun, so let's look on the bright side of things, And I think we do a good job of being sort of even there, doing both.
I try. I mean, the thing about it is, though, I think there's a part of your job that you have to be, if you see it the way it's like, hey, this is not working. Or, you have to point that out. I just think there's a lot of people out there that don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
They just do not want. I mean, and it's funny because I get tagged in a lot of things on Twitter that kind of lead me to believe that there's folks out there that, like, no matter what happens with this team, they don't want to hear the negative side.
I think it comes down a lot to
and I understand
how
that.
much you know
It's your,
football.
It's your fan.
I think
understand
people
it.
that really know football want to have educated conversations about what's tripping them up.
Yeah.
And if you don't know the game that well, it can seem unnecessarily negative because in your sports fan life, you just want to tune in and watch the ball go in the end zone and cheer. So you want a lot of the conversation to be about, hey, this is great. These are my favorite players. I love these jerseys. These are my favorite colors that they play in. Yeah. That's your world, But there's a lot of different fans.
It is, and I mean, we know this. Like, and you do too, Gavin. We've all hosted the pre and post, right?
Yeah.
I feel like you're never going to please anybody.
No.
Some will always think you're too much of the homer. Some will think you're just bashing and being negative towards the Cowboys. What I've learned, and you guys know, I did grow up a Cowboys homer.
Right.
I love the Cowboys. They're the reason I do what I do. They were my first love. I've had to, as I've gotten into this business, try and just be fair. Just be fair, stay true to myself and what I honestly think. And if somebody has a problem with it, it is what it is, right? You're just not going to be able to make everybody happy.
Yeah, because a lot of that, passionate sports fan is like basic, and that boils over in a frustrated way when they don't play as well as you think they should.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, growing up a Cowboy fan, I can understand like the hardcore. Like, hey, I don't, it's kind of like when I worked in Green Bay. It's like Green Bay Packer fans, they could talk bad about their team, but they don't want anybody from the outside talking bad about their team.
That's how I feel, too.
They're like, listen, I don't want to hear some Philadelphia fan or a Detroit Lion fan or whatever, but there are a lot of fans here that just like, and that's the thing I always struggle with going into this new season that we have coming up is like it's 17 weeks of,
people killing each other.
Yeah, and again, you're trying to be fair about it and stuff like that. But if it's not working, you have to point that out. But if it is working, I think I know myself, I admit about Terrence Steele.
Sure.
I'll tell you right now that Terrence Steele and Zach Martin together is the best combination you could have. And I wouldn't have believed that even putting Tyron Smith over there. I'm like, well, hey, with Tyron Smith, you get some power, but it wasn't as good as having Terrence Steele over there. And I threw a lot of dirt on that guy, a lot of dirt, but they need to get him back in the mix and let him and Zach Martin work together over there because like that is a really good combination on that offensive line. And you guys have convinced me, how they protect Dak, how they run the football, that's going to be key to how this offense plays. So
I do like how people get worked up, though. I think that's part of the fun of it. And if you can keep a good sense of humor, people are going to disagree, and that debate, I think, is absolutely part of the season. But there will be times at some point where I'm like, man, I'm really looking forward to when the season is over because it does get toxic out there.
For sure.
Yeah, yeah, it does. All right, well, this is from our friends over there at ESPN, Dan Graziano and Louis Riddick and those guys. They put out the 2023 NFL Futures Power Rankings, and they're trying to project this for all 32 teams. So they power rank how they view the teams going into the future. And what I'm always interested because it's not always just about this year, but they focus on the next 3 seasons, 2023, 2024, and 2025. So they stack all the 32 clubs' long-term, expectations. So, like I say, Graziano, Riddick, and Seth Walder all had a swing at this. And what they did was they came up with like a grading scale of 100. If a score of 100 is an A+, that's elite. 90 is considered an A, that's great. 80 is a B, which is very good. 70 is a C, which is average.
Also very good.
Yeah.
Yes.
D, 60 is a D, which is very bad to them, which a D can graduate you. It can get you home.
It's close to good.
It can get you home. And 50 or below, that's an F. That's just disastrous. So they averaged all these things out. And I wanted to kind of go through from the 3-year projections what NFL team, and the categories are overall roster minus your quarterback.
Ooh, okay.
Quarterback, coaching, draft, and front office. Once again, overall roster minus your quarterback, the quarterback in a separate category, coaching, draft, front office. What NFL team do you think that they gave them the number 1 ranking or projection for the next 3 years?
Chiefs. Easy.
Yeah, I would imagine.
They
it's
draft
the
really
Chiefs.
well. They've got the best quarterback. They've got the best coach.
It's actually the Philadelphia Eagles.
Wow.
With an overall score of 94.1.
That was a damn good setup right there, Broadus.
It was.
It was a good setup.
Windmill
Walchuk just walked right into that.
I did.
And if he wouldn't have,
I'm
I would
stunned.
have.
I'm stunned.
I thought the same thing. I mean, I immediately thought of Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo and those guys over there.
Mahomes will break any tie. He should.
Well,
right.
yeah.
Right.
But his roster's probably so down.
And with the Eagles, I mean, look, their roster's outstanding, but I think there's so much that you're riding on a one great year with Jalen Hurts and Sirianni. There's still, I mean, can these guys replicate the success that they've had?
There you go. Okay. Just let me read the scores, and then I'm going to talk about the Cowboys in relation to their look. But I just wanted to
I don't think their coach is very good and their quarterback is good. So I believe this outfit is overrated those two elements of Philadelphia.
Their lowest score is their ability to draft. That's their lowest score.
The Eagles?
Yes. Yeah. Overall roster minus the quarterback is at a 97.
Yeah, because they'll give him a Jalen Rager from time to time.
That's true. That's number 1 rank in of the NFL rank.
And the linebacker wasn't good last year. That was supposed to be good.
The quarterback is at a 94.7, which is the 4th best ranking. Coaching is at 89.7, which is 7th in the league. The draft is
They lost all their coaches.
89. Their draft is 89.3, which is a rank of 2, is what they have. But that's their lowest. And their front office is a grade of a 98, which is 1.
They have a brilliant front office. Harry Roseman's one of the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the reasons of concern, though, and it's to your point, Wolchuk, going into 2022, some wondered whether Nick Sirianni and quarterback Jalen Hurts were the right combination for the future of the team. Those concerns no longer exist. Instead, focus has shifted onto the amount of talent on the coaching staff that has left the organization over the past few months. Both coordinators have gone on to become head coaches, leaving new offensive coordinator Brian Johnson and defensive coordinator Sean, is it Desai?
Yeah.
To lead what is arguably the best roster in NFL back to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they'll be really good, I think, this upcoming year. Because the roster is undeniable.
Yeah.
Everything else could be, a disaster at this point, and they're still going to win 12 or 13 games.
And maybe Sirianni turns out to be a really good coach. I just don't want him to be. I hate his face. It's totally biased and personal for me. I just can't stand him.
It's not a face you can root for, man.
Now, in a couple of years, he got his team to the Super Bowl.
He
I
did.
have to give the guy credit, even though I don't want to. But the Cowboys, where would you think the Cowboys are ranked of 32 teams for the next 3 years?
I would think they're definitely in the top 10.
I think they're in the top 10, like anywhere from 8 to 10.
They're 4th.
Give me 6.
10.
Ooh,
they're number 10 with an overall score of 83.2. Overall roster minus the quarterback, 86.7.
Okay,
that's
plus.
seventh. That's 7th best.
Fair.
The quarterback himself, 86.3. That's 9th.
That's fair.
For the next 3.
Maybe their roster might be higher.
Coaching.
Ooh.
76.3. That's ranked 22nd.
Oh, that's savage
Dude,
hating.
this has been an offseason of every outlet just bashing McCarthy. It seems like nobody thinks he's any good.
Yeah. It's the fun thing to do. It's viral.
Yep.
Man.
76.3. Draft, surprisingly, 80, which is 12th best.
Yeah, see, this is
in the league.
That's their best attribute, is drafting.
I think they're in the top 5 when it comes to drafting.
Who put this article together?
This is ESPN.
I feel bad. This is Seth Walder. This is
there any science?
This is Lou Riddick. This is supposed to be
Dan
stalwarts
Graziano,
in the community.
Did they-
My Italian brother Dan Graziano's put his name on
yeah,
this.
They had the Eagles as a better drafting team?
Yes.
Yeah, see, come on.
Did you hear that?
And the front office,
I don't know what they're doing over there.
Front office, they gave him an 84.3, which is 8th. The reasons for hope is, for all jokes aside and justifications, criticism about the lack of recent playoff success, the Cowboys front office has absolutely demonstrated an ability to draft and develop players who keep them competing for division titles and playoff berths every year. Young cornerstone players at key positions such as Michael Parsons, CeeDee Lamb offer plenty of hope for the roster in coming years. That's from your Italian brother, Dan Graziano.
So maybe Graziano's saying, hey, they need it, because that just contradicts the whole thing. Hey, their strength in the front office is drafting and developing, but we're going to give them the 12th highest best drafting team. I mean, come on.
And the reason for concern all has to do with Mike McCarthy, as we've talked about.
Jeez. But maybe nationally, he has a face that is harder to root for than Sirianni.
He's probably ticked somebody off.
I think it's his neck.
or lack thereof. Yeah.
He's kind of got a penguin look.
But
I love you, Mike.
You just can't argue with the results, bro. All the winning seasons in double digits with the Packers. He comes to the Cowboys.
Man.
As soon as Dak's healthy, they just win double-digit games and go to the playoffs constantly.
Yes.
Which
is not something the organization was doing before he got here.
I mean, that's saying nothing of Dan Quinn. 22nd best. Bleep out of here. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk and the NFL News of the Day. Where are we going?
Dak's legs, according to Mina Kimes. He got an NFC East update and a new first for Patrick Mahomes. That's next on The Fan.
100. and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the nation. We are at the glorious Globe Life Field in Arlington, where the Rangers, your first place Texas Rangers, will be hosting the Dodgers of Los Angeles. Coming up pregame at 6:30 tonight, first pitch 7 o'clock. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus. Lucius Alexander's back home in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here as well, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. I forgot to mention Ramon Cruz in our opening segment there.
The champ!
Yes, he is our remote engineer flying solo today throughout the broadcast. You can grab your 2023 Texas Rangers pet calendars now online. Google it up. They're $20 in person or $26 if you order them by mail. All kinds of Rangers players and managers and coaches and stuff there with their pets there for viewing enjoyment, and the proceeds go to a good cause. Here's Wolchuk, Zach Wolchuk, the Woolly Bully, with your NFL news of the day.
Thank you very much. Super pumped for this series with the Dodgers in town. It's always a blast being out here at the Globe, and doors open right around 5 o'clock. Come say what's up to us here, center field 200 sections. But we got some news with signings, and it happens to be the Giants, our NFC East rival. They have signed a former Dallas Cowboy. If you missed it during Crosstalk, we talked about this, but it's Cole Beasley. Cole Beasley signing a deal with the Giants, and there's history here because he's now reuniting with his former offensive coordinator in Buffalo, Brian Daboll. So you've got Beasley, who always was a Giant killer when he was wearing a Cowboys uniform. Remember that outstanding catch he made with Dak Prescott, one of the best throws Dak's ever made.
It inspired Post Malone to make a hit record.
Yes, absolutely. But so Bees is going to be a New York Giant, and they signed running back James Robinson today, former Jacksonville Jag, had a stint with the Patriots. We did ask about him, Brian, and I think your guy said he has a knee issue.
He's broken, right?
Yeah, I got to be better at this.
No, you're fine. He's broken. He's broken.
But yes, I mean, it was not a glowing report because we were thinking, this could be one of those guys where he's only been in the league 3 years. He had an outstanding rookie season. Maybe that's a dude you can bring in for veteran help.
They were calling him James Brokenson.
Yeah, but
in,
the health
Jacksonville
seemed like he's got one of those knees that might be Todd Gurley-like, just won't get any better. But the Giants taking a flyer. They've got James Robinson and Cole Beasley now.
Cole Beasley's had a couple of opportunities last year. When he ended up signing with the Bills and stayed there for a couple of weeks, and then ultimately left again.
The Bucks.
And
then I think he went back to the Bills.
And then he went back to the Bills. So I don't know if he's got anything. I don't know if this should concern us. Brian, what do you got?
Yeah, the thing, I went back and looked at my text from one of my Gang of Seven and about James Robinson. He says, can't run, no juice, still has the vision and instincts, bad body. Achilles took what little he had left from him. So he had Achilles injury.
Oh, it was the Achilles. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
It's a shame. He doesn't have the juice, and I don't think he has the sauce to make up for the lack of juice.
No.
I think the fact that he doesn't have sauce just sort of went on.
You got to have the sauce.
They might need a camp runner just in case Saquon doesn't show up for a while.
Well, there's some whispers that they might. Who is it? They were. Oh, it was the Raiders talking about pulling their tag on Jacobs.
Oh, on Jacobs.
I was thinking, wait, the Giants could have pulled their tag.
Yeah, they seem very far apart. That's a sticky situation there with Josh Jacobs.
That would actually be really, really fun to see Josh Jacobs and or Barkley get their tag pulled. They become a free agent, and then teams could then, what would the bidding look like, if at all? Like, where would that go when more teams are actually able to bid on you? I don't know what number they would land.
Well, we did actually have a running back get signed today, another one. It was the Ravens signing Melvin Gordon to a 1-year, $3.1 million deal.
Okay, this might be where your Zeke number comes in, right? Somewhere between 2.5 and 3, if in fact you were going to just let him do a 1-year number. I know, Wolchuk, you would be okay. I don't think, Eric, you would be okay.
No, I'm out. I'm
out. You're out on that one, too?
I just think that you can – I'd rather just rock with the young guys and see what you have here. And some of the names that we've talked about, maybe it's from Miami or Washington when they have a surplus if somebody gets cut. Say it's a Myles Gaskin from Miami. I'd be more interested in bringing that guy in.
The Ravens must have a really specific role for him because last year it looked like he was done. 3.5 an attempt for Denver.
Never played, and then he went on the practice squad for the Chiefs.
Well, he got mad. He got mad at the head coach for not playing him or handing him the ball, right?
He did run it nearly 100 times to get his 3.5 yards per attempt. I'm shocked that the Ravens want him. I don't know what they could think that he has left. And if he's $3 million and Zeke's more than that, then I'm out on Zeke as well. I think most of these guys should be league minimum players, or we're going young.
Well, so
you can still play if you want to.
Worth up to $3.1 million. I would love to know what the guarantees are on that.
Yeah,
like it's got to be.
Hell, maybe there's no guarantee, like 500,000 or something.
It's probably very minimal in the guarantees. And again, I don't know if Zeke's willing to take a contract like that.
Yeah.
He's got enough bag to where, like, what's the point unless he's getting a respectable dollar figure?
Well,
why does he need to play for $500,000 guaranteed?
I think just because it's badass to play sports, and I want to play for free, I can't. I think some of these guys, they love the game so much. The guys are showing up for camp, and it's like, sure, maybe it's not the coolest thing, but league minimum, I get to be on the team. I could win with my guy Dak. I don't need any more money. I just want to keep playing.
Totally
man.
agree. It's the addiction, the love of the game. You can't replicate this. The things that go into it with the camaraderie in the locker room, which is everything we heard about Zeke. I mean, he was kind of the heart and soul of the Cowboys locker room. They loved him from a leadership standpoint, but you might be onto something there. I can't forget last year when we had him on. It was the first time he'd ever even mentioned or alluded to the fact that he didn't know how much longer he was going to play.
Yeah.
Remember he dropped that on us?
Yep.
So
Yes.
you could be right. I mean, maybe it's Cowboys or bust, or unless the team overpays for him.
If money wasn't a factor, he'd already be on a team.
Yeah.
Money wasn't a factor, he'd probably already be on a team.
And a lot of times, especially for the greats who are amazing at it, they don't want to keep playing because it's not as good as what they used to be. It's not the same experience. It's not as fun. It's embarrassing to see everything happening and people talk about you on TV. I know even before last year, somebody was like talking about him on social media saying he's washed up. And his mom roasted the Cowboy fan. But inside the roast, she did acknowledge he might be washed up, but you are this, that, and the other thing. And it was a great burn, but I thought it was interesting that even his mom, who's been his biggest fan and greatest supporter on social media, kind of acknowledged that, hey, he's getting up there.
Yeah, and you can acknowledge those things, and you can let the public know those things when the bag has already been secured.
That's right.
So nobody else's mom's going to do that when you're in one of these contract negotiations. You feel like you're underpaid, but when you got that money at this point, he's in a place now where he doesn't have to worry about any of that stuff.
Absolutely.
But I'm sure that he desperately wants to get that bad taste out of his mouth about that final play. And that might be.
You will never let him forget that.
He's shooting that thing up for free. It ain't
Keep
me.
bringing that up.
It ain't me, dude. It's the internet. I see it almost.
No, you bring it up a lot.
Every day.
You bring it up a lot. You like his technique was really poor, and he just
No, it wasn't a technique thing. It was a coaching thing. They
Yeah,
put a
they
running
set
back
him
at
up for
center.
failure.
They
Like
set
the
that
team
whole play.
screwed
him on that, But I'm sure that's a taste he wants to remove from his mouth and memory forever.
I'd already burned it out of my memory bank.
I'm looking at your face right now. You got beef tallow on your face again?
I told you I've been doing that. Oh, Walchuk wasn't here, but yeah, I told you I've been
Are
doing
you wearing it right now?
Yeah, I'm wearing it right now.
Wait, are you rubbing stuff on your face?
Beef tallow.
Yes. Yeah, you look like you're sweating.
Well,
you're kind of glowing right now.
For the indoor
What are you
situation
doing?
that
Why?
we're in.
Why? Is this for the acne?
No, I don't have an
Just for
acne
young
problem.
skin?
Yeah.
Keep
No,
Have you
it's,
noticed it, Dawson? It looks like he's got
Yeah.
It is. It's beef tallow.
Well, it is beef tallow on the
yeah.
face. It
Yeah,
might be glistening. It is hotter than balls everywhere. I see some glistening on Walchuk's. I see a little glistening on every single face in here,
no.
including the red face of Brian Broaddus
What?
right now.
Oh, no.
That is
Don't
almost
turn
as
it
pink
around
as the
on
hat
me.
that's on his head.
You're wearing like brisket grease on your face.
Yes, I know that, and you're asking me like I didn't already tell you this last week.
It just.
So you're asking me like you're hearing about it for the first time, like you just found out.
I am hearing it for the first time.
I understand Walchuk's confusion. I don't understand Broaddus's.
I just noticed it. You look like a brisket. You
I
like
appreciate
you kind of
that,
like a
You're
2
saying you
hour
want to eat me right now?
I
think there's
think those. I'm connecting dots there.
He's kind of doing his Hollywood health thing here, though, and they have weird rules like not showering, putting
Is he
beef fat
getting
on
ready
their
for
face.
the Jerry
showering, but with
party?
goat cheese.
Is it like the
Showering
Jerry
with goat
party
cheese.
coming up?
No,
Is that what he's doing?
I've been
I
putting
think-
towel on my skin, not in lead up for any one
I
particular
think you're
event.
getting ready for the Jerry party.
What am I doing at the Jerry party? I'm going to
Oh,
consume
you look
booze and food.
You're like the best looking dude at the Jerry party.
What does that have to do with beef tallow?
You're rolling around in there at the Jerry party while the rest of us are struggling, but not you.
What is even happening?
He's
I
got
got
the
some of this
Richard
beef tallow, apparently.
He's got the Richard Jefferson shirt button thing working.
I didn't even have the beef tallow last summer.
He did refuse to wear his glasses.
Beef
to the party.
towel.
He did, and the hair.
Yeah. And the hair, I just didn't wear a hat. hat.
No, you had the hair back.
Which is how I wear the hair every single time I'm not wearing a hat. I want to be
Beef
respectful.
tallow, hair back, something going on.
It's all good. We're going to go shirtless this year, baby.
I have heard the beef tallow on the skin is the single best thing you can do if you're someone who lotions your skin. Broadus, I don't presume you are, but if you are somebody that puts lotion on your skin, I would recommend doing it with the tallow. It's the cleanest thing that you could actually cook with and that you could put on your skin.
Okay.
So that's all that is.
I only put lotion on my skin if I'm threatened with the hose again. But I would like to say in closing, Broadus might be onto something. You could be dealing with a little bit more of a sheen.
But
you're accepting that.
You're
glowing. You're glowing.
Well, I'm not. It's not.
You could be pregnant again.
It's not in an effort to look better in this particular moment. It's just to know that my skin is going to be as healthy as it possibly could be, and it will also not dry out. For sure.
And I'm proud of you.
For sure,
it ain't drying out. It's not drying
that
out.
skin's not going to dry out.
I do
okay?
want
Of course not. You want us to spritz apple cider
here's what
on
we're
your
gonna
face
do.
to kind of make it look even better?
Here's what we're going to do when we're in Oxnard. We're all going to have a tallow day out at camp.
Sunday.
We're going to be glistening our
There's
balls
no
off.
way.
Now, Charles Robinson's still going to have the caked-on sunscreen.
Well, he was onto something.
You know.
We got burned last year. We made fun of him, and then 2 days later, we were sitting there burned.
He wasn't wrong.
I'll pack the tallow, bro.
Yeah,
We'll
all
put it on that
I'm in
face.
on that. Okay, I do want to get to the Mina Kimes Dak audio
sorry.
here in just a moment.
No, but shout out to Broadus, by the way, for defending
No.
his guy Zeke. Like he's clearly got a soft spot for him. He hates to mention that. Broadus doesn't want anyone to ever mention the fact that Zeke's final play in the NFL will be him on his back like a snow angel, like a 12-year-old
your
might be,
damn
because
mouth.
his team, his sideline, and everybody's wondering why is McCarthy the 22nd ranked coach in the world? He's putting his running back at center with the game on the line,
Zeke
and he's tarnishing what was a very respectable Zeke career that is now him on his back looking into the heavens, wondering why, God, why?
All right, we know how you feel, and I hate you for it. Patrick Mahomes, for the first time in his career, is a 99 in Madden. Is that not surprising that this is the first time that Mahomes has joined the 99 club?
They're stingy with it, dude. Zach Martin, it took him 8 years. He's been 99 since he was at the Senior Bowl kicking Aaron Donald's ass.
This is the year of the 99, though, isn't it? I saw Kelsey got in yesterday.
Kelsey, well, it's the fourth time.
There's a lot of being generosity going on
So
right now.
Mahomes is a 99. Burrow got the 95. He's the second highest quarterback. Josh Allen's a 94. Lamar Jackson's a 91. And then Jalen Hurts at 88 rounds out the top five. Dak is the seventh highest rating at 87 overall on the game.
So he's higher than Aaron Rodgers.
He's higher than Rodgers, Cousins, and Tua. The only guy in front of him is, well, he's tied with Justin Herbert. Herbert's also an 87, who's sixth overall. So there's Dak's rating. Now, Mina Kimes on her podcast was talking about Dak Prescott. She's doing a whole video series on the NFC. She was just talking about the Washington Commanders, who also might change their name, according to Magic Johnson.
Again?
Yes. After the season, they might change from the Commanders, and they'll look at making a new name for the team. I don't know what they're going to do.
Can they go back to the football team?
That's possible.
That would be a good idea.
Or just go full commando.
They should.
I like commandos.
I like it too. So Mina talking about Dak and how impactful he was last year using his legs, and I'm hoping we see more of that this year because you started to see him get back to his old self, trusting that ankle towards the back half of the season when he came back from the hand injury. Here's Mina on Dak.
I understand that Dak's pocket presence, his pre-snap cognition is his superpower. I would like to see him run more and make more plays with his legs. He's so good when he does it. We were talking about Daniel Jones's efficiency numbers running the ball. Dak was third in EPA per carry, third on third down, third with 6 yards to go. So it wasn't just like he was, in short yardage having successful runs. And yet ranked below Mac Jones in rushing attempts. When he scrambled and threw, he was first in yards per dropback, second in passer rating, third in CPOE. And yet, again, behind Mac Jones and Matt Ryan and Dalton. It's like he doesn't want to do it, but I wish he would do it more because in his own words, I think he said, I'm a big mother. You are a big mother. You're an athlete. I just wish he would do it more because I think it would be that final last little piece that kind of puts this offense over the edge.
Yeah, I think that injury changed his career. I think it changed how he operated, and that was too bad because when it was Jason Garrett and Linehan, they didn't run him much, but he was a little more Russell Wilson. They definitely ran him in the red zone. They run him when they needed to, and he was very efficient, as you said, and that is a missing piece.
It's interesting because we talk about this a lot, right, with ACL and Michael Gallup this year, hopefully. The further removed you get from that injury, maybe the confidence and the trust and the want to when it comes to taking off and running for Dak. I hope to see that more. I hope to see it designed more when it comes to just getting him out in space, outside the pocket. I think that's where he does some of his best work, and being able to extend plays, get on the move, have an option with the tight ends. You talk about the boots and waggles all the time, Brian. I think that's an area, the RPOs, right? I mean, that's kind of gone away from the Cowboys offense. Gavin, you talked about it towards the end of the season last year. We've seen it now. The overall just excess you can have as an offense when it comes to getting a jump on the defense with a running quarterback.
Yeah.
Now, you got to pick and choose your spots, right? Because you don't want to put them in danger, but they need to incorporate this more in the offense.
He did run more late last year, but I think that was a result of their success breaking down and him. I think he's managing it quite well in the regular season. Where I want to see it more is the playoffs. We almost need to get to the playoffs and say, okay, guys, know that package of plays that we only ran like one every 2 or 3 games. Now we're running this a lot, okay? Because it totally changes the dynamics. You don't know how good a quarterback really is from the pocket until he stops running. The day he stops running is the day you can evaluate how much can he kill the other team from the pocket. Because the reason this Cowboys offense is so good on 3rd and long is because of how good he is on 3rd and 6 with his legs. The defense has to be aware of it. The safeties and linebackers are thinking, don't let Dak beat us with his legs and take this first down. And that changes coverage so much. It is huge. It allows quarterbacks that when we were growing up who would barely be starters to compete for the MVP. That's what we're doing right now. Guys like Jalen Hurts, not a first-round pick. Very few traits to be a passer. You get him into the NFL, he can threaten with his legs, MVP candidate. That's what Dak is leaving on the table, MVP-level quarterbacking. So during the regular season, they're hitting it perfect. Get to the playoffs, it's time for Dak to run almost constantly. I want 75 yards a game to be their target for Dak Prescott. I'm back. I don't like the look. I'm gone. I'm gone. I'm gone. And now the box is stuffed. Now I got one-on-one coverage, and Dak will destroy that. Dak will destroy that. But with him not running, it's allowing them to crowd the secondary. And then he's trying to beat it still, which is why crazy picks happen, because there's so many damn dudes down there.
Yes, no, you're 100% right on that. It comes to, and that's when there's situations where we talk about just throw the ball away, take a sack, but I don't think he needs to take a sack.
In the playoffs, you got to run those.
Or just, just get down. Pick up 2 or 3 yards, get down.
He's not the fastest guy. He's not the quickest guy, but what he is incredibly nifty,
And strong.
He is just a great athlete with skill, with vision. He can set guys up with how he's running, and he's got that stiff arm. I think that's your biggest opportunity for next year's playoffs to be different. How could you show up against a great defense, and we've been programmed an entire career to be like, oh, here's a great defense. They're going to have 6 points at halftime. How would that be 20? Dak running all over their asses.
Well, and another layer is we talk about short yardage, not having Zeke, and how maybe there's fans that are concerned about that. You look at what Jalen Hurts and the Eagles did. I get it. Jalen Hurts, the lower body, the tree trunks, he's extremely powerful.
300
But Dak's a big mofo. To me, there's no reason why short yardage Dak shouldn't be dominant.
Yeah, doing the same tush-push style. I wonder how many teams will adopt that. The Cowboys have a quarterback that's built in a way that you could see them doing that for sure. The highest attempts per game rushing-wise was 2018 for Dak. It was 4.7 attempts per game. This past year it was 3.8, which is actually the second highest attempts per game from a rushing standpoint of his entire career. It's usually like early on, it's 3.6 rookie year, 3.6 attempts the next year, 3.3 attempts in 2019, 3.6 in the shortened 2020. So he's right at his normal, but his yards per attempt went down to 4, and it was usually in the 5s or even 6 in year 2. So, but the advanced metrics show that he was running at opportune times. So even if it wasn't, there was still good, EPAs and stuff involved with the way that he was running.
He was very effective when he did it.
I'm 100% on board with the fact that the running quarterback is the biggest cheat code in the sport, but you got to be careful in where you do it. So playoff time, unveil that
thing.
Pick
and choose the spots for sure.
Yeah, go run for an entire month on all these defenses.
When he got hurt, they were off to a great start, or a pretty good start, right? Were they 4-2? Something like that, 3-2. They needed a win that day against the Giants, is what was in his mind, right? What you got to be willing to do is say, I don't really need this win. It's week 6. If we lose to the Giants, we can still make the playoffs. Because that day, on the play that he got hurt where the compound fracture happened, he had run 2 or 3 times before that already because their offense kept stalling. and we're about to lose to the Giants. It's getting to the second quarter. We can't move the freaking football. It's at that point where I want discipline. Still not running.
Yeah.
You know, if we can't beat the Giants today, we're probably not a playoff team. Okay. I'm going to run my ass off, though, and risk the injuries for the Super Bowl once we get to the playoffs. I love that stuff from Mean, and we might have to bring that back a little bit later on. Around the Mavs, and I just love what Grant Williams is saying about what's next for Luka Doncic's development. The new guy on Luka, quite candid. I think you'll enjoy it. It's next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to talk about my friends at D&M, though. Oh, boy. D&M Leasing. These guys in this Easy Lease product, we're so proud of it. They did win. They just won it. It's a national award, the Dealer Rater Leasing Company of the Year for exceeding consumer expectations across the board. You know I love them. I'm always talking about the different vehicles I've done with D&M Leasing. And yesterday I did my 4th Nissan Frontier. They upgraded the body style a little bit. Yeah, Frankel and Frankel. You know, these guys, they want to tell you life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. They are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's hurt in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, truckwreck.com, or call 214-333-3333. They have pregame festivities going on here at the Globe. Dodgers fans are getting a tour. Before the series picks up tonight at 6:30 with the pregame, 7:05 first pitch, as the Rangers will try to win 3 consecutive series against first-place teams coming out of the All-Star break and to remain undefeated coming out of the All-Star break. It's a special time around this baseball team, and if you are coming out to the yard, please stop by and say hi, and let the guys at Hurtado Barbecue down the way know that we absolutely love them, and it's just great to be in their presence anytime we can.
Salute to that, dude. West Coasters coming in here, getting a smell of that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I'm wondering how many, because we've seen with the Cardinals and the Braves fans coming in, how many Dodger fans do we get?
I have a feeling it's going to be quite a few.
And do they realize that they're in the presence of barbecue greatness?
Oh, there's no way they do.
I don't think they realize it. They're like, oh, yeah, barbecue. You know, you put chicken on a grill and then put some sauce on it, right? It's about how it's done.
Steak, right?
Cruise on down to see our friends at Hurtado there just over the left field wall, and you're going to get an education is what's going to happen. I love what Grant Williams is saying about Luka here. On the Old Man of the Three podcast, you know, that's with J.J. Redick and company on playing with Luka and what the next step is. Here we go.
With Luka, you know, he does a great job of, like, no matter when you feel like you're open, he's going to find you. Like, he get at the very last second of the shot clock, hit you for a pass that is a dime just to give you a shot and give you an open look. So I'm excited just because he brings so much pressure and attention to himself that he does a good job of getting others involved. And I think that's his growth. His next step is understanding that as much as that happens, he also has to empower others to play their games as well. So I think that's the next stage with him and this group that we have. You know, Kyrie has been in the league long enough that he knows how to make a tough shot, but also knows how to get off the ball. And Luka does a pretty good job of seeing the floor from the start in the beginning. And it's just a matter of he definitely has that, like, competitive, like, I can get the shot off any time, but I'm going to make sure the other guys get a good look if it's open.
I just, you know, to have somebody speak that so matter-of-factly, number one, his basketball IQ is off the charts, very complete skill set. This guy is going to help way more than Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock. But number two, the fact that he's comfortable with it tells me that since being signed, he's had candid conversations with the coaching staff, maybe the front office, about how they see Luka, and they envision Grant Williams' role around Luka as, you know, they try to take the next step this year. I think, you know, Luka and his supporters might say, hey, my teammates weren't good enough to share the ball with. But Kyrie Irving showed last year that was a not totally accurate assessment. And I think now the organization understands that. They understand that while the team they gave Jason Kidd could play defense, it was handicapped with its overall skill level around Luka, and they had to make some steps to improve the surroundings. But maybe it's more Luka than the surroundings that needs to adjust to make this a team capable of playing high-level team basketball. And I like the honesty from Grant. That's the kind of stuff Luka absolutely has to hear, and I have full-on confidence he can play that way. If the coaching staff, the teammates, and the front office who went out and reshaped the roster around Luka, if I'm them and I watch Luka go out there and play ball hog for 20 seconds of possession again after this offseason, I'm like, dude, we got to reevaluate. Is this guy a championship Hall of Famer or a scoring and production Hall of Famer? Because there's a big difference. The guys who end up hanging multiple banners, they know the secret sauce, which is how do I dominate an individual sport inside a team concept? Basketball is an insane individual sport. It is. But there's 4 other guys. And if you don't get them the ball, get them shots, they ain't going to play defense and rebound as well for you. Okay? And by the way, we can get easier shots if we're all passing and moving than just watching you take another step-back three. That step-back three is an amazing bailout weapon when regular offense doesn't work. That's a damn trump card. Oh, you're going to play amazing defense? Watch this. But that's not our go-to, bro. That's not our bread and butter. That's not high-efficient looks.
No, there are way too many times where he'll take the ball up the court and he's holding the ball, and next thing you know, the shot clock's down to 5 seconds, and he's using that as that's their offensive play.
Yeah.
That's what the whole possession ends up being. I mean, I do think Luka got the most out of his supporting cast when it came to the Western Conference Finals runs, but we need more of a sample size to really see if maybe that was just, it was lightning in a bottle. I mean, I think now we've seen that with the Hawks and Trae Young in that run, and I don't want that to be the Mavs and Luka. I think we've seen Luka play with tempo in Europe. We've heard guys like Chuck talk about that.
Yeah.
Bobby Carello's talked about that. He can absolutely do it, and I'd like to think the nutritionist and him getting his body in shape hopefully is to try and play more up-tempo this year with Kyrie.
Let's see what these truckwreck.com fan texts are saying about Grant Williams. Do you take that as criticism at 877-881-1053? Mavs fans, I think a lot of us have been talking about that for a couple of years now, but it's rare that a member of the organization would come out and be, that candid about it.
I know, especially a guy who just stepped in here. It's crazy to think Grant Williams is 24.
I know.
He's 24 years old.
Yeah.
You think of him as like 28, 29, guy who's kind of
He's
a
been in
veteran
some
dude.
battles.
But he's young, 24 years old, who I do think has a little bit more to his offensive game than maybe we've seen to this point, and we'll see if they can get it out of him. But, I am interested now in a full offseason implementing, Kyrie and Luka together and just looking at the skill set of the other guys on your roster. Getting out and doing a little bit more tempo basketball seems like it's the right thing to do.
Okay,
for sure.
The second cut here from Grant, he kind of talks about that in how different his role can be than it was in Boston.
So I'm excited for the really spacing and being able to knock down shots around him, but also being able to crash and create more opportunities. Because I think a little bit difference with two guys that we have in Dallas versus the guys I played with in Boston is that we have a bunch of guys around that are like utility that can do pretty much a lot of it all. Like Tim can score, you have just Josh Green and guys like that who are more like aggressive downhill that can also make plays at the rim and rebound and offensive rebounding plays. And Dwight Powell is more of like a crashed course dummy who's going to run in there and just smack the ball to half court every 2 seconds. So it's really exciting just because it's a different group. It's a different team to play with. Like I'm so used to back when I was with Boston, like switching or playing a certain like role in offense where I just stand in the corner. But I feel like I'll be a little more empowered to play a little bit more of my game in Dallas, to be able, like, whether it's screening Luka and getting the matchup and hitting him there and rolling, he's hitting me in the pocket, or it's picking and popping, and knocking down shots.
That's exciting, dude. The pick and pop with him and Luka could be sexy.
Yeah.
Because his 3-point numbers really until the second half of last year were outstanding.
And he can beat you off the dribble. He's so big. He'll get one foot in the lane and pull a spin move on you. I think he can rebound well. But, it sounds like he's talking to the Mavs coaches about, like, hey, here's how we had to play where you went and stood in a corner. But now that we have a guy like you that's got a full-on game, we're looking for you to play off and move and find ways that Luka can, find you with little pocket pass. And now you got the ball and you're creating. And for Mavs fans, I think – maybe at times we did not realize how limited a lot of those players were because we liked them. Dorian Finney-Smith, Reggie Bullock, especially at the height of their powers, they were contributing to winning in a major way. But when you threw them the ball, they could not threaten the defense in any way other than I can shoot it if I catch it and I'm open. And now you have guys that can really attack and hopefully make life easier for guys like Luke and Kyrie.
Kind of feel like, though, to me, if you said, hey, let him be really good at something, let him be good playing defense.
Oh, Grant Williams?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just let him be that guy. I mean, I appreciate him talking about all the things they want him to do or he thinks he can do and all that. Just go out there and be an MFer when it comes to playing defense.
Knock down some threes while you're at it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think that's the thing that I worry about the most with this team is how are they going to be on the defensive side. I kind of
it started to fall apart when Finney-Smith went to Brooklyn.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I knew what Dodo and all them were going to do on the defensive end. Hell, they might be 0 of 6 shooting corner threes. But you know what? I knew they were going to get a key rebound or they were going to get a stop or they were going to draw a charge or something like that. I want him to come in here and, I mean, if you're thinking about, hey, all this offensive stuff is opening up for me, okay, great, but be honest with you, bro, I need you to play some defense here.
Him, Green, and Prosper how quickly can those three approach the defensive level that Finney Smith and Bullock gave you that allowed you to win a couple of playoff series? If they can get back there defensively while having the offensive improvements, I mean, Green is the second best passer on the team, ain't even close, might have the best highlight passes, even more than Luka. They don't happen as often, but they're insane. And Grant Williams is a full skill set player.
I just wonder, I hope that the Mavs 2 years ago was not about two teams in the playoffs imploding, and that's how they got through.
Yeah, and I didn't believe it at the time.
Fool's goal,
And I still don't believe it because the first half of last season, they were a playoff team. What were they? Fourth seed in the West, and you make the trade, and then all of a sudden, clearly there were a bunch of different reasons why they tanked at the end of the year. They did, but I think they are closer to the conference finals teams than they are to an out-of-the-playoff team.
Oh, I like that. It's time now for a biggest L, biggest dub with the Chief. What are we looking at?
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub next right here in the nation.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Live from Globe Life Field in Arlington, it is the G-Bag Nation. Here's the Chief with his Friday staple.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Let's do this thing.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. Its biggest L, biggest dub.
For the second time in Globe Life Field history, ladies and gentlemen, biggest L, biggest dub. The first time with the Wooly Bully presence. And Walchuk's getting a big dub this weekend because he's going to party it up with a bunch of the Twolos. They're gathering together in honor of Walchuk's 32nd birthday. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I'll be 32. I don't know that it's really
your OJ year.
Specifically for that reason. I think we were just hanging out anyway. But
no, but I mean, you know, there's birthday vibes in the air.
we got
it's
the
going to be a party.
B-Day vibes for sure. Yeah, no, 32, man.
So is this are you calling it your O.J. Simpson year, or are you doing something else with that?
I mean, I don't plan on, committing any kind of crime.
No.
But, yeah,
but he was number 32.
The juice is going to be worth the squeeze, I'll tell you that.
I think the juice is going to be loose all year long if the Wooly Bully has anything to say about it.
I'm down, man.
Big dub to Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
Broadus' guy. Wyatt Langford's favorite pitcher to hit
yeah,
against.
he absolutely
Tore him up.
He owns Paul Skeens.
Yeah, Wyatt Langford just dominated Skeens.
We found that out with an interview.
But Skeens is dominating the bank account department because he received a record-breaking $9.2 milli on the signing bonus, going numero uno overall by the Pittsburgh Pirates. So I don't think he's going to take a page out of the Wiz Khalifa tripping balls, shrooming on the mound technique that he was using earlier this week on the mound in Pittsburgh. But I do expect Paul Skeens to have more than just the record of the signing bonus. I think he's going to have more records when it comes to baseball records.
Okay, if you're a professional athlete or you're a college athlete to just sign a big deal like this, are you obligated to give money back to the university that you came from?
I mean, not off the jump, but I don't know. I'm not.
Are you obligated to give $200,000 to LSU baseball for?
I don't think so.
Something?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think maybe they should be giving Paul Skeens a little bit more money. Without Paul Skeens, I mean,
well, they were probably giving Paul Skeens some money.
NIL style.
Yeah, he came from Air Force. He was a transfer. You know?
Yeah, he probably got the bag to go.
They probably
there.
did slip him a little bit of a hey.
But I wonder if you're an
I don't
athlete,
know what the protocols are on that.
I think if it was me personally,
I don't think anybody does.
I would say, how about the Paul Skeens training room, or so, you give them enough money to get something that
name something after me.
Name something after me. The Paul Skeens dining hall, or something to do in the athletic dorm, or
do you think you could ever get that the actual mound sponsored by your own name, or like titled in your name, like it's the Paul Skeens pitching mound?
That would be bad.
Tiger Stadium.
Because we talk about fields all the time, right? It's it's like Ben Hill Griffin Stadium at Florida Field and something else. Yeah.
The mound's an awful lot, though. That's timeless, and I don't know if Skeens has accomplished enough in his life.
Baseball truthers would hate that idea. Like, don't put anybody's name on the mound.
Well, yeah, and didn't Dylan Cruz beat him out for the Player of the Year?
But
the
Dylan
Golden Spike Award.
Yeah, but Dylan Cruz, I guess that's true. I mean,
Dylan Cruz's first home run he ever hit was against Paul.
Paul Skeens, outstanding, but might not have even been the best player on his own team.
But number one overall pick.
I'm just saying, I think
because of financials.
If you're making $9 million, you kind of need to give something back to the place that took care of you a little bit, right?
Yeah, Air Force.
No,
they
only gave you a half scholarship, dog.
I wouldn't be.
They
owe
you.
I don't think we gave him a half scholarship.
LSU didn't even give him a half scholarship?
No, I think we gave him more than that.
That's all you can get in baseball.
I'm talking out of my rear right now.
No, talk. Get your money for LSU.
That's your go-to
I can't
move.
believe Dawson just Dawson hates college. We all know that.
Get him.
Yeah.
I did drop out of 5.
He loves the coach.
Dawson loved the transfer portal. He lived the transfer portal.
Well, he grew up a big Beaver guy.
He was transferring from
We
community college to
learned
community college.
We learned this. He was tripping all the time, surfing in San Diego. That's what we learned.
Shaka bra.
For a couple months. Guy comes to your university, gives you like $80,000 in tuition because you only give half scholarships in baseball. He wins you a national championship, and Krusty over here has the balls to say Skeens still owes LSU something.
Pay the establishment.
No, Skeens needs to give the Tiger Athletic Program something back for getting.
He's going to give him
he's
got a finger for him. I think
they put him in a position to be drafted first overall.
Knowing Paul, it's that index finger.
My biggest L, I have not had Hurtado barbecue yet today.
Oh, no. Yeah, we're going to have to.
My biggest L is I
that.
Can't consume it. Back on soda. No cheating for me all week.
No more cheating.
Nope.
It's okay. It's all right.
Did we have a side weigh in that kind of.
No. They told me don't get on the scale. Don't deter yourself.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I'll find out tomorrow just how fat I got.
Yeah.
That's an
L.
L.
Didn't. We'll see. I'll probably take an L tomorrow morning.
That's
at
an
soda.
L and a dub, though.
They're going to whip me into shape, but my mind's ready. My body's ready, and I'm going to get my care package to take to Oxnard.
You got an Oxnard trip and a Vegas trip coming up, right?
Yeah, I got my supplies. I'll be good.
But this is camp time, okay? He had his fun, frivolous summer getaway. Now it's time to dial in. It's training camp. It's best shape of your life season. He's got to pass the conditioning test if he wants to, be on the microphones every single day throughout the first week. So Walchuk's going to be ready to rock and roll.
And I feel good about last year, man. There was a couple of nights that we colored outside the lines a little bit. The Jerry party for one. I mean, how can you go to Nobu and not
And then
indulge?
the other times you were spilling dinner all over you.
Yes, but those were soda. Those were okay. The toppers night one was the bad one.
We're going to make that mistake again.
And I lost. I was able to lose weight because I just picked and chose.
Oh, we would walk. I'll go walk with you.
I'm walking every morning. It's beautiful.
Yep. You know.
Soda's helping me. We're good.
If I was Paul Skeens, I'd give money back. That's just me.
Yeah, it is, literally.
Yeah.
I think it is just you. Now we have a big dub for Steve Young. Steve Young, who lost his job at ESPN.
There's somebody that needs to give money back to ESPN.
Yeah, he lost his job at ESPN, and now he will be coaching alongside former 49ers backup quarterback John Payne as the coach of the girls' flag football team at Menlo School in Atherton, California. So
that's perfect.
Does his daughter go to the school?
He's a female flag football coach now. The come up is real for Steve Young.
Either that or he's being real creepy.
Big time dub. Big time dub.
He's Mormon, isn't he? He's a BYU guy.
He is. Bring him old.
Hey, did you guys see the L that the Marlins are taking with their stud prospect Victor Mesa?
Victor.
Yeah, Victor.
Is the second Victor a middle name, part of the last name, or a double first name?
I think we're hyphenating stuff going on.
I think we're double V's.
I think we're talking about two first names, no middle,
Victor.
and a last name.
I like
Mesa.
So it's a winner.
Flying an airplane.
It's not just one Victor
What's
on the
your Victor,
table.
Victor?
It's two Victors on the table, but he went AWOL from the Marlins just out of nowhere.
Uh-oh.
And now we're seeing him. He took a page out of the Bullies book. He's in the Bahamas. So he just went AWOL.
I can't knock it.
No one knows. Like, it's a hilarious story because
got no Victors now.
Where's Wolchuk's girlfriend?
Yeah.
I was just with her this morning.
Oh, okay.
So Cuban outfielder, he's Victor Mesa, 26 years old. He leaves Jacksonville, where the Miami Marlins have their AAA team. This is just a few days ago. He apparently had some disagreements with the coaches, and he's not expected to return. And he was placed on the restricted list. They didn't really know where he went, but he signed a $5.25 million deal back in October of 2018. But now they're seeing him after not hearing from him for a few days. There's photos of him and his smoke show girlfriend holding
here we go.
Holding pigs in the clear waters of the Bahamas.
That is a big thing for people to do. Yeah.
It's swimming with the pigs. It was the most expensive excursion. It was more expensive than swimming with the bleeping dolphins. People are paying crazy amounts to swim with these pigs.
Are you in a bay with the pigs?
Yeah, it's in an enclosed. It's
Good
the
history
ocean.
reference there.
It's the ocean, but that was funny.
Thank you.
Bay of Pigs.
So this dude just up and left
Dawson
in the middle of the
didn't skip
season.
class that day.
No, he didn't. But happy birthday to Victor Mesa because he's spending his
Smoke show girlfriend,
his
though?
birthday. Yeah, smoke show
That's
girlfriend.
it right there. That's all you need to know.
That's getting it done.
That's a W.
When you're a top prospect, you're getting the hotties.
The Rock is also now creating an NIL program, and he's got big dogs. He's got
Miami.
He's got Angel Reese. He's got Marvin Harrison Jr. He's got Drake May. No, he's
Yeah.
got a Miami kid, but because he went there. But he's going for the big fish because he's got his Zoa energy drink that I've never tried. I really want to try this.
Yeah, this is a legit deal.
I bet you it's ass.
Yeah, this is perfect. He's bringing in the top stars
Ryan,
to help endorse his brand.
I'm just saying, man, there's only one
I
energy
think The Rock
drink.
puts on tallow on his skin.
Nobody is safe.
Self-respect.
Brian is just attack.
He's
And
in
I
attack
love
mode
it.
today.
I love ornery Brian.
How many really good energy drinks are there?
About 3.
Maybe.
Is it the Balls one? Is that the one that Zero used to love? Balls Energy? Could be totally off base. But
Bang.
it was Bang. I knew it was a B.
Yeah.
Balls.
What
are you doing over
I say
there?
balls, I think Zero.
It was one of those B words.
Dude was
man.
gifted.
Red Bull, only one.
210, biggest dub, didn't die, and getting to upgrade the kayaks. So I guess they went kayaking, they upgraded them, and they didn't die along the way. So that's a huge victory.
We've learned that the kayak is not the way to travel.
You can get a great kayak upgrade right now at the Dallas Boat Show, which we were at yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, some great looking kayaks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
With a motor.
I like the surfboard one where you're on like a little surfboard, but it's got a motor.
Yeah,
it's got a motor that goes down into
Yes.
the water, and you're riding kind of hovering.
Yes, it's like a water hovercraft.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I looked at it though.
badass.
It was like $13,000.
I saw somebody walk out of there with one of those chairs that has a fin on it with the extended. Have you seen that? It's still like a board, like a wakeboard. It's like you sit
A
in
chair?
It's a chair.
You're cruising around in the
with
lake?
a stick and a fin, like a V fin. So you're sitting on the chair while you're
Moving around?
While you're moving around. Yeah.
I like that. Do a little fishing on the recliner.
No, it's like a ski rope. It's like you're sitting.
Oh,
in the
you're getting towed.
You're getting towed while you're on
Oh.
the ski.
That's legit.
That
Yeah.
sounds fun.
Yep.
214, biggest L, emergency root canal.
Oh.
I hope you called my friends at Ross and Kamak Family Dentistry, RCFamilyDentistry.com.
They'll fix all kind of busted up teeth.
Yes, they will.
Especially
All the
Eric's.
broken teeth. That's what they specialize in, man. 972, not necessarily a big L, but Walchuk is going to be taking a metric bleep ton of L's tonight in FIFA.
Okay, I know. I have a guess at who that could be.
You got a little FIFA shots going down with the bros tonight,
I
dude?
probably won't be indulging in too many shots, but yeah.
That's going to be awesome. I'm excited for you.
Is the new one out yet? We're coming up on that.
So
aren't we,
the new
pretty
one,
soon?
we're no longer in FIFA. It's now the 2K has taken over.
Yeah.
So it's going to be like 2K24 or whatever. But no, it comes out.
So
I think,
EA's out of the game?
EA, yeah.
No, but I thought EA was always in the game.
EA's in the game, but they just rebranded it, right?
I think it has something to do with the players.
It does.
That's like Nike not just doing it anymore.
Not all the
The
don't have
players.
rights
The players
for all of
said,
them.
"We're not doing this." Yeah.
Insane.
So hopefully the game's still fun. I'm hoping it's not too different.
I do look forward to the future L that the Dodgers are going to take right here in this ballpark here in a
The
few
future
hours.
sweep that they're about to have.
The Rangers.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Rangers are going to sweep.
Just going to get swept. I got the broom ready.
Yeah, EA Sports FC is what it's called now. They moved on from FIFA. but
Maybe the
hopefully it's
Commanders.
still the same game.
Yeah, I hope the
Go
gameplay does not
Washington
change.
FC.
Thank you, Chief.
Washington FC.
There he is, your biggest L's and biggest
Go
dubs
back to the old
every
name.
Friday here in the nation. And as he told you, we are here at the Globe. And pregame's coming up at 6:30. How about some Cowboys Twitter? What stands out to Brandon Cooks about the Cowboy workouts so far? We have audio on that and more Cowboy stories from social next in the nation.
It is not coming back. It's out of here. Bye-bye to that baseball into the second.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Okay, here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now to break into some Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral about America's team, from America's team, from the journalists that cover the Cowboys. We got it all here for you on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. To my right, you have Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout and NFL executive. You got Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk. Lucius Alexander is back there in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. 75 fits you. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You have Ramon Cruz, who is remote engineering here this afternoon for us once again at the Globe. And along with those guys and you, I'm Gavin Dawson. We are the G-Back Nation here on 105 through The Fan. They got all the ushers coming in. They're milling about. Doors are going to be opening. Batting practice is going to be happening. Some delicious barbecues coming off the pit at Hurtado, as it is an afternoon of baseball on tap here in the G-Bag Nation. And, yeah, that pregame's coming up at 6:30. Little Cowboys Twitter here for you. Cole Beasley an hour ago tweeted to the Giants, probably wide receivers coach, "Let's get to work, big dog." Excited for the opportunity. That got Des Bryant excited. He retweeted that, and they're old buddies from the Cowboys years gone by. As Cole Beasley has returned to the NFL, he is now a member of the New York Giants. Are you worried about Beasley's ability to threaten your defense? What's he got left in the tank, Brian?
I'm really not. I mean, that's a team, and Zach, I know you know the Giants well as that's a team. It looks like they've got everything but all slot receivers.
Yeah, they got tiny guys. Darius Slayton might be the biggest body that they've got.
So to me,
Isaiah Hodgins.
The one thing that you know about Bees is that if you do put him in that slot, he'll find a way to get past the sticks. He'll find a way to make a big catch. He'll find a way to get what he can, get down right there. So
he's not a big speed guy, though.
That's what I'm saying. It's all about
Yeah.
initial quickness. It's about getting off the ball. It's about making a secure catch, getting your first down, and then getting down to the ground.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about with him. But it just doesn't make a lot of sense what the Giants are doing with all these small receivers.
It doesn't. I bet
that.
they think on our turf and with Daniel Jones, these guys are going to get in and out of routes very quickly and be in windows stationary that they can hit.
I kind of feel like they're doing him a favor.
That's
because of the Dayball connection.
Well, yeah, I mean, all of a sudden it's like, hey, it's like, he did play well in Buffalo. There was some back and forth going on and all that, but here's a guy. Obviously, the coaching staff knows about him as a player.
It's just training camp.
It's training camp, right?
Yeah.
You're just, you're giving the guy an opportunity.
This isn't missed opportunity for the Cowboys at all, is it?
No, I don't know.
I didn't see a role for him.
No.
Now, I mean, look, Beasley right now is behind Jamison Crowder, Wan'Dale Robinson, and Paris Campbell on the depth chart. He's going to have to jump those guys.
How big is Campbell? The other guys are all tiny.
I want to say Campbell's 6 foot.
Okay.
But he's a speed guy.
Yeah.
The other guys all are tiny. That doesn't even include Sterling Shepard.
Yeah.
Okay. And before I get to this Brandon Cooks audio, I did want to mention our buddy from the KNC Masterpiece, Corey Majors, just tweeted, "I cannot recommend that quarterback show on Netflix enough." He is a huge fan. So if you're looking for something to watch over the weekend, you need a football fix, that's quite an endorsement there from Majors. Have you guys seen it?
No, I've just seen the clips. I'm about to jump back into the Netflix situation. I've been doing the password sharing for so long, and now I'm having to recalibrate things. But, yes, I will be getting in on that. My whole family's watched it, my family group message. And you get the wives involved on this as well.
Oh, really?
I think it's good for everybody.
Yeah, like my brother's like, dude, and his wife loved it because, you're going inside, you're seeing their wives, you're seeing the family dynamics and all these different things. So, yeah, you could actually couples night that thing. You don't just have to solo watch
Saw
it.
some social media, Brittany Mahomes is actually made to be more likable on the show.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas Jackson still very unlikable.
Well, I mean, in fairness to Brittany, it seems like they usually get her at the end of a game.
Where she's spraying champagne.
She's been partying for 6 hours at her husband's game with his brother. I mean, it's not probably the best place to get an accurate representation of who she is or what she's all about.
Sounds like she gets put in her place quite a bit, though, didn't we?
It looks like she needs to be.
It's like they were at a basketball game, and he kind of said something to her like,
hey,
relax.
calm down. Yeah, you're not embarrassing me in public again.
Yeah, just relax.
For crying out loud. Enjoy
if you're
the
into
ride.
that lip reading kind of stuff that people do.
Look like it a little
Love
bit.
a good lip read.
Yeah, that's a common thing that all young couples have to to navigate, and I'm sure Wolchuk is going through that currently. Like, how do you handle public disagreements with you and your significant other?
Mm-hmm. No, and that's what really stood out to me.
Possible deal breaker.
Yeah, during the trip, because in my previous relationship, a big reason why it didn't work out was it got toxic. I feel like we triggered one another, and I was worried with alcohol involved. How would this go? Being together in small spaces. And honestly, we had no issues. I loved the way she handled conflict, and it made me more endeared to her.
Yeah, it's important that you speak the same conflict language. Yeah. Okay, cut number 1 here from Brandon Cooks. What stands out to him about the Cowboys' workouts and stuff, and here's what he's noticed so far.
I mean, obviously, we just had the spring, to get going. But, the biggest thing that I noticed is, it's fast-paced. Like, we want to get to the ball. Coach McCarthy talked about attacking, not waiting and sitting back, but going out and attack. And that's what I've noticed, through our practices, through our throwing sessions, this offseason. So the faster, the better, and so I'm all for that.
So he's on NFL Total Access there on the NFL Network. Are we gonna take this pace up a notch?
Yeah,
they are. Are we gonna become known as like a hurry up team? Do we want more plays?
I don't think it'll be the Chip Kelly, focus there, where they were running plays at a faster pace than anybody in the NFL. But yeah, I mean that was. I talked about it earlier, the biggest takeaway when, Brian, we were out there at minicamp, you could tell there was an emphasis, get to the line, get the plays in, Dak, get everybody situated, and let's go.
Yeah. Brandon Cook seems like a guy I'd like to hear from more on like a weekly basis, don't you guys? He's always coming up with good insight and things like that.
Well, I'd be open to that.
Yeah.
Maybe a weekly show with like a
I don't know, man.
the Cowboys.
I don't know, but I just every time he speaks, I kind of feel like I learned something from him.
Yeah,
he's
a good one. I think that's the kind of voice that Tolos want to hear from consistently. How badass is this? The Rangers they're getting ready for BP down there. They're doing a little infield right now. Master of Puppets from Metallica is the song that they're playing in the stadium. Isn't this great? I mean, I know they're coming to town. Are they going to play here? Is this partially promotion?
Ooh, that's a good question. I know the Jonas Brothers is here. I'm getting dragged to that.
Yeah,
let me see about Metallica.
That's happening in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Let's see if it's here.
I think they're coming back with more Metallica right now.
I
don't
bet
know.
it is then.
I don't know if these songs have ever been played in a warm-up to a professional sports game in America, but they are now. And
they will be
it.
Across the street at AT&T Stadium.
Okay. So there's the Metallica is in the air out here in Arlington. Okay, what's different for you at this stop in your career, Brandon?
Man, that's a good point. I think just going into year 10, being able to have special receivers around me like CD, MG, and JT, not only from a production role that I'm expected, but also from a role to be able to lead. And so that's what I'm looking to bring. Obviously, I just want to get back to winning, and however that looks, I'm willing to do.
Did you hear him put the rookie JT, Jalen Tolbert, in the group with the special receivers?
He did.
That was interesting to me. Do you think he sees something in Tolbert?
It's his guy. He's everything we've heard, Brian. Yeah. He's kind of taken him under his wing, and Jalen Tolbert has been on the hip of Brandon Cooks all offseason long since he got signed.
I hope it translates to something.
Is that the kind of thing that happens from the top down? Did the Cowboys sign Brandon Cooks or trade for Brandon Cooks? Like, Brandon, look, man, here's the deal. We have a project for you. We're trying to rehabilitate the confidence and the skills for a wide receiver that we thought was a second-round talent. We drafted him in the third round, and he couldn't get on the field last year. Please, God, help us with this guy.
Yeah.
Like, does that happen top down? I don't think Brandon just shows up and he's like, watch this. Maybe.
I think so. I could see Dak absolutely like, hey, listen up. We got this young guy here. He's on the team. We got to build him up.
He's got zero confidence.
He's got no chance if he doesn't have confidence.
Coach, because we heard about that last year. There was a player that was kind of, hey, you're Kelvin Joseph, kind of keep an eye on him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But that was like an off-field thing. I think this is
right. But
like
same.
I get what you mean.
Right. Some can be on, some can be off. But a sponsor type thing.
I bet it's that they're trying to rebuild the guy. I just hope it's that, things happen behind the scenes, and these players are always optimistic that sometimes they're trying to reveal something to you, but in our ears, all we hear is generic football answer. Like, oh, yeah, you're propping up your teammates. Sometimes they're like, this guy's blowing up behind the scenes, and we can't hear it, and we don't believe it because we shouldn't. Sometimes it's accurate, though.
What an exciting thing that'll be if week one, we're out there in Oxnard next week, and Jalen Tolbert's making legit plays.
Well, I'll have to tap the brakes on it because he had a great practice the first day in pads. And then it just went downhill.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see in games. Does it make a difference? But Jalen Tolbert's put in the work. If it doesn't work out for him, it's not going to be because he doesn't have a great work ethic and has been trying this year.
I still remember how much we doubted Brian when he was telling us about Cedric Wilson. And coaches were talking about Cedric Wilson. It's like, whatever, dude.
Yeah.
We've seen this. He ain't playing. But they knew what had happened from February to July, to set everything up. Okay, John Machota here, beat writer, will be our next tweet here as we conduct ourselves through Cowboys Twitter. And we're going to do a little predictions here.
Ooh.
Johnny's throwing out Dak in 12 games last year, 23 touchdowns, 15 picks. But in 16 games in 2021, which is a more accurate set of numbers for predicting what will happen next year, 44, 49 yards, 37, and 10. And then he posts a link to Bet Online's. By the way, that's the place I'm playing my poker. Bet Online's odds for the upcoming season. I'll give you over-unders on Dak's totals here. I want you to tell me over or under.
Perfect.
The first one is my own creation, though.
Okay.
Over-under games played. I'm setting it at 15.5.
Man.
Under.
You're going under?
Going under.
I'm going to go over. I think he maybe misses one game this year.
I'm going to go over as well. That's just hope trafficking this time of year. I'm going positive.
I just think he's had bad luck.
I know.
He's got to catch good luck.
I think he's due for a good luck season, health-wise.
I'm saying he's going to probably, depending on what happens that 17th game, I'm going to say there's probably one game where he has to sit out. I'm not going to say it's 4 or 5 games. I'm going to probably say there's one game that all of a sudden he kind of has to battle through something.
He was so healthy the first 4 years of his career. The next 4 years have been quite an adventure. And last year, the year before that with the shoulder and the calf, the year before that, the catastrophic.
It's like he's throwing in the Tampa game and he bangs his thumb on the helmet.
Right, I mean, he's just had unfortunate things, man.
And at the end of, I think, 2019 or 2020, there was a shoulder thing that prevented him from throwing the ball.
Started in training camp.
Yeah, a Week 16 game against the Eagles. So there's been a number of them, and I just think, quarterback health is something that most fan bases assume.
Yeah.
But we can't anymore. Not with ours, unfortunately. It's crazy how durable he was early that it started to break down. Hopefully he's got a handle on it now that he moves into his 30s, as far as what it takes to stay ready. I know in the past it's been overwork has been a problem for him.
Yeah,
he threw too much.
He does way too much. Yeah.
But there's only been 2 times in his career he hasn't played 16 games.
Really?
So I feel like the over is the safe bet there.
Cool. Okay, how about total passing yards? It's just 4,050. That's easy money if he stays healthy.
I'll go over on that.
Yeah,
definitely going over on that.
Shoot, you guys are going to be in Vegas next week. You'll have a chance to, or I guess you could just go online. Total touchdown passes 2023, 26.5. Career high 37.
Over.
Yeah, it's an over.
Yeah, I'm going to go over. Last year he had 23, and that was in 12 games. So I'll hit the over on that.
Easy money. They're doubting Dak. The Vegas doubt, unless they're playing the injury angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets hurt, then obviously the unders are all hidden. The one that maybe the under in yards will hit if they indeed run the football as much as they say they're going to. I just don't believe they are.
And then the last one is interceptions. We've talked so much about interceptions. They have it at 11.5. I think that's a fair number.
Under.
You'll go under on that?
Going under.
11.5. Yeah, that's a really, really good line because I think 10 or 11 interceptions is pretty much the standard. Like your quarterback, if he's playing all 17 games and he's trying to push the ball at any level, you're going to throw 10 or 11 interceptions.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like that number too.
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with that.
I might push. I think that could be an even.
I think mentally, though, everything that we're hearing from the team and adjusting the scheme and everything, we're going risk off.
Yeah. And that's a concern.
And he was good at that early in his career. I think they can make some adjustments. Maybe they don't score quite as much as they did last year. Maybe they end up scoring more. But overall, when he changes his mind to I got to score into I can't turn this over, I think in the regular season that's a great approach. Let's just manage the game and see how many points we need when we get to the fourth quarter. Blow their damn doors off. And then final headline here, Malik Hooker not medically cleared from the thumb surgery still. Is he going to be okay? That's a tough one there. That thumb surgery is not like a minor type of thing.
When
There's
did he
a lot of
have
strength.
that back in February?
He's played with 2 braces on his thumbs.
Yeah.
I thought it was a precautionary thing. I'll do a little research, and maybe when we come back, how about that? I'll figure that one out.
Keep an eye on Kelvin Joseph at free safety.
That would be quite a story. Yeah, it was announced in February Hooker underwent surgery for a dislocated thumb after the season ended. He told Pro Football Network he has not yet been cleared, but has been doing off-season training to prepare for camp. It's feeling great. It's healthy. Not that big of a deal. And I'm happy to have all my fingers back this year. Says he played with it a lot of last year.
Yeah, the thumbs were bad.
Okay, we got the top 10 at 420 coming up next. Well, Chuck, where are you taking us?
National Junk Food Day. What's your favorite junk food? The top 10 most popular junk foods in the U.S. of A. That's next.
We have your latest Dallas Stars offseason news on
Yes, sir. Welcome back to G-Bag Nation. We are live at the Globe. I think the doors have opened. There's a lot of people in here. Maybe these are still all employees, but we're getting close to the doors opening. We have batting practice going on down there at the Diamond as freaking Rangers and Dodgers are coming up. The pregame at 6:30 turned down for what? You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm feeling right now.
Hell
Heading
yeah.
into the weekend. Women's World Cup action tonight against Vietnam at 8 o'clock.
I saw their odds to beat Vietnam are the exact same as what Wemby's were to be the #1 overall pick.
Are you serious?
It's like
It's a lock?
It's as much of a lock as the sports gambling world has
It's
ever
a stone
seen
cold
in their
lead
entire
pipe
life.
lock.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's a stone cold lead pipe lock. Exactly, Walchuk.
Well, it is exciting. They're going for 3 in a row, Brian.
Got a word real quick that Hooker's thumb should not be an issue going into camp.
Good.
So he was, my guys over there said, I said, hey, issue any problems? He said, no, all should be good there.
Wonderful.
So,
Every good hooker needs their thumbs. You know what I'm saying?
Always. Yeah.
Hey, good looking. You looking for a date?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. They stand there kind of with the thumb up a little bit.
Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. And Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel, free consultation, truckwreck.com, or call 214-333-3333. Now here he is with his top 10. It's Zach with an H, the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. I appreciate you. We do have the starting lineup for your Texas Rangers ahead of tonight's game, as the doors, I believe, will open just over 30 minutes from now. Marcus Semien leading off, playing second base. Corey Seager batting second in shortstop. Nathaniel Lowe will be batting third at first base. Adolis Garcia batting fourth in right field. Josh Young will be playing third and batting fifth. Jonah Heim batting sixth and catching. Travis Jankowski, Janko, in left field, batting seventh. Ezekiel Duran will be batting eighth and DHing tonight. And Leody Taveras batting ninth at the bottom of the lineup, playing center field. And your starting pitcher, the lefty, Andrew Heaney, against his former team, the Dodgers.
I'd like to see Durant be a little bit more selective at the plate tonight. Not chase as much. Seems like everybody can find a way to get the ball out of the zone, and he's kind of waving at it on one knee. Like to see a little bit better plate discipline from him tonight.
Patience is big.
Patience.
I'm expecting Seager to just put on a show these 3 games, man.
Yeah, me too.
Against his old team.
You mentioned Jankowski. I think he's riding like a 24-game on-base streak.
Okay, so I was listening, and we can talk more about this when we go around the bases at 6. But the best offseason moves, like if you were to power rank them, I think one's probably Evaldi, and I'm just talking players, not including Bruce Bochy. One's probably Evaldi. I think you could make an argument that Jankowski's the second best offseason move.
Wow.
Maybe Will Smith would be 2, but Jankowski's a top 3 guy for me. Like, I don't think I'd go lower than 3 for Jankowski. He is an unheralded hero
His
for this team.
defense has been really, really good. Make covers a lot.
Not
of
a power
ground.
guy, but he just gets on base, man.
He timely hits too. Guy's got some clutch into him. Really does.
I'd say Boch.
Well, I mean, I'm talking just players specifically. You're right. Like, Boch probably 1, then Evaldi, probably Will Smith. But if you're talking just players, I think I'd go Jankowski, maybe third behind Will Smith. I think you probably have to say Will Smith was a better move. Just how he's been able to save you before the Aroldis Chapman trade. So that's fun. I mean, we can bring that up more later. Let's get into the top 10 today, shall we? We're talking junk foods. The top 10 most popular junk foods in America, fellas. It's National Junk Food Day. If you were just to engorge yourself, what would be your go-to junk food?
If I was going to engorge myself, it would be
just engorge.
It'd be ice cream of sorts, and it would be chips. You know, like I would get the cold,
would you
sweet,
do a little dipperoo,
and then I would get I'd be down to do. If I had a pretzel amongst the chips, I'd put that pretzel in the ice cream. But I love that good combo.
All right, give me a specific ice cream. Like Eric,
I'm going to go with the Rocky Road. I had the Brahms Rocky Road over the weekend, and it was one of the greatest decisions I've made
Brahms
in
Rocky
at least
Road,
the last 3 months.
Outstanding. Bluebell Rocky Road, outstanding. Lucius, are you also going the Rocky Road? I know you're a Rocky Road guy.
He is, yeah.
Yeah, but Cheesy Puffs would be mine.
Oh.
Because they taste so damn good, but when I'm eating them, I know I'm doing wrong the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel any wrong bones when I'm eating Rocky Road.
the Cheetos puffs like that, they just sort of dissolve in your mouth, don't they?
They
Like
do.
they're just, it's so great.
And the
every time.
flaming hot ones, man, those
like
got
those.
dangerous for me
Yeah.
with the puff version.
Me too.
No
Me
doubt.
too.
You know, I think pizza might be the ultimate junk food.
I'm with you, bro.
It very much is a junk food, and it's unbelievable. I'd say Kit Kat right now is my number one candy bar. It's just off the charts good. Oreo Blizzard for my ice cream selection. I might get an extra sleeve of Oreos and crunch them up, but have big chunks and then mix that back in the Blizzard because I like big chunks of Oreo.
Me too.
In all Oreo things. And then, designer cookies.
We talk like
Tips Treats or Crumble, either one of those. And then I want to go with a good plate of nachos, like the Hurtado nachos. I think they're the best nachos in the world.
Yeah.
When you say, Brian, Hurtado's got the best nachos in the world.
Well, you know what? I could smell them from here.
Yeah.
I could see the establishment from here.
Man,
and I know they're making them over there.
I try to make a run sometimes at the break, but I can't get down there in time and get back.
I'll tell you what, though, they've been really nice to us.
They have.
We've been out there and done shows there, but they brought food by,
Amazing
which has
people.
been
They're good people.
The tacos are outstanding. I mean, the tacos,
Best tacos in the world.
the tacos, the
burrito.
nachos, all that stuff's really,
Beef
really
rib.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, they're outstanding. I'd probably rock ice cream. I'm going the cookie two-step from Bluebell.
Okay.
Double stuff Oreos. You know
No
that's a
qualms.
weakness of mine.
Amazing.
Big time weakness of mine. And then, man, the J and the B tacos. I've had so many drunken rendezvous with the J and the B tacos.
I was
Yeah,
wondering
you
when
have.
somebody was going to say
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
There's
How about
something
the
about
spicy,
'em.
the spicy tiny tacos.
Oh,
Okay.
in the
I
box.
haven't tried them.
In the box, yes.
Insane. Limited
Yes.
time.
Yes.
I have not tried them. Even sometimes I'll dabble in the egg rolls, and I'm just an egg roll fiend. You
Yeah,
know,
you
any
are.
type of egg roll. I'm
Don't
down.
be afraid of those churros there, either.
Yeah.
Okay, the churros are
Yeah,
next
good
level.
churro.
So text in 877-881-1053. We got the Butterfinger Blizzard from Dairy Queen, chocolate chip cookies, and Ben & Jerry's Gimme S'more ice cream.
Overrated.
Shout out to the 469 who's hitting the Snickers ice cream bar. It's, I was telling the guys a couple of
That's
weeks
right.
ago, that's the best gas station item. It's the 1 seed. The Snickers ice cream bar, I would like to sub out my Rocky Road and implement the Snickers ice cream bar.
The 806 says, does Whataburger count as a junk food? I think fast food counts as junk
Yeah,
food.
like fries and stuff.
Yeah. Honorable mention is the Big Mac from McDonald's.
Oh, geez, yes.
That's a top
Total
three
junk
for
food.
Broadus.
If I was going to the gas chamber tomorrow, I think I would go with the Big
How many
Mac.
could you put down?
Oh, jeez. Don't just, yeah.
Just
How
keep 'em
much time
coming.
do I have for my last meal?
I think it's as
You
long
know,
as you
like,
want.
can you-
90 minutes?
Yeah, you could ask for, can I have 6 of these, please?
Thank you.
Yeah, I try to.
Yeah.
I would try Jack in the Box tacos.
Yeah.
Another thing I like to throw in, I know Gavin hates is the onion rings. Like, if you
Oh,
give
I'm
me,
about it.
a mountain of onion rings with ketchup, yes.
I'm all about the Sonic
Yeah.
onion rings.
Chicken fried steak.
Big
I know,
fan.
I'm sorry.
Chicken fried steaks, good stuff. Zebra cakes from the 469. I forgot about zebra cakes.
I love a good Swiss roll.
Is that a Little Debbie?
It's a Little Debbie.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
Debbie.
Yeah.
Yes, man. I've been out of the game for a little while. The zebra cakes are next level. Okay, the honorable mentions just on the outside looking in. We got Rice Krispie treats, Cheez-Its.
Dude.
Now don't be afraid of dolling up those Rice Krispie treats. They're doing some amazing things these days with caramel and chocolates and little
Icings and
yeah,
stuff.
they're basically doing the Blizzard treatment to the Rice Krispie
I think
treat.
you can mess those things up.
You can.
I think you can mess them up.
You
can
could also
make-
take them next level.
You could chip your teeth with them if you don't do it the right way.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that would not be good.
I had some of these around the 4th of July that had that fancy icing
Yeah.
on them,
Yeah.
and it was like gourmet dessert Rice Krispie treat.
That sounds delectable.
Yeah.
We've got Three Musketeers at 13 on the outside looking in here. I didn't know that America had that love for Three
No,
Musketeers.
that's a bad.
Never hear anybody
That's
talking
people.
about
That's
it.
people my age that don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, give me a Three Musketeers.
Yeah.
and a Baby Ruth.
Ice cream, and then French fries is 11, just on the outside looking in.
French fries and ice cream didn't crack the top 10
No.
junk foods
No.
list.
They found 10 better.
This
They did.
Is,
Do people do the French fries in the
it's not promising.
Oh, the Frosty?
The frosty?
Hell yeah.
What's up with that?
It's good.
It's just
Try
good,
it.
man.
It's the hot
Why?
and the cold.
It's hot and the cold.
Something
and the
made-
salty and
the
sweet.
the salt and sweet. Yeah, multiple combinations going on.
So
that are good.
potato and chocolate?
Yeah, and
It's
salt.
magic. It's
Yeah.
magic, Brian.
Well, I
I'm
tell
kind of
you what,
disappointed
man.
you haven't
Go
tried
get
it.
yourself a Dave single meal
Yeah.
and a
Oh,
Frosty.
I love the singles
I
with
know you
cheese.
do.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But just dip one fry in there. And if you don't like it, then just eat the Frosty and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Number 10 is Doritos.
Get your hands off my mama.
Man.
Get your hands off my Doritos.
My Doritos. It's a great Super Bowl commercial. Good callback, Chuck. The Doritos, I love that the Doritos are they're not just going chips, okay? So this is a good step up because the outside looking in, having fries and ice cream on the outside
we're going
bad.
specific.
But at least they're getting specific with Doritos.
Number 9 is beef jerky.
Yeah, beef jerky.
I think beef jerky is a great.
I don't think that's a junk food.
You don't think it's unhealthy?
I think beef jerky, I mean, like a Slim Jim, sure, but beef jerky is like a lean protein that you can probably feel pretty good about.
All right.
Maybe a little salty, but I can live with
There's
that.
a bunch of different flavors now. Maybe when you start getting with like the funky types, you start adding some bad in there. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, there's definitely high protein
I feel
value.
like I'm being health conscious when I go into the gas station. I just walk out with some beef jerky. I'm like, you know what? I'm proud
And
of
a
myself.
cinnamon roll.
I didn't get the chips.
I didn't get the chips or the donuts that I was staring
Ooh,
at.
cinnamon roll's a good one.
And nothing against beef jerky. Fries are way better. Ice cream's way better.
I agree.
I love a good jerky.
Yes.
I would take those over it as well. Number 8 on the top 10 junk foods according to America on National Junk Food Day. M&Ms.
Peanut M&Ms are better.
Okay, dude.
Yeah.
I think I told you this. I got vulnerable again.
You did. You've been doing that a lot lately.
I killed while I waited in the
It's his
airport.
new girlfriend, man.
Delay. I killed a family size of peanut M&Ms.
Okay,
That's
I
nothing.
think you said party size the first time. Now
Is
it's
there a
the family
difference?
size.
It's the family size.
Okay.
I don't know. It was whatever.
Either way,
it was
that's-
they were selling. It was the only bag they
it's
had.
a two-hander.
And at first I was going to share.
Wait a minute.
Next thing I know, I looked down and they were gone. Now, half of the bag was filled with air. I will say that. They are doing that where they're robbing us of our
Approximately
money.
how many peanut M&Ms?
Ah, jeez. I'd
40?
say, yeah.
50?
Yeah, somewhere around
No,
there.
no.
safe.
It's like when they put them in a jar. They say, "Hey, guess how many?" You know, it's 680.
100 of them. I don't bleep and know, but I felt great.
Are you talking about the big, like?
I mean, the family size bag of the peanut M&Ms has more than 50 M&Ms in it, boys.
It was.
If you hammer that home, that's triple digits.
It was well, I'm telling you, it was a half air, half full bag.
They all are.
Yeah.
You know.
So I think they're lying.
Was
to
it
us
this
a little bit.
38 ounce with the resealable bag at the top?
Yep, I think so.
Is this the
no,
one
it
you're
was
looking at?
it was $12.
Yeah, because at the airport it upcharges.
$12.
Yeah, I was shocked. I almost said,
Yeah, that's
I don't want that,
18
but
ounces.
I didn't have the balls
This
to
is the
say
38 ounce.
I'm gonna
Oh, the
go put this
38
back.
ouncer. Wow, dude. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's 100 plus. That's 100 plus.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. Just eyeballing it.
We just like pouring them into your like little chubby
I
hands.
just doing little handfuls, and next thing I know, they was done. I was shocked.
How many
Chubby
drop on the
hands.
ground?
None.
I don't think I dropped any.
I bet you did.
You think so?
Oh,
Yeah, he picked it up.
I don't have a
I
great track
sat
record.
next to you at dinner. You spill stuff on yourself all the time.
Yeah, you should have seen me at this Mexican restaurant we went to on the City Walk too. I spilled all over myself. We got fajitas. I had I was dripping.
Salsa usually does that with me.
Yeah, I
It
was
gets
putting.
on the shirt.
It was just not good.
Yeah.
Number 7 is the Cosmic Brownies.
Is that with
Those are Little Debbie's too.
Little Debbie's?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Number 6 is just soda. In general, people are just consuming a bunch of soda, junk food. I mean,
Yeah.
that's definitely up there.
Could be top 3.
Number 5, and I know you guys don't like this, but I'm telling you, America still does. It's the Twinkies.
I don't believe that.
Door stops.
I think there's a
The list never lies.
I think they've lost their love for the Twinkie.
Yeah.
It still holds an important place in nostalgia. And you pull people, they'll say Twinkie,
Yeah.
they ain't buying it at the stores.
They're not buying a Twinkie. at
I mean,
the store.
look, I can't tell you the last time I ever bought one, so
Thank
I'm
you.
not going to fight it. Number 4, pizza.
Yeah.
Should be higher.
Pizza's 4?
I think pizza should be 1. Number 3 is Oreos. That should be 2. Number 2 is the Cheetos.
That should be 3.
Yeah.
Cheeto is great.
Number 1, we've got Lay's potato chips.
Just the
Dude.
old-fashioned,
Old
original.
classics.
That-
Lay's
man.
potato chips.
Not a bad
You don't
call.
have to. You
Not
don't have
a-
to go try and reinvent the wheel with some chips, dude. Classic bag of golden Lays.
The grease content's perfect on those.
Speaking of reinventing the wheel, though, I had this random idea. I
like
was
on
just
your
driving
face
over.
right now, the grease.
Yeah.
We're going to call it the chip burger. Okay, instead of just putting chips on a burger as like a change up, we're going to brand around it. Do I have a chance? The chip burger. You ordering that?
Yes, 100%.
Whoa, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Especially
Describe how
because-
you're doing it.
Well, we got your regular standard burger, but we got maybe a dozen potato chips that we're slapping right up against the bun. And wrapping that up.
Okay.
Boom. We're a fast food spot. You're coming through Whataburger or Chip Burger. Which one you going to?
Any chance I could get the chips and the cheese melted on top of the chips?
Yes.
You
We
could
could definitely
order.
workshop that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like
You're
that.
in?
I like that. Yeah.
Because I think this is one of those things that people are doing in their backyards or their kitchens a lot. It's a huge business opportunity.
I could see like a chili cheeseburger, but putting Fritos on it.
Yeah, you got to have a Frito option. That's the thing. Is there's so many different
Yeah.
varieties of the chips there. So
did they do that on that Whataburger one they brought out?
It was the chili burger. They had Fritos on it.
Okay,
and that was honestly.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to not say
that was the MVP of that chili
that's
burger.
awesome.
I like these little handicap scooters that some of these old usher guys are cruising around in.
Yeah, they look fun.
You got some speed to them.
What do you think they'd do if I showed up in Oxnard with one of those and just say, my hips are going out, sorry. I'm cruising up and down the practice fields in Oxnard in that.
There's going to be one less wheelchair
scooter
there this year than what's usually there, so I think you'll be able to take probably take Norm's spot.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I know the old school coaches, they would get mad if you would sit down or even take a knee on the sideline. Like Landry would blow his whistle at you, call you out, So I don't know what all the rules are there. I kind of lean on Brian for this kind of stuff. One year I tried to bring a chair. I got that shut down.
Yeah.
They said you'll get judged.
Only Brad Sham can bust a chair out at practice.
Yep.
I know a lot of the guys that are dealing with back pain, they'll try to grab that golf cart and just be like, whoopee, I'm sitting right here.
And then they walk over and say it's for the doctors and stuff like that. Yeah.
I don't know if it's a good look, Dawson, if you show up to training camp in a wheelchair before Broadus does, though. You got to let him cross that bridge first.
I know, but I'm trying to mentally prepare myself for it because as much as I joke about it, it could be a reality for me.
I could see
it's getting painful.
I could see Dawson using one to get on an airplane early.
Yes, there you go.
By the way, Southwest Airlines, they've got a problem with this. I'm sorry, folks, but they really do. Those early get on the planes early. There's a line of like 15 or 16 people
claiming
their
level of disability.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden when we get to the locale, we're not having 15 or 16 wheelchairs on a pickup service.
Yeah, they look pretty spry when they get off that plane.
There's a lot of walking off those planes. I'm sorry, it's just something I've noticed.
Okay, we got to talk about this training camp topic, Wolchuk. Is there a surprise cut coming? I'll ask you that question. We'll take a look at possible candidates, and we have a sports hodgepodge coming up at 5 o'clock right after that here. It's the G-Bag Nation live from the Globe, where Rangers-Dodgers pregame is now less than 2 hours away. 6:30 coming up with Peas. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on
Our coverage of tonight's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best model will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Oh, thank you, Lucius. We're live here at the Globe in Arlington. Rangers and Dodgers pregame is coming up at 6:30 tonight. Brian, I know you're excited about this series.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this series. And if you're these Rangers fans and you're driving to the ballpark to see us tonight, you're going to have to bring it. This is very reminiscent of one of those, like, Cowboy games where all of a sudden, you get a lot of 49er fans show up here. The early indications are, I've seen a Fernando Valenzuela jersey here already. These Dodger fans are coming to play tonight.
There's a lot of Dodger blue right
now.
now.
So what you need to do if you're coming in here is you have to eliminate that sound. And hopefully your team will play well for you tonight. But there is going to be a lot of Dodger blue in this stadium this evening.
Yeah, Mookie Betts, Kershaw in front of us right now.
Yeah.
The 817 was saying that they're at Hurtado right now, the Arlington location, getting ready
cool.
to head over to the ballpark, and it is just a sea of Dodger fans.
Is it really? Oh, well, they listened. They heard.
Yeah.
We told them, hey, you need to welcome yourself to Hurtado Barbecue. At least they're enjoying that. I hope they enjoy a big fat L tonight.
Yeah, I would say at least one out of every three fans is a Dodgers fan here right now. You have a beautiful new ballpark. They played in a World Series here. You have the Clayton Kershaw angle. It is a transplant city coming from California now in a major way as they're fleeing high real estate costs and high taxes and other stuff. And that's the reality of being here in the most popular state to move to right now in America. We got a lot of transplants that come in here, and they still want to cheer for their former teams. Okay, is there a surprise cut coming at Cowboys camp? Here's Zach Wolchuk for the details on that.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, I read an article from Blogging the Boys. They were talking about C.J. Goodwin. He might be cut after training camp. And I feel like C.J. Goodwin's a guy that his spot's been secured because he's your special teams ace. They just haven't. They know his role. They're not asking him to play any defense. He's out there for special teams. And in fact, his numbers in terms of defensive snap percentage have just declined every single year. He started at 0.29%. He went to just under 2%, 1.6%. Last year it was 0.08% of defensive snaps. He had a whopping 1 defensive snap last year. So you're talking about a guy that's giving you absolutely nothing but being a special teams player. If indeed you have another defensive back that you don't want to cut, and the Cowboys have several. I mean, you look at Eric Scott, who they drafted that they're going to like a lot. A guy like Nashawn Wright, I thought, might have knocked Goodwin out of his spot last year because I think Nashawn Wright is a really good gunner. I think he's really good at special teams. When he was activated last year, I thought he did a really good job on special teams. Now, this might not be a shocking roster cut, but I took to Twitter and I said, hey, who are some people on the Cowboys that you think might be surprises? I got answers like Jordan Lewis.
Yeah.
Kelvin Joseph was very popular.
Would not be a surprise then.
Neville Gallimore, maybe one at defensive tackle.
That's the one seed in my mind. He was
kind
healthy.
of expected.
Yeah, I kind of expected at this point. He was a healthy scratch for a lot of those games last year, and now they've retooled in the interior in a way that I think allows them to make Gallimore expendable.
Yeah, and I mean, he was so bad last year. Watching his tape was just, it was awful. It was awful.
How about Dante Fowler?
Dante Fowler's a good one. And how about this one?
That would just be a numbers game completely because he's obviously plenty good enough to be a rotational edge rusher.
As a rotational edge rusher, I agree. I think a lot of your problems when it came to run defense and setting the edge, I think he was a big issue there.
Little Robert Quinn in him.
Yeah, I think he was an issue there when it came to stopping the run.
That's probably the one problem with having like a 1-year prove-it deal for edge rushers. They're just like, let me go try and rack up as many sacks as possible because that's what will get me paid.
Like legit surprise cuts. Let me throw something crazy at you. What happens if Tyron Smith has another injury, right? Now, is that injury retirement or injury release? I don't know how that goes.
Okay.
What happens if Hankins shows up fat and out of shape, like he hit an age wall? And he's like, man, I can't get my body back. I don't have my push. I think those are older guys who were expecting to be on the team at the end of camp, but things could happen that makes you reevaluate it.
How about Jabril Cox?
Okay. I like that you brought up Jabril Cox. That was one of the answers I got, and that would be stunning to me because they don't have a lot of depth on defense. I still like some talent and ability, but you know what? maybe Jabril Cox needs a good preseason and training camp to make sure he makes
well,
the roster.
The thing about it is, I know in OTAs and mini camps, I was seeing Malik Jefferson get a lot of run with the first defense.
Yeah, we did.
And I was starting to think Jefferson, Harper, guys like that, what if they outplay in training camp, they outplay Jabril Cox. Now, that's not saying that Jabril Cox can't go and get released and then be on the practice squad, because I think that's what – but if you told me that he was just okay during training camp and the others played better, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
We got a text in, and I also got this on Twitter. We talked about him earlier, and Brian, you've been talking about him quite a bit. What if Malik Hooker doesn't look any good?
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is, like I say, Malik Hooker is they trust Malik Hooker. The problem that I have with Malik Hooker is, though, I think that they could do better with range. That's what I'm talking about. But, you know, hey, was it Pro Football Focus? Everybody's got a high grade on him and all. But if you look at the numbers, 20 of 27 opportunities, quarterbacks had like an 87 rating against him.
Yeah, his second half of the season was not
Giving
good.
up 11 yards a catch. I mean, I'm just talking about Malik Hooker in coverage is what I'm really talking about.
His calling card.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, right, I mean, coming out of college, he showed outstanding range and coverage ability.
So, I don't totally agree with the numbers of Pro Football Focus.
We will be in Oxnard, California next week, and we're going to have an eye on all these guys. It is a massive camp for a number of players. Okay, when we come back, Chief, Sports Hodgepodge, where are you taking us?
Yes, sir. I got an eye on this Rangers-Dodgers matchup. Baseball, friendships, gambling, and weirdo fat boys next to the nation.
You know I love Twin Peaks, though.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
That is right. You are rolling with the nation as we open up hour number 4 live at the Globe. We are 20 minutes now from what you're drinking and what you're thinking here on a Friday night. We've made it once again, and we want to know what you're thinking about this world of sports and what you're cracking here as you begin your weekend. That's coming up in 20 minutes. The phone lines are open now. If you'd like to jump in, get on hold as we throw it over here to Eric Chiafalo with today's Sports Hodgepodge.
Yes, sir. The Rangers coming into the series against these Dodgers, only undefeated team in baseball since the All-Star break, 6-0, looking to make it 7, and that is great time, great vibes right now as the doors are open, and it is about to be a baseball party up in here. Now, it's even more so because of the underlying storylines, and I know that Clayton Kershaw is not going to be pitching this weekend. He's on the injured list here, but
tough break.
There is a cool article in The Athletic describing the relationship between Kershaw and Chris Young.
Highland Park guys.
Yeah, both Highland Park guys, exactly. Their kids, same Dallas area school system, even to this day. So they cross paths often. And Chris Young apparently walks his kids past Kershaw's house on their way to school whenever CY gets the opportunity to walk the youngsters to class. So there is a relationship there. Ellen Kershaw and Chris Young's wife Elizabeth are apparently friends, and so there is some relationship there. And Kershaw and Young, they've been off-season throwing partners in the past. So there's like a 9-year age gap between the two of them, but they've when they were both in the midst of their playing careers, they had times where they were doing some off-season throwing sessions together. So there's a relationship.
Like they're kind of bros.
Yeah, absolutely. And my favorite part of the article is when they describe Kershaw making it clear after these 16 seasons that he's played, he wants to take his decision to keep playing year by year, but it would likely come down to two options always, either remain with the Dodgers or come home and pitch in Arlington.
Yeah, we've heard that for several years with him being a free agent.
I've given up on that.
Yeah,
I've given up.
I mean, I think, yes, he either retires as a Dodger, but if he wants to keep playing, the Dodgers are moving on. I do think, the only other option for him is I'll come home and finish my career as a Ranger.
I think it's real now, Brian, because they're good.
Right.
I don't think you would want to leave if you're Kershaw to come be horrible for your hometown team.
Yeah.
If the Dodgers still want you, I'm staying. But now that you're good, now it's a legit comparison.
It seems like every time that it looks like he's got that one foot in the parking lot there at Dodger Stadium to come home back to Texas. It's like he signs another $25 million deal.
Yeah, there was a little bit of steam this offseason. I thought maybe it would happen, and then he went back.
I'm tired of – I shouldn't say I'm tired. I want it to happen, but I keep getting my hopes dashed. I still want him when I don't want him at the very, very, very end of the career.
We're kind of there.
That's kind of where I'm going now.
Yeah.
I think 3 years ago, guy, that's the guy I wanted. 4 years ago, guy, that's the guy I wanted.
Yeah, he's in his career right now. He's just having trouble staying healthy. When he pitches, he's still dominant. He's still really damn good.
I got the best pitcher in baseball on the injured list right now.
Sure, but Kershaw's not anywhere near the contract.
Maybe he needs some company.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out. I need pitchers to come out here and shut the Dodgers down, and shut the Rays down, and shut anybody else that I'm going to have to deal with.
I think Gavin's right though. For the previous 6 years, there hasn't been a ton of pull other than just you come back home, you're going to play for a team that's picking in the top 5 of the draft. Now you're looking at a team that's competing for a World Series. The interest level, I think, would be much higher.
Yeah, and now FanGraphs is showing their chances to win the 2023 World Series by percentage. It's obviously the Braves at number 1 with a 25% chance. That's pretty dang impressive to have a 25% chance to win according to FanGraphs. Then it's the Dodgers, second best chance to win the World Series according to FanGraphs, 13%. Right under them is Tampa Bay at 12%. And then it's our Texas Rangers, 7% chance to win the World Series according to FanGraphs.
I wonder if we go get Ohtani.
Does
that put us near the Dodgers?
I mean, it would put you over the Rays for sure.
The Rays and Dodgers have a 12 and 13% chance of winning the World Series.
I think the Rangers would have a 14% chance. I think it might double their odds.
Look at that. That'd be insane. I mean,
I guess, especially if you're not giving much on your 26
And
man
holy hell,
roster.
look at your rotation. For a postseason, you got Ohtani, you got Evaldi at 2 now.
I want his bat.
I want his
That's
bat
what
too.
I want
but
his
I
bat.
also now have a new ace.
Yeah. I like what you're doing there, but I want his bat. I want them to have to figure out
in October.
Well, that's the beauty with Ohtani. You don't have to choose, man.
No, yeah,
You
you're
get
getting both. You're getting both. But I do think in October we've seen the pitching's what wins.
7% chance, which is the 4th best percentage chance to win the World Series, according to Fangraphs, after Atlanta, these Dodgers, and then the Tampa Bay Rays, who we all feel great about now in a matchup versus them on the way to the World Series. We're not going to be really sweating those guys as much as maybe we thought we would have.
You've won 4 or 6 against them.
Now you have a good argument for your guy Zeke Duran. You mentioned earlier you want him to stay patient. I pulled up his Savant page.
Yeah.
He's in the 6th percentile when it comes to chase rate.
Yep.
So now his percentiles across the board are pretty dang impressive, except for that whiff and then that chase rate in the bottom 6 percentile.
He hits the slider well. He hits the slider well from the left-handers. That's something.
Yeah, lefties he's played well. It's the righties. He's not seeing the ball right now.
I just feel like there's a lot of at-bats. Even the at-bat the other night after he hit the homer, the 2-run homer, the next at-bat, it was a chase outside the zone, and it seems like he's always finishing on his right knee.
You're right.
And I'm like going, bro, just please. Beautiful swing for the 2-run homer, and then you're back to that chase where it's expand the zone too wide, and you can even see the catchers setting up now. They're setting up in the other side of the batter's spot.
Scouting reports out.
Yeah, so I want to see him get back on being that hanging in there and taking those good hacks.
Agreed, certainly agreed, and he's more than capable of doing that. I saw this as well. The Rangers far and away have the most hits in the league on a team-by-team basis. They have 930 hits. That's first in the sport. The second is the Marlins at 886.
We'll get to see Miami coming up soon here.
Yeah, they're coming in here. Yeah, in October. I said October.
But
the next 2
I kind of like to see Sandy Alcantara pitch.
All these other teams from
he's been bad.
Yeah, he's been bad this year.
He's having a down year this year, but that dude's still filthy.
Oh no, he's good.
Last year he was unbelievable.
Cy Young.
But when you look at the teams 2 through 10, the difference between them in total hits is like anywhere from 5 to 8 maybe. But the difference between 1 and 2, where the Rangers are at 1 with the most hits in the sport, is, it's 54, I believe, is the difference there. So they're head and shoulders above everybody when it comes to most hits in the league by team.
That's why these losses to the Nationals before the All-Star break, such a just deflating. They've won all. They've won the 6 in a row, but
they needed a break.
Just giving those games away to the Nats.
You play 30 games in 31 days, man.
Yeah,
it starts to be a beating.
I hear you.
And now they got a little break, and they're feeling fantastic 6-0 versus these Dodgers. Seeing a little bit too many Dodger fans. There's a Tolo. There's a Tolo with some lineage behind him. I love it.
A lot of Tolos coming by.
Here we go with the stat of the day, the Dan Snyder era. We got the official totals and the box scores. He had 1 FBI raid, 2 botched Sean Taylor days.
Oh, geez.
2 first-team All-Pros total in the entire duration of his ownership
Brandon
with Washington.
Sheriff was one of them, right?
I believe so.
Maybe Sean Taylor might have been the other.
Sean Taylor might have been the other.
I think it was a special teams player.
Like a punter or a kicker?
It was just like a special teams guy.
Well,
I need to probably look that up, but I think Brandon Sheriff was one, and a special teams guy was the other.
The tackle that left, was Trent Williams there?
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, he might have been one.
Maybe.
2
That's
playoff
brutal.
wins. 2 playoff wins in the entire Dan Snyder era in Washington.
Well, we got to kind of be quiet about that. I don't know how many more we have. What, we got 5?
Probably.
Romo had 2 and Dax got 2, so we've got at least 4.
At least, if not more.
Let's jump up and down.
All right, we'll skim past that one. At least we haven't changed our team name 3 times, like Dan Snyder.
Are we really heading for a 4th, or was that?
I think he's going back to the old
football team.
They want to go back to Redskins?
The original. I think he wants to go back.
They're going to flip it back?
I think he's wanting to go back.
That's pretty wild.
Their new owner wants.
I think he's talking about that stuff.
F it.
Wow, that'd be quite the power move to just step in there and say this is what's going to happen. I wonder if I guess the NFL has to approve that.
Quite the power move.
I mean, my gosh.
Guy just did spend $6 billion. Got to give him a little attitude, right?
That feels like it could be
Wasn't this
considered
an
more
NFL
than a
thing,
little.
though? Wasn't this an NFL thing? Like Dan Snyder didn't want to change it on his own.
No, there was sponsors and stuff probably giving him grief.
Okay,
I think sponsors will turn back around now that Snyder's gone. What do you say?
Yeah, I agree. It looks like it's Jeremy Reeves, Brian. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Special teams guy Jeremy Reeves.
There
He
we
plays
go.
free safety, but he only started 7 games of free safety.
There you go.
So it's got to
He's
be
an
a
ace.
special teams award.
Special teams ace.
Jeremy Reeves.
He's his own Larry Izzo or Matthew Slater.
That's
or
Yeah,
something.
I pay attention every once in a
Yeah,
while.
you do. You
Every
know, you're
blue
a
moon.
football guy.
Every blue moon.
Yeah, and it was Brandon Scherf.
Wide receiver.
That's
for
my
the,
team, the Commanders.
I know.
Redskins.
You are.
Football team. What else are we
Why
going
don't
to
you just sing Hail?
Washington FC.
Hail to the...
Oh, settle down.
I was getting Brian ready.
Punched you in the
Praise
jugular.
Oh,
on
come
the
on.
warpath.
Darius Slayton is not happy with Daniel Jones's Madden rating. Did you guys see Trayvon Diggs not happy with his Madden rating either? He's like an 87 overall. He said like something about y'all need to lose your jobs or something.
No, I mean, he should be a minimum of 90.
Darius Slayton is not happy with Daniel Jones's Madden rating. He tweeted, LOL, Daniel Jones is 75. Count your days, Madden developers. I will find you and you will answer for your sins against humanity. He's upset that they rated him so high.
Sounds like that Ron Perlman.
He's like, listen, you guys don't have to catch passes from him. He is not a C-plus quarterback.
I really wonder.
I am working with an F-level quarterback here, and you need to reflect that in Madden.
I wonder what his speed rating is, though. He might be fun to run around with.
Just straight line speed. But
Yeah.
remember, he got turf monstered.
Yeah.
So, like, he doesn't
He
have
did
the
get turf monsters.
coordination.
He did have some sexy runs, though. I'll
The-
give it to him. But as a thrower, I'm still not buying
The
it.
feet-eye coordination deal. There's still more coming out with the Northwestern stuff. They had a former player, Rico Lamite, come out. He was there in 01 to 05. He just said, we're talking about like naked pull-ups and all these different like weird traditions they had. And he just described it as it was weirdo fat guys on the team doing weirdo fat guy bleep.
Yeah.
Is what he chalked it up to.
Yeah.
So you just had a bunch of wild meatheads over there for a long time, and Fitzgerald, I guess, was sort of one himself.
Yeah, and apparently it was rampant throughout the athletic department. Like a lot of this level of behavior was going on in multiple team sports. But I'm not sure exactly what to do with it. I really am not, because I know in almost every football program there's something going on. There's some way a coach is talking to a kid, or a way an upperclassman is talking to an underclassman, that if it was packaged as a news story, it would create shock. Oh my goodness! Did you hear what this guy said to that guy at Baylor? You know,
Yeah.
did you hear what this at UCLA? Like, people are jerks to each other, especially in their early 20s.
I'll say this. I don't like Gary Patterson one bit, but the one thing I knew working for him, he knew what was going on with his football team.
Yeah.
Like, we would have meetings, daily meetings about this stuff.
Yes.
And like, okay, how are we going to handle this? How are we going to handle this? Like, these coaches would say, well, I really don't know. I'm sorry. Nuh-uh. That guy I work for, he knew what was going on.
He's a control freak.
He
Yeah.
knew what was going on with his football team, good and bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the way he talked to people,
Yeah.
if you would package that as a news story
Yeah.
and be like, Gary Patterson, toxic culture, boom,
Yeah,
you get him fired.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if Pat Fitzgerald, this was going on long before he got there. He's lost his job.
Like Denny. Oh, okay. I was about to say I'll go all the way back to Denny Green and Gary Barnett.
No, but like
far back.
clearly this has been a problem with Northwestern.
That guy's been there 17 years, right?
Pat Fitzgerald's been there a long
Fitzgerald.
time.
And he played there.
I think this
He
is
did play there,
this
yeah.
is a meathead sports culture thing, though, and it's the only difference between Northwestern and many of the other universities is some of it got out and went viral, and everybody started paying attention to it.
When you're a 1-10 team, things like this happen.
Yeah.
They get, it's like people get their feelings hurt about stuff.
And I think especially at universities that are desperate for success, and Fitzgerald is the only guy that's given them success for 2 decades. The administrators there are like, if we lose him, we'll be winless. Yeah. He's our only hope.
Yeah.
And when you get in situations like that where you think that dude's our only answer, you're going to justify looking the other way on a bunch of stuff. And, again, like one of the reports says like sexual violence is rampant at Northwestern. That's horrible.
Yeah.
That's
awful,
horrible,
yeah.
horrible type of stuff that's going on. But again, you Google that phrase, and there's going to be stories all over, not even involving the athletics departments. That's Greek row. That's young people in their 20s drinking. It's not a college football problem. That is a university, young people acting like idiots, and adults trying to corral them while keep the football team winning. It's just it's such a huge problem. There's 40,000 idiots on these campuses. And most of them are drinking too much on the weekends.
I think you're absolutely right, Gavin. I think the situation where you feel like we can't do better than Pat Fitzgerald.
Yes.
That's
we can't lose.
Well,
that's
he did win. He did have some winning seasons there, and Northwestern's not a program that wins much in football.
And hey, you know what? A lot of times they're right. IU excused everything Bob Knight did, terrorizing players for a quarter century, and when he left, their program never recovered. You know, so it's a very high stakes game when you're talking about these millions and millions of dollars. Are you going to buy a guy out, you know? And obviously, if you blow the whistle on something like that, you're inviting all this controversy into your program.
No question about it. All right, there it is. There it is, boys.
Great job. There he is, Eric Chiafalo with Sports Hodgepodge for you here in the G-Bag Nation. Women's World Cup is kicking off tonight for the USA at 8 o'clock. Trinity Rodman and the ladies are going to be taking on Vietnam. You have Messi debuting for Inter Miami tonight. You have Rangers and Dodgers pregame coming up at 6:30 in an hour and 15 minutes. We'll have Mike Peasley on here for you. But you know what time it is. It's Friday quitting time. What you drinking and what you thinking at 877-881-1053. Load up the phones, and we're back to hear from you next. And then we'll get into L.A. Live. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, can I tell you about my friends at Diamonds Direct and the great things they have going on here this weekend?